Lu Jiangli, how could you spill coffee into eldest sister's keyboard? Now her laptop won't even turn on. The proposal for tomorrow's cooperation with the Mu Corporation is stored on her desktop. That proposal is the fruit of more than a month of her painstaking effort. Are you truly so hopelessly stupid, or did you do this on purpose with ill intent? Lu Jiangli, ever since you returned to the Lu family, trouble has followed one incident after another. You really are a cursed bringer of misfortune. I'm talking to you. Why are you pretending to be stupid on purpose? Just wait until eldest sister comes back and sees this. Let's see how she punishes you. The familiar mocking voices buzzed in his ears, making his head throb dully. Lu Jiangli shook his head hard, then steadied himself, only to realize that he had truly been reborn. He had been reborn to the moment in his previous life when the fake young master Lu Zixi deliberately framed him, making it seem as though he had spilled his own coffee into eldest sister's laptop keyboard. This caused the laptop to fail to boot properly, and eldest sister's proposal, on which she had labored for a month, could not be exported in time, resulting in the loss of a contract worth several $100 million. Although the computer was eventually repaired, eldest sister's proposal had already been irretrievably shattered. From then on, Lu Shuyu's dislike of Lu Jiangli only deepened. His other sisters all the more firmly believed that he was nothing but a walking curse, someone who should never have returned to the Lu family. At this moment, eldest sister was still at the company and had not yet come home. Second sister Lu Xinian was standing in eldest sister's room, her tone sharp and venomous as she ridiculed the utterly bewildered Lu Jiangli. Meanwhile, the fake young master Lu Zixi was walking in from outside, panting every few steps. When he saw the keyboard soak with coffee and the entire desk in chaos, his eyes widened in feigned shock. Lu Jiangli's coffee cup was tilted precariously beside the laptop. Lu Zixi blanched, covering his mouth as he let out a shrill scream. "Aw! Brother Jiangli, how could you spill the coffee?" In his previous life, when faced with the scene, Lu Jiangli had almost collapsed with fright. He had hurriedly tried to explain with all his might, "It wasn't me. Second sister, listen to me, I didn't spill this coffee. It really wasn't me, second sister. I haven't even been in eldest sister's room. I truly don't know what happened." Lu Xinian had never believed a word he said. She had relentlessly cursed him, then lunged at him, slapping him, yanking his hair and kicking him hard. When the fake young master Lu Zixi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth had curved up, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. Yet the very next second he had feigned weakness, his voice frail as he pleaded, "Second sister, brother Jiangli didn't do it on purpose. Please don't scold or hit him anymore." It would have been better if Lu Zixi had said nothing at all. Once he spoke, Lu Jiangli's speeding only grew more severe. After that, Lu Zixi framed Lu Jiangli countless more times until the members of the Lu family detested him to the core. Later, when no one else was around, Lu Zixi had told Lu Jiangli with open provocation that on that very day he had deliberately shattered and deleted eldest sister's proposal before purposely pouring coffee into her laptop keyboard. No wonder Lu Jiangli had never understood why, even after the laptop was repaired, the proposal on the desktop was still gone. Yet even after he learned the truth, not a single person believed him. Everyone simply assumed he was jealous of Lu Zixi and was slandering him on purpose. Not only did they refuse to believe him, they hurled insults and blows at him in every possible way. Even more tragically, in his previous life, on the very day of his birthday, Lu Zixi had deliberately suggested that the whole family go to the lakeside for an outing. He had made a special point of inviting Lu Jiangli along. Yet at the lake, Lu Zixi had intentionally dragged him into the water. In the lake, both Lu Zixi and Lu Jiangli had thrashed about, but Lu Zixi had cried out loudly, "Help, my leg is cramping." One after another, his sisters had leaped into the water to rescue Lu Zixi, who actually could swim, but hid that fact while Lu Jiangli, who could not swim, was drowned alive before their eyes. It had been his birthday that day as well. Though he and Lu Zixi shared the same birthday, everyone had been busy comforting the trembling, panic-stricken Lu Zixi, who had ever spared a thought for whether he lived or died. Even as his eyes closed, he had still yearned for the warmth of familial affection. Now, standing in eldest sister's study, Lu Jiangli gazed coldly at the scene unfolding before him. Thinking of his wretched life, he felt a sharp stab of pain in his chest. He had originally lived in the slums on the outskirts of the city with his adoptive parents and their family. At the age of 13, he was found and brought back by the wealthy Lu family. Craving kinship, he tried in every way to please them, believing that as long as he treated them with genuine sincerity, they would come to regard him as true family. Yet 4 years of his youth had ultimately been given in vain. The Lu family had never appreciated him. They either beat or scolded Lu Jiangli, while the frail Lin Dia-like fake young master Lu Zixi was cared for with meticulous tenderness. Everything had to be done according to Lu Zixi's wishes. Whatever he desired, they did their utmost to provide, never allowing him to suffer the slightest grievance. As for Lu Jiangli, their true younger brother by blood, his life after returning to the Lu family had not even been as good as that of a dog. No one in the Lu family liked him. His 5 sisters ceaselessly mocked and ridiculed him, calling him a country bumpkin. They thought that having grown up in the slums, his habits were bad. He had no manners, no taste, no talent. In short, in their eyes, he was good for nothing. As for Lu Zixi, although he was not their real younger brother by blood and had merely been adopted by their father Lu Chang after Lu Jiangli was lost, he had grown up in the Lu family and everyone treated him as if he were born to them. Whatever he did, they shielded him. He himself was extremely adept at reading people, hypocritical to the extreme. Everyone was fooled by him, believing that he was good to the family and that he was a timid weakling bullied by Lu Jiangli. If not for this rebirth, the Lu Jiangli of his previous life would never have been a match for him. When it comes to being a green tea schemer, a man can be even more cunning than any woman. Lu Jiangli, have you gone mute? Standing here without saying a single word. Let me tell you, I've already called eldest sister, she's rushing back right now. Second sister Lu Xinian's shrill voice snapped Lu Jiangli out of his thoughts. Mom and Dad are on their way back too. You disgusting vile country bumpkin, you're dead this time. Lu Jiangli came back to himself and looked at second sister Lu Xinian's familiar face. In the past he had been immensely proud to have such a beautiful second sister who was a celebrity. Even though she had never once truly acknowledged him, he had still treated her well without reservation. Every time she came home after a performance, Lu Jiangli, mindful of her hard work, would carefully peel fruit for her. Because her appetite was poor, he would run up and down several streets to buy her favorite foods. Whenever he did something that displeased her in the slightest, he would immediately apologize in fear, begging for her forgiveness. The more humble Lu Jiangli had been in his previous life, the more utterly despairing his death had become. Now, looking at this second sister who had never once truly looked him in the eye, even up to the moment of his death, Lu Jiangli no longer cared. Having already died once and been discarded like a worn-out shoe, now that he had been reborn, Lu Jiangli wanted only to live for himself. Lu Xinian was still nagging on and on. All of a sudden Lu Jiangli fixed her with a cold stare and shouted in a harsh, cutting voice, "You're the one who's mute, damn it." Lu Jiangli turned around and went back to his own room, slamming the door shut behind him, completely ignoring the vicious glare from his second sister Lu Xinian. Lu Jiangli, you country bumpkin, are you rebelling against the heavens or what? Seeing herself blatantly ignored, Lu Xinian grew even more enraged. She rushed back to her own room, grabbed a phone charging cable in her hand, then strode toward Lu Jiangli's door, ready to push it open and give him a vicious beating. At this moment the eldest sister Lu Shuyu hurried back home. Lu Shuyu was the president of a subsidiary under the Lu Group, the very image of a domineering big sister. Usually she was capable and composed, but right now she looked extremely flustered. Having rushed all the way back, even her hair was slightly disheveled. The moment she stepped in, Lu Shuyu hurried straight into her own room. When she saw the chaos on the desk, she was so furious she nearly lost her mind and shouted sharply, "What on earth happened here?" Lu Xinian exaggerated every detail as she recounted the entire incident. The more Lu Shuyu listened, the angrier she became. The usually steady gaze in her eyes was now shrouded in boundless rage. She strode to the door of Lu Jiangli's room and began pounding on it heavily. "Lu Jiangli, get out here. Lu Jiangli." Seeing that he still hadn't opened the door, Lu Shuyu directly raised her leg and kicked it. But then, with a sharp click, the door swung open. Lu Jiangli appeared behind it, his face utterly indifferent. Lu Shuyu's kick landed on nothing, her body lurching forward as she nearly stumbled headfirst into the room. "Big sister, careful." Standing closest, Lu Xinian rushed forward and grabbed the back of Lu Shuyu's clothes to steady her. At the same time she started cursing, "Lu Jiangli, you piece of trash, you did wrong and still refused to admit it, and now you're deliberately trying to trip big sister up. Are you courting death?" Seeing Lu Shuyu almost fall, Lu Zixi's eyes grew so distressed that tears nearly spilled over. "Brother Jiangli, I know you didn't mean to damage big sister's computer, but that was the result of more than a month of her hard work. So don't make big sister any angrier, hurry up and apologize to her." Lu Jiangli shot Lu Zixi a cold sidelong glance. Enough, this scheming little actor was putting on another show. So saccharine and false. Truly despicable. The third sister Lu Qing, who had returned together with Lu Shuyu, stood behind her eldest sister and Lu Xinian, scrutinizing Lu Jiangli with a lawyer's professional eye. There was obvious fury and disgust in her gaze as well. Lu Jiangli looked calmly at his enraged eldest sister and said in an icy tone, "I wasn't the one who spilled the coffee. It was Lu Zixi." Hearing his name come out of Lu Jiangli's mouth, Lu Zixi was so startled he jumped. He immediately hid behind Lu Xinian, tears rolling down his cheeks in big drops. "Brother Jiangli, why would you say that about me? Even if you're afraid big sister will scold you, you shouldn't falsely accuse me. I've been in my room this whole time and never came out, how could it possibly be me? Besides, Brother Jiangli, I know how much that contract means to big sister. She's been working overtime every night to study it. She's worked so hard, how could I ever harm her?" With just a few words, Lu Zixi cleanly shook off all suspicion while neatly slapping a label on Lu Jiangli for targeting him without cause. By deliberately emphasizing how hard Lu Shuyu had worked, he made himself seem deeply concerned for her, inviting her empathy. In contrast, Lu Jiangli appeared all the more sinister and unforgivable. Sure enough, the flames in Lu Shuyu's heart were about to erupt. She stepped forward, grabbed Lu Jiangli by the collar and tried to yank him out of the room. Lu Jiangli caught her hand and barked let go. Lu Shuyu refused. Lu Xinian passed her the charging cable in her hand and Lu Shuyu raised it ready to whip Lu Jiangli with it. In the past, faced with something like this, Lu Jiangli would have desperately begged for mercy. Even if he was beaten, he would never dare resist. But now his heart had long since turned to ice. I already said it wasn't me. Lu Jiangli suddenly yanked the charging cable out of Lu Shuyu's hand, tore at it a few times with force and flung it onto the floor. His action startled Lu Shuyu and at the same time made her even more furious. So you dare fight back now, do you, Lu Jiangli? Lu Jiangli raised his voice. You call this fighting back? I already told you it wasn't me, yet you insist on framing me. Am I supposed to just stand here and let you hit me? Lu Shuyu snapped. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Zixi is so obedient and kind, he's not like you. Lu Jiangli let out a cold laugh. With someone as outrageously biased as you, even if Lu Zixi served you his own filth on a plate, you'd still say it smells sweet, wouldn't you? Lu Jiangli, how can you talk to big sister like that? Lu Xinian shrieked. Where are your manners and upbringing? Do you know nothing of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Lu Jiangli, the eldest sister Lu Shuyu, shook her head, speaking through gritted teeth as though hating iron for not becoming steel. Search your conscience. Ever since you came into our Lu family, how many mistakes have you made? How much trouble have you caused? Have I ever beaten you for it? You kept targeting Zixi and I saw it all, but I never punished you for it. But this file is the most important one I have. For this collaboration I've pulled countless strings, called in so many favors and poured so much effort into it. And you destroyed it. Lu Jiangli, I truly can't stand you. Lu Shuyu moved as though to hit him again, but Lu Jiangli stepped aside out of her reach. Lu Shuyu, I'll warn you one last time, Lu Zixi did this, not me. Lu Jiangli said coldly. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I'll knock you flat. People like you, putting it nicely, you're biased, speaking bluntly, you're idiots. You ignore your own blood brother to dote on a fake one, what for? Hearing this, Lu Zixi burst into sobs. You're right, big sister. Brother Jiangli is right, you shouldn't treat me so well. Please let me go. I shouldn't be taking the love that should belong to Brother Jiangli. Watching Lu Zixi's pitiful act, Lu Jiangli could no longer bear the sight. He strode forward 2 steps and slapped Lu Zixi hard across the face. Smack. In the quiet room, the sudden sound was especially loud. Ah! Lu Jiangli, how can you hit Zixi? Lu Xinian let out a piercing scream and rushed forward to wrap her arms around Lu Zixi. You dare strike him right in front of us, what won't you do next? You're truly selfish and vicious. Just like that drunkard foster father of yours. Ugh, why did I even mention him, how unlucky. Lu Xinian spat out curses at Lu Jiangli with venom. Lu Shuyu was in a towering rage, nearly ready to tear Lu Jiangli apart with her bare hands. Lu Jiangli looked coldly at the 2 women on the verge of going mad and kept his mouth shut. He couldn't even be bothered to argue. Watching all of this, the 3rd sister Lu Qing decided he was like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Furious, she snapped, Lu Jiangli, you intentionally damaged someone else's property. Believe it or not, I'll sue you. I'll see you thrown in jail. In his previous life, every time Lu Jiangli was framed by Lu Zixi, Lu Qing as a lawyer would say exactly these words. Back then, Lu Jiangli never refuted her, only apologized over and over, begging his sisters for forgiveness. But now Reborn Lu Jiangli endured the searing pain in his body, lifted his head and met his 3rd sister's gaze directly. As one of the top lawyers in the field, don't you know that to convict someone you need sufficient evidence? You, Lu Qing, never expected Lu Jiangli to talk back to her and almost rushed over to slap him. But she was a lawyer, more rational even than the eldest sister. So she forced herself to hold back. Creak. The front door opened. Their father Lu Chang and mother Zhou Yan, having heard the news that the computer was destroyed, hurried back as well. The moment he stepped inside, Lu Chang began roaring, you unfilial brat. Day in and day out, can't you give your old man one moment of peace? That collaboration proposal was over a month of your eldest sister's hard work, are you trying to ruin her life? Cursing as he spoke, Lu Chang rushed forward to strike Lu Jiangli. Naturally, Lu Jiangli was unwilling to just take the beating. The 2 of them grappled with each other. Blazing with fury, Lu Chang shouted for his men. This is outright rebellion. Get in here. 2 tall burly bodyguards rushed in and grabbed Lu Jiangli, 1 on each side. Lu Chang immediately slapped Lu Jiangli hard across the face. The blow was so heavy that Lu Jiangli nearly lost his balance. His body swayed a few times, a stark red and white handprint blooming on his cheek. Fine, go on, hit me. Lu Jiangli burst into wild laughter. Best if you beat me to death. If you don't, sooner or later I'll be the one collecting your corpses. Unfilial wretch. Not only do you refuse to admit your mistake, you dare act like you're my father now. Lu Chang snarled. As expected, only my Zixi is clever and sensible. A self-destructive harmful thing like this only an idiot like you could do it. Unable to stomach it, Lu Chang suddenly kicked Lu Jiangli hard in the stomach. The bodyguards let go and Lu Jiangli crashed heavily to the floor. He didn't know exactly where he'd been kicked. All he felt was a rush of metallic sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. Startled and flustered, Lu Zixi grabbed at Lu Chang's sleeve, speaking in a trembling voice. Dad, big brother didn't mean to break big sister's computer. He only framed me because he's afraid of being punished. Please, I beg you, don't hit him anymore. You, Lu Chang sighed heavily. You child, you're always thinking of him. But him. When has he ever cared about your feelings? Lu Zixi shook his head, eyes brimming with tears. Dad, I'm the one who stole more than 10 years of love that should have belonged to big brother. I've wronged him. Even if he hits me or scolds me, I don't mind. Big brother. Lu Zixi looked at Lu Jiangli lying on the floor. Hurry up and apologize. If you apologize, Dad won't hit you anymore. Zhou Yan cried out in alarm and crouched down anxiously, saying, Jiangli, stop being so stubborn. Hurry up and apologize to your father, apologize to your sisters. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Lu Jiangli looked at his mother with an immeasurably distant icy gaze, this mother who doted on her foster son and never loved her own flesh and blood. He spoke word by word. It was not me. Why should I apologize to them? You. Lu Chang's anger surged, veins throbbing on his forehead. You caused such a huge mess and you still refuse to admit it. Just wait until I beat you to death. Lu Chang charged over, ready to strike Lu Jiangli. Zhou Yan quickly intervened, saying, forget it, he's already spitting blood, don't kill him. Lu Zixi desperately hugged Lu Chang's legs, crying as if she were about to faint. Daddy, don't hit my brother anymore, he didn't mean to. Lu Jiangli let out a cold grunt, countless expletives racing through his mind. Just look at this. This male green tea. How high is his level? He is truly suited for acting in ancient palace dramas. Damn it. Seeing that Lu Jiangli still wouldn't back down, Lu Chang angrily said, go back to your room and reflect properly, you're not allowed to eat dinner tonight. Eldest sister Lu Shuyu looked at their father, trembling with anger, and at Lu Jiangli, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth on the floor, sighing in frustration at the effort she had put in over the past month. Second sister Lu Xinian wore a look of disgust, wishing Lu Chang would just beat Lu Jiangli into a cripple. Third sister Lu Qing watched the scene with a cold expression, always feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint what. Lu Jiangli calmly surveyed everyone present, slowly bracing himself to rise from the ground. He didn't say a word. He limped towards his room. At this moment the living room was eerily quiet. Lu Jiangli returned to his room and slammed the door with a bang. Outside, Lu Xinian's sharp voice could be heard accusing, Dad, look at him, he's gone too far. Lu Jiangli, back in his room, endured the severe pain in his abdomen and tore 2 pieces of tissue from the table to clean the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sitting in his shabby room, Lu Jiangli began to contemplate the path he should take in the future. He could no longer stay in the Lu family. There was not a single person worth his while. His father, who had never been fond of him, his biased mother, the heartless and cunning male green tea, and a group of older sisters who had always looked down on him. In such a family, no matter how rich they were, what did it matter? It was all just a facade. Moreover, after 4 years in the Lu family, they were more concerned about how his presence might damage their reputation and had always publicly claimed he was the son of a gardener. Thus in this family, apart from their disdain and wariness towards him, he gained nothing. The fake young master Lu Zixi received a monthly allowance of 200,000, was chauffeured to and from school, and wore only international luxury brands. Even his backpack cost over 50,000. As for himself, he lived in the gardener's house, which contained only an iron bed and a desk with no wardrobe. The Lu family only gave him 500 yuan as a New Year's gift, and usually just enough for bus fare. There wasn't a single cent of pocket money. In his past life, he couldn't even bear to take the bus and always walked to school. The money he saved was used to buy small gifts to please his sisters. Looking at the meager 50 yuan in his worn backpack, Lu Jiangli felt a wave of sadness. Who would have thought that the biological son of a wealthy family would only have 50 yuan on him? Even a child from an ordinary family would surely have more than this. Recalling the tragic past life, Lu Jiangli felt so angry he wanted to slap himself. How could he have been so foolish, being a family dog for 4 years? In the end, what had he gained? Ha! All he got was drowning with no one to care. And now, wanting to leave, he had no money. However, he didn't even want to take the Lu family's money. He needed to find a way to earn some money himself to prepare for his departure. During dinner time, the Lu family gathered in the luxurious and grand dining room. Except for fourth sister Lu Xiaolin, who was away for training, Lu Jiangli was punished and not allowed to eat. Everyone else was present, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere filled with laughter that exuded the pride and happiness of a wealthy family. However, the newly budding happiness was abruptly shattered by a sudden voice. Dad, brother Jiangli shouldn't have meant to break eldest sister's computer. If you don't let him eat, won't that ruin his stomach? Should I go call him for dinner? Lu Jiangli was doing his homework in his room when he heard Lu Zixi's voice, exaggeratedly sweet. Lu Chang slammed the table and shouted sternly, "What are you yelling for? Let him starve. Ungrateful wretch. We the Lu family brought him back, fed him well, yet he doesn't do anything useful for the family, and every day he just causes trouble for me." Lu Zixi was startled by Lu Chang's sudden roar and quickly apologized in a soft voice. "Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." Seeing Lu Zixi's pitiful expression, Lu Chang softened, saying, "See, you're just too kind, which is why you're bullied by him everywhere. From now on, don't bother with him, just do what you need to do." Lu Zixi looked toward Lu Jiangli's room with a pained expression. In her gaze was filled with worry for Lu Jiangli. Eldest sister Lu Shuyu, second sister Lu Shinian, third sister Lu Chang, and fifth sister Lu Yueshu all looked at their younger brother Lu Zixi fondly, having grown up with him for 17 years. Although he was not their biological brother, he was kinder and more sensible than the real one. Lu Jiangli remained in his room, not coming out. Feeling a bit hungry, he prepared to go out to buy something to eat. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Zixi walking towards him with a porcelain plate which contained a leftover chicken leg from dinner. He was approaching with a strange look in his eyes. "Brother Jiangli," Lu Zixi called out loudly while walking, trying to deliberately attract the attention of the others. This was part of his scheme for the next bad idea. Lu Jiangli felt a pang of anxiety and quickly retreated into his room, locking the door. In his past life, there was an occasion when Lu Jiangli was punished, and Lu Zixi had intentionally taken the opportunity to deliver food to Lu Jiangli, breaking the plate himself and framing Lu Jiangli. He claimed he was being kind by bringing food, but Lu Jiangli didn't appreciate it and smashed his plate instead. This led to Lu Jiangli being punished again, while Lu Zixi earned the pitiful reputation of a brother who cared but was not favored. This time Lu Jiangli refused to give Lu Zixi a chance to perform and simply closed the door, wasting his trip. Before shutting the door, he even made a face. This infuriated Lu Zixi. Waiting for a few minutes without seeing Lu Jiangli come out, Lu Zixi's face turned cold. He snorted and stomped his foot, taking the plate back. Lu Jiangli sat in his room listening to the commotion outside, a smirk curling at his lips. Lu Zixi, oh Lu Zixi, in this lifetime I will leave the Lu family and completely sever ties with them. But before that I will also ruin your reputation, making everyone in the Lu family see your true colors. Of course, in my past life you took my life, so in this life I will have you pay with your life. Lu Jiangli stifled his hunger, preparing to go to bed and wait until tomorrow morning to buy something to eat before school. This was a villa area, rather remote, making it not easy to buy food. The next morning Lu Jiangli rose before 6 o'clock. After a hasty wash and brush up, he stepped out the door, slung his school bag over his shoulder, and walked 20 minutes from the villa district into the city's bustling streets. Villa districts are typically located on the outskirts, far from the urban center. Their chief virtue lies in tranquility and serene surroundings, their drawback necessitating a car to reach downtown. Yet for the affluent residents of such districts, driving poses no inconvenience. After all, nearly every household employs several chauffeurs. Even the faux-heir Lu Zixi is driven to and from school in luxury. Among the entire villa district, Lu Jiangli may well be the only young master who walks to school unescorted. Lu Jiangli, however, had long grown accustomed to it. He bought a 2-yuan steamed bun from a roadside vendor and ate it as he walked. After crossing 4 streets and 2 overpasses, he arrived at school just before 7:40. As he approached the school gate, he saw Lu Zixi alighting from a Rolls-Royce. His fifth sister Lu Yueshu stood beside him, speaking animatedly, though Jiangli could not catch her words. Their shared mirth was unmistakable. Wishing to avoid the sight, and thus the vexation, he deliberately took a wider detour. He intended to slip past unnoticed, yet the siblings, still deep in conversation, spotted him nonetheless. "Big brother Jiangli. Big brother Jiangli." Lu Zixi called out in an exaggeratedly sweet voice, feigning intimacy. Lu Jiangli recoiled inwardly. Ugh. Lu Jiangli gagged audibly and quickened his pace, nearly retching. It was utterly revolting. In his past life he had always believed Lu Zixi to be merely a spoiled child indulged by the entire family. Only later did he learn the truth. This man was cunning, venomous, and relentlessly targeted him, truly loathsome beyond measure. "Lu Jiangli." Enraged by his silence, fifth sister Lu Yueshu shouted after him. "Didn't you hear your younger brother addressing you? Are you deaf?" Ignoring her entirely, Lu Jiangli strode forward even faster. Lu Yueshu's handsome face flushed crimson as she cried out once more, "Lu Jiangli." A cold, sardonic smile flickered at Jiangli's lips as he accelerated further. "Oof. So they've spent years dreading exposure of my true identity, yet now the moment I ignore Lu Zixi their composure shatters. Have they truly abandoned that fear?" Fifth sister brother Jiangli must be feeling unwell, that's why he didn't respond. "Please don't be angry, you'll harm your health." Lu Zixi interjected with timely honeyed concern. Lu Yueshu's face burned scarlet, her chest rose and fell sharply. Were it not for the crowd gathered at the high school gate and the family's official refusal to acknowledge Lu Jiangli's status, she would have lunged forward to chastise this insolent country bumpkin on the spot. Instead, Lu Jiangli suddenly wheeled around and bellowed, "Shut your damn mouth." Then he strode through the main gate and down the corridor to his classroom, Class 23, Senior 3. So much time had passed since his last life that the place held no nostalgic familiarity. Yet the banners hanging on the classroom walls, 100 days to the Gaokao, instilled a palpable urgency. Diligence is the path up the mountain of books, endurance the vessel across the boundless sea of learning. Endure 10,000 zhangs of solitude, and every step beneath your feet shall become smooth road. On the day bitterness yields to sweetness, mountains, rivers, stars, and moon shall serve as your celebration. Lu Jiangli settled into his seat. Just as he placed his school bag into the desk compartment, his left hand brushed against something warm. He withdrew the object, a fruit pancake wrapped in greased paper, its aroma rich and irresistible. In his former life he'd found something like this in his desk each day. Only upon his death did he learn it had been Yi Yuyu, the quietest girl in his class, who delivered it daily, silently and steadfastly. Tragically, he'd passed those offerings on to Su Qinglu. When she refused to eat them, she divided them among her clique, making him unwittingly their free breakfast dispenser. Yi Yuyu had loved him secretly, yet the very next day after she'd mustered the courage to slip him a confession note, he was murdered by Lu Zixi. After death his soul drifted for a long while, long enough to witness Yi Yuyu rushing to him, weeping uncontrollably, her grief raw and unrelenting. Only then did he grasp the depth of her devotion. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she collapsed unconscious at his funeral. Thereafter she visited his grave regularly, offering quiet remembrance. The Lu family never came, not once. In all this vast world only his foster mother, his younger sister, and Yi Yuyu remembered him and truly cared. He'd never even thanked her. Fortunately, heaven showed him mercy, granting him rebirth. This time he would not let Yi Yuyu slip away. With no teacher yet present, Lu Jiangli turned and gazed toward the far corner of the classroom, where Yi Yuyu sat in the last row, her round thick-framed black glasses perched modestly on her nose. Just then she lifted her eyes, and their gazes met. Time itself seemed to freeze. Her cheeks flared crimson. She ducked her head, instantly fumbling awkwardly with her notebook as if pretending to write. Lu Jiangli rose, fruit pancake in hand, and walked to her side. Leaning down, he murmured softly, "Yi Yuyu, was this fruit pancake meant for me?" Her face reddened further. She shook her head vigorously like a child's spinning top. "No, I didn't, I'm not." He broke the pancake in half, handing her one portion while taking a delicate bite of his own. Then, voice low and sincere, "It's delicious. Thank you, Yi Yuyu. Thank you, my future wife. The woman I shall love with my whole life." At that moment the teacher entered. Lu Jiangli returned to his seat and listened with rapt attention throughout the entire lesson. In his past life his strong academic performance had drawn scorn from fifth sister Lu Yueshu, who mocked him. "You study so hard only to compete with Lu Zixi for favor. You're desperate to impress your parents, to stake your claim on the Lu family fortune." Young Jiangli had pleaded and apologized endlessly, then deliberately concealed his abilities. Eventually branded underperforming, he was relegated to an ordinary class during stream placement. Meanwhile Lu Zixi, excelling academically, became the crown jewel of the elite Qingbei class, the shining foil to the useless Lu Jiangli. This time Lu Jiangli would conceal nothing. He would study diligently, perform authentically, gain admission to the finest university, and live the fullest, most truthful life possible. At noon he skipped lunch at home, settling instead for a single loaf of bread purchased from the school convenience store. When school ended that afternoon, Lu Jiangli felt a hundredfold reluctance to return to the Lu residence, the very place that had eroded his spirit and hope. Yet he was penniless. With nowhere else to go, the Lu household remained his only refuge, for now. His foster family's home held no appeal either. His alcoholic foster father's volatile temper made him unwilling to burden his gentle foster mother and younger sister with his presence. He resolved to earn money first, enough to cover his living expenses, then leave the Lu family for good. But how? Suddenly it struck him, yes. Lu Jiangli originally had 50 yuan on him. This morning he bought a loaf of bread for 2 yuan, and at noon he bought another one for 2 yuan. Now he only has 46 yuan left. To make a fortune with just 46 yuan he would have to win the lottery overnight, otherwise even with a rebirth there would be no way out. In his past life Lu Jiangli had never studied the lottery, and the path of getting rich through buying lottery tickets was clearly not viable. As for other ways to make money, after Lu Jiangli died his soul wandered for quite a long time. How long, you ask? With a surge of resentment supporting him, it must have been about 11 years. He knew what businesses could make big money later on. However, without resources, even knowing how to make money was futile. Lu Jiangli planned to first go to the wholesale market to get some toys to sell in the park, aiming to earn his first sum of money. Once he had money he would leave the Lu family. Yes, that's the plan. Lu Jiangli left the school gate and took over an hour to walk to the Wanda wholesale market. The wholesale market closes at 10 at night, and when Lu Jiangli arrived it was bustling with activity. He wandered around the market and due to budget constraints bought 22 helium balloons priced at 2 yuan each. With the remaining 2 yuan he purchased an Ultraman mask to wear. The vendor included a pump and batteries. Lu Jiangli carried the helium balloons in a large black bag and headed to People's Park. At this time the park was brightly lit and bustling with noise. There were people out having fun everywhere. There were men and women specifically there to dance, parents strolling out after dinner with their children and countless kids bouncing around. Lu Jiangli casually found a spot to sit down using the pump to inflate the helium balloons and inserting the batteries. The 22 various styles of glowing helium balloons were being pulled by the string in his hands. They floated in the air, colorful and stunning. Lu Jiangli put on the Ultraman mask and began to walk around the park. He called out, "Ultraman is selling glowing balloons. Buy one balloon and you can take a photo with Ultraman." Soon a 5-year-old boy tugged on his mother's hand and approached saying in a sweet voice, "Ultraman, I want to buy a balloon." Lu Jiangli was thrilled. This was his first transaction of the day. He quickly responded in the gentlest voice, "Little brother, I am Ultraman. What kind of balloon do you want? A bunny, a chick, or perhaps an airplane?" The little boy pointed to a moon-shaped helium balloon and said, "Ultraman brother, I want this one, the moon is bright." "Okay, you're such a good boy." Lu Jiangli pulled the string of the moon-shaped helium balloon with one hand and handed it to the little boy. "How much is it?" asked the little boy's mother. Lu Jiangli replied with a smile, 10 yuan each. The little boy's mother paid and the deal was done. Duang duang. Lu Jiangli's first business was completed. With a cost of 2 yuan he made a profit of 8 yuan. Lu Jiangli continued to wander around, specifically staying in areas with many children. Another child came up to buy a helium balloon. He sold the 3rd, 4th and 5th balloons until 8:30 in the evening, selling a total of 20 helium balloons. With 2 remaining unsold as he prepared to head home, a couple passing by bought them for 16 yuan. As he walked back, Lu Jiangli calculated his earnings. He made 172 yuan today, a good start. Tomorrow night he would go get more helium balloons to sell in the park. Once he earned a bit more money he would engage in bigger business. On the way home, to prevent being framed by Lu Zixi again and possibly being punished by not being allowed to have dinner, Lu Jiangli secretly bought a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread to stash in his backpack. When he got home it was already past 10 and the lights in the Lu family's mansion were still on. As soon as Lu Jiangli entered he was met with a furious roar from Lu Chang. "Why are you back so late? Where have you been?" Zhou Yan said earnestly, "You child, have you no sense? Coming home late at night, do you wish to court death? Look at Zixi, she comes home right after school, how are you any different?" Second sister Lu Xinian mocked, "Where else could he go? Most likely to see his bizarre adoptive parents." Fifth sister Lu Yushu sneered, "Yeah, I heard his adoptive parents had a daughter recently who was already 4 years old. He really likes her, who knows if he secretly bought things to see that little sister." Lu Jiangli ignored them all, tugged at his backpack strap and walked past everyone into his room. Lu Chang was furious. This unfilial son has no manners at all. Zhou Yan also looked increasingly displeased with Lu Jiangli. At that moment Lu Zixi came out of her room pretending not to know what was happening. She anxiously asked, "Dad, Mom, is Jiangli brother still not back?" Lu Chang angrily replied, "Don't mention that unfilial son. Who is he putting on a long face for every day? It would have been better if he had just died outside." Zhou Yan sighed and gently stroked Lu Zixi's head, who was sitting beside her. "They are both children, why is it that this one seems more well-behaved and closer to her?" Lu Jiangli began to do his homework after putting down his backpack. After 11 o'clock, when everyone had gone to sleep, Lu Jiangli finally walked out of his room. He entered the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. Unfortunately, there was nothing to eat except cold rice. Lu Jiangli shook his head in self-mockery. Ha! What was he still expecting? How could the Lu family possibly leave food for him? Lu Jiangli returned to his room and ate the bread he had bought for precaution. He continued to do his homework. About 20 minutes later, a scream from fifth sister Lu Yushu broke the night's tranquility. "My wallet! My money!" The Lu family members came out one after another from their rooms, asking the pale-faced Lu Yushu, "Sure, why are you making a fuss in the middle of the night?" "What am I making a fuss about?" Lu Yushu exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, look at my wallet. I just came back from my sister's room and found my bag like this." Lu Yushu handed her wallet to Lu Chang. This was a global limited edition wallet she had spent a lot of effort to buy from abroad last week, worth 3 million yuan, a small pink bag. She used it to show off in front of her friends. At this moment, the beautiful bag had a large cut from a knife. Inside, the 1,000 yuan was also missing. Everyone was shocked to see the condition of the wallet. Who could do such a despicable thing? Lu Zixi pointed at the closed door of Lu Jiangli's room and said in a very soft voice, "Fifth sister, I just saw Jiangli brother go to the kitchen." "What? Lu Yushu angrily entered the kitchen and saw a small knife on the stove with some scraps of the wallet on it. You Lu Jiangli, just because I said a few words to you before you can't accept it, can you? Lu Yushu was furious seeing the knife on the table still covered with fragments of her torn bag. She turned and shouted at Lu Chang, Dad, look. Look. Lu Jiangli is really disgusting. Just because I said a few words to him before he's seeking revenge by secretly cutting my bag. Back then we might as well have let him rot in the slums and never brought him back. Since he returned, our home has never been at peace. Lu Chang said nothing, but his pale face revealed his internal rage. Zhou Yan sighed, already convinced that this was indeed Lu Jiangli's doing. She couldn't help but lament how could she have given birth to such a son. If they hadn't lost Lu Jiangli back then and had nurtured him by their side, he would definitely not be like this now. One could only lament the whims of fate. Lu Chang swung his hand and turned to Lu Jiangli's door, banging loudly on it. He shouted, Lu Jiangli, get out here. Lu Jiangli was deep in thought, calculating a math problem. Suddenly interrupted, he cursed inwardly, this group of people really has too many trivial matters to deal with every day. Impatient, he opened the door and saw a crowd blocking his doorway. Lu Yushu squeezed to the front, throwing the torn wallet onto Lu Jiangli's chest. Smack. The wallet hit Lu Jiangli's chest and fell to the ground with another smack. Lu Yushu pointed her finger at Lu Jiangli's nose and scolded, Lu Jiangli, have you gone mad? Why did you ruin my wallet? What grudge do you have against me? Lu Jiangli's expression instantly turned cold. In fact, when he heard Lu Chang shouting outside, his face had already soured. Lu Chang spoke sternly, you better explain to me clearly why you did this. Lu Jiangli did not respond to Lu Chang but stared directly at Lu Yushu, saying, on what basis do you think I cut your bag? Lu Yushu was already very angry, and now seeing Lu Jiangli looking at her with such a disdainful gaze, she felt completely disrespected as an older sister. This only made her angrier. She shouted, just now my brother Zixi saw you enter the kitchen with his own eyes and you still won't admit it. Oh, it turned out that Zixi had seen her when she went into the kitchen to eat. This disgusting man was trying to frame her again. Just because I went into the kitchen, does that mean I cut your bag? What kind of logic is that? Lu Jiangli stared straight at Lu Yushu. Seeing Lu Jiangli's disrespectful expression towards his sister, Lu Chang shouted, speak to your sister properly. Lu Yushu, extremely furious, retorted, who else could it be but you? Can my brother Zixi really be wrong about you? Ha! Lu Jiangli sneered, on what basis can't he wrong me? Since I came to the Lu family, how many times has he falsely accused me? Lu Jiangli pointed at Lu Zixi, who was hiding behind Lu Yushu and watching the situation with cold eyes, mocking Lu Zixi, just now I entered the kitchen to eat, and as soon as I put down my bowl and returned to my room, I saw you sneak into my fifth sister's room. Do you dare say that the bag of my fifth sister is not your doing? Lu Zixi panicked, looking pitiful. Brother Jiangli, I didn't go to the kitchen just now, I was in my room memorizing English words. Why do you have to say that about me? Lu Zixi, are you brave enough to call the police and have them check for fingerprints on the knife? You wouldn't dare, would you? You're talking nonsense. Lu Chang yelled at Lu Jiangli, Zixi is obedient and well-behaved, how could he do such a thing? Lu Yushu also mocked, please don't wrong my brother Zixi. Zixi and I have such a good relationship, how could he intentionally ruin my things? It must have been you. Will you not admit it? The eldest sister Lu Shuyu looked at Lu Jiangli impatiently, damaging the contract is obviously your problem. Your fifth sister just said a few words to you, do you need to retaliate like this? Second sister Lu Xinian sarcastically said, I say Lu Jiangli, instead of tearing up the bag, why not steal it and sell it using the money to support your alcoholic father in the slums? Third sister Lu Qing warned Lu Jiangli, please do not do this again in the future. I tell you, your behavior is illegal. If you don't change your ways, be careful that I send you to jail. Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin, a training institution teacher, spoke in an educational tone, Lu Jiangli, the most important thing in being a person is integrity. You need to change your bad habits from before. Seeing everyone speaking up for him, tears fell from Lu Zixi's eyes at the right moment. Wobble brother Jiangli, I know you hate me. I have occupied your affection for so many years and I am sorry to you, but you can't wrong me like this. If leaving can make you feel better, then I will go. I will pack my things and leave right now. Lu Zixi finished speaking and turned to go to his room to pack. Zhou Yan quickly grabbed Lu Zixi and said with concern, son, mommy knows it's not your fault. Don't leave. What will I do if you go? Lu Chang saw Lu Zixi like this, furious beyond measure, and slapped Lu Jiangli across the face. Smack! A red and white handprint appeared on Lu Jiangli's face. Lu Jiangli was enraged. For the second time. This was already the second time he had been hit since his rebirth. He had originally planned to wait until he earned money to leave the Lu family. But now he didn't want to stay for another second. This group of so-called relatives was completely unreliable. Neither in his past life nor this life could he expect any change from them. Since that is the case, then let's leave now. Depart from here, and from now on I will have no connection with this place whatsoever. Lu Chang was still shouting at Lu Jiangli. What kind of expression is that? You don't accept discipline, do you? Your brother's health is poor, can't you give him a break? You did something wrong. Your fifth sister only said a few words to you and you hold such a grudge. Where is your politeness? Where is your upbringing? Has it all been eaten by dogs? Enough. Lu Jiangli suddenly exploded in anger. Stop talking. Since you all don't believe me and show such obvious favoritism towards Lu Zixi, then I will leave, is that all right? Lu Jiangli, furious, took out the parental relationship termination agreement that he had written down the night he was reborn in triplicate and handed it directly to Lu Chang. I don't want to stay with the Lu family for even a second. Sign this agreement and sever ties. From now on I, Lu Jiangli, am no longer a child of the Lu family. Everything related to the Lu family has nothing to do with me, and of course anything I do outside has nothing to do with the Lu family. What did you say? Lu Zhangli's words fell like a heavy stone, sinking into Lu Chang's heart and the hearts of everyone present. Lu Chang looked at Lu Jiangli in disbelief. Rebellious child, do you know what you are saying? Lu Jiangli scanned the people around him and spoke loudly with unwavering determination. I, Lu Jiangli, voluntarily sever ties with the Lu family. From now on we will live as strangers. Pausing for a moment, Lu Jiangli continued, third sister, I know you will say this agreement is invalid, but I, Lu Jiangli, voluntarily give up all inheritance rights to the Lu family's property and completely sever ties with you. I believe you should agree to such an agreement, right? Lu Zhangli's words shocked everyone present, especially Lu Chang, who turned pale with rage and raised his hand as if to strike Lu Jiangli. At the moment Lu Chang's slap was about to fall, Lu Jiangli swiftly blocked it. He coldly said, Mr. Lu, Ms. Zhou, please sign the agreement. Lu Chang trembled as he opened the severance agreement in his hands. Written in black and white on the document was, I, Lu Jiangli, with ID number XXXXX, voluntarily sever the parent-child relationship with Mr. Lu Chang and Ms. Zhou Yan, and willingly give up my inheritance rights regarding the Lu family's property. This agreement is made in triplicate and comes into effect from the date of signing. Lu Chang was so furious that he wanted to tear up the agreement, but Lu Jiangli coldly laughed. What's wrong? Don't dare to sign. If you don't dare to sign, then just kick the adopted son Lu Zixi out of the house, otherwise in this family it's either me or him. Lu Zhangli's mention of Lu Zixi left everyone stunned by the motive behind this agreement. Upon mentioning Lu Zixi, everyone suddenly understood that Lu Jiangli was truly detestable, wanting to use this method to drive away his younger brother. Why target Lu Zixi, who was so good and obedient? Lu Chang's blood pressure surged and he sternly said, rebellious child, if you want to sever ties then do it, but don't regret it. Lu Jiangli raised his voice. Ha! Regret? Hurry up and sign, Mr. Lu, don't waste each other's time. Lu Zixi, seeing that Lu Jiangli was serious, worried that his family might disagree with the severance, quickly intervened. Brother Jiangli, don't go. If anyone should leave, it's me. Indeed, with Lu Zixi's timely assistance, Lu Chang, with a darkened face, signed his name on the severance agreement. Mr. Lu, the agreement is in triplicate, so you need to sign 3 copies, Lu Jiangli reminded Lu Chang. Lu Chang, in a fit of rage, replied, you. Fine, I've signed, but don't you dare regret it. After saying this, Lu Chang strode into the living room and placed all 3 copies of the agreement on the coffee table. He quickly signed his name on the agreements. It's your turn, Ms. Zhou. Lu Chang turned to face his biased mother. Zhou Yan didn't want to sign the agreement after all, no matter what. Lu Jiangli was her biological child. Zhou Yan turned to persuade Lu Jiangli. Jiangli, quickly apologize to your 5th sister and your father. Don't be foolish. Suddenly Lu Zixi began to cry beside them. Brother Jiangli, please don't make dad and the sisters angry anymore. It's all my fault for being in this family. It's my fault for taking everything from you. I'm sorry, brother Jiangli, perhaps I should leave. I truly don't want to make things difficult for you. Lu Jiangli coldly replied, then hurry up and leave. Stop lingering here pretending to be so concerned. Are you refusing to leave? Lu Zixi, in a fit of anger, rushed into his room, hastily packing his clothes and dragging his suitcase out. Zhou Yan was taken aback, grabbing Lu Zixi's hand and tearfully saying, Zixi, don't go, you silly child. What will mom do if you leave? What about dad? What about the sisters? Several sisters echoed, what are you trying to do, Zixi? They turned their anger on Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli, can't you stop pressuring your younger brother? Zixi is not well, do you really want to make him sick? Lu Zixi coughed a few times in a very timely manner. His attitude seemed resolute and he glanced pale at his sisters and mother. Finally he focused his gaze on Lu Jiangli. Brother Jiangli, I hope that after I leave this family you will take good care of mom and the sisters. I entrust you with this, Zixi. Lu Zixi deeply bowed to Lu Jiangli, then dragged his heavy suitcase and walked out. The family panicked, constantly blaming Lu Jiangli while rushing to stop Lu Zixi. Zhou Yan cried loudly. Lu Jiangli, do you really want to drive your brother to death before you are satisfied? Several sisters also scolded Lu Jiangli. Zixi, don't go. Why should it be you who leaves? If anyone should go, it should be Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli, you are going too far. Zixi has lived with us for so long, he is our biological brother. If you want to leave, then hurry up and go, don't hinder us here. Zhou Yan initially did not plan to sign the severance agreement, but since Lu Zixi was so determined to leave, she had no choice but to sign her name on the agreement. Lu Jiangli also had his third sister Lu Qing, who was a lawyer, sign her name on the agreement as a witness to the severance. With the agreement in hand, Lu Jiangli returned to his room. He packed his only set of clothes into his backpack. As he was leaving, Zhou Yan felt a bit reluctant and called out to him, Jiangli, don't be so willful. Lu Jiangli did not turn back. A trace of helplessness and bitterness curved his lips. When an adopted son wants to leave, you hold on tightly and cry desperately. But when your biological son is leaving, all you say is, don't be willful. Where is your love? It couldn't be more obvious. Oh well, oh well. If the familial affection that shouldn't be expected is no longer to be desired, why hope for it? Given how tragic my ending was in the last life, must the same story repeat itself? It's better to sever ties. From now on, let the mountains be high and the waters be distant, living alone. No need to deliberately please anyone, no need to care about anyone's feelings. Unbelonging familial affection is like sand slipping through your fingers. It's better not to have it. Lu Jiangli, with his backpack on his back, resolutely walked out of the Lu family's mansion. At that moment, the sky suddenly opened up with a torrential downpour. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Jiangli held his backpack upside down, stepping into the heavy rain. Instantly he was drenched from head to toe. Inside the Lu family's mansion, Lu Chang sat on the sofa with a dark face, still cursing, rebellious child. Zhou Yan held Lu Zixi in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Second sister Lu Xinian sarcastically remarked, how childish, what does severing ties even mean? Let him go out and try. After a few days without food or drink, he will naturally come running back. Lu Yueyu also coldly said, exactly, he just wants to draw our attention. Just wait, in a few days he will definitely come back. Everyone knows his nature. Eldest sister Lu Shuyu said nothing. Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin shook her head and said childish, then returned to her room. Lu Jiangli walked step by step out of the villa area in the pouring rain. The rain fell incessantly, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder. Lu Jiangli walked forward with determination. This departure was a farewell to his past life and a promise to his present one. 4 years ago, the 13-year-old boy arrived at this villa with great joy, eager to embrace the family love he had long awaited. Yearning for his family's affection, he looked forward to the warmth of kinship. However, over the 4 years, the boy's eyes lost their sparkle. In this hellish villa, he had not received even an ounce of love from his family. What he received instead were countless suspicions, beatings, and psychological manipulation. Ultimately, on his birthday, he lost his life at the hands of the fake young master Lu Zixi. Since heaven has granted him a chance to live again, this time Lu Jiangli would never be as humble as he was in his past life. He would live well, find opportunities to take revenge on Lu Zixi, and show the Lu family that he could still live a splendid life without them. At midnight, outside a small hotel near the train station, Lu Jiangli stood there drenched. He spent 35 yuan to stay in a filthy, disorderly hotel. Although the environment was poor and the sheets looked dirty, at least there was a place to shower and a hairdryer. Lu Jiangli took a shower, dried his hair, and changed into a clean set of clothes. He cleaned his wet clothes, wrung out the water by hand, and dried them with the hairdryer. He didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. Lying in bed, Lu Jiangli began to plan what he needed to do in the near future. 1. First, earn money to maintain his living expenses during this time. 2. Make the most of the last 3 months to study hard and get into a good university. 3. After the college entrance examination, find an opportunity to take revenge on Lu Zixi. The next day was Saturday, and Lu Jiangli got up early, sitting in the hotel and constantly doing practice problems. After 5 in the afternoon, Lu Jiangli extended his stay at the hotel for another day, then went to Wanda Wholesale Market to buy some glow-in-the-dark balloons to sell in the park. Yesterday he earned 172 yuan. After deducting the cost of bread and water as well as the 70 yuan for staying at the hotel last night and tonight, Lu Jiangli had 97 yuan left. Lu Jiangli used all 97 yuan to wholesale glow-in-the-dark balloons, totaling 48 pieces. That night People's Park was bustling with activity. Lu Jiangli inflated the glow-in-the-dark balloons, holding them in his hands, walking around calling out to sell them. At that moment he heard melodious music and saw a crowd gathered tightly around a spot. He squeezed into the crowd with his balloons and saw a man and a woman singing in the center. Beside them was a basin. Those who thought they sang well would put a few coins into their basin. At that time it was 2013 and live singing broadcasts had not yet emerged. Lu Jiangli thought to himself that when Douyin live streaming became popular in 2016 he would definitely be among the first batch of people singing and selling goods. However, that was 3 years away. Lu Jiangli stood in the crowd listening carefully to their singing. To be honest, for non-professionals they might think it was decent. But for Lu Jiangli, who was highly skilled in music, their singing was actually not that great. He had been musically talented since childhood with a particularly beautiful voice. Due to his family's circumstances while living in a slum, he had always taught himself to sing or learn music theory from video bloggers. Over time he even became proficient at playing the guitar. He had won first place in various music competitions throughout his childhood. When he arrived at the Lu family he thought that with their wealth he would surely fulfill his musical dream, but little did he know that they did not take him seriously at all. Thus Lu Jiangli's later understanding of music was learned secretly while the family music teacher tutored Lu Zixi. It was a case of stealing knowledge, but his comprehension level was genuinely high. Even his second sister Lu Shinian, who was a big star, found his singing impressive after accidentally hearing him. However, Lu Shinian always held a prejudice against him and had never praised him. On the other hand, Lu Zixi was musically inept and constantly targeted Lu Jiangli in various ways, forcing him to hide his talents and bury his musical dreams deep within. Hearing the two singers in the park, Lu Jiangli's inner musical dream was awakened and every cell in his body was dancing to the rhythm, yearning to sing wildly. Suddenly a bold thought emerged in his mind: since he sang so well, why not follow their example, singing to earn money? Singing in the park could fulfill his musical dream and earn some money for living expenses and future university costs. It was a win-win situation, so why not? However, when Lu Jiangli thought of his empty wallet he felt a bit sad. To sing he needed good sound equipment and had to earn enough money to buy a speaker first. Alas, he decided to be practical and sell balloons first. Just as he stepped out of the crowd, a girl came over to buy a balloon. "Hey handsome, how much is this?" 10 yuan. "Okay, I'll buy 2. "Sure." Lu Jiangli sold 2 balloons at once, marking the start of his business for the night. Because there were singers here, there were many more people than in other places. Lu Jiangli decided to stay put and watch for business. Sure enough, with so many people, business was good. Lu Jiangli arrived at the park at around 6:40 and sold all his balloons within less than 2 hours until 8:30. From 48 balloons Lu Jiangli earned 480 yuan. Back at the small hotel he didn't waste a minute, quickly nibbling on a piece of bread before diving into intense study preparation. The next morning Lu Jiangli continued staying at the small hotel. The phone he used was one that his adoptive mother bought for him with most of her savings, just to make it easier to contact him after she brought him home. The phone cost over 1,000 yuan and had been used for 4 years now, running very slowly. Looking at the old yet precious phone in his hand, Lu Jiangli felt quite pressured. It seemed that to start live streaming and earning money he needed to buy sound equipment as well as a new phone. After doing practice problems all morning, Lu Jiangli went out for a bowl of noodles at noon. After several days of eating bread he could no longer tolerate it. After finishing a large bowl of noodles, Lu Jiangli finally felt his spirit returning a bit. Coming out of the noodle shop, looking at the dim sky outside, Lu Jiangli recalled the day he was taken away from his adoptive parents' home. It seemed to be a similar gloomy day. Back then he naively thought he would find a warm home and enjoy the love of family. Little did he know it would lead to an irreversible fate. Suddenly he wanted to go back and see how his adoptive mother and sister were doing. The year he was taken by the Lu family, his adoptive mother gave birth to a sister. Over the years Lu Jiangli had visited many times, but in the last 6 months, due to Lu Zixi frequently accusing him of stealing things from the Lu family to support his adoptive parents, he had avoided visiting. Now that he had left the Lu family he could finally visit them openly. As Lu Jiangli thought this, he unconsciously started walking. He took the No. 3 bus and rode for over 20 minutes, getting off at the roadside in the suburbs. His adoptive parents' home was one of the low, dilapidated houses by the roadside. This area was home to migrant workers, garbage pickers, recyclers and cleaners. It was very poor and dilapidated. Thus every time the Lu family spoke of this place they would describe it as a disgusting slum. Lu Jiangli stopped in front of a shabby brick house. Just as he was about to knock on the door he heard his adoptive father Yang Mingxuan roaring from inside. He lowered his hand that was raised. "He Lian, if it weren't for you raising that little brat would I have fallen to this state today? You should speak with evidence. What does that child have to do with you?" "What does he have to do with me? I fed him and housed him for 13 years for free, and when the Lu family took him back he didn't even think to steal some money from them for me. Truly a heartless little wretch. That child lives in fear at the Lu family. You don't even sympathize with him and you expect him to steal money for you. What would he do for you? Provide you with gambling funds. You bastard. If you dare to contradict me again I'll make sure to beat you to death. Don't curse my mother. Don't curse my mother. What are you shouting about? Get the hell away from me. If you keep shouting you'll curse you too. Mom, I'm scared. Lu Jiangli stood at the door listening to Yang Mingquan's filthy curses from inside. His adoptive mother He Lian had been insulted by Yang Mingquan many times because of her own issues. Even his 4-year-old sister often bore the brunt. At that moment Lu Jiangli really wanted to burst through the door and loudly warn his adoptive father Yang Mingquan, please don't hit or curse my mom and my sister anymore. Otherwise you'll pay for it. But after thinking for a moment he turned around and left. What identity would he have to go in now? What face would he have to enter? If he barged in recklessly it would only exacerbate their family conflict. Yang Mingquan was right. He was indeed a white-eyed wolf. When he was taken away by the Lu family, Yang Mingquan would boast to everyone that his adopted son was a wealthy heir and he would live a good life from then on. It was bound to be endless riches. At that time money for gambling would be abundant. His gambling friends were envious, always following him around, flattering him. Some even treated him to meals just to get his money. However, over the years Lu Jiangli had never allowed him to live a single good day. Even the number of times he returned home to visit could be counted on one hand. Each time he would only bring a little something, not a single cent in cash. Before Lu Jiangli was claimed by the Lu family, though Yang Mingquan had a bad temper, he still cared for him. But once Lu Jiangli returned to the Lu family, Yang Mingquan felt that he had lost his beloved son. His mood plummeted, even going to great lengths to prevent Lu Jiangli from returning. Later, when Lu Jiangli went back to the Lu family, Yang Mingquan suddenly changed his attitude. He became excessively accommodating towards Lu Jiangli, preparing various delicious foods every time Lu Jiangli came back to visit. He even hinted that Lu Jiangli should go to the Lu family to get some money to use as gambling funds to show off in front of his gambling friends. However, when he learned that Lu Jiangli was not treated well in the Lu family, Yang Mingquan reverted to his previous disdainful attitude. Whenever Lu Jiangli returned to visit, Yang Mingquan would mock him. You have no prospects at all, your own son can't compete with an adopted son, why don't you beat him? It's all your fault. Lu Jiangli stood at the doorway of his adoptive parents' brick house for 5 or 6 minutes. He still decided to turn and leave, not wanting to cause trouble for his adoptive mother and sister with his arrival. Because at this moment he could hardly protect himself, let alone help them. Unexpectedly, as Lu Jiangli turned, he accidentally kicked a broken pot by the door. Clang! The sound startled several people inside. His 4-year-old sister Yang Duoduo was the first to rush out, running over to grab Lu Jiangli's hand excitedly. She shouted joyfully, "Brother! Brother is back!" He Lian, hearing that Lu Jiangli had returned, hurried out to see. Seeing Lu Jiangli standing at the door looking tired, her heart sank and she took a few steps forward. Concerned, she asked Jiangli, "How did you come here? Were you mistreated by the Lu family?" Lu Jiangli shook his head, pretending to be indifferent, and smiled, "Mom, I'm fine. I just missed you all and came to see you." Yang Mingquan, still grumbling inside, suddenly rushed out when he heard Lu Jiangli had arrived, shouting loudly, "What are you back for? Get lost!" Yang Mingquan raised his voice, "Heartless little brat. Is it because the Lu family doesn't want you anymore that you want to come back here for free food and shelter? Get out, get out. There's no place for you here." Lu Jiangli ignored Yang Mingquan. He had heard such words 1,000 times and had long gotten used to them. "Oh, ignoring me now, huh? You've gone too far. You say your own son can't compete with an adopted one, you haven't learned any of my Yang Mingquan's abilities at all. Useless fool." Lu Jiangli shot back, "What business is it of yours?" Yang Mingquan was enraged by Lu Jiangli's attitude and turned around to grab a broom. He prepared to hit Lu Jiangli. At 17, Lu Jiangli was exceptionally handsome and tall, standing at 1.8 meters, but living poorly in the Lu family didn't change that. However, due to a lack of proper nutrition, he was relatively thin. Just as Yang Mingquan swung the broom down, Lu Jiangli raised his hand and seized it. Yang Mingquan pulled hard, shouting, "You! Have you gone too far?" He Lian quickly rushed over to intervene when she saw the two of them clashing. "Old Yang, he's still just a child," she urged Lu Jiangli. "Jiangli, your dad is drunk, don't take it too seriously with him." Lu Jiangli held tightly onto the broom, wrestling with his thoughts for half a minute. If he were to live again, he would never be as cowardly as before. If he wanted to take down Yang Mingquan, it would be a matter of minutes. But he couldn't do that. Because of his adoptive mother He Lian and his sister Yang Duoduo. "What? You still want to hit me?" Yang Mingquan was infuriated and reached out to snatch the broom. Lu Jiangli pushed the broom back hard, causing Yang Mingquan to fall to the ground. "You drunkard, I warn you, if you dare to bully my mom and Duoduo again, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp." Yang Mingquan fell and clutched his backside, cursing Lu Jiangli as a white-eyed wolf. Lu Jiangli really wanted to take his adoptive mother and sister away. But now, having just come from the Lu family, he had no extra money and couldn't even protect himself. He could only wait until he earned money before coming back to get them. In his past life, his adoptive mother passed away after he left due to illness. His sister Yang Duodua was sold by human traffickers, had her eyes gouged out and her hands broken to beg. Lu Jiangli vowed that in this life he would protect them well. Mom Duodua, I'm leaving now. Lu Jiangli said goodbye to his adoptive mother and sister, turning to leave. As he walked away, he secretly stuffed 50 yuan into Yang Duoduo's pocket. After 5 p.m. Lu Jiangli took hydrogen balloons to sell at the People's Park. Besides hydrogen balloons, he also had some other toys like glowing hairpins, rabbit ears, golden rods and swords. He even bought a set of Ultraman clothes to wear. At 6:30 p.m. Ultraman Lu Jiangli arrived at the People's Park. He stopped at the place where the two singers had sung yesterday, and they were back today as well. With the Ultraman outfit he attracted a lot of children. That night Lu Jiangli sold quite a few items. When he returned to the hotel and counted, he had earned a total of 1321 yuan. Since he started his stall he had made money for 3 consecutive nights. It was quite a good start. The Lu family's mansion. It has been exactly 2 days since Lu Jiang severed ties and left home. During dinner his mother Zhou Yan sighed while eating. The fake young master Lu Zixi diligently served her dishes, sweetly calling her mama from the left and mama from the right. Lu Chang usually took the opportunity of the family gathering during meals to discuss matters in the business world or family rules. However, today he ate in silence, a dark expression on his face. His elder sister Lu Shuyu and third sister Lu Qingwan is the company president and the other a lawyer, naturally had more sober personalities. They usually spoke little, and in this oppressive atmosphere there was even less to say. Meanwhile, the arrogant second sister Lu Shinian and the talkative fifth sister Lu Yueshu chattered incessantly. Lu Shinian advised Zhou Yan, "Mom, you don't need to sigh. Didn't he make a fuss about severing ties and leaving home? Then let him starve out there for a few days, let's see if he still dares to misbehave." Lu Yueshu smacked her lips, saying, "Second sister, you're mistaken, he won't starve. I say he must have returned to the slums by now, that's where his roots are." The slums. Ha ha. Would his alcoholic adoptive father let him go back? He might just get beaten to death. Not necessarily, considering our Lu family has been robbed multiple times. He might steal something from us to present to his alcoholic adoptive father, and that guy would be delighted. Lu Zixi interjected earnestly. Second sister, fifth sister, brother Jiangli didn't mean to steal, it was all his adoptive father's coercion. I just feel that brother Jiangli is quite pitiful. Lu Xinian exclaimed, "Pitiful? Just because he's pitiful doesn't mean he should steal from others. What kind of reasoning is that? Someone like him deserves to live in the slums for life. He shouldn't forget his surname and betray his own family." Lu Yueshu rolled her eyes and said impatiently, all right, why are we bringing him up? It's a nice meal and now I have no appetite." Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin was busy on the phone, not talking with everyone. Lu Chang slammed the table, his face dark. "Just eat, why are you all talking nonsense?" Everyone lowered their heads to eat, seeing Lu Chang get angry. Lu Jiangli woke up in a shabby hotel. Today is Sunday, but he still got up before 6:30. He went downstairs first to buy 2 steamed buns, a cup of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. He took them back to the hotel to eat. After eating he began to practice questions. Lu Jiangli had always performed well academically. In the past, to spare Lu Zixi's feelings, who had poorer grades, he often concealed his true performance. During each exam he would intentionally leave 1 or 2 major questions unanswered, fearing that if his grades were too good his sisters would accuse him of not being considerate of his younger brother, claiming he was trying to win favor. But now Lu Jiangli no longer cared. He would take the exam with his true grades as they were. In fact, his current performance would easily allow him to enter the best school in Magic City, Qingbei University. However, having been reborn, it was still wise to be cautious. He needed to practice more questions to ensure he could enter Qingbei University with 100% certainty. At noon Lu Jiangli went to the wholesale market. Today is Sunday and there are more people out for leisure. He planned to start selling in the afternoon and return in the evening to see if he could earn some extra money. Lu Jiangli took a bunch of toys and some glowing hydrogen balloons. He made over 1,000 yuan yesterday, keeping 200 for living expenses and using the rest to stock up. Once he earned a bit more he would buy equipment for singing. Lu Jiangli still set up his stall in the park. Unfortunately, while there were many people out during the day, not many were buying. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that Lu Jiangli sold 300 yuan worth of items. As the sky darkened, sales for the glowing hydrogen balloons and toys started to pick up. However, today, because that pair of singers did not come to perform, Lu Jiangli's business was greatly affected. By the time he returned to the hotel past 10 at night he had only earned 700 yuan. I only earned 700 over the weekend. The money I make from Monday to Friday will surely be even less. In the shabby hotel, Lu Jiangli looked at the money in his hand, his brows tightly knitted. It's hard to make a lot of money just by selling at stalls. Once I earn enough for living expenses I need to think of other ways to make big money. Lu Jiangli lay on the bed reflecting on the past 10 years before his rebirth, wondering if there were any good opportunities. excluding winning the lottery. It is now 2013 and he never studied the lottery in his previous life, so even if he bought a ticket this time he wouldn't win. Apps like Meituan and Douyin are beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him to develop. To obtain more startup capital, currently there are only two paths. One is to continue selling at stalls, accumulating little by little. The second is to buy stocks. In his previous life, to please his fifth sister Lu Zixi, who loved buying stocks, Lu Jiangli would sit at home every day studying stocks, helping her analyze which stocks would profit. Unfortunately, he was too foolish, always helping Lu Zixi buy stocks but never buying any for himself. To open a stock account, one must be at least 18 years old. Lu Jiangli muttered to himself, "Fortunately, I will turn 18 in a month." Lu Jiangli decided to continue selling at stalls for now and wait until after his 18th birthday. The next morning, Lu Jiangli went to school early. Since he had some spare money, he didn't continue walking to school but instead took the number 3 bus. Taking the bus was much faster than walking. This way he could save a bit more time for studying. In the classroom, as soon as Lu Jiangli sat down, he felt a warm breakfast in his hands. Lu Jiangli turned to look at Yi Yuyu, who was sitting in the back row. Yi Yuyu had been looking up at him, but upon receiving his glance she immediately lowered her head. Lu Jiangli smiled. This little fool. He took out a bunny headband he had sold at his stall from his backpack, stood up from his seat and walked to Yi Yuyu. As several classmates in the classroom were busy reciting and not paying attention, he secretly placed the headband in her palm. In a voice only the two could hear, he said, "I'll wait for you by the school gate after class at noon." Lu Jiangli walked ahead, leaving the teaching building, while the cute Yi Yuyu slowly emerged from the classroom. The day students formed a line toward the school gate, heading home for lunch and a nap. The boarding students hurried to the cafeteria. Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu were both day students, and the school gate was beside the northwest corner of the soccer field. Lu Jiangli stood here waiting for Yi Yuyu, watching her slowly approach through the crowd. A petite and adorable girl with an apple-shaped face, fair skin, and a small plump mouth. She was indeed beautiful, but always dressed in a school uniform and wearing thick glasses that nearly obscured half her face, making her unremarkable in the crowd. Moreover, in the past, Lu Jiangli had been solely focused on pleasing the Lu family, and Su Qinglu unable to tolerate any other girl in his eyes. Speaking of Su Qinglu, a cold light flashed in Lu Jiangli's eyes. She was merely a girl who flattered others to gain favor. What did it matter that she was beautiful and the school belle? Initially, due to her various hints and flirtations, he mistakenly believed she liked him. Thus he weathered storms for her, doing things that ordinary people wouldn't. He found it difficult to live in the Lu household, yet bought her breakfast daily, knowing that with his limited funds buying her breakfast meant he would go hungry. This hunger lasted for 2.5 years without interruption. However, she was wooed away by Lu Zixi, who showered her with branded handbags and took her to various upscale restaurants. Under the assault of money, she resolutely threw herself into Lu Zixi's embrace, yet still kept him hanging privately, maintaining a vague flirtation. Lu Jiangli thought she liked him. Looking back now, he realized he was merely a fish in her pond. In his past life, after Lu Zixi caused his death, she never even looked at him once. It was pitiful to think about. A devoted admirer who ended up with nothing. Since he was reborn in this life, he wouldn't walk the same path again. No more flattery for family and no more flattery in love. While Lu Jiangli was lost in thought, Yi Yuyu had already approached. A crisp yet slightly shy voice rang out, Lu Jiangli, what do you want me to do?" "Come on, I'll take you to eat at a buffet," Lu Jiangli said softly. Yi Yuyu glanced up at him and, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, felt her face flush again for some reason. Lu Jiangli's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling an urge to laugh. How had he not noticed how adorable Yi Yuyu was in his past life? The two walked side by side out of the school gate, ready to turn left toward the fast food restaurant. A familiar figure appeared before Lu Jiangli. Tall and fair-skinned, it was no wonder she was named the school belle. She indeed had a certain beauty. Lu Jiangli frowned. "Lu Jiangli, where are you going? Why haven't you come to see me for so many days?" The person was none other than Su Qinglu, whom Lu Jiangli despised. Seeing Lu Jiangli silent, Su Qinglu became somewhat displeased. "Hey Lu Jiangli, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear?" Lu Jiangli recalled that before his rebirth he would seek Su Qinglu out every day. In the morning he would send her a good morning and in the evening a good night. Even though she never acknowledged him while with Lu Zixi, she repeatedly humiliated him behind his back, saying he was her devoted admirer. At her command he would go east without daring to go west. 5 days had passed since his rebirth and he hadn't sent her a message or sought her out. Now he couldn't sit still. "Are you talking to me?" Lu Jiangli replied coldly, looking at Su Qinglu's disgusting face, and sneered, "Excuse me, do we know each other?" "Su Qinglu, let's go Yuyu." Lu Jiangli ignored Su Qinglu's confused and hurt expression, taking Yi Yuyu's hand and walking forward. Yi Yuyu lightly struggled a few times but couldn't break free. She simply allowed him to pull her along. Behind them Su Qingla's furious voice echoed, Lu Jiangli, I gave you a chance, this is self-inflicted. I won't pay you any attention from now on. Lu Jiangli chose to automatically block out Su Qingla's voice. Upon reaching the fast food restaurant he paid and took a tray for each of them. With a meal costing 8 yuan they felt full and satisfied. The two exited the fast food restaurant and Lu Jiangli asked Yi Yuyu, will you get scolded for not going back for lunch today? Yi Yuyu shook her head. Then Lu Jiangli invited her, let's go sit at the soccer field. Yi Yuyu nodded. When she was with Lu Jiangli her face would alternate between being fair and rosy. Whenever Lu Jiangli glanced at her she felt shy. At the soccer field they sat side by side on the stone steps. Yi Yuyu gathered her courage to ask Lu Jiangli, why did you invite me to dinner? Lu Jiangli lightly tapped her fair forehead with his index finger and teased, silly girl, can't I treat you to dinner after you buy me breakfast? Yi Yuyu looked as if she somewhat understood and cutely replied with an "oh." The conversation fell silent. The midday sun was somewhat harsh and the gentle breeze brought a hint of warmth. Next to where Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu sat there was a tall pine tree. Because of the tree's height their bodies were shrouded in light and shadow. Lu Jiangli looked through the dappled light and shadow at the figures running on the soccer field. Youth is so interesting, even in temperatures exceeding 30 degrees there were still groups of people running and playing soccer. Yi Yuyu Lu Jiangli turned his face to look at the cute girl who was a head shorter than him. From now on you don't have to bring me breakfast anymore. Ha! Yi Yuyu's expression dimmed as she processed his words, thinking her idol was rejecting her. However, Lu Jiangli suddenly smiled. With only 3 months until the college entrance exam, focus on studying and he'll bring you breakfast in college. Yi Yuyu, what does that mean? Lu Jiangli looked at her thick glasses which obscured half her face. He naturally reached out and removed the glasses from her face. Yi Yuyu appeared somewhat flustered. Without her glasses Lu Jiangli could carefully examine the face before him. In his past life she had cried and smudged her makeup at his grave more than once. Lu Jiangli wanted to take a close look at how this adorable girl's face looked without glasses. Her face was delicate, fair and somewhat plump. This was the Yi Yuyu of high school. After growing up Yi Yuyu's round face had transformed into an oval shape, her figure tall and curvy. She was truly beautiful. Especially her pair of large eyes which sparkled. Unfortunately, because of Lu Jiangli's untimely departure those beautiful eyes slowly lost their luster. Seeing Lu Jiangli staring at her face without moving, Yi Yuyu felt a bit flustered and softly asked, Ddo, I have something on my face. Lu Jiangli said with a smile, there's a caterpillar on your face, let me catch it for you. Ah. A caterpillar. Yi Yuyu was terrified. In a flurry she was about to slap her own face. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily, just kidding you silly girl. Poof. Yi Yuyu pouted, pretending to be angry. Lu Jiangli looked at her adorable expression and quickly handed over his glasses. Yi Yuyu took the glasses and put them on. Lu Jiangli sighed deeply and said, seriously Yi Yuyu, and being serious? Yi Yuyu asked in confusion, what do you mean by serious? Lu Jiangli looked down at Yi Yuyu's cute face and spoke clearly, I know you like me and I like you too. However, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. We have only 3 months left, you should focus on studying for the exams and I will too. When we both get into Qingbei University we can be together, okay? Lu Jiangli did not intend to put pressure on Yi Yuyu by saying this. Yi Yuyu's grades had always been excellent, on par with Lu Jiangli, and she was also a candidate for Qingbei University. Even after Lu Jiangli was murdered by Lu Zixi, Yi Yuyu still got into Qingbei University. Yi Yuyu felt puzzled, not understanding why Lu Jiangli, who had never paid her any attention before, suddenly changed his attitude towards her in the past few days. But she didn't want to think too much, it was a good thing as long as Lu Jiangli was willing to accept her. Okay, Yi Yuyu replied. Her soft voice almost melted Lu Jiangli's heart. Then for these last 3 months let's not think about anything else and just focus on studying, okay? Yi Yuyu nodded, okay. Let's make a pact. Let's make a pact. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Jiangli laughed and so did Yi Yuyu. At that moment the world dimmed, all that existed in their eyes was each other's smiles. So brilliant, so pure. And so beautiful. After school in the afternoon Lu Jiangli continued to sell goods. He did not go to the wholesale market today as 2/3 of the goods he brought yesterday had not been sold. He continued to sell those items. The pair of singers who had sung before did not come to the park to sing today for some reason. Naturally Lu Jiangli's business was not very good, he only earned 260 yuan. Lu Jiangli did not care about making a lot or a little money as long as he earned something every day. As long as he could hold on until the college entrance examination was over he could make money openly. In the evening in the Lu family mansion the third sister Lu Qing sat on the sofa watching TV but couldn't focus after changing the channel several times. Lu Jiangli had been away from home for 5 days. He hadn't returned for 5 days. She thought he was just trying to get attention from the family playing a game of push and pull. Unexpectedly, he actually hadn't come back for 5 days. This was completely different from before. In the past, every time there was a quarrel, Lu Jiangli would immediately apologize and seek forgiveness from his family. Never had he left in such a resolute manner as this time. Could it be that this time everyone really wronged him? Otherwise, why would he rather sever ties and give up the inheritance of the Lu family's fortune just to leave decisively? The eldest sister, Lu Shuyu, also couldn't sleep. Wearing a silk nightgown from an international brand and draped in a light outer garment, she walked out of her room. "Eldest sister, you're not asleep either?" Lu Qing asked. Lu Shuyu came over and sat beside Lu Qing. She sighed and said, "I don't know why, but I just feel like I can't sleep." Lu Qing also sighed and said, "Is it because of Lu Jiangli?" Lu Shuyu, caught off guard, didn't know how to respond. Lu Qing held the remote control and turned up the volume of the TV. This way what she and Lu Shuyu said wouldn't be heard by others in the house. "Eldest sister, Lu Jiangli has been away from home for 5 days. Don't you think something is off?" Lu Shuyu raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes half closed, and sighed deeply. "He has never been like this before." Lu Shuyu thought for a moment and said helplessly, "Qinger, do you think we might have wronged him?" Lu Qing shook her head, then nodded. "I don't know, maybe we did wrong him after all." Lu Shuyu suddenly thought of something and said, "How about we call him and ask where he is now?" Lu Qing nodded. "Sure, after we find out where he is, tell him to stop being stubborn and come home quickly." Lu Shuyu took out her phone, wanting to dial Lu Jiangli's number. After rummaging through her phone for a while, she looked up awkwardly and said, "Qinger, I seem to not have his number. Can you call him?" Lu Qing also showed an embarrassed expression and shook her head, saying, "Eldest sister, I don't have his number either." Silence. Endless silence. Even with the TV volume turned up high, the silence in the hearts of the two sisters was still deafening. That night the sisters asked everyone in the house, but no one had Lu Jiangli's phone number. Lu Zixi had Lu Jiangli's number, but he secretly deleted it before the sisters entered the room. Both Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing felt somewhat down. Did everyone usually not care about Lu Jiangli at all? Not a single person had his number. Lu Qing walked into Lu Jiangli's room, wanting to see if he had written down his number in a notebook or on the wall. Upon entering the room, she was shocked to find that Lu Jiangli's room was so bare. Inside there was only a bed and a desk, nothing else. There wasn't even a wardrobe. It was just the room that had been vacated from the former nanny's quarters. Lu Qing felt a bit uncomfortable. So Lu Jiangli had been living in such a room all along, yet as his third sister she had never entered his room. "Zixi, we currently do not have Jiangli's contact information and cannot reach him. Please go check on him at school tomorrow to see if he is attending class. If you see him, tell him to stop being stubborn and come home quickly," Lu Qing said while Lu Chang and Zhou Yan were nearby. The second sister, Lu Shiryan, who was disturbed from her nap, said unhappily, "Why call him? If he wants to stay outside, let him stay as long as he wants." The fifth sister, Lu Yueshu, snorted coldly. "Look at how childish he is, severing ties at every turn and playing the runaway game. It's really immature." Lu Zixi glanced at his sisters and then secretly observed their parents' expressions, finding that they did not oppose Lu Qing's suggestion for him to find Lu Jiangli. A flash of malice crossed Lu Zixi's eyes. He then resumed his weak demeanor, nodding obediently. "Third sister, don't worry, I will definitely persuade brother Jiangli to come home tomorrow." The next morning Lu Jiangli arrived at the classroom early. He was reciting classical Chinese poetry and prose. More than 10 classmates were already there, some reciting poetry and others studying English vocabulary. Yi Yuyu also arrived quietly, studying in a corner of the classroom. Today she did not bring breakfast for Lu Jiangli. She kept in mind what Lu Jiangli had said to her yesterday. With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, she should focus solely on her studies. This was the agreement between the two of them. During the break, Lu Jiangli was sitting in the classroom reading when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Lu Zixi's face, which wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Lu Jiangli sat on the stool, casting a cold glance at Lu Zixi, who walked in from outside. It was akin to watching a walking pile of dung. How disgusting could it get? Not wanting to bother with him, Lu Jiangli lowered his head to continue reading. Lu Zixi, who had been wearing a fake smile, changed to a genuine enthusiasm after entering class 23. Holding something wrapped in oil paper, looking weak, he walked step by step toward Lu Jiangli's desk. Upon reaching, he placed the oil paper package on the table and sneaked a glance at the classmates resting in the class. In a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, he said, "Brother Jiangli, I'm here to bring you breakfast. I know you didn't mean to steal fifth sister's money. There must be some difficulties." He paused and continued, "Last night I pleaded with fifth sister for you, asking her to forgive you. Although she didn't agree, Mom and Dad also don't oppose you coming home. Brother Jiangli, just follow me home after school. There's nothing a family can't resolve. You just need to return fifth sister's money." If you don't have money, I can lend you my pocket money. You can use it to pay fifth sister back and apologize to her. She's so kind she'll definitely forgive you. Jiang. Just as Lu Zixi was about to continue his performance, Lu Jiangli lifted his head from the book he was reading, crossing his arms. He coldly stared at the incessantly chattering pile of dung beside him. For years ago, when he returned to the Lu family, they were worried that his identity as a child from the slums would affect the family's reputation and the feelings of the fake young master Lu Zixi. Thus they had always claimed he was merely the gardener's child. Usually to distance himself from Lu Jiangli, Lu Zixi avoided anyone knowing about his identity as the fake young master. He would always take a long detour, so the two had never interacted before. Now, however, Lu Zixi disregarded everything and came over to humiliate him, confident that he had severed ties with the Lu family and wouldn't dare to retaliate. That was why he was so arrogant, even not hiding his identity. Lu Jiangli sneered this classmate. What are you babbling about here? Who are you? Do I know you? Lu Zixi. Lu Jiangli stood up and loudly addressed the classmates watching the commotion. Classmates, do you recognize this person? Who is this lunatic and how did he end up in our class? He's been chattering on here, but I haven't understood a single word. Classmate, you wouldn't happen to be under too much pressure from the college entrance exams and lost your mind, would you? As soon as Lu Jiangli finished speaking, the class erupted. Ha ha ha. The classmates were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. After laughing, expressions of panic appeared on their faces. With only 3 months left until the college entrance exams, a classmate had recently cried hysterically in the dorm due to stress, diagnosed with a mental disorder caused by excessive pressure. Another classmate had been studying late into the night, fell asleep on the dorm desk and sleepwalked around, almost falling from the upstairs. Now, hearing Lu Jiangli's words, everyone looked at Lu Zixi in panic. They couldn't help but wonder, if he wasn't a lunatic, why would he randomly come to our class? I don't know you, don't stand next to my desk. Lu Jiangli stood up, deliberately displaying a fearful expression, distancing himself from Lu Zixi. Yi Yu, sitting in the last row, suddenly rushed up from behind, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Jiangli. Believing Lu Zixi to be a lunatic, she was also quite scared. Yet she resolutely stood in front of Lu Jiangli, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Lu Jiangli felt touched by this silly girl. Regardless of whether in his past life or this life, she always cared so much for him. He pulled Yi Yu back a few steps and whispered in her ear, "I'm fine." Yi Yu then felt relieved. Lu Zixi was dumbfounded at everyone's reaction. He had originally intended to come and humiliate Lu Jiangli. Now he was being treated like a lunatic. Suddenly realizing that he had been too anxious earlier. The Lu family had never acknowledged Lu Jiangli's identity as the young master. If he suddenly ran in shouting "brother," the classmates wouldn't know the truth and would definitely think he was a lunatic. Brother Jiangli. Lu Zixi adjusted his expression and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Lu Jiangli. This classmate, I really don't know you. I'm not gay, could you please leave? Several braver boys in the class stood up, pulling Lu Zixi's clothes and pushing him out. Classmate, please hurry and leave. Quickly leave, don't linger in our class. If you don't leave soon, we'll have to call the teacher. Lu Zixi, originally planning to humiliate Lu Jiangli thoroughly, he was forced out of class 23, regarded as a lunatic. The class leader directly ran to the office to report this issue to the teacher. Lu Jiangli thanked the few boys who had come to his aid. I don't know where this lunatic came from, but he startled me. Thanks for the help, everyone. A classmate approached and asked Jiangli, how did he come to you? Lu Jiangli shook his head. I don't know, I also find it inexplicable. Everyone began to speculate, could this lunatic really be gay? Targeting only handsome boys. Seeing that everyone was discussing this matter, Lu Jiangli smiled and said, class is about to start, everyone hurry and lie down on the desk for a bit or you might lose focus during the lesson. Everyone quickly nodded, yes, let's lie down. Aho, let's rest for a bit. You rebellious child. You've driven me mad. Lu family mansion. Lu Chang was breathing heavily in anger. Looking at Lu Zixi, who was crying and trembling in front of him, the flames of fury in his heart were about to ignite into a roaring fire. Who would have thought Zixi would kindly advise that rebellious child to come back only to be bullied like this? Not only did he incite classmates to call Zixi a lunatic, but he also reported it to the teacher. It wasn't until the teacher called home that this matter was clarified. Zhou Yan approached and hugged Lu Zixi, softly comforting, my dear Zixi, that rebellious child was corrupted in the slums, don't take it to heart. Lu Zixi's eyes were brimming with tears, biting his lower lip to prevent the tears from falling. His famed strength was heart-wrenching. Lu Shengyan, seeing Lu Zixi's pitiful appearance, felt a pang of pity, turning to question his eldest sister Lu Shuyu and third sister Lu Qing. Sisters, open your eyes and see, don't you think we were wronged when it comes to Lu Jiangli? Look, see how Lu Jiangli treated our brother Zixi. They say a dog can't change its nature, do you still not believe it? Lu Shuyu sighed. Shaking her head, she said nothing. Originally she had felt a flicker of sympathy because Lu Jiangli hadn't returned home for 5 days, but now that flicker of sympathy had completely vanished. Elder sister, Lu Jiangli broke your computer, causing you a loss of billions, and yet you still sympathize with him. What's wrong with you to feel sympathy for that countryside bumpkin? Lu Shuyu shook her head apologetically at Lu Zixi and said, "I'm sorry, Zixi. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I will never care about him again." Lu Xinian said angrily, "From now on no one should bother with that countryside bumpkin. He is so troublesome that he should never come back, so we can avoid seeing him and feeling annoyed." Lu Yushu interjected sarcastically, "Don't worry, he won't come back. The relationship has been severed." Her words only made Lu Chang, who was already angry, even angrier. "You ungrateful child. Never think of coming back to me." Lu Zixi was held in Zhou Yan's arms, and the tears he had tried to hold back finally streamed down his face. He trembled with grievance. His already weak body appeared even weaker now. He coughed several times. "Elder sister, cough cough, don't blame brother Jiangli. Cough cough cough, he must have been in a bad mood to bully me. I won't hold a grudge against him. Having occupied brother Jiangli's affection for so many years, cough cough cough, I am the one at fault. It is only natural for brother Jiangli to hate me and target me." My Zixi Zhouyan, seeing him with tears streaming down his face, wished she could bear all his grievances herself. "My dear son, don't say that. The person mommy loves the most has always been you." Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin felt a blockage in her heart as she saw her brother Lu Zixi, who had been treated unfairly, still maintaining his kindness. How could this happen? It is said that a person's nature is hard to change, and it seems that a person truly does not change just because their environment has changed. The negative traits brought by the slums will ultimately accompany them for life. As a teacher at a training institution, I usually teach students about morality. Now there is this unyielding person at home, which is really a headache. Can't we just get along since we are all family? Third sister Lu Qing had not spoken a word from the beginning to the end. She couldn't find anything to say, and ever since a few days ago, every time she saw Lu Jiangli she felt strange. She couldn't quite explain what was strange about it, but she just felt she owed him something. Achoo! Lu Jiangli was setting up his stall in the bustling People's Park. Unbeknownst to him, the Lu family was currently holding a remote trial against him. He yawned unceremoniously. The singers who had performed earlier had returned, drawing a crowd to listen to their songs. Lu Jiangli's business was doing well. By now it was 10 p.m. and he had earned 973 yuan. He took off his thick Ultraman costume and began to pack up his things to go home. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure pass by his stall. After walking a few meters away, the figure turned back. Lu Jiangli. When Su Qinglu saw him, she thought she must be mistaken. With the bright lights of the park illuminating her, she took another look to confirm that it was indeed Lu Jiangli. "Lu Jiangli, what are you doing here?" Su Qinglu asked, puzzled. Others may not know Lu Jiangli's identity, but she did. She had deliberately provoked him, at first drawn by his looks. Later, upon discovering he was the true young master of the Lu family, Su Qinglu was so happy that she rolled on her bed, secretly dreaming of climbing up to Lu Jiangli to satisfy her material desires. She thought she could marry into a wealthy family in the future and live the life of a rich lady. Who knew that as they interacted she found out that Lu Jiangli was not valued by the Lu family and had a much harder life than the fake young master Lu Zixi. So when Lu Zixi came to find her and pursued her, she resolutely dumped Lu Jiangli. "I'm asking you a question, Lu Jiangli, how did you end up here?" Not receiving an answer from Lu Jiangli, Su Qinglu asked again. Lu Jiangli was busy packing up the toys on the ground and did not spare a glance at Su Qinglu. Lu Jiangli, Lu Zixi was right. You've indeed been kicked out by the Lu family. Life must be tough for you now, having to set up a stall here. If I had known this would happen, why did you keep bullying Lu Zixi back then? Before you returned to the Lu family, Lu Zixi was loved there for over a decade. Do you think you can replace him just because you are blood related? Lu Jiangli, I advise you to sincerely apologize to Lu Zixi. He is so kind and will definitely forgive you. No matter how the Lu family treats you, it is still better than setting up a stall here. Su Qinglu stood by the stall chattering incessantly. Lu Jiangli snorted coldly. He was just as talkative as Lu Zixi. They truly are a match made in heaven. Lu Jiangli, I've told you so much, did you take any of it to heart? Su Qinglu grew impatient. As a middle school beauty, she was the object of everyone's admiration. The previous Lu Jiangli had been her devoted admirer, following her every command. During this period he hadn't bought her breakfast or gifts, and he didn't even text her. She had taken the initiative to talk to him, but what was his attitude? She advised him to return to the Lu family, clearly for his own good. Lu Jiangli was also growing impatient. After neatly packing the toys on the ground, he threw them over his shoulder. Looking at the self-righteous woman before him, Lu Jiangli forced himself to calm down, barely suppressing the impulse to slap her. Can you stop blabbering here? Who the hell are you to preach to me? From now on stay the hell away from me. I can't stand the sight of you. Lu Jiangli left carrying a large bag filled with toys, and only then did Lu realize she had been scolded. Her handsome face turned red with anger. How did Lu Jiangli become so rude? Could it be because she was with Lu Zixi and he felt hurt? But she clearly didn't despise him and was willing to continue being friends with him. Why was he ignoring her? How ungrateful. Lu stomped her foot in anger and took a taxi home. Once home she messaged her best friend. Pearl Sugar Girl Yao, I saw Lu Jiangli today. Bubble glue Lu Jiangli. Isn't he your longtime admirer? What's so surprising about seeing him? Pearl Sugar Girl, no, I saw him setting up a stall in People's Park. Bubble glue ha. Setting up a stall. Isn't he the young master of the wealthy Lu family? Even if the Lu family doesn't treat him well, he shouldn't be reduced to setting up a stall. Pearl Sugar Girl, it's true. Moreover, Yao, he actually ignored me when he saw me and even scolded me. Boo-hoo. Bubble glue, maybe it's because you're with Lu Zixi that you hurt his feelings. You should go comfort him. He will definitely come back and be your devoted admirer. Pearl Sugar Girl, yes, he used to treat me very well. Lu did not like Lu Jiangli, but she was used to him being around her. Now that he was ignoring her, she found it hard to accept. Even if the fish in the pond are left alone, they shouldn't be allowed to jump out of the pond. Lu Jiangli returned to the hotel at 10:30. After a quick wash, he sat down at the table preparing to review some questions. Suddenly his phone rang. The caller ID displayed beloved second sister. Lu Jiangli did not answer and hung up immediately. Beloved second sister called again. The calls kept coming, relentless, as if determined to keep ringing until Lu Jiangli picked up. He ignored it once more, hung up and blocked the number. He saved Lu Xinian's contact as beloved second sister because when he first returned to the Lu family he thought that as long as he treated them well they would genuinely accept him. Thus he saved Lu Chang's number as beloved father and Zhou Yan as beloved mother. Beloved eldest sister, beloved second sister, beloved third sister, and also beloved brother Zixi. Now Lu Jiangli saw that row of beloved contacts on his phone and clicked delete on all of them. In the past he had yearned for familial love, living cautiously, but what had he truly gained? Just a pitiful ending. The current him no longer needed them. Blood ties could not compare to a foster child with no blood relation. Lu Xinian kept calling Lu Jiangli, not expecting that not only would he not answer but he also blocked her number. Originally Lu Xinian did not have Lu Jiangli's phone number. Neither did anyone else in the family. But Lu Xinian felt that Lu Zixi had been bullied and insisted on finding Lu Jiangli for an explanation. After repeated recollection, Lu Zixi finally remembered Lu Jiangli's phone number. Unfortunately, Lu Jiangli was not inclined to respond to Lu Xinian's call. How detestable this country bumpkin. He truly is a person from the slums, lacking any upbringing, always bullying my brother Zixi. He even dares to hang up on my calls and block me. How disgusting. Fifth sister Lu Yueshu remarked, why bother calling him back? People like him only know how to take advantage, thinking that if he doesn't come back we will beg him. Lu Xinian sneered, beg him? How high does he think of himself? The Lu family raised him for 4 years without any gratitude and he bullies brother Zixi every day. Everyone merely criticized him a bit, yet he cut off ties and ran away. Truly an ungrateful wolf, it's best if he never comes back. Lu Yueshu added, exactly. When he wasn't around our family was harmonious, but ever since he returned troubles have been constant. He should just stay far away. Originally feeling a bit sad about Lu Jiangli's departure, Lu Shuyu's sympathy vanished due to Lu Jiangli's bullying of Lu Zixi. In Lu Shuyu's eyes, Lu Jiangli lacked any sense of responsibility. Brother Zixi was young, although he could be a bit willful at times. His concern that the family would abandon him due to Lu Jiangli's arrival made him act out. But as an older brother, shouldn't Lu Jiangli be a bit more accommodating? 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Jiangli still went to school every morning and set up his stall in the park after classes. The singing duo sometimes came and sometimes didn't. Lu Jiangli's business fluctuated as well. However, in the following days, besides selling toys, he also sold some snacks. Returning to the hotel in the evening, Lu Jiangli calculated that he had earned over 3,900 yuan during this time. For him, this amount was enough to sustain him until the college entrance examination was over. However, looking at the shabby hotel, Lu Jiangli planned to move. He wanted to find a different place. After all, hotels were bustling with people and very noisy. It wasn't suitable for quiet study. On the weekend, Lu Jiangli set out early to search for an apartment. Places near the school were quite expensive, so he could only rent something further away. It was now 2013 and in more remote areas the rental prices weren't too high. Lu Jiangli spent 1,500 yuan to rent a studio apartment for 4 months. For Lu Jiangli 4 months was sufficient. The studio was decent with a kitchen and a bathroom, and it had a bedroom. The bedroom contained a single bed, a small wardrobe, and a desk. Lu Jiangli bought some sheets, blankets, and kitchenware. He didn't need to adjust, he simply began living alone. On Monday he went to school. After searching for an apartment and setting up his stall over the weekend, Lu Jiangli was a bit tired. He arrived at school later than usual. As soon as he entered the classroom, he sensed something was off. The way everyone looked at him was strange. Lu Jiangli walked straight to his seat and heard classmates whispering. "I never expected he was the real young master of the Lu family. I heard he's particularly jealous and after returning worries about his position being threatened, trying to get rid of the fake young master Lu Zixi. No wonder Lu Zixi said those things the other day. It turns out he really loves to bully Lu Zixi. We even thought he was insane and kicked him out. So knowing a person's face but not their heart, it's better to keep our distance from him in the future." Lu Jiangli heard the murmurs of his classmates, though their voices were low. Every word clearly reached his ears. You passed a note over. Upon reading the note, Lu Jiangli understood the situation. Now everyone in the school knew about Lu Jiangli's identity and that he had been expelled from the Lu family. Without needing to think, Lu Jiangli knew the culprit was undoubtedly Lu Zixi. He snorted coldly, his eyes flickering with a chilling light. "Good, Lu Zixi, since you want to deliberately spread rumors that I bully you, I might as well cement this accusation." Lu Jiangli planned to find Lu Zixi during the break and make sure to beat him to a pulp. During the break, before Lu Jiangli could find Lu Zixi approached him looking weak and feeble. He coughed 3 times with each step resembling a sissy. "Brother Jiangli, you haven't been home for 8 days. You should hurry back. Dad, Mom, and the sisters all miss you. You stole 5th sister's money before, and although she hasn't forgiven you, I'm sure if you sincerely apologize she will forgive you. I know you didn't mean to bully me, you must have your reasons." Lu Zixi's voice was neither loud nor soft, ensuring everyone in the class could hear him. After finishing his words, he leaned closer to Lu Jiangli's ear and whispered, "Actually, what I'm saying is all a lie. Everyone dislikes you." Lu Jiangli raised his head, looking at the classic green tea boy in front of him. "Ha! Trying to pin the blame on me and make everyone believe I'm the one bullying him. Then let me bully you as much as I want. Whoever wants to see it can watch." He coldly said, "My dear brother, you're mistaken. I don't need a reason to bully you." With that, Lu Jiangli stood up and punched Lu Zixi in the face. Lu Zixi was in the top class of the school, Class 1. Class 1 was on the 6th floor, while Lu Jiangli's Class 23 was on the 3rd floor. Lu Zixi specifically ran down from the 6th floor to the 4th floor. The purpose was to make Lu Jiangli embarrass himself in front of his classmates. Given the gossip nature of students at this age, it wouldn't take long for the news of Lu Jiangli bullying Lu Zixi to spread throughout the entire school. Along with the incident where he was called a lunatic that day, it further corroborated the facts Lu Zixi had been spreading about being bullied by Lu Jiangli. Bang! Lu Jiangli punched Lu Zixi, leaving him dazed with half of his face visibly swelling. Lu Zixi initially just wanted to provoke Lu Jiangli, letting everyone know that he was being bullied. He planned to feign an apology, saying he would lend him money to pay back for his 5th sister. This was meant to garner sympathy from the public. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiangli actually hit him. "Ah! Brother Jiangli, why did you hit me? I meant no harm, I just wanted to tell you that we are brothers. No matter what, I will stand by your side. If you stole money from 5th sister, I will help you repay it." But why did you hit me?" Lu Zixi raised his right hand, weakly pointing at Lu Jiangli. His face showed anger, but more so a sense of grievance. The classmates in the class were stunned by the sudden scene. Everyone forgot to react. Lu Zixi trembled as he pointed at Lu Jiangli, but soon lowered his hand due to fear. At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside the door. It was Su Qinglu. Su Qinglu had been sitting in the classroom reading a novel when she suddenly heard someone say that Lu Jiangli was hitting Lu Zixi again. Su Qinglu originally intended to let Lu Jiangli continue being her sycophant. But a sycophant is one thing, nothing beats the allure of actual benefits. Thus Su Qinglu rushed over without hesitation to help Lu Zixi. "Lu Jiangli, you are too excessive. Lu Zixi came to advise you to go home kindly. It's one thing not to be grateful, but why do you have to hit him?" Lu Jiangli looked at Su Qinglu's disgusting expression, clapped his hands and sneered, "Why shouldn't I hit someone who deliberately spread rumors that I stole something? What's the matter, Miss Su? Are you worried that your long-term benefactor has lost his effect and have come to be his accomplice?" "You." Su Qinglu was hit where it hurt, but how could she possibly admit it? "Lu Jiangli, don't be like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. I'm doing this for your own good. Returning to the Lu family will be better than what you're experiencing now. Why do you have to continue fighting with Lu Zixi?" "Ha!" Lu Jiangli sneered, "Miss Su, whether I fight with Lu Zixi or not, what does it have to do with you?" "You." Su Qinglu was angry. Lu Jiangli, I came to advise you because we were once friends. You were so clingy to me before and I didn't even pay attention to you. Now I'm willing to take the initiative to talk to you, don't be ungrateful. Lu Jiangli glanced at the haughty Su Qinglu. The way she carried herself made her think she was some celestial being descended to earth. How foolish was his former self to be a sycophant to such a person. Miss Su, you are quite confident. Unfortunately, your confidence is worthless in my eyes. Su Qinglu felt resentful. Clearly Lu Jiangli had treated her so well in the past, obeying her every command, never contradicting her wishes. Why was he suddenly ignoring her now? Su Qinglu wanted to say something, but Lu Zixi quickly blocked her way. His body was trembling. He looked like he was scared, yet he had to protect the person he loved. With a sense of grievance he said, Brother Jiangli, I know I have monopolized your affection for over a decade. You hate me, dislike me, and that's why you bully me. But Qinglu is innocent, please do not harm her. Lu Jiangli said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at Lu Zixi. That glance terrified Lu Zixi. The indifference and killing intent in Lu Jiangli's eyes were something he had never seen before. Previously, to please the Lu family and integrate into their household, Lu Jiangli would not expose any of Lu Zixi's schemes against him, no matter how much he plotted. He did this to avoid being accused by his parents and sisters of deliberately causing trouble. But the current Lu Jiangli looked fierce. Lu Zixi suddenly felt a wave of fear and grabbed Su Qinglu's sleeve to leave. Hey Lu Zixi, what are you doing? Let's go, Qinglu, I have something to tell you. As Lu Zixi left, the discussions in the class resumed. Hey Lu Zixi, the adopted son lives such a humble life. He gets beaten up so easily. Truly the wealthy families are deep as the sea. Lu Jiangli is too much, he actually hit Lu Zixi in front of so many people. If it were when no one was around, wouldn't Lu Zixi be bullied terribly? However, I disagree with your point of view. I don't think Lu Zixi is a good person either, he clearly provoked Jiangli on purpose just now. No way, do you also think he was provoking him? Shoo! Lower your voice, that's someone else's family matter. Be careful or Lu Jiangli will hear and beat us both up. Quickly read your book, read your book. Lu Jiangli ignored the discussions around him, focusing on memorizing classical Chinese. A note from Yi Yuyu was passed up. How are you? Lu Jiangli replied, it's fine, don't worry about me. Yi Yuyu nodded and buried herself in her exercises. At noon Lu Jiangli went outside the school to eat. He planned to eat quickly and return to the classroom for a nap. Just as he reached the school gate he saw Lu Yeye coming to pick up Lu Zixi. Lu Yeye was a student from the neighboring university who often picked up Lu Zixi due to their proximity. Therefore Lu Yeye and Lu Zixi had the best relationship. Seeing Lu Zixi's swollen face, Lu Yeye felt heartbroken. Zixi, what happened to your face? Lu Zixi shook his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Zixi, what happened to your face? You have to tell me. Lu Zixi cried, fifth sister, it's all my fault. I wanted to persuade Brother Jiangli to go home but he hit me. Fifth sister, please don't tell mom and dad about this. Brother Jiangli didn't hit me on purpose, he must have had his reasons. I beg you fifth sister, please don't tell mom and dad so they won't worry about me again. That bastard, he's gone too far. Lu Yeye gritted her teeth, wishing she could find Lu Jiangli immediately and tear him apart. Just then Lu Jiangli walked over. Lu Yeye was furious and regardless of how many students were around shouted at Lu Jiangli, why did you hit Zixi? Lu Jiangli ignored her. This fifth sister, who had always been biased and looked down on him, was not worth his attention. Moreover, he had severed ties with the Lu family, he would not pay attention to any of them. Seeing Lu Jiangli ignore her outright, Lu Yueshu flared with unprecedented fury. In the past, whenever Lu Jiangli saw her, he had cowered like a mouse before a cat. He would fumble and stammer, terrified that the slightest displeasure from her might see him banished from the Lu family. Now he dared to glare at her, whose audacity had emboldened him. Lu Jiangli. I'm speaking to you, have you gone deaf or have your wings finally grown too stiff? Hey! Are you mute? Deaf? Lu Yueshu bellowed. Lu Jiangli had originally intended to walk away without a word, but now that she had insulted him, why should only she be allowed to vent her temper? Hands shoved deep into his pockets, Lu Jiangli halted with nonchalant swagger. Slowly turning, he fixed Lu Yueshu standing 4 or 5 meters ahead, with a mocking, unflinching gaze. Tall and statuesque, Lu Yueshu possessed porcelain pale skin and striking beauty. An aura of aristocratic refinement clung to her, an unmistakable heiress of old wealth. Once Lu Jiangli had taken quiet pride in having such a radiant elder sister. Not anymore. Reborn into this life, he saw only hypocrisy and revulsion beneath her polished veneer. Blood relation meant nothing, her eyes held only the false heir Lu Zixi. You struck Brother Zixi without cause, and yet you dare claim justification. What expression is that on your face? Sloppy, insolent, utterly devoid of upbringing and courtesy. Lu Yueshu snapped again. Lu Jiangli let out a derisive snort and replied coldly, "What expression I wear is none of your concern." "And just who are you to me? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully?" "How do I speak?" Lu Jiangli raised his voice sharp as shattered ice. "As I please, and what earthly relevance does that hold for you? Do me a favor, keep your distance. Tisk tsk, how reckless of you, a noble lady, to involve yourself with someone so ill-mannered and uncouth. Mightn't it tarnish your exalted status?" His sarcasm was blistering. Lu Yueshu's fair cheeks burned crimson. Never since Lu Jiangli's return to the Lu household had he spoken to her with such contempt. "Lu Jiangli, don't think your words will absolve you or make me overlook how you've bullied Brother Zixi. Even if you sever ties with the Lu family, what then? I warn you, apologize to Brother Zixi immediately. And should you ever dare lay a hand on my dearest Brother Zixi again, I'll cripple you where you stand." "My dearest Brother Zixi," Lu Jiangli shuddered inwardly, a wave of icy revulsion washing over him. To cherish a vicious, duplicitous cur as one's beloved younger brother, truly a taste most peculiar. Bully. What precisely constitutes bullying? Lu Jiangli's gaze turned sharply toward Lu Zixi, who stood trembling slightly beside Lu Yueshu. Before he could utter a word, Lu Zixi had already assumed his practiced air of frailty. "Fifth elder sister, please don't blame Brother Jiangli, he never meant to bully me. It's all my fault." Cough, cough, cough. From childhood, Lu Zixi suffered chronic asthma. Even mild emotional agitation triggered violent fits of coughing. It was noon, the dismissal hour, and many day students streamed toward the school gates. As Lu Jiangli and the others argued, their curious glances began to gather. Eyes lingered. Lu Yueshu's beauty was magnetic. As blood siblings, Lu Jiangli bore a striking resemblance to her 7 parts alike in features, both blessed with exquisite harmonious countenances. Lu Zixi, having lived long within the Lu household, had gradually adopted its customs, and even his appearance echoed faint familial echoes subtly shaped by shared habits and environment. 2 handsome young men flanking one stunning young woman, quarreling openly at the school gate, could not fail to draw attention. Especially now, with rumors swirling Lu Jiangli of Class 23 was the Lu family's trueborn son, whereas Lu Zixi of Class 1 was merely their adopted heir. Yet what truly astonished everyone was not this revelation, but that Lu Jiangli of Class 23 had been relentlessly tormenting Lu Zixi of Class 1. That was the crux. Whispers painted Lu Jiangli as morally bankrupt. Ever since his return to the Lu residence, he'd schemed daily to drive his younger brother Lu Zixi away. Now, recognizing the trio at the gate, students rushing home for lunch instantly transformed into rapt spectators, hungry not for food but for drama. "Lu Jiangli, you'll pay for this. Just you wait." Lu Yueshu flushed, embarrassed by the swelling crowd. Fearing reputational damage, she tried hastily to pull Lu Zixi away. But Lu Jiangli blocked their retreat. After all, when he'd refused to engage earlier, they'd deliberately detained him. Now, let them all waste time together. "No need to rush, let's settle this first." Lu Jiangli regarded Lu Zixi with a faint, unsettling smile and called out, "You claimed I bullied you, so tell me precisely, how did I bully you?" Lu Zixi flinched under Lu Jiangli's piercing stare. In the past, such moments would have sent Lu Jiangli groveling in abject apology. He'd feared tarnishing the Lu family's honor and dreaded that his missteps might erode his standing in their hearts. He'd feared losing kinship. Feared expulsion. But now, this chilling indifference unsettled everyone. I. Lu Zixi wept softly, shaking his head. "It's all right, Brother Jiangli. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. For over a decade I've usurped your rightful place in our family's affections. I'm the one who owes you an apology." Again that same practiced humility. Again those well-worn platitudes, dodging substance, evading accountability. He embodied the male counterpart of Lin Dayu down to the last tearful tremor. This masterclass in performative grievance, truly peerless. Enough of these empty pretexts. Just tell me, how exactly did I bully you? Lu Jiangli's voice rose commanding and clear. Through sobs, Lu Zixi whispered, "It's all right, Brother Jiangli. The other day I went to Class 23 to persuade you to return home, and you incited your classmates to call me insane. You had your reasons, I won't hold it against you." Lu Yueshu, unable to bear Lu Jiangli's arrogance, interjected sharply, "Lu Jiangli, I'd planned to leave with Brother Zixi, too disdainful even to expose your deceit. Yet you insisted on holding us here, now your shame is laid bare. Are you pleased? Serves you right." "Oh." Lu Jiangli drew the word out slowly. "It wasn't it your own Lu family that warned me not to declare publicly that I am their biological son, fearing damage to your reputation and fearing it might distress the false heir Lu Zixi?" He paused, then continued, "So when Lu Zixi came to find me that day, I deliberately refused to acknowledge him. What baffles me is this: if I never acknowledged Lu Zixi, even once, how in just 3 days has the entire school learned of our connection? Who leaked it?" At Lu Jiangli's words, Lu Zixi's face drained of color. Then he broke into wails, "Brother Jiangli, do whatever you wish to me, it is I who wronged you. Only please spare the Lu family your wrath." Cough, cough, cough. His body convulsed violently, his face flushed scarlet, his breath rattled, a terrifying, unstoppable cascade threatening collapse. Lu Yueshu's fury blazed red-hot. As she rubbed his back frantically, she cried, "Lu Jiangli, apologize to Brother Zixi right now." "Apologize? Ha!" Lu Jiangli laughed, a dry, mirthless sound. When asked who spread the rumor, Lu Yueshu remained pointedly silent. Such blatant partiality needed no translation. In the next breath, Lu Jiangli flashed a row of gleaming white teeth, suddenly the picture of a bright, wholesome youth. "Fine," he laughed, "you want me to apologize to Lu Zixi?" "Yes. Immediately. Right this instant." Lu Yueshu emphasized each word. Lu Jiangli nodded solemnly, then stepped forward one measured pace at a time until he stood before Lu Zixi. Slap. A thunderous blow landed across Lu Zixi's cheek. Then, loud enough for every onlooker to hear, Lu Jiangli declared, "I'm sorry, Lu Zixi, for that slap. My sincerest apologies." Lu Jiangli's slap was delivered with full force, causing Lu Zixi's face to turn sideways and his body to crash heavily to the ground. Lu Yueshu was taken aback by this sudden scene. Once she regained her composure, disregarding her image as a young lady, she squatted down to help Lu Zixi up while loudly scolding Lu Jiangli. "Lu Jiangli, you are nothing but a madman, a lunatic, a country bumpkin. No one loves or cares for you. You deserve it. You bully my younger brother Zixi every day, and now with so many people watching you still won't admit to bullying him. Zixi's health has always been poor, we have never even dared to lift a finger against him. How dare you hit him?" Lu Zixi tightly grasped Lu Yueshu's hand. Tears streamed down his face. He pretended to be strong and said, "Fifth sister, I'm fine. Don't blame Brother Jiangli, he's been having a hard time." Lu Jiangli chuckled, "Lu Zixi, I'm doing this for your own good. Your right cheek was swollen before and now your left cheek is swollen. Now they're both swollen, how symmetrical." Lu Zixi's face turned pale with anger. However, he couldn't lose his temper and continued to play the role of the weak woo-woo. Lu Yueshu helped Lu Zixi up from the ground. Taking a step forward, she approached Lu Jiangli, preparing to slap him in the face. However, her wrist was tightly grasped by Lu Jiangli. "Beautiful lady, you'll say it again, since I have severed ties with the Lu family, I kindly ask you to keep your distance from me. Otherwise a person like me who has no manners will even hit a woman." "You." Lu Yueshu was furious. "Lu Jiangli, you have gone too far." Lu Jiangli forcefully shook off Lu Yueshu's hand and clapped his own palms. As if he had touched something filthy, he spoke in the coldest tone, "Whether I defy heaven or not has nothing to do with your Lu family." Having said that, Lu Jiangli scanned the crowd and spoke in the loudest voice, "Dear friends, let me introduce myself. I am the real young master of the prestigious Lu family. Since being brought back to the Lu family, I have been beaten and scolded. Just over a week ago I severed ties with them. However, this so-called fake young master Lu Zixi has no intention of letting me go, continuing to provoke me in our class, claiming that I bully him. As for me, I tend to be quite straightforward. Since others say I bully him, I might as well bully him a bit to substantiate that accusation. So this is the reason why I slapped this person today. If anyone is interested in my personal life, feel free to have a late-night chat with me after the college entrance examination. Of course, if anyone wants to spread this gossip, I welcome it. After all, a family as shameless as the Lu family deserves to be exposed." After finishing his words, Lu Jiangli said to the onlooking classmates, "All right, everyone disperse. Go home for lunch and take a nap. Come back for class, there's just over an hour until 2:30. The crowd dispersed reluctantly. Lu Jiangli also walked towards the street, entered a restaurant and ordered a plate of steamed dumplings to eat. At the school gate, only Lu Yueshu, whose chest heaved with anger, and Lu Zixi, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, remained. Upon returning to the Lu family, when Zhou Yan saw Lu Zixi's swollen face, tears immediately fell from her eyes. "Oh no. My baby Zixi, what happened to you?" Lu Zixi said nothing and just shook his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "What happened to my younger brother Zixi? It's all that country bumpkin's doing." Lu Yueshu recounted the entire incident that occurred at the school gate to everyone. Lu Xinian jumped up from the sofa. "What? That country bumpkin hit my younger brother Zixi at the school gate. This is too much. This is outrageous. I must call someone to teach him a lesson." Zhou Yan also felt that Lu Jiangli was inhumane. "How did I give birth to such a thing?" The eldest sister Lu Shuyu shook her head. "I had some sympathy for him earlier, but Lu Jiangli is truly worthless." The third sister Lu Qing asked Lu Yueshu, "Did he really almost hit you too?" Lu Yueshu rolled her eyes at Lu Qing. "Of course it's true. Do you think I would wrong him?" "Sister, I advise you to put away your excessive compassion. How could a wolf raised in a slum remember others' kindness? He almost hit me today. If you don't believe me, you can go provoke him and see." Maybe right now he's hitting younger brother Zixi, but in the future his fists will come down on you too. Lu Zixi quickly advised Lu Qing's sister, for now don't provoke brother Jiangli. He might be in a bad mood after leaving home and he's ready to hit anyone. Lu Qing snorted coldly, ready to hit anyone. He's gone too far. Lu Xiaolin wasn't back from training school. Lu Chang went fishing with someone else, so he was unaware of what was happening at home. Lu Jiangli returned to the classroom after eating at the restaurant and lay on the desk to sleep for a while. He attended classes in the morning and afternoon. After school in the afternoon he insisted on going to set up a stall first. However, today Lu Jiangli's stall was impressive. He bought sound equipment spending over 1,000 yuan. In the past he relied on a pair of singers to generate traffic for selling things. Today he didn't need to rely on those singers. Lu Jiangli set up his singing equipment on the other side of the park, placing the toys he intended to sell in front of him. Nearby, like other singers, there was a large basin set up specifically for others to tip. As the clock struck 7, the nightlife in People's Park began. Singers sang, dancers danced, stall vendors set up their stalls, and people paraded the streets. Lu Jiangli belonged to the type that both set up stalls and sang. His voice was extremely magnetic, slightly ethereal and youthful. Tonight Lu Jiangli sang the song Little Apple. It was 2013 and Little Apple would explode in popularity in 2014. Lu Jiangli took the opportunity to sing it before the song was released and even recorded a video to post on his short video platform. In 2013, short videos for marketing had not yet become a trend and live streaming had not yet emerged. People typically just posted short videos on platforms after recording them. You are my little apple. No matter how I love you, it's never too much. While singing he advertised, thank you all for your support. I am a street vendor. If anyone needs toys, feel free to browse my stall. If you buy 3 or more toys, you can request a song from the host. A girl in the crowd cheerfully said, great. I plan to buy a helium balloon and 2 hairpins, which makes 3 toys, so I can request a song now. Another girl said, hi, I'd like to request a song. Lu Jiangli continued to sing, the red cheerful faces warm my heart. Illuminating the fire of my life. Lu Jiangli's singing was refreshing, and combined with his naturally good voice it quickly attracted the attention of people of all ages. People gathered around discussing and finding the song very pleasant to listen to. With so many people gathering plus the option to request songs from Lu Jiangli, they could sing along with him or sing by themselves. Lu Jiangli's business that night was particularly good, and with the tips from singing he earned a total of 1,300 yuan. At exactly 10 o'clock Lu Jiangli returned to his rented apartment. He casually cooked some noodles and began to work on practice problems. Over the past few days Lu Jiangli had noticed a peculiar phenomenon. That is, ever since his rebirth his memory had improved significantly. How should I put it? It felt as if he had acquired some sort of photographic memory. He could clearly remember everything from before his rebirth. Moreover, this feeling became increasingly vivid the longer he stayed in this new life. In the initial days after his rebirth his thoughts were muddled and he did not experience the sensation of remembering things at a glance. For example, the math problem he was currently working on was familiar to him because he had seen it last week. As soon as Lu Jiangli laid eyes on the question, the answer naturally surged forth from his mind without a second thought. After smoothly writing down the steps to solve the problem from his memory, he opened the reference answer to check. Indeed, the steps matched the answer perfectly. Lu Jiangli was overjoyed. This was fantastic. It could be considered the golden finger of his rebirth. Surely it would come in handy sooner or later. The next day at noon after school Lu Jiangli went out to eat as usual. Seeing Yi Yu walking behind him, Lu Jiangli turned around and asked, little silly girl, I'm planning to have scrambled eggs with tomatoes today, how about you? Are you going home to eat or will you eat with me? Yi Yu thought for a moment and replied, I'll go home to eat. You said before that studying should be the priority before the college entrance examination. Lu Jiangli suddenly regretted telling her that they should focus on studying until after the exams, realizing he wouldn't be able to spend every day with her until then. Because she always brought him breakfast, Lu Jiangli was worried that she had to wake up very early every day and was concerned she might be too tired. So he told her not to consider anything else for now and to think about dating only after they got into college. But just a few days later Lu Jiangli regretted it and chuckled, how about we break the rules just for one day? Yi Yu thought about it but still shook her head. No way, we have to keep our word. All right. Lu Jiangli walked over, not caring whether anyone was watching, and walked alongside Yi Yu. Then when no one was paying attention he gently pinched her cheek. You. Yi Yu's face turned red. Lu Zixi and Su Qinglu also walked side by side towards the school gate. From a distance Su Qinglu spotted Lu Jiangli interacting with Yi Yu. A wave of discomfort washed over her. Even though she didn't want him, she didn't wish for him to dote on someone else. However, Su Qinglu couldn't offer Lu Jiangli any promises. Although she didn't like Lu Zixi, she couldn't resist Lu Zixi's wealth. Her family circumstances were not good and Lu Zixi was the most generous among her many suitors. She definitely couldn't give up on this big wealthy leg. At the school gate, Lu Jiangli waved goodbye to Yi Yuyu. Lu Zixi was picked up by the family driver to go home. Sitting in the luxury car, Lu Zixi leaned out of the open window. With a mocking expression, she looked at Lu Jiangli, who was preparing to go to a small restaurant for lunch. She stuck out her tongue and made a bye-bye gesture. Lu Jiangli made a fist gesture, causing Lu Zixi to quickly retract her neck in fright. At that moment, Su Qinglu, who was standing not far away, called out to Lu Jiangli and asked Lu Jiangli who was that girl just now. Lu Jiangli turned around and looked at the person he had once doted on in his past life, coldly replying, "None of your business." "You." Su Qinglu was furious. "Lu Jiangli, it was just curiosity between friends. Do you have to be so rude?" Lu Jiangli snorted coldly and retorted, "We are not friends." Su Qinglu was taken aback by this remark, her eyes suddenly reddening. 2 big tears were about to fall from her eyes. "Lu Jiangli, I know you won't forgive me. You think I betrayed you, but I truly had my reasons." Lu Jiangli shook his head. "Miss Su, what reasons you have is of no concern to me. Goodbye." He ignored Su Qinglu's expression and turned to walk away, entering a restaurant. "Boss, I'll have a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a bowl of 3-flavored soup, thank you." "Sure thing, handsome." Lu Zixi returned to the Lu family. The housekeeper had already prepared the meals and set them on the table. The eldest sister, Lu Shuyu, had gone to the company. The second sister, Lu Shunyan, had a performance today and didn't return. The third sister, Lu Qing, was working overtime at the law firm. The fourth sister, Lu Xiaolin, was holding a meeting for employees at a training school. Only the fifth sister, Lu Yueshu, and their mother, Zhou Yan, were at home. "Son, eat a bit more." Zhou Yan kept adding vegetables to Lu Zixi's bowl. "There are only 3 months left until the college entrance examination. You need to eat well and rest well in these 3 months to face the exam properly." Thank you, Mom. You're so good, you should eat some too." Lu Zixi also served Zhou Yan some food. Zhou Yan was all smiles. "My baby Zixi is the best, knows how to care for others." As Zhou Yan spoke, she suddenly thought of Lu Jiangli, who had severed ties and left home and sighed. Sigh, why are people so different? Lu Yueshu understood what Zhou Yan meant and took over the conversation. "Mom, look how well-behaved Zixi is. Don't think about that ungrateful wolf anymore." Zhou Yan shook her head and sighed again. Suddenly Lu Zixi, who was picking at her food, wore a troubled expression and said, "Mom, I've been seeing Brother Jiangli often at the school gate lately. He always goes to the restaurant to eat. He seems quite wealthy. No wonder Brother Jiangli is so bold, going out directly from home. Perhaps his adoptive family has become rich now. I noticed Brother Jiangli wears brand-name clothes. They must cost quite a bit. Did that adoptive family get some compensation from demolition?" Saying that Brother Jiangli wore brand-name clothes was obviously a deliberate exaggeration. In reality, he only wore the school uniform of his high school. However, Lu Zixi knew that as long as he spoke ill of Lu Jiangli, no one from the Lu family would come forward to testify. So he just made up stories. If he were found out later, he would just say he remembered it wrong. Zhou Yan frowned. "He eats out every day. And wears brand-name clothes. Where does he get the money?" Lu Yueshu had also seen Lu Jiangli yesterday but hadn't paid attention to what he was wearing. When Lu Zixi said Lu Jiangli wore brand-name clothes, she began to believe it might be true. Where could he get the money? Lu Yueshu scoffed. "He'll go to his adoptive family tomorrow to see if they got compensation. If not, then he must have stolen money from our family." Zhou Yan frowned. Lu Yueshu continued, "So many times our family has lost things. Which time wasn't it something valuable? Mom's necklace, the second sister's diamond ring, the fourth sister's bag, and my money. No wonder he left so hastily. Turns out he had already made arrangements. It could very well be that his gambling-addicted adoptive father sent him to steal. What a shameless person." As Lu Yueshu finished speaking, Lu Zixi began to add, "Fifth sister, today I saw Brother Jiangli walking out of school with a female classmate, behaving very intimately. Brother Jiangli must be in a relationship." Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, nearly choked on her food. No wonder this ungrateful child wanted to sever ties and leave home. Stealing, dating, lying, and fighting, indeed the outside world suits him. He is free with no one to supervise him. He can do bad things without anyone to educate him. Truly lawless. No, I need to find a way to visit Lu Jiangli's foster parents' home tomorrow to see if his family has indeed been relocated. If not, then we need to figure out where Lu Jiangli got the money. First, he cannot use our Lu family's money to squander freely outside. Second, his household registration has already been moved to our family. If he causes any trouble outside, our Lu family will also be implicated." Zhou Yan nodded. "All right, Yueshu, let third sister accompany you tomorrow." Lu Zixi did not continue talking and quickly shoveled food into his bowl. In a place where Zhou Yan and Lu Yueshu could not see, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Lu Jiangli, I wonder how long you can be so arrogant. After eating at the restaurant, Lu Jiangli returned to the classroom to sleep. He could have easily gone to his rented place during lunch, but he didn't want to. He felt it was too much trouble. There were 3 classes in the afternoon, the last being physical education. The PE teacher had matters to attend to and did not come, so the class monitor organized free activities on the playground. At the same time, 5 or 6 classes were having PE. Coincidentally, the first class where Lu Zixi was also having PE during this period. Lu Jiangli played basketball for a while and saw Lu Zixi and a few of their classmates sitting by the court bragging. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but their demeanor seemed to suggest they were talking about him. Every time they spoke, they would glance in his direction, igniting a fire of anger within Lu Jiangli. What kind of nonsense was Lu Zixi spreading about him? Lu Jiangli stopped playing basketball and strode over to confront them. Upon seeing him, Lu Zixi's face showed a look of panic. There were 4 people sitting beside him. These 4 often snacked on Lu Zixi's treats and received other benefits from him, making them his lackeys. They stood up and asked Lu Jiangli rudely, "What do you want? Are you trying to bully Lu Zixi again? Lu Zixi treats you so well, yet you repay kindness with malice and target him everywhere. You really don't deserve to be a student at No. 1 high school. Please step back and don't scare our Lu Zixi." The group chattered and Lu Jiangli sneered, "Oh, are you all living by the seaside? Why is your nose in my business so much? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and challenge me unknown. If that doesn't work, we can all go at it together." Lu Jiangli had lived with his foster parents since childhood, working hard to earn money, and had been following his foster mother to the construction site to carry bricks since he was 7. Thus he was quite strong. Although life in the Lu family for the past 4 years had not been great and he was rather thin, he still had considerable strength. The small and weak individuals surrounding Lu Zixi were no match for him at all. He could easily handle a unknown fight, and even if they all attacked him together, he wouldn't necessarily suffer. "You don't think we're easy to bully? Let me tell you, we're not like Lu Zixi, whom you can bully at will," one of them spoke up. Lu Jiangli laughed. "All right, then you can represent Lu Zixi and fight me. Didn't you just say I'm bullying Lu Zixi?" Lu Jiangli fixed his gaze on the speaker, his eyes sharp and fierce. The speaker was frightened and began to stutter. When everyone was talking about Lu Jiangli together, he had chimed in. He didn't feel anything with the crowd, but now that Lu Jiangli singled him out, he began to feel scared. "Why should I fight you?" "Because you love to meddle in other people's business," Lu Jiangli taunted. Lu Zixi felt it was time to intervene, standing up weakly to block the group of boys. He pleaded, "Brother Jiangli, they are all my friends. What they said just now was a joke. You can bully me, but please don't bully my friends." The voices were not quiet, and the other students who were freely playing on the playground all heard. They began to gather around. Even the PE teacher from another class started to look over. Lu Zixi adjusted his expression and began his brilliant performance. "Brother Jiangli, I know. Brother Jiangli, I know it was my fault for occupying your affection for over a decade. I was in the wrong." Before Lu Zixi could start his cliched lines, Lu Jiangli preemptively finished his sentence. "Lu Zixi, Brother Jiangli, why would you insult me like this?" Lu Zixi switched to a new line. Lu Jiangli glanced at the crowd around them and chuckled. "I'm just repeating the lines you say all the time. Is that an insult to you?" Lu Zixi. At that moment, the PE teacher of Class 1 walked over, shouting, "What are you all doing here? Go run." Lu Zixi had no choice but to leave. Lu Jiangli spat and lost interest in continuing to play sports, returning to the classroom. He planned to read all his books from start to finish, studying them thoroughly. He aimed to remember everything he had read. This way, when exam time came, the knowledge in his brain would help him treat a closed book exam as if it were an open book exam. When Lu Jiangli returned to the classroom, he found Yi Yuyu already sitting there working on practice problems. There were only the 2 of them in the classroom. "Yuyu, why aren't you outside on the playground?" Lu Jiangli asked Yi Yuyu. She looked up and replied, "It's too sunny outside, I don't want to go out." Lu Jiangli nodded. "The sun is indeed very strong. By the way, how have you been with practice problems these past few days?" Yi Yuyu looked at him adorably, her voice crisp and pleasant. "It's fine, I haven't encountered any difficult problems yet, just need to solidify my English vocabulary a bit more." "How about we compete on memorizing vocabulary?" Lu Jiangli suggested. Yi Yuyu cheerfully replied, "Sure, how do we compete?" Lu Yueshu, a third-year finance management major, had many classes today. After her classes in the afternoon, she met with her third sister Lu Qing and went to the suburban home of Lu Jiangli's foster parents. The 2 sisters deliberately wore double-layer masks, still feeling that the air here was not clean, filled with germs that only the impoverished would have. "Did your family get relocated and compensated?" Lu Yueshu directly asked He Lian upon meeting her. He Lian shook her head. Fifth miss, why do you ask that? Lu Yueshu, hearing her call her fifth miss, interpreted it as fifth sister and rolled her eyes in disdain. Without directly answering He Lian, she stated Lu Jiangli has severed ties with our Lu family. What? He Lian was extremely shocked to hear that Lu Jiangli had severed ties with the Lu family. Severed ties? Severed what ties? Lu Yueshu snorted coldly. It means exactly what it says. He has no relation with the Lu family from now on. He left 10 days ago. Lu Qing was taken aback and asked He Lian, isn't he back to your Yang family? Returning to our Yang family? He hasn't come back. What? He hasn't returned at all. Lu Qing was also a bit bewildered. He hasn't been back in the past 10 days. He hasn't come back. He visited 10 days ago but hasn't shown up since. What on earth happened? Lu Yueshu, impatient, said, what could have happened? I just said it plainly. He has severed ties with our Lu family completely. He Lian's face was filled with anxiety. Just then Yang Min Quan, who had been sleeping in the house, woke up. He walked out with a cigarette in his mouth, his face ashen. The conversation outside had woken him up. He was seething with anger inside. He Lian was holding a pot of dirty dishes, preparing to wash them and cook. They still had to go to the construction site in the afternoon. Yang Duo was hiding behind He Lian, timidly glancing at the two beautiful sisters in front of her. He Lian put the pot down on the ground, displeased, and said, severing ties? Impossible. That child loves your Lu family so much, especially his 5 sisters. How could he sever ties with you? Everything was perfectly fine, so why would he sever ties? Did your Lu family do something to anger him? Facing He Lian's barrage of questions, Lu Qing couldn't find the time to respond and only asked, has he really never returned? If he had come back, would I still be asking you? He Lian's voice was starting to tremble. Lu Yueshu rolled her eyes again. What kind of tone is that? It sounds like an interrogation. Who do you think you are to question us? We just came to ask where he got his money from. He ate well and drank well in our Lu family, and he didn't appreciate it constantly causing trouble. It's better that he has severed ties. I was worried he might come back in a pitiful state one day. We just want to know why he has money to spend. Now it's clear, his money comes from stealing from our Lu family. Lu Yueshu held her head high, strutting around as if she and Lu Qing were superior to He Lian and Yang Duo. He Lian was about to retort. Yang Min Quan strode out of the door, catching everyone off guard. He already had his hands on his hips, ready to scold. You say that rascal severed ties with your family and then accuse him of stealing from you. To hell with you two good-for-nothings. I raised that fool for 13 years. Do you think he would steal? I've told him countless times to go back and steal, but he wouldn't. Now you dare come to my house to slander him. I spit on you. Lu Yueshu and Lu Cheng knew that Yang Min Quan was not a good person. He loved to drink and gamble. They didn't expect him to actually curse. And so harshly. Lu Yueshu stretched her neck and shouted back at him, country bumpkin, did you eat shit? Why do you smell so bad? Yang Min Quan snorted coldly and took a few steps forward, directly pointing at Lu Yueshu's nose. In cursing you, what about it? What about it? I still want to hit you. Let me show you what a country bumpkin is. Do you think I, a country bumpkin, eat and drink at your house? To hell with you. Lu Yueshu said you. Lu Qing was worried that Yang Min Quan would really make a move and quickly pulled Lu Yueshu behind her. Hey, just speak properly, no need to curse. Yang Min Quan blared at Lu Qing. I just cursed, what are you going to do about it? He Lian, fearing the situation would escalate, quickly stepped in to pull Yang Min Quan away. You drank, so just go back inside and sleep. What are you making a fuss about here? Yang Min Quan bellowed, get the hell away from me or I'll beat you up. Lu Cheng didn't want to continue entangled with this madman and took the opportunity while He Lian and Yang Min Quan were arguing to pull Lu Yueshu away. The two almost sprinted out of the slums. In the car, Lu Yueshu's face was flushed with anger. I'm so furious. Yang Min Quan is just a madman, a lunatic. I said Lu Jiangli grew up in his house, how could he have any decency? No wonder when he returned to our Lu family everything went haywire, just look at what kind of person his alcoholic father is. Damn, it's so infuriating. I'll call a few people over when I go back. If I don't teach him a good lesson, I won't be called Lu Yueshu. Lu Qing remained silent. While driving, she pondered. Lu Jiangli had been out of the Lu family for 10 full days. If He Lian's words were true, where has Lu Jiangli been living these past 10 days? Where did he stay? What did he eat? Where did he get his money? Did he really leave without a trace of affection for the Lu family? Or had he indeed been wronged while living in the Lu family? Third sister, watch out. Crash. Lost in thought, Lu Qing's Rolls-Royce collided with a tricycle on the roadside. Ah! How could this happen? By the time Lu Qing realized it, the collision had already occurred. The tricycle toppled to one side. The live chickens on it instantly created chaos, feathers and droppings flying everywhere. The two sisters had never seen such a scene. For a moment they didn't know how to react, sitting motionless in the car without getting out. The tricycle driver was Su Yong. He specialized in transporting live chickens from the farm to the market. He had just stopped by the roadside waiting for the red light. Suddenly he was struck by a Rolls-Royce from behind. Su Yong was momentarily stunned. He wasn't injured, but at this moment whether he was hurt or not was no longer important. Su Yong quickly reacted and burst into laughter. No wonder I dreamed last night that I fell into a cesspit, ha ha ha, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get rich. After laughing, Su Yong quickly adjusted his expression to look miserable, as if he had suffered a severe internal injury. Cough cough. Su Yong struggled to get down from the tricycle step by step. When he noticed the live chickens on the vehicle scattering in all directions, one even flew onto a nearby tree. During its flight it released a stream of watery droppings which blew onto his hair near his ear. An intense smell of chicken droppings wafted in. Ugh! Su Yong fought back the nausea and fell to the ground, groaning loudly. My chickens, help! I can't take it, my insides are injured. I have a concussion. Lu Qing sat in the car for 2 minutes before she had to get out of the Rolls-Royce. By this time a crowd had already gathered around the tricycle. Someone had already called for an ambulance. Others went to help Su Yong, who was on the ground. Su Yong shook his head. Don't help me or you'll cause further injury. The crowd hesitated to assist. Su Yong lay on the ground gasping for breath. I'm not going to live. I'm not going to live. My chickens are gone. Those who had gathered earlier naturally understood what had happened and knew what kind of chickens Su Yong was referring to. But the newcomers were unaware of the truth of the matter. Hearing Su Yong clutching his stomach and talking about his lost chickens, they all widened their eyes and looked towards his pants. What? He lost his chicken. Oh my. How tragic. How can this man live without his chicken? How strange that the accident only damaged that part. Who knows? Listen, the man on the ground is saying he lost his chicken. After Lu Qing got out of the car, Lu Yushu followed suit. Lu Yushu was still young, only 20 years old, in her junior year of university. She had always grown up with a golden spoon in a wealthy family, well protected by her family. Although she was a bit overbearing at times, she had never experienced any major storms. Seeing Su Yong lying on the ground made her feel a little scared. She didn't dare to go and take a look. However, Lu Qing, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly gathered herself, exuding the composure and calm expected of a lawyer. Lu Qing called the police, and upon hearing someone nearby mention that they called for an ambulance, she expressed her gratitude. Then she called the insurance company. After going through a series of procedures, she asked the lying Su Yong, "Are you okay?" Su Yong was crying, snot and tears flowing freely. His ears were smeared with a mess of chicken droppings. The smell nearly made Lu Qing vomit. She barely managed to hold it in. I have suffered severe internal injuries, Su Yong lamented. Do the wealthy really bully people like this? I was just waiting at the red light. Why did you hit me? What enmity do we have? After listening to Su Yong's lament, Lu Qing calmly replied, "Sir, I apologize. I accidentally hit you because I was distracted while driving. Someone has already called for an ambulance. I will request a full body checkup from the doctor. I will take full responsibility for any health issues resulting from the accident. So you need not worry about your health. Moreover, my car has a high insurance policy. I will also take full responsibility for any damages caused to your tricycle due to my negligence." Upon hearing this, Su Yong felt uneasy. He hadn't sustained serious injuries. If he went to the hospital for an examination, it wouldn't cost much. As for that broken tricycle, it would only be worth a maximum of 2,000 yuan. There was no real profit to be made. After thinking for a moment, Su Yong cried out loudly, "My chicken is gone too. How will I live the rest of my life?" The bystanders began to whisper. Ah, his chicken is indeed gone. Can a chicken that was taken back still be used? It should be possible, right? Although Lu Qing hadn't gotten out of the Rolls-Royce, she had witnessed the scene of chickens flying everywhere from the tricycle. I will compensate you for your chicken. Lu Qing said seriously, "Sir, please give me a number." Su Yong, lying on the ground, thought for a moment and said, "My tricycle was carrying 500 authentic free-range chickens which are highly nutritious. I was planning to sell them, and at 100 yuan each you owe me 500,000 yuan. 500,000. The bystanders gasped in surprise. At this point, those who had misunderstood also realized the situation. It turned out this chicken was not that chicken. What kind of chicken is worth 500,000? Even free-range chickens can't be worth that much. The man on the ground clearly saw that the other party was driving a Rolls-Royce and was trying to take advantage. Does it matter? Would someone driving a Rolls-Royce care about a few tens of thousands? All right. Lu Qing addressed the man on the ground. Do you have any other demands? Su Yong thought for a moment. I also need money for the tricycle. Give me 200,000 yuan. This accident has caused me mental distress, so I also require some compensation for emotional damages. Lu Qing shook her head and said, Sir, how about we go through legal procedures instead? You say you have 500 chickens. You'll need to provide evidence later. If you have any uncertainties, you can consult a lawyer. No. Legal procedures. What a joke. Su Yong hurriedly interrupted Lu Qing. No need for that, just give me 40,000 for the tricycle instead. And then you can compensate me 50,000 for the chicken. Lu Qing nodded. Well, the ambulance is on its way. Do you need to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup? No, just give me the money and I'll go check myself. Let's say the medical expenses are 30,000. Sir, we should still go through legal procedures. Hey, considering how beautiful you all are, let's talk this out nicely. How about we settle the checkup cost at 10,000? Not too harsh of a condition. Lu Qing nodded. Give me your account number. Lu Qing transferred 64,000 yuan to Su Yong's account. For her, spending over 6,000 yuan to resolve the issue was the most sensible approach. If this person really went to the hospital, even if he wasn't sick, he would pretend to be ill. She wasn't afraid of him pretending to be sick. What worried her was the negative impact this incident could have on the Lu group. It could lead to unnecessary trouble. It was better to settle it with money. After all, the wealthy Lu family never lacked for this amount of money. By the time the traffic police arrived, the two had already reached an agreement. Seeing that the tricycle driver Su Yong had no major issues, the traffic police proceeded with the protocol and allowed the two to leave. The ambulance left without a patient and Lu Qing paid the fee. Then she drove away. The car had only a scratch on it. In the afternoon, Lu Jiangli took the bus back to his rental apartment after school. On the way passing through Mayuan Road, he fortuitously saw Lu Qing's car collide with the tricycle while on the bus. Lu Cheng and Lu Yushu were standing there and someone was lying on the ground groaning. He recognized the person. It was Su Qing, Lu's father. Lu Jiangli merely glanced calmly and then shifted his gaze back to the bus. In his previous life, he would have been extremely anxious. On one hand, he would worry about his two sisters getting hurt. On the other hand, he would be concerned for Su Qing, Lu's father. But now the affairs of the Lu family had nothing to do with him. The matters concerning Su Qing Lu also had no relevance to him. What was the significance of a car accident? Did it matter if anyone got hurt? Lu Jiangli returned to his rental apartment and had a simple bowl of egg fried rice. Carrying his singing equipment and stall items, he headed to the People's Park. Yesterday he had recorded the song Little Apple and uploaded it to a video platform. At this time, the video platform was only 10-cent video. Kuaishou wouldn't become a more active short video platform until July. Lu Jiangli's singing video had a high view count reaching 5,000 views. Today Lu Jiangli planned to continue singing this song and record another video to upload. Singing it every day until it became popular across the country. In the park, Lu Jiangli's voice attracted many people and they gathered around to listen. While singing, Lu Jiangli sold toys. Unfortunately, it was only 2013 and the platforms did not yet have the live streaming and selling feature. Otherwise, he would have gone live. However, this also opened his eyes to business opportunities. Kuaishou would transition from a small application to a short video platform in July. It was already May. He wouldn't be able to benefit from this wave of perks. However, Douyin short videos wouldn't appear until 2016. By then, Lu Jiangli could create a short video app to directly compete with Douyin. Su Yong called the chicken farm owner saying that all the chickens had been sold and he made 2,000 yuan. After transferring 2,000 yuan to the owner, Su Yong went to the bank to withdraw money carrying 6,200 yuan. He returned home in high spirits. His wife Xiaoying Ju didn't expect him to come back so early and, unsure of what had happened, cautiously attended to him. Fearing that he might get angry and hit someone, Su Yong plopped down onto the shabby sofa and sternly said, "Take off my shoes." Xiaoying Ju hurriedly jogged over to help Su Yong take off his shoes. "Darling, why are you back so early today?" She knew she was asking about his early return. Su Yong proudly declared, "Let me tell you, you better take good care of me. I struck it rich." Ha ha ha. Xiaoying Ju found it strange. What kind of fortune could come out of nowhere? She helped Su Yong take off his dirty faded leather shoes and put on the slippers from home. Su Yong shouted loudly, "Go call Qing Lu Wei Ko and Wei Sheng, I have something to say." Xiaoying Ju yelled in the living room, "Qing Lu Wei Ko, Wei Shun, come out quickly." The three children ran out of their rooms. Su Yong proudly told the children, "Let me tell you, your old man is rich now, ha. I bumped into a Rolls Royce and made over 200,000 yuan. Come here, each of you gets 200 yuan. Su Qinglu excitedly asked, "So much?" Of course, everyone save a bit to use. Su Qinglu accepted the 200 yuan Su Yong handed her and tucked it into her bag. Xiangju reached out to Su Yong. "Darling, we're out of oil and there's not much rice left." In the past, whenever Xiangju asked Su Yong for money like this, she would always get scolded. Su Yong would often say, "Money, money, money, did you give birth alongside money?" But today Su Yong was in a good mood with money in hand. He directly rewarded Xiangju with 500 yuan. Xiangju was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Su Yong washed his face at home, still smelling of chicken droppings. He casually cleaned himself up and changed into a new outfit before going out. Xiangju asked him where he was going. Su Yong retorted, "Wife, just stay at home and cook and do laundry. You don't need to concern yourself with a man's affairs." Xiangju was worried, fearing he was going to gamble. "Su Yong, are you going to gamble?" Su Yong shook his head in denial. "How could that be? Don't worry about me. I'm in a good mood today. I'm just going out to drink with my good buddies." After Su Yong left, Su Qinglu comforted Xiangju. "Mom, just ignore him. It's good enough that he gives us some money to use." Xiangju sighed helplessly. Su Qinglu returned to her room to continue her homework. She glanced at her phone beside her, but there were no new messages. In the past, at this time, Lu Jiangli would always send her messages. "Qinglu, what are you doing? Qinglu, I miss you so much. Qinglu, what should I bring you to eat tomorrow?" Su Qinglu opened the chat box and tried to send Lu Jiangli an emoji. However, it simply would not go through. A large red exclamation mark appeared on the left side of the emoji. The message was sent but was rejected by the recipient. He actually blocked me. Su Qinglu suddenly felt very annoyed and couldn't concentrate on her work. Coincidentally, at that moment, a text from Lu Zixi arrived. "Little dear, do you miss your brother?" Su Qinglu hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, I do. Let me tell you, Lu Jiangli is really dead to me. Today my third sister and fifth sister went to his foster parents' house and were extorted on the way back. Su Qinglu, that guy is so shameless, he extorted tens of thousands from my third sister." Su Qinglu, could it be that my dad was extorted? Lu Jiangli sang at the People's Park until 10 o'clock at night. There were many spectators and many people gave him tips. He came every day and the locals had already learned to sing this song. As he performed, everyone sang along. "You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much." Today Lu Jiangli recorded a video of himself singing Little Apple to upload to the platform. He averaged a video upload every day. The purpose of this was to quickly popularize the song through vertical positioning. Even if it didn't get popular, musicians who saw potential in the song would come looking for him. Once the copyright for the song was sold, the financial benefits would be immeasurable. Singing also promoted toy sales. In recent days, Lu Jiangli's daily earnings averaged no less than 1000 yuan. He returned to his rental apartment at 10:30. Lu Jiangli casually cooked a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Sitting at the table, he began reviewing questions. Although he knew he had a photographic memory, he still had to read the books and practice the questions. He needed to be fully prepared, fearing that during the college entrance exam he would encounter a question he had never seen before. After all, what good was a photographic memory if he had never seen the answers? Before going to bed at midnight, Lu Jiangli opened Tencent to check his view count. Great! In just a few days, the views had reached 100,000. His fan base had also increased significantly. Lu Jiangli was just waiting for someone to come by the copyright for the song. The Lu family. Lu Chang and Zhou Yan had not returned from the gathering yet. Only 5 sisters and Lu Zixi were at home. "Qinger, are you just going to let that person extort you without fighting back? I see your lawyer license is worthless." Lu Shuyu was infuriated to hear that Lu Qing had been extorted for over 600,000 yuan. Second sister Lu Xinian also angrily said, "How dare someone extort a member of the Lu family? Do you believe I can make him never see the sun again? That foster father of his is truly despicable, lacking in quality and disgusting, a true country bumpkin. Tomorrow I will find a few people to beat him up. And that tricycle driver named Su Su or something is also on the list for a beating." Lu Qing had been zoning out, not listening to a word anyone was saying. Right now she only had one thought: if Lu Jiangli didn't return to his foster parents' house, where was he living? All you do is argue. Have you never thought that if Lu Jiangli didn't go to his foster parents' house, where has he been living during this time? As soon as Lu Qing spoke, everyone was a bit stunned. Right, where was Lu Jiangli living? After a brief surprise, Lu Xinian angrily said, "Where he lives is none of my business." Lu Yushu impatiently said, "Someone like him, even if he lives outside, what does it matter to me if he's dead or crippled? So disgusting." Lu Zixi sat quietly outwardly listening with righteous indignation to her sister's words. Inside she was secretly delighted. The angrier her sisters were, the more they would despise Lu Jiangli. Then her position in the Lu family would be secured. Thinking of this, Lu Zixi's soft weak voice rang out. Sisters, please don't be angry, and you don't need to worry too much about brother Jiangli. The reason he severed ties with our Lu family must have his own reasons. He probably didn't return to his foster parents' house because he thinks it's too poor. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. He must be staying in a hotel. Hotel. Lu Xinian nodded right. He stole so many things from our Lu family he must have sold them and has money on him. Lu Shuyu frowned, remaining silent. Stealing was not new to Lu Jiangli. Selling stolen goods from the Lu household for money was certainly plausible. Lu Zixi continued, sisters, please stop worrying about brother Jiangli, he's probably living quite comfortably right now. Her words instantly dissolved the faint trace of concern lingering among them. Indeed, perhaps he was thriving. Lu Xinian slipped on her headphones. All right, everyone back to your own business. We've been holding these meetings daily all just to discuss that country bumpkin. He doesn't even deserve it. Exactly. Stop bringing him up constantly, it's exhausting. Lu Yueshu cradled her tablet and retreated to her room to watch a movie. Everyone else drifted off to their respective rooms. Only Lu Qing remained seated on the sofa, arms crossed. In silence she radiated the calm composure and incisive intellect innate to a seasoned lawyer. She was thinking about Lu Jiangli. Strangely though she disliked him, an involuntary thread of concern tugged at her heart. She recalled how kind he had once been to her. Every day he would dash over with a sweet smile and call out, "Third sister. Third sister, are you heading to the law firm today? Third sister, I saw you win the toughest case on TV, you're amazing. Third sister, you're just as formidable as eldest sister." Back then his presence irritated her daily. She always suspected his cheerful demeanor concealed ulterior motives. He joined the Lu family solely to seize its inheritance. So she never treated him kindly. She remembered how last time he'd gifted her a bracelet purchased online. It looked charming, but to her it was utterly cheap. Her everyday jewelry cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. A few dollar trinket held no value in her eyes. She tossed it into the trash without hesitation. Later she happened to see him retrieve it and carefully tuck it back into his pocket. At the time her aversion left her unmoved by the sight. Now that he was gone, the memory stirred a quiet pang of remorse. Ah! Isn't that him, that country bumpkin? He's busking. He's actually busking. Lu Yueshu's shrill cry shattered Lu Qing's reverie. Lu Qing looked up. Lu Yueshu burst out of her room, barefoot, tablet clutched to her chest as if she'd uncovered a lost continent. She stood in the living room shouting loudly, "Everyone come quick, he's up to something again." Lu Shuyu emerged from her room. "What is it, Yueshu? Can't you sleep? What's all this racket?" "No, eldest sister, I was scrolling videos just now. Guess who I stumbled upon? I found Lu Jiangli, that country bumpkin, busking." Busking. Lu Shuyu stepped forward and took the tablet from Lu Yueshu's hands. On screen Lu Jiangli held a microphone and strummed a guitar, singing joyfully. "You're my little apple. How much I love you is never enough." A crowd surrounded him, singing along at the top of their lungs. Lu Shuyu stared dumbfounded. Could this truly be the same timid, awkward, unsophisticated Lu Jiangli she knew? Lu Xinian, drawn by the melody, also approached. As a rising film star she found nothing remarkable about the song itself. But seeing Lu Jiangli on screen, sunlit, charismatic, performing like a true celebrity amid adoring fans, struck her deeply. His radiant self-assurance ignited her fury. What's wrong with him? The college entrance exam is imminent, he should be studying, not busking in parks. It's disgraceful. Utterly humiliating. Block him, I refuse to see him ever again. Fuming, Lu Xinian stormed off to bed. At the doorway she whirled back. Lu Yueshu, stop shrieking and disturbing my sleep. You and I aren't done yet. Lu Yueshu stuck out her tongue. Lu Qing rose from the sofa and watched Lu Jiangli's performance video, then fell even more silent. Big brother. Big brother. At noon, after eating at a small restaurant near campus, Lu Jiangli had just reached the school gate. There he spotted Yang Duoduo's tiny figure darting merrily toward him, and she flung herself straight into his arms. Lu Jiangli knelt, lifting her up tenderly. Gently stroking her cherubic cheeks, he smiled. "Duoduo, what made you think to come find big brother?" "Because I missed you," she replied in her soft, milky voice. Lu Jiangli laughed. "Big brother missed you too. Come, let me give you a kiss." "No, no. He. Her bell-like laughter melted his heart entirely. Jiangli, come here, Mom needs to ask you something. Helian led the way. Lu Jiangli followed, carrying Duodua until they reached a secluded spot. Helian asked, Jiangli, is it true you've severed ties with the Lu family? Lu Jiangli set Duo down and held her small hand beside him. He nodded solemnly. Yes, Mom, I've truly cut all ties with the Lu family. Why? It's nothing serious, Mom, don't worry. I'm doing well now. Duodua, let Big Brother buy you a lollipop. Helian sighed and gently grasped Lu Jiangli's arm. Son, tell me the truth, what really happened? All right, Lu Jiangli agreed, nodding. He'd originally withheld the truth to spare his foster mother distress, but since she already sensed something was amiss, honesty was the only path forward. For 4 years in the Lu household, they never treated me as human, only beatings and abuse. Especially that fake heir Lu Zixi, he relentlessly targeted me and slandered my mother. I'll never return to the Lu family. Lu Jiangli recounted in broad strokes his life within the Lu family. By the time he finished, Helian's face was streaked with tears. My child, you've suffered so much. When you lived with us in the Yang family, your father was addicted to alcohol and gambling, beating and cursing you without mercy. I'd hoped that returning to the Lu family would bring you parental love and sisterly care, freedom from such cruelty and lasting happiness. Instead, I pulled you from one inferno only to cast you into another. Jiangli, my son, I feel utterly useless. I've never given you a single day of true happiness. Mom, don't say that. I rent my own place now and I'm doing just fine. Lu Jiangli gazed at his foster mother, now in her 50s, her cheeks etched with deep wrinkles. Years of hardship had turned half her hair white. You rent your own place. Son, don't lie to me. If you have nowhere to go, I'll go home today and beg your father to let you move back in with us. Your father may be flawed, drunken, reckless, addicted to gambling, but he isn't heartless toward you. His temper is simply unbearable. I know, Mom, Lu Jiangli reassured her. Don't worry, I truly rent my own place and I'm doing well. This weekend I'll come visit you in Duo and show you my apartment. After repeated assurances, Helian finally believed him. They chatted a while longer, then Lu Jiangli prepared to return to school. Helian needed to return to her construction site. Lu Jiangli waved goodbye to Helian in Duo. At parting, she suddenly pressed a cloth-wrapped bundle into his arms and hurried Duo into a taxi, disappearing down the street. Wait, Mom, what's this? Lu Jiangli unfolded the worn cloth and his eyes welled with tears. The cloth contained a stack of money. There were 100 yuan, 50 yuan and 20 yuan notes, even 5 yuan, 1 yuan and 50 cents. A total of 1,000 yuan. The adoptive father was fond of drinking and gambling, neglecting his duties. All the burdens of the household fell on the adoptive mother. For many years, the adoptive mother had been working on construction sites, enduring hardships that ordinary people could hardly imagine. For her, 1,000 yuan was the amount she could gather over 2 or 3 years. Her usual wages went towards household expenses and social obligations. Additionally, they could be taken away at any moment by the gambler Yang Ningquan. If they weren't taken away, they could be stolen. But now, upon hearing that she had severed ties with the Lu family, the adoptive mother unreservedly gave all her savings to her. It would be impossible for Lu Jiangli not to feel moved. Tears were welling in his eyes. On the way back to the classroom, Lu Jiangli silently resolved for the second time that he would ensure his adoptive mother and Duo would have a good life in this lifetime. Outside the classroom of Class 23, Lu Jiangli saw Su Qinglu waiting at the door. Lu Jiangli, why did you block me? Su Qinglu immediately confronted him with that question. Lu Jiangli replied, do I need a reason to block you? Why? Su Qinglu stood in front of Lu Jiangli, blocking his way into the classroom. Lu Jiangli smirked, saying, why can't I block you? Su Qinglu responded, Lu Jiangli, does my choosing Zixi mean we can't be friends anymore? Lu Jiangli rolled his eyes. Miss Su, let me say this one last time. First, please don't mention that disgusting name in front of me. Second, our past is behind us. To me now you are just a stranger. Please keep your distance, I find women like you filthy. You. Su Qinglu was infuriated. Lu Jiangli brushed aside her hand that was blocking him and entered the classroom. Inside the classroom, the adorable Yu had already arrived, sitting at her desk working on problems. Lu Jiangli walked over and sat beside her. You came really early today. I came after having lunch. I wanted to work on problems for a bit longer. That's great, very obedient. Stop joking around here, you should work on problems too. Oh, okay. Lu Jiangli gently pinched Yu's little face and returned to his own seat. Outside the window, Su Qinglu angrily watched everything happening in the classroom. With a cold snort, she left. Lu Jiangli also began working on problems. The first class in the afternoon was the homeroom teacher's lesson. Yao Ming entered the classroom holding a stack of math answer sheets. Classmates, these are the answer sheets from the last mock exam. If there are questions you don't know how to solve, focus on practicing and solidifying this type of problem. Lu Jiangli received his answer sheet and saw the score of 112 on it. This was his score from before his reincarnation. Actually, his grades had always been excellent, but to consider Lu Zixi's feelings and avoid being accused by the Lu family of trying to win favor, Lu Jiangli intentionally skipped a few major questions to keep his score lower. Now looking at his answer sheet, Lu Jiangli smiled. In this lifetime he would absolutely not live so cowardly again. He would do what he needed to do. Being the most authentic version of himself. The midterm exam is next Monday. Everyone work a bit harder to achieve good results. Gao Ming's deep voice rang out once more. After school in the afternoon, Lu Jiangli left the school gate with Yi Yuyu. After saying goodbye, Lu Jiangli took a taxi back to his rented room. Yi Yuyu stood at the school gate, turning left to the side of the school. A Bugatti Veyron was parked on the road in the distance. Its market price was estimated to be at least 30 million yuan. The driver in the driver's seat was looking this way. Seeing Yi Yuyu walking forward with her backpack, the driver got out of the car and stood respectfully beside it. Yi Yuyu waited until she was sure that Lu Jiangli's taxi had driven away before slowly walking towards the Bugatti. Unexpectedly, before she reached the car, she was blocked by Su Qinglu and 3 girls. Su Qinglu crossed her arms looking like a little gangster. Yi Yuyu, I warn you, please stay away from Lu Jiangli from now on. The girl next to Su Qinglu, Guoqian, who was her close friend, chimed in, yeah, if we see you clinging to Lu Jiangli again, watch out for our fists. Guoqian made a fist. She made a fierce face. Behind Guoqian were Li Mengyue and Fan Mingjie, both of whom were Su Qinglu's lackeys. Although Su Qinglu came from a poor family, she was fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs, making her the school beauty of class 1, attracting many admirers. Every day she enjoyed the food, drinks and gifts from her admirers. Especially Lu Zixi, who was the most generous. He often gifted her bags and clothes. She pretended that her family was well off and occasionally took what she received back home to support her family. Girls who got close to her would naturally also receive some benefits. Therefore she always had 2 followers. Yi Yuyu, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Our boss is talking to you, can't you hear? Before Fan Mingjie could finish her sentence, she was already knocked to the ground. With a loud thud, dust flew up from the ground. Ouch! My waist, it hurts so much. Fan Mingjie curled up on the ground in pain. Su Qinglu, Guoqian, Li Mengyue, the 3 girls were instantly scared pale. Upon noticing the commotion, the driver of Yi Yuyu, who was preparing to come help, remarked, Miss, you flipped the tables. Yi Yuyu pulled out a wet tissue from her backpack and wiped her hands as if she had touched something very dirty. In a calm tone she said to the 3 girls in front of her, a few clowns don't bounce around in front of me for no reason. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. If you don't understand your opponent and come to provoke me, isn't that seeking death? Yi Yuyu looked at Su Qinglu and mocked, Miss Su, you don't cherish such a good man, what do you mean by asking me to leave him? I'll tell you this, Yi Yuyu said with a faint smile, stay away from him, he is mine, understood? Su Qinglu. Yi Yuyu disdainfully glanced at the 3 girls standing there and at Fan Mingjie, who was still on the ground. Amidst the shock of the few, she got into the Bugatti and playfully said bye-bye. The car sped away, leaving 4 girls in disarray in the wind. They initially thought Yi Yuyu was just an ordinary girl. They didn't expect her to be skilled and come from a good family. Guoqian, feeling a bit scared, asked, who exactly is she? Su Qinglu replied impatiently, who knows who she is? I just don't understand what Lu Jiangli has that makes her such a wealthy person want to compete for him. Guoqian shook her head, maybe she thinks he's handsome. So annoying. Annoying. Su Qinglu felt a wave of depression rising in her heart. It felt as if something that rightfully belonged to her was about to be snatched away. Lu Jiangli returned to his rented apartment, the rice in the rice cooker still warm. He stir-fried a plate of green pepper and potato strips and boiled a bowl of cabbage soup. He then prepared a bowl of spicy dipping sauce. While eating, he scrolled through videos. The views on his daily uploads had reached over 25 million with more than 6 million likes. Lu Jiangli opened the backend to see if anyone had contacted him. If the copyright for the song Little Apple were to sell, the economic benefits would be immeasurable. If it doesn't sell, then he would just switch to another song. After all, there would be plenty of hit songs after 2013, any one of them would be enough for him to make a living. Upon checking the backend, he indeed found many messages from people. However, none were inquiring about the purchase of the song's copyright. There were invitations for him to perform commercially and to sing at hotel openings. Some even wanted to be friends with him. Lu Jiangli closed the backend on his phone. There was no rush, he could earn over 1,000 yuan each day singing in the park. If Little Apple didn't become popular in his hands, he could always sing The Lonely Hero. The toys at home were nearly sold out and Lu Jiangli didn't plan to restock. During this time he had been selling toys in the park and those who came out to play had already bought what they needed. It would be better to sell food. He bought several large boxes of instant noodles from the supermarket, prepared them and drained the water. He put them in a large basin to make spicy turkey noodles served in disposable plastic bowls. The smallest bowl was priced at 3 yuan, the medium bowl at 5 yuan and the large bowl at 8 yuan. The prices were clearly marked and customers could take them after paying. This was Lu Jiangli's first attempt at selling this. If the food business turned out well, Lu Jiangli would sell soul-satisfying chicken legs and barbecued goods in the future. He planned to invite his foster mother He Lian to help him manage the stall. He would share half of his earnings with her. This way he could alleviate her family's financial pressure while also earning quite a bit. Lu Jiangli put his singing equipment on his back and packed the prepared spicy noodles into a large white food bag. He took a table and a folding chair from his rented apartment and took a taxi to People's Park. He set up his stall in a designated spot, placing the spicy noodles on the table. In 2013, the term spicy turkey noodles was not yet popular and everyone found it novel. Especially the children and young people who clamored to buy. Lu Jiangli sang while promoting the spicy noodles. Of course, he did not only sing Little Apple. He also sang many popular old songs. He would only sing Little Apple when the crowd had gathered the most. The rosy little face warms my heart. It ignites the fire of my life. Miss, your mother called and asked you to come back. Yi Yu, wearing a casual hat and large sunglasses, blended in at the edge of the crowd. In this appearance she looked nothing like the shy and timid girl she was during the day at school. One might mistake her for a different person. The contrast was stark. Yi Yu adjusted her sunglasses, gazing at the sun-kissed handsome boy in the middle of the venue. He was tall and striking. Clean and fresh. His smile revealed white teeth. At this moment he was focused on singing, radiating an aura of confidence. Yi Yu unknowingly fell under the spell of his singing. It was only when someone reminded her miss that she snapped back to reality. Okay, I got it. Let's go back. Yi Yu left the park with her bodyguard. Meanwhile, in another direction, Lu Qing stood dazedly in the crowd. He watched Lu Jiangli in shock. Sitting on a folding chair strumming his guitar, he sang with abandon. His face radiated confidence, happiness and laughter. Such a clean and refreshing smile was something he had never seen during his time at the Lu family. There he always played along, trying to please everyone. Back then he thought Lu Jiangli lacked backbone and dignity. He seemed devoid of any Lu family traits. He believed that his severing ties with the Lu family was merely a ploy to attract attention. He thought that it wouldn't be long before Lu Jiangli would cry and return submissively, complying with everyone as he had in the past. He would tell everyone he was wrong and apologize. Lu Qing gave a self-deprecating smile, his gaze fixated on the dazzling boy in the center of the venue. He was so handsome. When singing he looked so focused, those wanting to buy spicy noodles simply placed their money in the nearby box and took their noodles. They found change from the box themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangli sang while smiling and nodding at others. That smile was so pure and clear. And so healing. Lu Qing found himself smiling without realizing it. When he snapped back, he resumed his serious demeanor. As a lawyer, a stern face and serious expression were essential for professionalism. Lu Qing took out his phone from his bag and secretly recorded a video of Lu Jiangli strumming his guitar and singing. At 10 in the evening, Lu Jiangli held the microphone and addressed the gathered crowd. Thank you very much for your support, friends. We will meet again tomorrow night at 8, don't miss it. Everyone left reluctantly. Lu Jiangli was busy packing up to go home when he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. Turning around, he found Lu Qing standing there dazed. Lu Jiangli said nothing, merely casting a cold glance before lowering his head to continue packing. The park was brightly lit, almost like daylight. Lu Jiangli's indifferent gaze was clearly seen by Lu Qing. For some reason, Lu Qing suddenly felt a deep sadness, a heavy weight in his chest. Jiangli. After Lu Jiangli finished packing and was about to leave, Lu Qing called out to him. Lu Jiangli walked away without looking back, not pausing even for a second. It was only after watching Lu Jiangli take a taxi away that Lu Qing realized she was the only one left in the park. Lu Jiangli returned to his rented apartment ready to study. Before studying, he uploaded the video of his performance from today. At that moment he noticed the red notification dot flashing in the back end. When Lu Jiangli clicked on it, he saw someone had sent him a message. Hello, I am Jiang Liang, the head of Huayu Entertainment. I have high hopes for your song. May I know how to contact you? Here is my contact number. 18,088. Please call me when you have time or leave your contact information. Friend, a talented horse needs a good trainer. I believe I can be your trainer. Huayu Entertainment. Huayu Entertainment. Lu Jiangli almost jumped for joy. You must know that Huayu Entertainment is the top film and entertainment company in the Magic City. They specialize in discovering and nurturing artists, packaging, record production, and various promotions. How many artists dream of joining such a company? Lu Jiangli hurriedly clicked on the person's profile to take a look. Clicking on that person's homepage, he saw the videos posted and the official certification at the very top confirming that he was indeed from Huayu Entertainment. Lu Jiangli wanted to call his phone number. Looking at the time, it was already close to 11 at night. It was too late and it wouldn't be convenient to disturb others at this hour. I'll contact him tomorrow. The next day was Saturday. Lu Jiangli originally intended to sleep in, but his biological clock had become a habit, waking him up before 7 in the morning. Once awake, he couldn't fall back asleep. Lu Jiangli had no choice but to get up and make some noodles to eat. Before 9, Lian called. Jiangli, Mom thought about it all night and still wants you to come back and live with the Yang family. I've already told your dad and he didn't oppose it. Kid, you're struggling out there and I'm worried. Why don't you come back? Lu Jiangli felt warmth hearing Lian's voice. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Mom, I promised you before that I would take you and Duo to see my rental place this weekend. I'll go find you shortly. Lian was worried that he had no home to return to and insisted on seeing his rental place. He nodded and said, okay, it's just drizzling today and we don't have to work at the site, so we'll wait for you at home. Lu Jiangli quickly tidied up his rental apartment. He then took the bus to his foster parents' house. Worried that his foster father Yang Minquan might cause a scene, Lu Jiangli spent 110 yuan to buy him a pack of sandpaper cigarettes. He also bought a bag of rice for Lian and got a large doll he had left from his sales for young Duo. When he arrived, Yang Minquan was not home. As the three were about to leave, Yang Minquan returned home half-drunk. Upon seeing Lu Jiangli, he immediately began to curse. You little fool, haven't you made any progress? After 4 years with the Lu family, I thought you were enjoying a good life. I didn't expect that you were kicked out by someone else. You couldn't even stand up to that fake young master who kicked you out. Get lost. Don't linger at my doorstep. My son, raised by Yang Mingxuan, is such a failure. Let me tell you, if anyone bullies you, you fight back, hit them hard. TSK. I wasted over a decade raising you for this. You've been with the Lu family for 4 years and countless times I told you to steal some money back, but you refused. Now look at you, kicked out and with nothing. If you want to come back to the Yang family, fine, but do you see that doghouse at the entrance? From now on you can live in the doghouse. Lu Jiangli said nothing, waiting for Yang Minquan to finish his harsh words. Lian had just told him about what happened yesterday. Yesterday Lu Qing and Lu Yueshu came looking for him but were chased away by Yang Minquan. Although Yang Minquan was not good anywhere, it seemed he had a little bit of righteousness. With that alone, Lu Jiangli didn't want to confront him now. However, in his past life, Yang Minquan's fate was not too good. Due to long-term drinking, he drank himself to death. In this life, he probably couldn't escape the fate of dying from alcohol either, as alcohol was his life and no one could persuade him to quit. Lian stepped forward and handed the sandpaper cigarettes Lu Jiangli bought to Yang Minquan. These are the cigarettes Jiangli bought with his hard work, take them. Yang Minquan threw the cigarettes on the ground, cursing, I want smoke cigarettes bought by a failure. Take them back. Lian picked up the cigarettes again and handed them back to Yang Minquan. Yang Minquan directly threw the cigarettes far away and slammed the door shut. Yang Duo was scared and cried loudly. Lu Jiangli said nothing and quickly went over to hug Yang Duo. In the past, if Yang Minquan threw away something given by Lu Jiangli like this, Lu Jiangli would definitely resent him. But now he found it hard to feel hatred. Yang Minquan was like this, clearly worried that he would spend the money on cigarettes and not have money for food, yet he still pretended to be fierce. This room is quite nice. In the rental room, Lian looked at the tidy space, feeling relieved at last. Mom, you sit down and I'll cook something for you and Duo to eat. Lian shook her head, saying, you with the college entrance examination coming up, don't waste time cooking. I'll go home and eat with Duo later. Lu Jiangli insisted, Mom, since you're here, let me cook you a meal. Anyway, today is Saturday and I have plenty of time. All right, you. Lian couldn't argue with him, so she let him do it. However, while Lu Jiangli was cooking, Lian helped out on the side. 4-year-old young Duo also ran around. Lu Jiangli didn't usually care much about food, so there wasn't much in the refrigerator. Wanting to go out to buy something, Lian was worried he wouldn't want to waste too much time. Thus he could only make do with what was available at home. He stir-fried a plate of shredded potatoes with green peppers, a plate of cauliflower stir-fried with meat, and a bowl of radish and cabbage soup. Lian praised Lu Jiangli's cooking skills. Yang Duo ate happily, calling him brother repeatedly. This warmed Lu Jiangli's heart. After the meal, Lian cleaned up the dishes while washing them. Lu Jiangli played with Yang Duo at home, engaging in a game of hide and seek. An hour later, Lian called out to Yang Duo, sweetheart, we're going home, don't delay your brother's studies. Saying this, she prepared to leave. Lu Jiangli suddenly grabbed He Lian's hand and said, "Mom, didn't you give me 1,000 yuan last time? You don't need to give it to me now. I'm earning enough money singing in the park and selling things. You can take that money back. This afternoon I'll find someone to weld a barbecue cart and try it out for a few nights to see if I can sell some delicious chicken legs or something. If the business goes well, you won't have to work hard at the construction site anymore. You can come and help me sell and we'll split the earnings equally." He Lian was still worried. "It's fine, just use the money first and when you earn it back you can return it to your mom." Lu Jiangli thought for a moment and replied, "Okay. By the way, Mom, please tell Dad to drink less. One night I had a dream that he died from drinking too much." He Lian dismissed it. With his character he won't amount to anything. If he dies from drinking he deserves it. Mom, just tell him whether he drinks or not is up to him. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. He Lian nodded. After sending He Lian and Yang Duoduo away, Lu Jiangli opened his short video back and wanting to find the contact number of Jiang Liang, the person in charge of Huayu Entertainment, to call him. After thinking for a moment he felt that this approach was too passive, as if he were too eager. Lu Jiangli left his phone number in the chat box. Ding ding ding. Lu Jiangli's phone rang. It was Jiang Liang from Huayu Entertainment. On the other end of the line the caller was desperately suppressing his inner excitement. What he didn't know was that Lu Jiangli's heart was also racing. "Hello sir, I am Jiang Liang from Huayu Entertainment. I was greatly shocked to hear you sing Little Apple and would like to purchase the copyright for the song. If you are willing, could we arrange a meeting?" Lu Jiangli tried to control his excitement and replied calmly, "Sure, we can set something up when I have time." Jiang Liang excitedly said, "There's no time like the present. How about today? Do you have anything scheduled today?" Lu Jiangli replied, "Today is the weekend, I don't have anything planned." Jiang Liang was extremely pleased to hear this. The two agreed to meet at a cafe. Jiang Liang directly stated his intentions. "The audience for this song is very broad. I want to ask if you wrote it yourself or if someone else did." Lu Jiangli answered, "I wrote it myself. I have many songs I can write." "That's great. I want to buy the copyright for this song. How about a price of 100,000? What do you think?" Without a second thought, Lu Jiangli shook his head and refused. "Mr. Jiang, I think you might be misunderstanding. If this song truly becomes widely popular, the value it could bring is immeasurable. 100,000 yuan. Ha! I feel you lack sincerity. Perhaps we can cooperate another time." With that, Lu Jiangli stood up preparing to leave. "Sir, please don't rush off. Perhaps we can discuss a different cooperation plan." Jiang Liang quickly stood up, looking cautious, afraid that Lu Jiangli would leave at any moment. Lu Jiangli was still planning to leave, but Jiang Liang hurriedly grasped his arm. "Sir, could you please spend half a minute listening to what I have to say?" Lu Jiangli nodded and sat back down. He was only pretending to leave. Now it was a matter of who could hold their composure longer. "I will discuss this with my company and cultivate you as our latest artist, allowing you to sing this song vigorously. What do you think?" "Sure." Lu Jiangli nodded. The two chatted about some other topics before parting ways. From here on, life continued as usual. Lu Jiangli focused on his studies. In the blink of an eye it was time for the simulated exam results to be released. With a total score of 750, Lu Jiangli scored 610. This score wouldn't even get him into the top 30 in school. Lu Jiangli intentionally held back his score. He wanted to achieve the best possible score during the college entrance examination to shock the aluminum alloy dog eyes of the Lu family. Especially that fool Lu Zixi, who always thought he was impressive. Once he let his guard down, Lu Jiangli would crush him in one go. Every night Lu Jiangli continued to perform in the park, but the time had changed. Instead of the previous 8:00 to 10:00 p.m. it was now moved earlier and shortened to 7:00 to 8:00 p.m. Jiang Liang called to promise that he would package Lu Jiangli as a new artist to see if he could make Little Apple popular. Lu Jiangli said they could discuss it after the college entrance examination. However, Jiang Liang was worried that the longer they waited the more likely someone else would seize the opportunity. So on the weekend he packaged Lu Jiangli and took him to the studio to record Little Apple. Huayu Company began to vigorously promote Lu Jiangli and this song. Gradually Lu Jiangli's private life came into the public eye. On Monday the class teacher Gao Ming called Lu Jiangli into the office. He earnestly said it's understandable for young people to pursue their dreams, but time management is essential. "I understand that you've been singing a lot lately. Look, your grades have already dropped. Loving music is a good thing, but there's no rush for it right now. Focus on your studies and after the college entrance examination you can sing as much as you like." Lu Jiangli understood that Teacher Gao was concerned for him and nodded repeatedly. "All right, Teacher Gao, I understand. I will do my best. As Lu Jiangli left the office, he happened to run into Lu Zixi, the math representative of Class 1, who was going to submit some papers. What Gao Ming said to Lu Jiangli was overheard by Lu Zixi. When Lu Zixi returned home to the Lu family in the afternoon during dinner, Lu Yushu asked Zixi, the results of the simulated exam are out. How many points did you score this time? Lu Zixi felt a sense of pride inside but pretended to be humble on the surface, saying, "Fifth sister, I didn't do well this time, I only scored 630 points. When several sisters heard this, they thought 630 points was not bad. Lu Yushu was very pleased, saying, "Zixi, if you work a bit harder you can aim for Tsinghua or Peking University in the college entrance examination." Lu Zixi nodded. Fifth sister, I will. Lu Yushu doted on him, saying, "Zixi, you're so good." Lu Zixi hesitated and said, "Several sisters, since in the math representative I helped our teacher carry the homework to the office today and saw Brother Jiangli." Upon hearing Brother Jiangli's name, Lu Yushu felt impatient. "Zixi, don't mention him for no reason. Just thinking about him makes me feel nauseous and affects my appetite." "Oh, got it, fifth sister, I won't mention him next time." The eldest sister Lu Shuyu, who had been listening to the conversation between Lu Zixi and Lu Yushu, interjected, "Zixi, what did you see Jiangli doing in the office?" Lu Zixi felt a bit awkward. "Eldest sister, I didn't hear it clearly when I went in. It seemed like Brother Jiangli was in a relationship and his grades were dropping or something. Anyway, their class teacher seemed quite angry about it." Lu Shuyu frowned and said, "In a relationship? Dropping grades? What's his problem?" The second sister Lu Shernyan sarcastically said, "Eldest sister, why care about him? He has already severed ties with our Lu family. Whether he is in a relationship or his grades are dropping, what does it have to do with us? Look at how arrogant he is now, singing that ridiculous Little Apple every day, thinking he can rise from the grassroots. What a big deal." Lu Shuyu slightly opened her mouth, thinking of how Lu Jiangli had severed ties with the Lu family. She felt there was indeed no need to care about him anymore. Suddenly the third sister Lu Qing, who had been quietly eating, spoke up. "Don't you all think Jiangli has changed? He seems different from the Lu Jiangli we used to know." Lu Shernyan scoffed, saying, "I don't care whether he has changed or not." Lu Yushu echoed, "He's just trying to draw attention. Isn't this his usual trick? Look at him now going out to sing. Isn't it just a ploy to gain our attention by playing the victim? Once his money runs out and he can't hold on any longer, he'll come crawling back to our Lu family." Lu Qing quietly looked at her determined second sister and fifth sister and said in a desolate tone, "I have a feeling that Lu Jiangli will never return to the Lu family." The eldest sister Lu Shuyu lowered her head. She felt the same as Lu Qing. The second sister Lu Shernyan sneered, "It's best he doesn't come back. We have Zixi, do we still need him?" The third sister Lu Shaolin shook her head, saying, "It's easy to change the landscape but hard to change one's nature. If he comes back, it'll just cause trouble. It's better if he doesn't come back." Fifth sister Lu Yushu laughed carefree, saying, "Zixi is the one we are closest to. Does it matter if Lu Jiangli comes back or not?" Voices overlapped, each word laced with disdain for Lu Jiangli and adoration for Lu Zixi. Lu Qing frowned. Before her eyes flickered the image of Lu Jiangli singing confidently in the park, then as the crowd dispersed, his solitary figure packing up, retreating home in quiet desolation. Two contrasting auras seemed to cling to him, one radiant and cheerful before others, the other somber and sorrowful when alone. Which then was the true self? Perhaps both were genuine, equally real, equally heartbreaking. Lu Qing recalled the 4 years he had spent in the Lu household. His kindness toward her. Each time she returned home he would rush over, eager to link arms with her, yet hesitant, fearful of her disapproval. So he would linger at a careful distance, his luminous eyes brimming with pure admiration. Third sister elder sister said, "You won another court case today. Third sister, you're incredible. Third sister, you battled countless opponents today, you must be exhausted and parched. I've simmered parandroxiger soup for you. Would you like some?" Yet she had always assumed his gestures were calculated to curry favor with the Lu family. She believed his return was aimed squarely at Lu Zixi. At reclaiming the Lu family fortune. Thus everything he did repelled her. But now, recalling the man she'd seen in the park. Unexpectedly her eyes stung with moisture. Perhaps she had misunderstood him all along. Lu Xinian continued her mockery, "Oh, honestly, does he really think singing Little Apple will make him famous? Ha ha ha." Lu Qing suddenly felt an irrational surge of irritation, sharp, suffocating. Without warning she slammed her bowl and chopsticks onto the table and snapped at everyone, "Eat in peace. All this noise is unbearable." She rose abruptly and strode toward her room. Slam. The door crashed shut behind her, leaving the rest of the family staring at one another in stunned silence. Lu Xinian muttered, "What's gotten into her?" Lu Yueshu murmured softly, "Who knows? Probably upset we've been speaking ill of Lu Jiangli." Lu Zixi, though baffled by Lu Qing's outburst, felt a slow unease creep in, fearful that she might sympathize with Lu Jiangli and with her sister's support invite him back into the Lu residence. No, he had to be discredited. He needed to become so distasteful to his sisters that they'd never consider welcoming him home. You, will you come to my birthday party this Saturday? Friday afternoon after school. Lu Jiangli walked with Yu to the school gate. She nodded quietly, yes, I'll be there. Delighted, Lu Jiangli gently pinched her soft rosy cheek, the texture impossibly smooth, tender, almost irresistible. A bite might taste even better. I'll message you tomorrow. Yu blushed faintly. Okay. Unseen, someone lurking in the crowd discreetly captured their tender moment on camera. Back at his rented apartment, Lu Jiangli stir-fried a plate of shredded potatoes, a humble yet versatile dish effortless to prepare, deeply satisfying to eat. At 6:30 he gathered his equipment and packed spicy turkey noodles before heading to the park to sing. Since beginning his performances there he'd cultivated a loyal following. Fans came daily, not only to hear him sing but also to savor his fiery noodles. After heavy promotion and professional packaging by Huayu Entertainment, his fame had surged dramatically. Female students from the neighboring university flocked to his performances, shrieking with starstruck fervor each time he stepped onto the makeshift stage. Unmoved by the frenzy, Lu Jiangli offered only a calm, gentle smile before returning wholeheartedly to his performance, singing both timeless classics and contemporary hits alike. Still, he chose only moderately popular songs, reserving his most potent pieces for later. Songs like The Lone Brave would wait until after the National College entrance exam. To release them now risked having them co-opted, diminishing their impact. And once again Lu Qing appeared among the crowd. Lately she had come nearly every day. She stood far away simply watching him until the audience thinned, until he packed up alone, until a dull ache bloomed deep within her chest. When fans offered to help he politely declined. Lu Qing remained motionless, transfixed. Lu Jiangli noticed her too. His initial aversion had hardened into indifference, so complete that passing near her he didn't glance her way once. To him she had become utterly, irrevocably a stranger. That evening after finishing his set, Lu Jiangli folded his equipment, slung it over his shoulder and hailed a rideshare car, just as torrential rain erupted from the sky. Lu Qing, caught outside the parking lot, was drenched instantly, her hair plastered to her forehead, her clothes soaked through. She seemed unaware of the downpour, standing still beneath the deluge, rain streaming down her cheeks and soaking into the quiet shame that filled her heart. From the car Lu Jiangli saw her standing in the rain. After one lifetime he felt nothing. In his past life he'd worried endlessly about each sister's health, yet received not a shred of warmth in return. Now he cared for nothing. Whether she stood in the rain or not, what difference did it make to him? He returned to his apartment. In the warm, quiet space he washed, then sank into bed, soft, comforting. Leaving the Lu household had been the right choice. This path was true. He checked his video apps back-end. Recent singing videos had earned him 53126 yuan in viewer donations. Park performances brought in over 7600 yuan in tips. Spicy noodle sales added another 13896 yuan, bringing his total earnings to 75000 yuan. Excellent, I've earned over 70000 yuan in just 1 month. The Lu family was a billionaire dynasty. Sums of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, were trivial to them. Yet during his 4 years under their roof, Lu Jiangli had left with only 50 yuan in his pocket. What use was immense wealth if you could never belong? Pouring your whole heart into a place that rejects you only breeds universal contempt. That familial love, once mistaken for salvation, revealed itself upon rebirth as hollow illusion. They had never truly seen him. A dry, self-mocking laugh escaped him. He opened WeChat and sent Yu a simple good night. She replied instantly with her own good night. He tapped her profile, her avatar showed a cluster of plump, cheerful puppies. At the sight, Yu's round-cheeked, endearing face blossomed vividly in his mind, uncannily resembling the puppy on her screen. A subtle, unconscious smile lifted the corners of his lips. Into her chat window he typed and sent woof. He hadn't even registered doing it. He reached to retract it, only for her to reply instantly with a single question mark. Lu Jiangli, oops, sent that by accident. On Saturday, Lu Jiangli was approaching his 18th birthday. At the same time, today was also the day when the senior students of Modano One High School held their comingafage ceremony. The ceremony was scheduled for 2:30 p.m. In the morning, the senior students each went to prepare their formal attire. Lu Jiangli had little anticipation for this comingafage ceremony. He also had no plans to buy a suit. He only wanted to casually rent a set to get by. In his previous life he had already experienced a comingafage ceremony. He had valued it greatly and had looked forward to it a long time ago. Unfortunately, during the ceremony everyone in the Lu family surrounded Lu Zixi and not a single person came to attend his comingafage ceremony. While others walked arm in arm with their family, he walked through the ceremonial gate alone. What should have been a short walk felt interminably long in that moment. It seemed as if he could never reach the end. Surrounded by the strange gazes of others and whispers filled with doubt and mockery, tears had already begun to fall before he even reached the ceremonial gate. As for Lu Zixi, he was accompanied by 5 older sisters. When he expressed a few complaints, his father Lu Chang and mother Zhou Yan said he was being unreasonable. His sisters scolded him for deliberately seeking attention, saying that Zixi was still young and should be given priority. He was only a few hours older than Lu Zixi. Even more sadly, that evening during Lu Zixi's birthday party, he was dragged down with Lu Zixi. His brief life came to a regrettable conclusion on his 18th birthday. In this life, he thought of the comingafage ceremony as just a formality and was about to leave school to rent a suit when he spotted Yi Yuyu, who was alone in the crowd tiptoeing as if searching for something. Lu Jiangli walked over and lightly tapped Yi Yuyu on the shoulder from behind. "Hi silly girl, are you looking for me?" Yi Yuyu was startled, and when she turned to see Lu Jiangli, she patted her chest to calm herself. Lu Jiangli, her voice was melodious. "Shall we go buy suits together?" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "I don't plan to buy, I just want to rent something. If you want to buy one, I can get one for you." Yi Yuyu was momentarily startled when she heard he wanted to rent. Then she nodded and said, "No need, it's just for a short while. If you're renting, you'll just go with you to rent." Lu Jiangli nodded and the two walked side by side towards the school gate. On the way, Yi Yuyu suddenly turned to ask Lu Jiangli, "What size do you wear?" Lu Jiangli thought for a moment and replied, 2L. Yi Yuyu didn't say anything further, and upon reaching the school gate her phone suddenly rang. She said it was her mother and deliberately walked a little further away to take the call quietly. Lu Jiangli didn't think much of it and waited for Yi Yuyu to finish her call. Some classmates passed by and greeted Lu Jiangli with smiles. "Lu Jiangli, are you waiting for someone? Let's go out to buy clothes together." Lu Jiangli smiled. "Yeah, you guys go ahead, I'll wait for someone here." Everyone looked over and saw Yi Yuyu in the distance talking on the phone. They all had knowing expressions on their faces. In the past, everyone knew Lu Jiangli was infatuated with Su Qinglu. Su Qinglu was Lu Jiangli's heart, his liver, and 3/4 of his life. Lu Jiangli ran around for Su Qinglu every day, completely devoted. But a month ago, Lu Jiangli suddenly changed. He completely ignored the school beauty Su Qinglu and began to take special care of the ordinary girl Yi Yuyu. At first, everyone thought Lu Jiangli was doing this to show off to Su Qinglu. He wanted her to think he had moved on so she would give up on Lu Zixi and choose him instead. As time passed, everyone realized that Lu Jiangli truly was ignoring Su Qinglu. At this moment, seeing the two together, everyone wore knowing expressions. Lu Jiangli waited for Yi Yuyu to finish her call, and about 2 minutes later, Yi Yuyu hung up and walked in front of Lu Jiangli. She looked up, her big apricot-shaped eyes sparkling, her skin fair and rosy like a playful and adorable porcelain doll. She evoked a strong sense of protectiveness. "Lu Jiangli, my mom said she just bought a suit for boys. It was originally meant for my dad to wear with me, but he can't make it due to last-minute matters. If you don't mind, you can borrow it." Ha ha ha. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Since it's just a formality, I don't mind at all." "Great. My mom has already arranged for someone to deliver it, so it should be here soon. Let's wait here." "Okay." Lu Jiangli accompanied Yi Yuyu as they waited at the school gate. After 5 minutes, a burly young man indeed delivered 2 bags to Yi Yuyu. Yi Yuyu opened the bags, confirmed which one contained the boy's clothing, and handed the bag to Lu Jiangli. "Here, go find a place to change into the clothes." Lu Jiangli asked Yi Yuyu, "What about you? Where will you change?" Yi Yuyu smiled and said, "I'll go to the beauty shop to do my makeup first, then change clothes." Lu Jiangli nodded. All right. He secretly looked forward to what she would look like made up. At 2:30 p.m. the comingafage ceremony officially began. The school set up a large stage and built the ceremonial gate. The senior students stood in the center of the school football field, each dressed elegantly. The boys wore suits and ties while the girls donned various elegant dresses. Each looked either mature or graceful, completely unlike ordinary students. Accompanied by their parents, they waited for the ceremony to begin. Lu Jiangli stood in the formation of class 23, tiptoeing to look outside the gate. He anticipated the arrival of the girl who had loved him the most in his past life. He waited and waited, and it was already 2:10 p.m. Just as Lu Jiangli was becoming impatient and preparing to make a call, a beautiful figure suddenly caught his eye. He stared blankly at the beautiful girl walking through the school gate. Like a ray of light, she walked towards him. As the girl drew nearer, everyone on the playground turned their astonished gazes towards her. "Which class is that girl from? She's so beautiful. Wow, that girl is stunning. Heaven, she's even more beautiful than the school beauty Su Qinglu. Oh my, she's really gorgeous. She's coming this way. Oh no, Dad, I think I'm falling in love. Son, I'm falling in love too. Ah, Dad, I need to go back and tell Mom. Oh son, don't. I'll give you 200 from my secret stash when I get back." Yi Yu walked closer and finally stood gracefully in front of Lu Jiangli. She removed her thick glasses. Her hair was swept upward and tied into a vibrant youthful high ponytail. Her large almond-shaped eyes shimmered with quiet brilliance. Her delicate gently curved nose and rosy cherry-like lips complemented her dewy porcelain fair skin, flushed faintly with life. Lu Jiangli watched her closely, breath held in silent awe. Damn! She's breathtaking. He stood utterly spellbound. Lu Jiangli, I had no idea the suit would suit you so perfectly, came a clear melodious voice, reeling his scattered soul back to the present. Before he could process Yi Yu's words, his heart spoke first. Yu, you're truly beautiful. She smiled sweetly, her dewy cheeks blooming with a soft radiant blush. So, do you like it? Why, I do. Jiangli nodded, a gentle smile lifting the corners of his lips. In this second chance at life, only before this girl did his heart leap with such unguarded joy. How had he failed to see her worth in his past life? Su Qinglu was undeniably lovely, but beside Yu she paled into insignificance. Then, may I never wear glasses again? Yi Yu murmured softly. Jiangli nodded once yes. A subtle tender thrill stirred within him, a sensation both delicate and deeply intimate. And one he savored wholeheartedly. At 2:20 p.m. Jiangli spotted his elder sisters arriving at the school football field, accompanying their beloved younger brother Lu Zixi. Elder sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, all were there. Then he noticed Mother Zhou Yan had come too. Just as in his past life. Jiangli cast only a calm, detached glance toward them before turning away. Beside him, Yi Yu witnessed the scene and suddenly reached out, gently taking his hand. Rising onto her toes, she whispered softly near his ear, my parents are too busy to accompany me through the gate of adulthood, will you walk with me instead? Jiangli nodded. Yes, I'll walk with you. Neither of us has anyone else let us accompany each other. At 2:30 p.m. Students formed regimented squads by class, beginning with Class 1 and proceeding in numerical order through the gate of adulthood. When Class 23 approached, every other student walked hand-in-hand with proud parents except Jiangli and Yu. Jiangli held Yu's hand firmly, waiting for the students ahead to pass. At that moment, third sister Lu Qing strode forward, clad in a sleek black suit that accentuated her statuesque, elegant figure. Her sharp, stylish short hair lent her an air of poise and vitality, while her gaze carried an unapproachable, regal distance. She stopped half a meter from Jiangli. In a low, tender voice she asked Jiangli, shall third sister walk with you through the gate of adulthood? Jiangli glanced at her coldly, silent, unmoved. He towered over her, forcing her to tilt her head upward as she spoke. Jiangli, please don't stay angry with third sister, let me walk with you just this once. Jiangli hadn't intended to acknowledge her, but her sudden appearance had already drawn murmurs and glances from their classmates, all eyes now fixed upon them. He shook his head, voice icy and detached, no need, Miss Lu Qing, we are strangers. Jiangli, she began again, pleading. Suddenly a bright ringing voice pierced the air, big brother. Big brother. I finally found you. I almost couldn't find you, Wawawa. Jiangli turned, and there stood his 4-year-old sister, young Duodua, who immediately dashed forward and clung tightly to his leg. His foster mother, He Lian, hurried over, breathless. Son, I've come to attend your coming-of-age ceremony. At the sight of her, Jiangli felt the ancient adage, a man sheds no tears lightly, dissolve entirely. His own eyes brimmed with unshed tears. He Lian spent her days laboring on construction sites, she owned no fine clothes. Yet today for his ceremony she'd bought a simple dress and worn it with quiet pride. Her face bore traces of cheap powder, uneven but earnest. Thank you, Mama, thank you, little sister, Duodua, Jiangli said, kneeling down to lift Duoduo into his arms. He Lian quickly urged him to set Duoduo down. Jiangli, put your sister down. Don't let her soil your clothes. He smiled gently and pressed several warm, lingering kisses to Duodua's forehead before placing her back on the ground. Not out of concern for his attire, but because carrying a child while walking through the gate of adulthood would be impractical. Most of Class 23 had already passed through. Only Jiangli and Yu remained. With his left hand holding Yu's and his right hand clasping Duodua's small fingers. And Duodua in turn holding He Lian's hand, the four of them walked forward, heads held high, hearts full, radiating harmony and quiet joy as if bound by blood, love and belonging. Lu Qing stood frozen in place, watching the tall, broad-shouldered figure who had left the Lu household a month ago and grown silently immeasurably distant. A deep sorrow welled within her. The brother bound to her by blood was gone forever. He wanted neither her nor any of them. The path to the gate of adulthood was not long. 2 rows of teachers lined either side, cheering, applauding, their voices buoyant with pride and encouragement. Seeing Jiangli and Yu walking hand in hand, the teachers simply smiled indulgently. Though the National College entrance exam loomed in 2 months, this moment belonged to innocence and to hope. Among the crowd, Su Qinglu stood flanked by her 3 loyal companions, her gaze locked on Jiangli and Yu, hands entwined as they passed beneath the arch. Jealousy blazed fiercely in her eyes, her fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Guo Chen murmured anxiously, Qinglu, are you all right? Su Qinglu shook her head, her face draining of color. Beside her, Li Mengyue and Fan Mingjie stared at Yu Yu, whose beauty seemed unearthly ethereal. After their initial dazzlement faded, envy seeped into their eyes. Is this even the same girl we used to know? She always wore those huge clunky glasses, looked plain, even awkward. How did she transform so completely? Truly, she's stunning. And she's skilled in martial arts. How did we never notice such grace among our peers? Beauty alone means nothing. Every girl here looks radiant today. It's just makeup. Exactly, just expertly applied cosmetics, nothing more. They exchanged rapid dismissive remarks, completely unaware of Su Qinglu's darkening expression. Guo Qian shot them several urgent glances, unheeded. Finally she cleared her throat sharply, and only then did they fall silent. At last they passed through the gate of adulthood. Standing beyond it, Jiangli's eyes glistened, tears trembling unshed. In his past life he had walked this path alone, hollow and solitary. Now at his side stood Yu Yu, the girl he cherished most, and beside her his loving mother and sister. This time he would never walk alone. The adult ceremony was held together with the high school graduation performance. After the students walked through the adult gate, the singing and dancing performance began. Lu Jiangli had become a well-known figure among people from all walks of life due to the packaging by Huayu Entertainment. The teacher responsible for this graduation season's performance had heard him sing and found his voice very pleasant, specifically inviting him to perform a solo of Little Apple. Lu Jiangli agreed, but under the condition that after singing Little Apple he could sing another new song. Lu Jiangli chose the Lone Brave for his new song. He sang on stage. Below, Yu Yu recorded a video to post on his personal homepage. At that moment the Lu family had not yet left and were all accompanying Lu Zixi, watching the performance together. They were originally very busy but stayed behind to consider Lu Zixi's feelings so he wouldn't think that no one loved him. They were completely unaware that Lu Jiangli was about to sing. Now Lu Jiangli stood on stage and a group of people from the Lu family led by Zhou Yan were dumbfounded. Nianer, when did Lu Jiangli start singing? Zhou Yan asked in surprise, turning to Lu Xinian. Oof. It's just singing, isn't everyone in our family capable of it? Lu Yushu looked at Lu Jiangli on stage feeling somewhat amazed. But looking at her younger brother Zixi beside her, she felt she shouldn't show any signs of admiration lest Zixi feel unhappy. Moreover, Lu Jiangli, that country bumpkin, he can only sing one song, Little Apple, right? Who can't sing such an easy song? Eldest sister Lu Shuyu remained silent, her eyes never leaving the stage. Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin stared blankly at Lu Jiangli on stage, surprised that he seemed more vibrant after leaving the Lu family. Third sister Lu Qing did not stand with the Lu family but was in another corner. At this moment she watched Lu Jiangli on stage playing the guitar and singing. Her biological younger brother. So sunny, confident and radiant. Lu Qing felt she couldn't take her eyes off him. But in the next second she felt a piercing pain in her heart. Such a wonderful brother has severed ties with the Lu family. He probably will never return, right? When Lu Jiangli sang Little Apple, the whole school sang along. After finishing the song he began to sing The Lone Brave. They said to mend your wounds. No one loves a clown. Why is loneliness not glorious? A person is only worthy of praise if they are imperfect. Ergi, why do I feel like he sings really well? Lu Yushu whispered close to Lu Xinian's ear. Lu Xinian was startled. In the past she knew he was relatively good at singing, but she didn't expect he could sing such a beautiful song. On stage Lu Jiangli sang I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your unyielding demeanor. I love you standing against despair, unwilling to shed a tear. Eldest sister, I feel like this song he sings seems to be about himself. Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin also whispered to eldest sister Lu Shuyu. Lu Shuyu shook her head, just staring steadily at the person on stage. Do I go? Do I deserve this ragged cloak? Do I fight? Yes. With the most humble dream. A performance of The Lone Brave shocked the entire audience. Until Lu Jiangli bowed to everyone. Only then did the faculty and students of the entire school realize that the song had finished. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted. Until Lu Jiangli walked off the stage, the sorrowful lyrics still echoed in everyone's ears. Your model is unique, unique. Your silence is deafening, deafening. After the huge applause, the astonishment of the crowd also came flooding in. Didn't Lu Zixi say that Lu Jiangli was useless? I see he is not only not useless but also quite talented. Yes. He looks handsome, sings well, simply my ideal man. Ah. He sang straight to my heart. Originally I am the fearless Lone Brave. College entrance exam Lone Brave, here I come. I am ready to charge at you. Lu Jiangli's appearance on stage playing the guitar singing was captured by students all over the school raising their phones. They posted videos of his performance on QQ Weibo and Tencent Video. After the performance ended, Lu Jiangli walked down from the stage. As he descended the stage, the eyes of all students were on him, following him all the way to the location of class 23. At that moment, Yi Yuyu was standing at the front of the class recording a video for him. Lu Jiangli walked straight to Yi Yuyu's side. "Hi, how do you think I sang?" Yi Yuyu's big apricot eyes blinked, her eyes shimmering with excitement. You sang well." No, you sang incredibly well." Other classmates came over and asked Lu Jiangli, is this song new that you wrote? It really touched my heart. Lu Jiangli, I didn't expect you to be so talented. I thought you only knew how to sing one song, Little Apple, but I didn't know this was your real forte. Lu Jiangli, you are really amazing. You brought glory to our class 23. As your classmate, I feel honored. If you become a big star in the future, don't forget us when you're rich and famous." Lu Jiangli smiled warmly at his classmates, clasped his hands and said, "It's just a hobby. You all flatter me." Everyone admired him even more. Lu Qing still stood in her place at the back of all the classes, watching Lu Jiangli, who had already vanished into the crowd. The sound of Lu Jiangli's slightly sorrowful singing echoed in her ears. "I love you," coming from the wilderness, never borrowing anyone's light. "You will build your own city." Unexpectedly, this kid who seems to have no other skills sings quite well. In the crowd, Zhou Yan praised Lu Jiangli. This was the first time Lu Jiangli received her praise after returning to the Lu family. Lu Shinian, who had originally looked down upon Lu Jiangli, now had a dark expression. She didn't expect that Lu Jiangli was not just capable of singing one song, Little Apple. Lu Xiaolan's mouth fell open, unable to recover from the shock. Lu Yushu was now very irritated, as if someone had suddenly slapped her in the face. Beside her, Lu Zixi secretly observed the expressions of the Lu family. Seeing the amazement in their eyes, his hands hidden in his sleeves clenched tightly. How could this happen? Isn't that country bumpkin useless? How could he sing such a beautiful song? Mom just praised him. How can this be? No, I can't let him win the favor of my sisters. That country bumpkin, how can he be compared to me? Lu Zixi's birthday was chosen to be celebrated at the most famous restaurant Lake Pai in Magic City. Lake Pai is located in the heart of Dongshan Lake, surrounded by water on all sides. The scenery is stunning and the experience is superb. In recent years, Lake Pai has become a popular spot for many influencers. Originally, the Lu family, being billionaires, would not have considered this place. However, Lu Zixi loves it here. As long as it is what Lu Zixi likes, the Lu family members have no objections. Mom, what do you think? Lu Zixi's words made Zhou Yan's heart skip a beat. That's right, hearing Zixi say this reminds me that today is also Lu Jiangli's birthday. It's rare for Zixi to be so kind, not to hold grudges against Lu Jiangli for his shortcomings, and even willing to invite him to celebrate together. Mom thinks this idea is great. Nianryu and Zixi go ask Lu Jiangli if he would like to go to Lake Pai for his birthday. Lu Xinian was unwilling and mumbled. Why should I go? Otherwise Lu Jiangli might think he's so great and I'd be begging him. No way, no way. Let fifth sister go. Lu Yushu's eyes widened upon hearing this. Second sister, since you're not going, why should I? I'm not going either. Lu Zixi looked at Lu Xinian and then at Lu Yueshu. Trying to mediate, he suggested, how about the three of us go together? Upon hearing this, the two younger brothers were afraid that refusing would upset him. They had no choice but to agree to go find Lu Jiangli in class 23. At that moment, Lu Jiangli was holding Yang Duodua, standing with Yi Yuyu, watching a performance. He Lian had to leave after passing the adult gate due to work on the construction site, leaving Yang Duo and Lu Jiangli to play together. Brother, there are two pretty sisters over there. That sister came to our house and was chased away by Dad. Yang Duo suddenly pointed towards the school entrance. Lu Jiangli turned around and saw Lu Shinian, Lu Yueshu and Lu Zixi walking towards him. Lu Shinian, a popular star, naturally disguised herself for such occasions. She wore a large sun hat and oversized sunglasses. She also wore a mask, fearing being recognized. After all, every time a big star appears somewhere, it causes quite a stir. But even with her face thoroughly covered, her impressive and upright figure still stood out. In contrast, Lu Yueshu had fewer concerns. Because she had no fame aside from being a wealthy young lady, she was just a vibrant college student. As Lu Zixi approached Lu Jiangli, she began to call out sweetly. Brother Jiangli, today is our birthday and Mom and Dad are hosting my birthday party at Lake Pai. I would like to invite you to celebrate together, okay? Brother Jiangli, I know I've monopolized your affection in the Lu family, but that was not my choice. I'm also afraid of losing the love of Dad, Mom and my sisters. This time I want to sincerely make amends and celebrate a unique birthday for you. Please give me this opportunity, okay? Lu Jiangli ignored Lu Zixi. He turned around and pointed at the dancers on stage, saying to Yang Duo, do you think those people dance well? Yang Duo nodded, yes, they dance really well. Seeing that Lu Jiangli was not paying attention to her, Lu Zixi stepped closer, raising her voice a few decibels. Brother Jiangli, the scenery at Lake Pai is beautiful. You must come tonight, truly you won't regret it. Lake Pai. Lu Jiangli frowned. Earlier, due to the loud music from the stage, he hadn't paid attention to what Lu Zixi was saying. Hearing the words Lake Pai, now Lu Jiangli's body involuntarily trembled. In his previous life he had agreed to Lu Zixi's request to celebrate his birthday at Lake Pai. Lu Zixi had lured him to the lakeside under the pretense of enjoying the view. She suddenly pulled him into the water. His young life was buried in Dongshan Lake. Until the moment of his death, not a single family member whom he cared about most showed any concern for him. They all surrounded Lu Zixi, constantly comforting her as she trembled. Recalling the events of his previous life, Lu Jiangli's hatred for Lu Zixi intensified. He let go of Yang Duo. Step by step he approached Lu Zixi. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, you should die. Why don't you just die? Damn, you really have too many issues. I haven't even sought revenge on you yet and you keep provoking me. I see you're itching for a beating. Lu Zixi was immediately startled. Normally he would be chattering away, accusing Lu Jiangli of all sorts of things. But now was not the time. He had to endure. Thinking about how he could finally get rid of Lu Jiangli that evening, even if Lu Jiangli slapped him across the face, now he could endure it. Brother Jiangli, please don't be angry. I sincerely apologize to you and I hope we can get along harmoniously as brothers from now on. Lu Zixi said with a forced smile. Lu Jiangli sneered, what if I say I don't agree? Lu Jiangli, don't. Lu Xinian wanted to explode but suddenly remembered she was a public figure. Now was not the time to raise her voice. Lu Yueshu couldn't stand it anymore and prepared to angrily rebut Lu Xinian. Lu Jiangli, don't be ungrateful. Zixi is begging you like this, what more do you want? Lu Zixi quickly tugged at Lu Yueshu. Her voice turned softer, brother Jiangli, please let this go this once and forgive your younger brother. Lu Jiangli hated Lu Zixi and would always seek revenge on him in this life. But not now. He wouldn't personally take action. There were many ways to deal with him, it wasn't necessary to take his life directly. Otherwise he would be burdened with a homicide charge. Having struggled to be reborn, getting caught and imprisoned would be the end. After his college entrance examination he could take other methods to retaliate. Why should I forgive you? Just because of your status as an adopted son. Or that distinct scent of tea on you. Brother Jiangli, please don't be like this. We are brothers, there is no grudge that cannot be resolved. If you can forgive me, I will do anything you ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangli's eyes immediately sparkled with cunning. Really? You will do anything? Lu Zixi felt a bit guilty under his gaze. But desperate times call for desperate measures. She decided to risk it. With tears in her eyes, Lu Zixi nodded emphatically. Okay brother, it's crowded here, let's go over there where I can tell you better. Suddenly Lu Jiangli grabbed Lu Zixi's hand and ran forward. Lu Zixi was ready to resist but suddenly remembered her fragile persona. And her plan for that evening. She quickly let go of her steps and ran forward with Lu Jiangli. The two arrived at a place behind the teaching building away from the stage. There were basically no people here. Do you really want to mend our relationship? Lu Jiangli asked Lu Zixi again. Lu Zixi was somewhat startled by his demeanor at that moment, but she thought of her plan. With a firm neck she replied, yes brother Jiangli, as long as you are willing to forgive me I will do anything you ask. No need, Lu Jiangli laughed heartily, I don't need you to do anything, I can handle it myself. With that said, Lu Jiangli raised his hand and using all his strength slapped Lu Zixi's hypocritical face. Before Lu Zixi could react, Lu Jiangli kicked him in the groin. Ah! Lu Zixi's wail echoed through the skies. Unfortunately it was soon drowned out by the singing and dancing of the campus. Every day playing the role of a sissy must feel uncomfortable, right? Clearly a ruthless person yet pretending to be weak. Tsk tisk, the tricks of a woman, aren't you disgusted? After finishing his words, Lu Jiangli grabbed Lu Zixi's collar and landed a heavy punch on his face. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Lu Zixi realized he could no longer endure it and prepared to crawl up and flee. Unexpectedly he was once again pulled down to the ground by the muscular Lu Jiangli. Bang! Lu Jiangli threw another punch. Bang! Another punch followed. Then with alternating strikes a flurry of slaps rained down on his face. After the beating, Lu Jiangli smeared the duck blood he had with him on his face and feigned weakness, collapsing to the ground. The duck blood was prepared just that morning. He had long been on guard against Lu Zixi. Lu Jiangli lay on the ground pretending to be unconscious while Lu Shinian, Lu Yueshu, Yi Yu Yang Duodua and several classmates rushed over panting. When they saw the scene they were all stunned. They saw Lu Zixi lying on the ground bruised and crying loudly. Meanwhile Lu Jiangli covered in blood had already fainted. Among the classmates who followed, one called for an ambulance while another ran to find a teacher. Seeing Lu Jiangli's grim condition, Yi Yu slipped and almost fell to the ground in worry. Yang Duo rushed over and threw herself on Lu Jiangli, sobbing loudly. "Brother! What happened to you? Don't die, brother! Lu Jiangli! Lu Jiangli!" Yi Yu shook Lu Jiangli vigorously. Her heart raced in that moment, fearing something might happen to him. To ease her worry, Lu Jiangli secretly squeezed Yi Yu's finger where others couldn't see. Understanding the cue, Yi Yu called out even louder. "Zixi! What happened to you?" Lu Xinian and Lu Yueshu squatted down simultaneously, supporting Lu Zixi from both sides. Looking at Lu Zixi, whose eyes were swollen, nose bleeding and mouth swollen like a pig's intestine, and beside him Lu Jiangli covered in blood and already unconscious. The two exchanged glances at Lu Jiangli and then at Lu Zixi, not understanding what had happened. But they guessed that these two must have fought. Oh wait, it must be Lu Jiangli's fault. Zixi is so kind and in poor health, how could he possibly hit someone? Lu Zixi cried out loudly. "Second sister, fifth sister Jiangli, brother he." Lu Xinian anxiously asked Zixi, "What did Lu Jiangli do to you?" "He hit me, wah, he hit me." "You Lu Jiangli, Zixi kindly invited you to his birthday and you actually hit him." Lu Xinian's face turned red with anger. But when she turned to see Lu Jiangli lying on the ground unconscious, all the curses that had surged forth were suddenly stuck in her throat. Lu Jiangli had blood on his face. Lu Jiangli was also injured. Lu Jiangli had fainted. Forget it, how annoying. Lu Yueshu also wanted to scold Lu Jiangli, but when she opened her mouth the words wouldn't come out. "He's passed out, who am I supposed to scold now?" Lu Jiangli was pretending to be unconscious, not to make the Lu sister sad but because he was afraid of being punished at school for blatantly hitting Lu Zixi. Now that he had also fainted, the school's punishment would at most be counted as mutual fighting. The school teachers ran over, shocked by the situation on the ground. "What happened here? Quick! Call the school doctor." However, just as the school doctor arrived, an ambulance was already pulling up. The two were lifted onto the ambulance. The stage over there was in the middle of a singing and dancing performance, oblivious to the sound of the ambulance. Naturally, very few people knew about this incident. In the hospital, Lu Jiangli and Lu Zixi were placed in separate rooms. The results of both their examinations were out. Lu Zixi only had superficial injuries. His shortness of breath was a chronic condition he had always had. It was an old illness, one he had since childhood. As for Lu Jiangli, Lu Qing held Lu Jiangli's test results, standing silently at the door of the ward. Seeing her expression, Lu Shuyu thought Lu Jiangli must have some serious illness. Anxiously she leaned forward to take the test results. Slightly underweight, malnourished, physiological, low blood pressure, weak spleen and stomach. Balanced diet and nutrition are recommended. Lu Shuyu saw the lines on the test results, malnourished, focus on nutrition. She held the results tightly, astonished, and said to Lu Qing, who stood beside her in a daze, "How could he be malnourished? Is our Lu family lacking in food and drink for him? How could he be malnourished?" Lu Qing shook his head. Lu Shuyu continued, "But why is he malnourished? My silly sister, our Lu family indeed doesn't lack food or clothing, but can he eat enough? In our Lu family he probably hasn't even had a full meal, right?" Lu Shuyu replied this. Lu Qing sighed. "I feel very sad, I feel very sorry for him." She turned around and looked through the glass on the door of the ward. The boy lying on the hospital bed had just turned 18 today. Yet he sang the loneliest and most desolate song at the graduation ceremony. Qing, that song, Lonely Brave, is about him, right? Lu Qing nodded. "Perhaps." Lu Jiangli lay on the hospital bed with Yi Yu sitting beside him, looking anxious, and Yang Duo still sobbing. Lu Jiangli knew he was not sick. But since he had already pretended this far, he might as well lie down a little longer just to make a point. Later he would get up to go to the bathroom, pay the medical fees, and then run away. You don't worry, I'm fine, I was just pretending earlier." Yi Yu said, "But the test report says you are malnourished and have physiological low blood pressure. I'm worried about you." Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "It's nothing, those are just minor issues, nothing serious." Yi Yu stopped speaking, but her loving gaze still lingered on his face. Yang Duo held Lu Jiangli's right hand tightly, fearing that if she let go her brother would faint again. "Brother, you can't faint again, do you understand? I don't want you to die." Lu Jiangli replied, "All right, good girl, I won't die, I won't die." Wah. "Mom, second sister, fifth sister, don't be angry with me. It's all my fault for monopolizing Jiangli's brotherly affection for so many years, still dreaming of getting along like real brothers. Now that I've been beaten to this state by him, it's all my own doing. Wah wah wah. After I leave the hospital, I'll leave the Lu family and let Jiangli return home. The Lu family originally belonged to Jiangli. Mom's second sister, fifth sister, I just feel a bit reluctant to leave you all. Wah wah wah. Lu Jiangli and Lu Zixi's rooms were right next to each other. Hearing Lu Zixi's commotion, Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing both went to check on him. Lu Jiangli signaled for Yi Yuyu to quietly step outside to see if the Lu family members were still around. Zixi, my dear son, don't be upset. From now on, stay far away from him. I'm heartbroken too. How could I have given birth to such an ill-mannered wretch? Indeed, brother Zixi, he's not worthy of your sympathy. You showed him kindness, yet he repaid it with ingratitude, and he must be awake by now. Fifth sister, let's go ask him what he meant. Fine, he truly deserves a beating. Enjo Yan rose, preparing to take Lu Xinian and Lu Yueshu to confront Lu Jiangli. Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing entered. And mother, where are you off to? Enjo Yan, face flushed with fury, to check whether that wretched boy next door has woken up yet. He dared strike our Zixi like this, it's utterly unforgivable. And Lu Shuyu handed Zhou Yan the medical report. And here, take a look. That wretched boy you so casually dismiss is riddled with illness. What? Zhou Yan stared in disbelief, snatching the report from Lu Shuyu's hand. And malnutrition, she exclaimed, voice rising with indignation. Serves him right. I told you, he abandoned our family's prosperous life, severed all ties, and ran off on his own. Now look at him, emaciated from starvation. And Lu Qing and Lu Shuyu and Lu Xinian snatched the report and scanned it, then echoed her mother's words verbatim. Everything we eat and drink here is top tier. Out there he must have been feasting one day and fasting the next, that's why he's malnourished. Exactly, second sister is absolutely right, chimed Lu Yueshu. His foster parents live in abject poverty, what decent meals could they possibly provide him? That's why he's bound to be malnourished. And upon hearing Lu Yueshu's words, Lu Qing's face darkened, his voice turned icy. Yueshu, do you even realize what you're saying? Last time I accompanied you to that slum, the Yangs, the couple who raised him, told me outright Lu Jiangli never lived with them. And Lu Yueshu blinked, then stuck out her tongue. Oh, I'd completely forgotten that detail. And Lu Qing shot her a sharp, exasperated glance. Lu Yueshu immediately clamped her mouth shut. And meanwhile Lu Xinian continued her shrill tirade. No, I must go mock him face-to-face. Back in the Lu household, he was constantly throwing tantrums and threatening to sever ties at the slightest provocation. Who gave him the audacity? And now look at him, malnourished just as expected. Today brother Zixi kindly invited him to his birthday celebration, yet he beat Zixi senseless. People like him shouldn't be indulged, not for a second. As Lu Xinian spoke, she strode toward the door. And inside the others heard only her voice echoing down the hall. Lu Jiangli, I demand an explanation from you today. And where is Lu Jiangli? Where is he? And Lu Qing rushed out first, only to find Lu Jiangli's hospital bed empty. Yi Yuyu and Yang Duo were gone as well. Lu Shuyu hurried after her, but he was just here moments ago. And Lu Qing sighed distraught. Oh, that foolish boy, if his body aches he should be resting in bed under treatment, not bolting off like this. And Lu Shuyu exhaled deeply, his temperament is so eccentric, who can fathom his motives? And Lu Qing shook his head, then suddenly recalled Lu Jiangli singing earnestly in the park, voice clear and unwavering. Elder sister, could he have fled because he feared he couldn't afford his medical bills? And Lu Shuyu recoiled in surprise. Impossible. He stole so much from the Lu family, selling it all would leave him with more than enough money, for now at least. And Lu Qing sighed again, shaking his head. Elder sister, I don't believe he stole anything. If he truly had, why would he spend every day busking in the park? And Lu Xinian clearly didn't believe Lu Qing. And Qinger, you're always defending him. He didn't steal. Then how could brother Zixi possibly slander him without cause? And people like him, uneducated, talentless, busking in parks is hardly tragic. In truth, he's probably reveling in it. And he's arrogant, convinced that crooning a few songs daily in the park will make him a star just like me. And second sister, from the day he arrived at the Lu residence you've scorned him, relentlessly targeted him at every turn. Tell me plainly, isn't he our own blood brother? And Lu Qing glared at Lu Xinian before continuing, and his vocal skill stands undeniable. You call his dreams delusional, but is it truly so difficult to acknowledge his raw talent and extraordinary gift? And Lu Xinian faltered, speechless for half a breath, then snapped back. And Lu Qing, what exactly do you mean? Accuse me of belittling him. What merit does he possess that warrants respect? What claim does he have to anyone's esteem? A petty thief who pilfers within his own home, a provincial bumpkin from the slums. Respect. He doesn't deserve a shred of it. And let's not forget, you yourself hold him in contempt. Aren't you complicit in that disdain? And Lu Qing Nias, wasn't she too among those who looked down upon him? Lu Qing fell silent, struck dumb. And meanwhile Lu Jiangli, accompanied by Yi Yuyu and Yang Duo, stepped into the elevator, descended to the first floor and headed toward the registration and payment counter. En route they passed a woman speaking on the phone. Lu Jiangli caught fragments of her words and Zixi is hospitalized, can't you stop making me worry like this? Zixi. Lu Jiangli frowned turning, wasn't that Lu Mir the physician who routinely monitored Lu Zixi's asthma? And why mention Zixi? And why sound so anxious? Lu Jiangli paused intending to listen further when Yang Duo tugged his sleeve and brother where are we going? And Lu Jiangli turned only to see Lu Mir already walking away still deep in conversation. And Duo wait here with Sister Yu. I'll go settle my medical fees. Oh, you're paying your medical bill. No need. Your third sister already covered it and Lu Qing paid my medical fees. And Lu Jiangli looked genuinely surprised. She's always held me in contempt, why would she pay for me? And Yu, did you see how much she paid? Give me the amount and I'll reimburse you. I won't owe her a single favor. And no need. Yu covered her mouth, stifling a soft laugh. Knowing how strange your relationship is with the Lus, the moment she paid I quietly reimbursed her in full. And thank you Yu, you truly understand me better than anyone. As he spoke he gently ruffled her hair with affection. Yu glanced around the bustling first-floor lobby, catching several curious glances, and blushed faintly. Lu Jiangli adored her shy, flustered grace. He pinched her cheek playfully, just as young Duo gazing up with wide innocent eyes piped up, and brother, are you in love with Sister Yu? Ah, little one shouldn't chatter about such things, and no. Brother, you only pinch people you love. You pinched me so you love me. Now you're pinching Sister Yu, so you must love her too, and Lu Jiangli, haha, you're absolutely right, my clever little sister. Their eyes met, silent understanding blooming between them, and they shared a tender knowing smile. Lu Jiangli took young Duo's small hand and together the three stepped out of the hospital. Yu, it's my birthday today. Come, I'll treat you both to a feast, and yes, Yu nodded, her rosy cheeks so luminous they begged to be kissed. Brother, I want to go too. Yang Duo bounced gleefully, her voice still sweet with childish lilt. Lu Jiangli knelt, lifted her into his arms and nuzzled her tiny nose with his forehead. Just as the three prepared to hail a taxi, a voice rang out behind them. Jiangli, where are you going? You're unwell, stay in the hospital and recuperate properly. Don't wander about recklessly. Lu Jiangli turned back and saw Lu Qing. Beside her stood his eldest sister Lu Shuyu, cold and distant as always. Indeed, Jiangli, Lu Shuyu said, her usual aloofness replaced by an uncharacteristic smile. Rest here in the hospital for a few more days, you need proper care. Lu Jiangli did not reply. Cradling young Duo with Yu trailing softly behind, he strode purposefully to the roadside and hailed a taxi. He left Lu Qing and Lu Shuyu standing there stunned and speechless. Inside the taxi, Lu Jiangli turned to Yu and young Duo. What would you two like to eat? Brother. I want Wangzi little rice cakes and Wang snow cookies. Young Duo piped up instantly. Lu Jiangli murmured quietly, I must treat Duo better from now on, she's never tasted such simple joys. And Yu. Yu paused thoughtfully, then smiled sweetly, whatever you choose, I'll follow your lead. No, not today. I'm treating. Say whatever you'd like, I'm not short on funds. All right then. Yuyu's large luminous eyes sparkled. A new Haidileo hot pot just opened on Wenxin Street, I'd love to go there. Lu Jiangli gazed at her tenderly and nodded, agreed, consider it arranged. The taxi halted before the Haidileo entrance on Wenxin Street. The three stepped inside. 4-year-old young Duo entered this world of bustle and brilliance for the very first time. Her wide dewy eyes darted eagerly, left, right, everywhere, in wonder. Watching her, Lu Jiangli said gently, Duo, from now on brother will bring you here often. Would you like that? Mum. Brother is the best. She beamed radiant with joy, like a tiny skipping rabbit. In truth, Lu Jiangli himself had only visited twice before, tagging along when the Lu family dined here. Unfamiliar with the menu, he entrusted the ordering entirely to Yu. Yu ordered with practiced ease. Soon the three settled around the table awaiting their meal. The yin yang broth arrived first. Kelp spicy blood curd, salted egg yolk, shrimp balls, New Zealand lamb loin rolls, tender cuttlefish slices, duck intestines, raw duck blood, crisp tripe and beef shoulder blade ribs, among others. Yu also ordered a special children's set for young Duo, sautéed mushrooms with rice spaghetti and silky steamed egg custard. Tasting these delicacies for the first time, young Duo nibbled and quietly wept. Brother, they're so delicious, wah. Mommy's never tried them either. Can I take some home for her? Lu Jiangli lovingly stroked her head. He smiled warmly. Don't cry, my precious Duo. I'll bring you here again and again, and yes, we'll bring treats home for mommy too. Instantly her face lit up. She seized his hand and peppered his knuckles with soft oil-smeared kisses. His hand bore traces of grease, but not a flicker of distaste crossed Lu Jiangli's expression. Turning slightly, he pulled out a napkin and gently wiped her mouth. Eat slowly, my darling, when you're done I'll fetch more. Yi Yuyu watched this tender scene unfold and felt her conviction deepen. Lu Jiangli was the very essence of warmth and kindness. To love him was not merely right, it was inevitable. Yuyu dig in. And so the three began their meal, laughing, chatting, radiating pure unguarded happiness. This was nothing like past dinners with the Lu family, where fear of displeasing his parents or sisters forced Lu Jiangli into constant deference and restraint. Eating too slowly invited accusations of pretense. Eating too quickly drew sneers of gluttony, as if he hadn't eaten in lifetimes. With those who disliked you, every gesture invites judgment. Chewing was wasteful. Sipping water squandered resources. Even breathing polluted the air. Your very existence became a transgression. But now everything had changed. Now Lu Jiangli possessed wealth. Modest though it was, 75000 yuan, he could savor Haidalea without hesitation by every snack Duo craved. He had love. Seated beside him were the two people dearest to his heart, the ones he would guard across lifetimes with unwavering devotion. Dear friends, greetings. Today marks the 18th birthday of Mr. Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli, utterly absorbed in his meal, froze mid-bite. Yuyu, did you hear that? He turned to Yi Yuyu, who replied him. What was it? He strained to listen, but the announcement faded into silence. At that moment 8 servers emerged, wheeling forward a grand birthday cake, each holding a rose. Lu Jiangli blinked, bewildered. What's happening? A graceful server smiled warmly. Happy birthday, dear Mr. Lu. Overcome with emotion, Lu Jiangli rose. How did you know today was my birthday? She evaded the question. Instead, lifting her voice, she began the birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Her voice swelled, then multiplied as every patron in the vast Haidalea hall rose and joined the chorus, thunderous and heartfelt. When the final note faded, the servers invited him to make wishes. Lu Jiangli closed his eyes and made 3 quiet vows. As he blew out the candles, applause erupted, roaring, jubilant, uncontainable. Yi Yuyu accepted a lavish bouquet from a server and placed it tenderly into Lu Jiangli's hands. Lu Jiangli, may every year bring this day anew and every dawn renew this joy. Wherever life takes us, through time, through distance, I shall stand by you. Always. Without parting. In that instant, holding the roses, he understood this surprise was all Yi Yuyu's doing. Yuyu, thank you. His voice trembled, not with sorrow but with profound gratitude and quiet elation. To be cherished, to be held dear, that feeling was exquisite. After the brief celebration, they resumed their meal until suddenly the campus's reigning beauty Su Qinglu entered with a man whose hair blazed yellow. By uncanny coincidence, they seated themselves directly across from Lu Jiangli's table. He noticed Su Qinglu, but offered no reaction, no flicker of recognition. He simply continued eating, calm, unruffled, while the yellow-haired man burst into laughter. Ha! Qinglu, isn't that your old lapdog? The one you summoned and dismissed at will. Beside Su Qinglu, the man launched his barbed, sharp mocking, directed squarely at Lu Jiangli and his companions. Lu Jiangli remained silent, his head lowered as he continued to eat. Yi Yuyu, fearing that he would feel sad, deliberately shifted his attention by placing a piece of tripe on his plate. Lu Jiangli, come eat some tripe. You must try it, this tripe is crispy even with just a quick dip. Yang Duodua, unaware that she was addressing her brother, focused intently on her meal. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mao laughed even louder when he saw Lu Jiangli ignoring him. They say a lick spittle licks until he ends up with nothing. Could it be that he's so busy licking that he's gone deaf? Ha 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 ha. Blind and deaf, what a pitiful sight, ha ha ha. Huang Mao, whose real name was Song Yuyang, was one of Su Qinglu's admirers. In simple terms, he was just another lickspittle among many. His father Song Ronggui was a contractor with a bit of money. He himself was uneducated, roaming around the school with a group of underachievers, acting like a big shot. Very crispy, you should try it too. Lu Jiangli and the others focused on their meal, not giving Song Yuyang a single glance. Feeling embarrassed, Song Yuyang began to curse under his breath. Su Qinglu quickly grabbed his hand, sweetly saying, Brother Yuyang, don't be angry, let's just eat nicely. Song Yuyang looked for a way to save face. Yeah, I wouldn't stoop to the level of a lickspittle. As soon as these words left his mouth, both Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu nearly burst into laughter. It truly was a case of the lickspittle not knowing he is a dog barking everywhere while treating feces as food. Lu Jiangli laughed so hard that his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Yi Yuyu timely pressed down on his shoulder. At the nearby table, some diners stood up, signaling Yi Yuyu, are we fighting? Yi Yuyu shook her head. They sat back down. Duodua, are you full? 20 minutes later, the three of them were quite satisfied. Yan Duo patted her round belly, looking content. Brother, it was so delicious. Can you bring me here again next time? Lu Jiangli pinched her little round face gently, saying, don't worry Duodua, I'll often bring you to eat here in the future. Of course, I'm a good brother. Yang Duo held Lu Jiangli's hand acting cute. You're the best brother, I love you the most. Duodua, you and sister Yu wait here for a moment, I will go pack a portion to take home for mom. Okay. Lu Jiangli stood up and a nearby waiter immediately approached. Hello, please pack a portion according to our order to take away. Make it spicy, my mom loves spicy food. The waiter got to work. Huang Mao Son Yuyang started causing a ruckus again. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've heard of someone packing up from Haidilao. What a country bumpkin, ha ha ha. Lu Jiangli turned sideways, staring intently at Song Yuyang, who was taunting him. Song Yuyang thought Lu Jiangli was still the same meek and spineless person he used to be. Puffing up his chest, he shouted, fuck you, you stupid piece of trash, look at me. Yu, take Duo away. Lu Jiangli suppressed his anger watching as Yu took Yang Duo to a spot over 10 meters away. He remained seated, changing his posture. He covered his forehead with his hand, blocking the view of the surveillance cameras. He winked at Song Yuyang and made a face, deliberately provoking him. The reason he didn't just walk up and beat Song Yuyang was that he wanted him to come over first so he could claim it was self-defense. With only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, if he were to strike first in public, it would definitely affect his studies. For such scum, it wasn't worth it. Sure enough, unable to resist the provocation, Song Yuyang angrily stood up from his seat. He walked straight up to Lu Jiangli. Su Qinglu hurried over to persuade him, brother Yuyang, don't stoop to his level, let's just eat our meal. Get lost, this is a man's business, stay out of it. Song Yuyang shoved Su Qinglu aside. When he saw he couldn't pacify Song Yuyang, she turned to Lu Jiangli saying, Lu Jiangli, can't you just let him have it? What? Lu Jiangli found it somewhat amusing, sister, he's the one cursing me for no reason, haven't I been letting him have it all along? The Haidilao waiter also came over to mediate, gentlemen, let's just talk it out. Song Yuyang pushed the waiter to the ground, shouting, whoever touches me, I'll hit them. The waiter immediately became scared and didn't approach. Yu instructed Yang Duo to stay put and ran over to mediate, everyone, let's talk it out, there's no need to fight. From the beginning, Song Yuyang had noticed how beautiful Yu was and had always wondered why he had never seen someone so stunning at school before. Now that Yu had come over to mediate, Song Yuyang reached out, wanting to touch her face. As long as you accompany me, beautiful lady, you'll let him go, okay? Yuyu's gaze shifted, pretending to be scared. Ah, you better not act recklessly. Seeing her reaction, Song Yuyang became even bolder. He reached out again to touch Yuyu's face. What are you doing? If you have a problem, come at me. Lu Jiangli suddenly stepped in front of Yu, blocking that lecherous hand. Song Yuyang, being obstructed, was filled with rage. He glared at Lu Jiangli saying, you idiot, do you want to die? Before Song Yuyang could finish his sentence, a horrendous scream erupted akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With a loud thud, he was thrown to the ground by Lu Jiangli. Note, it was not a fall but a slam. Ah! My back, my back. Song Yuyang curled up on the ground, wailing. The diners around them cheered at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Well done. Truly evil people get their comeuppance. Weren't you very tough just now? Always making noise. A burly man from the next table stood up first, glancing at Yu. Clapping and cheering, he shouted, good. Well done. This immediately stirred others to join in. Well done. Well done. This arrogant Huang Mao deserves to be beaten. Little brother, you are doing a great service to the people. Before the fight, Lu Jiangli had fully played the victim, stirring up the emotions of the audience. Thus, when he violently dealt with Huang Mao, no one disagreed, they all cheered him on. Song Yuyang struggled on the ground for a while, hearing others cursing him. Feeling deeply embarrassed, he forced himself to get up from the ground, grimacing at the pain in his back, pointing at Lu Jiangli while cursing, and began to call for backup. Hey, bring a few brothers over right now. Huang Mao wanted to say he was beaten but ultimately couldn't swallow his pride. Instead, he spoke arrogantly on the phone, I can't stand this guy, come help me teach him a lesson. Wenxin Street, Haidilao, hot pot, hurry up. The moment he made the call, Huang Mao Song Yuyang felt an instant surge of confidence. He didn't even care about the pain in his back anymore. He forced himself to stand up straight, his words exuding the swagger of a local thug. Huang Mao shook his body, took out a cigarette from his drooping pocket and lit it with a lighter. He took a casual puff. With a cigarette in hand, he pointed at Lu Jiangli's nose and shouted, you bastard. My brothers will be here soon, so just wait to kneel and beg for mercy. What? Lu Jiangli crossed his arms and pretended to be very scared. Big brother, let's talk this over nicely. Oomph, I spit. Song Yuyang took a heavy drag from his cigarette and pointed at Lu Jiangli's forehead again. He boasted, it won't help even if you beg me now, I guarantee you'll be picking up your teeth off the ground soon. No, when will the cycle of vengeance end? I think he'll just leave first. Lu Jiangli smiled at Huang Mao Song Yuyang and turned to make a run for it. But before he knew it, Song Yuyang grabbed his clothes, preventing him from leaving. Hey! Why are you hitting me? Lu Jiangli suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Song Yuyang's face. Little Huang Mao, you started it. I was just defending myself. Lu Jiangli swung left and right, yelling that he was the victim. He beat Song Yuyang until he had a bruised face, even losing 2 teeth. Estimating that he had done enough damage, Lu Jiangli signaled to Yi Yuyu. Yi Yuyu understood immediately. She took the packed hot pot ingredients and left with Yang Duo. Outside the Haide Leo, a bodyguard in a suit and tie saw Yi Yuyu walk out and quickly approached her. He glanced at Yang Duo and leaned close to Yi Yuyu's ear, asking, "Miss, what should we do about that Huang Mao inside? Do we need to give him another beating?" Yi Yuyu shook her head. "No need to hit him. Just block the people he calls over, but don't actually injure them, just scare them a bit. By the way, you will stay by Lu Jiangli's side to protect him from now on. He will be your new master." The bodyguard nodded. He respectfully stepped back a few paces. A Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up. Yi Yuyu shook her head at the driver and made a shoe gesture. She took a taxi with Yang Duo and left. A few minutes later, outside the Haide Leo, 3 taxis arrived, one after another. 11 Huang Mao gangsters got out of the cars, each with a cigarette in their mouths. They swaggered in, looking extremely cool. Yi Yuyu's bodyguard Huang Long walked up. Without any preamble, he pointed at the group of thugs and began to scold them. "A bunch of silly, cowardly fools. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, a bunch of bastards. Cowards." The thugs were bewildered. He is scolding us." Recalling a new term he learned a few days ago, Huang Long scolded again, still watching. "A bunch of dead Huang Mao, born without assholes." The thugs finally reacted. The seriously dressed suited man at the Haide Leo was actually cursing at them. And he said, "We were born without assholes. That's too much." The little thug Luo Yingjiang pointed at Huang Long, chewing betel nut with a clipped voice. You idiot. Why are you cursing at us?" Huang Long slapped him in the face. "I'm cursing you, so what? You dare hit me?" Luo Yingjiang had long since dropped out of school and followed Huang Mao Song Yuyang. They were always the ones bullying others, never the ones being bullied. Never had he expected that today he came to teach someone a lesson, but ended up being taught a lesson at the door. The more Luo Yingjiang thought about it, the angrier he became, spitting out his betel nut onto the ground. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, go for it." Inside the Haide Leo, Song Yuyang, whose face was bruised, was trying to salvage his lost face. He pulled out another cigarette from his pocket. Lu Jiangli was sitting on a stool at his table, estimating that Yi Yuyu and Yang Duo had already taken a taxi away. Lu Jiangli was also getting ready to leave. After all, if that group of thugs came over, he would be the one to suffer. He couldn't possibly fight them off. Lu Jiangli quickly stood up and walked out of the Haide Leo. Seeing him trying to leave, Song Yuyang started to shout and chase after him. "Stop. Don't leave." Lu Jiangli couldn't be bothered with him and directly quickened his pace. "Are you scared? You idiot. You dared to hit me, you must be tired of living." Song Yuyang chased out of the Haide Leo while dialing the phone of the little thug Luo Yingjiang. To his surprise, the phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. Outside, the sounds of fighting began to ring out. Many people rushed out to see. Lu Jiangli and Song Yuyang almost arrived outside at the same time. They were both stunned by the scene outside. A middle-aged man in a suit was single-handedly fighting against more than 10 Huang Mao thugs. The crucial part was that he was beating the thugs to the ground, leaving them scrambling around for their teeth. The phone that Song Yuyang was dialing was ringing incessantly at the scene. "Luo Yingjiang." Song Yuyang called out to his little brother Luo Yingjiang. Due to missing 2 front teeth, his speech was somewhat slurred, but not too badly. At that moment, Luo Yingjiang happened to be thrown into a water puddle by Huang Long, drenched all over and looking quite disheveled. "Big bro." As soon as Luo Yingjiang opened his mouth, he realized he was slurring and couldn't speak clearly. His call of big brother came out as big bro. Huang Long saw that he had beaten them enough and stopped. A bunch of them sprawled on the ground. When they saw Song Yuyang, they started to cry. "Big brother, you have to stand up for us. Big bro, I lost my teeth. Big brother, is this person insane? Randomly attacking people." Song Yuyang's previously arrogant demeanor extinguished the moment he saw the bunch of cowards on the ground. In the distance, the sound of a siren rang out. Someone had called the police. Song Yuyang hurriedly led the group of Huang Mao thugs, limping as they ran away. Huang Long and Lu Jiangli also quickly left the scene. In the taxi, Huang Long said to Lu Jiangli, "Mr. Lu, I've been entrusted by others to be your bodyguard from now on. I hope you will not refuse." Lu Jiangli shook his head. "No, I don't need anyone's protection. You can leave as soon as we get out of the car." After all, he only had more than 7,000 yuan in total assets. How much would he have to pay a bodyguard with such skills every month? Could he even afford that? Sensing his anxiety, Huang Long said seriously, Mr. Lu, you won't need to pay me, someone else has already taken care of it. Lu Jiangli simply replied. The well-dressed elder brother claimed he wanted to be his bodyguard. Lu Jiangli carefully recalled in his mind, confirming that he had never met this person in his past life. In her previous life, Yu had many bodyguards after becoming a powerful woman in the business world. However, none of them were like this one. He wondered, could he be looking for an opportunity to blackmail me? No need, no need. If you have nothing else, you can go back. I'm just a student, I have no money, so I don't need a bodyguard. Huang Long said seriously, Mr. Lu, didn't you just provoke that yellow-haired guy? It's hard to say he won't retaliate later. Just let me be your bodyguard. Every time I see him, I'll beat him up. I've heard you sing, and maybe you'll become a big star in the future, and I will be the #1 bodyguard beside the star. Lu Jiangli thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. He had just severely beaten that yellow-haired guy, so it was uncertain when he would seek revenge. His body was quite sturdy, as he often worked on construction sites while living with his foster mother. However, after coming to the Lu family, he suffered from malnutrition due to irregular meals. His solid foundation remained, and he could easily take down 1 or 2 people. But what if there were many? If there were too many, he wouldn't be a match. Having someone as a bodyguard is not a bad idea. However, before agreeing to have him follow, Lu Jiangli still called Yu. He knew that Yu came from a good family, but she was quite shy. He wanted to confirm whether this bodyguard was arranged by her. Hello Yu, is this bodyguard named Huang Long arranged by you? Yu replied on the phone. He was forced to be arranged by my parents, but I really don't need him, I have several other bodyguards. Just let him be with you. Knowing he was someone from Yuyu's family, Lu Jiangli felt a sense of relief. After all, he was destined to walk the path of stardom, and having someone to protect him was always a good thing. With that in mind, Lu Jiangli nodded and said, all right, then you can follow me from now on. The taxi dropped them off at the slums on the outskirts. Yu and Yang Duo were waiting for Lu Jiangli by the roadside. Brother, you're here. Yang Duo ran over full of energy upon seeing Lu Jiangli. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Lu Jiangli, how have you been? Were you hurt later? Yu came over, grasping Lu Jiangli's arm, checking his body with a worried expression. Lu Jiangli shook his head. I was the one who beat that little yellow-haired guy in the Heidaleo Hall, so I didn't suffer any losses. It was only when I got outside that I found out all the yellow-haired guys who came to help were taken down by Huang Long. So Yu, don't worry, I'm not hurt. Lu Jiangli even deliberately showed off his muscular arms. Yu chuckled. Lu Jiangli called Helian to ask if she was still at the construction site or if she had already returned home. The call connected, but no one answered. Lu Jiangli worried she was busy, so he hung up. He walked a short distance with Yu, Huang Long, and Yang Duo towards his foster mother's house. Upon arriving home, he found the door tightly locked. His foster father Yang Minchuan was not at home either. After knocking for a long time with no response, Lu Jiangli muttered, it's truly strange that the drunkard isn't home today. The drunkard referred to Yang Minquan. Lu Jiangli usually called him that. If he referred to him as dad, he would curse, saying, who's your dad? His curses were especially harsh. Later, Lu Jiangli would awkwardly call him dad or you in person, but privately he called him the drunkard. Where could mom have gone? Lu Jiangli took out his phone and dialed Helian again. He called 4 or 5 times with no answer. Just as Lu Jiangli was about to give up and wait for her at the door, suddenly the call connected. It was an unfamiliar voice. Hello, this is the County People's Hospital. I am a doctor from the intensive care unit. Intensive care unit. Lu Jiangli's heart leapt to his throat. What did you say? Intensive care unit. Yes, hello, I am a doctor from the intensive care unit of the County People's Hospital. The owner of this phone has fallen from a height and is currently being treated in the ICU. May I ask what your relationship is with the owner of this phone? Upon hearing the doctor mention the intensive care unit, Lu Jiangli felt his body weaken. He nearly dropped the phone. In his past life, he had been killed by Lu Zixi on his 18th birthday, and his soul had wandered without noticing that his foster mother had any accidents. Because for many years after his death, his foster mother would take Duo to visit his grave. Why did this happen after his rebirth? I am her son. Doctor, I am her son, I will come over right away. While Lu Jiangli was on the phone, Yu beside him understood what was happening. She asked Huang Long to book a DD car. Yang Duo, not understanding anything, kept asking Lu Jiangli, brother, where is the intensive care unit? Lu Jiangli struggled to hold back his tears but managed to force a smile. Mom is injured, shall we go to the hospital to see her? Ha! Mom is injured. Young Duo burst into tears. Brother Duo doesn't want Mom to be hurt. Duo doesn't want Mom to be hurt. Lu Jiangli picked her up, ruffled her hair and said, "Baby, don't cry, brother will comfort you, okay?" Yang Duo answered in a baby voice, "Okay," placing the Heidileo takeout box at the front door of his foster mother's house. Lu Jiangli started to dash towards the main road with Yang Duo in his arms. Yi Yu and Huang Long followed suit. The Didi car hadn't arrived yet, so they encountered a ride heading into the city and hitched a ride. Upon hearing that Lu Jiangli's mother was in the intensive care unit, the driver of the hitchhiking car didn't even ask for fare and directly took them to the People's Hospital. Standing at the hospital entrance, Lu Jiangli felt a sense of irony. He had just sneaked out of here that afternoon and was now back. When Lu Jiangli hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the intensive care unit, the surgeon had just come out. He stood at the door and shouted loudly, "Family members of the patient, who are the family members?" Lu Jiangli rushed over. "Doctor. It's me. I'm Helian's son. May I ask how is my mother's condition?" The doctor removed the mask from his mouth and said, "Currently the patient is no longer in danger but will need to stay in the ICU for a few more days of observation." Lu Jiangli pressed further, "May I ask where is my mother injured?" The doctor replied, "She fell from a height, suffering minor bleeding in the brain and fractures in the 3rd and 4th ribs on the left side as well as the 12th vertebra in the chest." "Doctor, you must save my mom." Lu Jiangli in a fit of emotion grabbed the doctor's arm. The doctor nodded slightly and said, "From what we can see, the patient's condition is stable and not in significant danger. Family members, you can rest assured." Lu Jiangli, Yi Yu, Huang Long and Yang Duo waited together outside the hospital room. Lu Jiangli had just paid the emergency treatment fee, hospitalization fee and other medical expenses for Helian. According to the doctor, Helian had been found unconscious and brought to the hospital entrance in an unlicensed, unregistered minivan by several individuals who then fled immediately after carrying her inside. Out of humanitarian concern, the hospital initiated emergency resuscitation before notifying her family. Lu Jiangli expressed profound gratitude. By evening, Helian finally regained consciousness and was transferred from the intensive care unit to a general ward. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and Huang Long remained steadfastly by Lu Jiangli's side while Yang Duo dozed off peacefully in his arms. In the ward, bandages swathed Helian's head and body. Stains of dried blood marred the bandages, visually jarring, yet she was now largely lucid and began recounting the entire incident to Lu Jiangli and the others. It turned out that earlier that afternoon Helian had gone to the construction site as usual, only to be coerced by the foreman into carrying cement mortar up scaffolding, where she slipped and plummeted to the ground. Seeing her head gashed open and bleeding profusely, the foreman feared grave consequences and ordered his men to rush her to the hospital in a minivan. En route, she lapsed into unconsciousness. What transpired thereafter remained a complete blank to her until she awoke disoriented, lying in the ICU. After drifting into unconsciousness once more and opening her eyes again, she saw Lu Jiangli and the others beside her. Upon hearing her account, Lu Jiangli bristled with fury. How callously indifferent to human life they are. They forced her to climb scaffolding until she fell and then abandoned her at the hospital without even covering a single medical expense. Unconscionable. Helian sighed deeply. I still haven't received my wages for the past 3 months. Over 6,000 yuan remains in the foreman's hands. I wonder if I'll ever recover it. Lu Jiangli clasped Helian's hand tightly and said, "Mother, rest assured, I will reclaim every cent for you." Alarmed, Helian urged him, "Son, don't do anything reckless. They're many and powerful, you mustn't confront them over this money lest they harm you. Once I'm discharged, I'll pursue it carefully and gradually. For now, focus on your studies, aim for a top university, and leave these matters to me." Fearing his persistence would distress his adoptive mother, Lu Jiangli quickly nodded in obedient agreement. "Yes, mother, I understand." Then Helian noticed Yi Yu sitting quietly beside the bed and Huang Long standing nearby. She asked, startled, "Son, who are they?" Lu Jiangli introduced gently, "This is my classmate Yi Yu. And this is Yi Yu's elder brother." He deliberately omitted mentioning Huang Long's true role as his personal bodyguard. His adoptive mother, already in her 50s, might worry needlessly, imagining he'd hired protection because he feared retribution for some misdeed. Yi Yu greeted Helian sweetly, "Auntie, hello, I'm Jiangli's classmate." Noticing the girl still wore her formal gown and struck by her exceptional beauty and charm, Helian couldn't help but praise, "What a lovely young lady you are." Yi Yu glanced shyly at Lu Jiangli, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She looked like a flustered, bashful bride-tobe. Since Helian had just awakened, prolonged conversation was discouraged. Lu Jiangli gently urged her to rest quietly in bed. He then suggested, "Yi Yu return home to rest. You go ahead, I'll take care of mother here." Yet she refused. "Auntie is a woman, surely it's inconvenient for you, a young man, to attend to her. Let me stay instead." "But surely you can't remain here day after day, you still have school, and how would you explain this to your parents?" Yi Yu replied calmly, don't worry about my parents, I'll call them myself. Tonight I'll stay and care for Auntie. Tomorrow morning we'll arrange for a female nurse. Lu Jiangli pondered briefly then nodded. Yu, I truly don't know how to thank you. Oh, thank me. Her expression dimmed slightly. I thought you considered me one of your own. Lu Jiangli caught the subtle shift in her demeanor and gently pinched her cheek with a smile. Silly girl, does being family preclude gratitude? Her spirits lifted instantly. Huang Long too remained faithful as ever, a bodyguard's presence inseparable from his charge. Around midnight Yang Duo fell asleep. Lu Jiangli rented a caregiver's cot from the hospital and settled her onto it. He himself followed the doctor's instructions, carrying He Lian's blood and urine samples to the clinical laboratory. On returning to the orthopedics ward, he glimpsed two figures back in the corridor, strikingly familiar. It resembled Lu Chang. Since Lu Zixi was hospitalized on the floor directly above orthopedics, Lu Jiangli wondered why would Lu Chang come down to this level instead of ascending. Driven by curiosity, Lu Jiangli concealed himself around a corner and discreetly recorded Lu Chang's back with his phone, not out of lingering filial regard for his biased father but sheer intrigue over what business Lu Chang could possibly have here. After walking roughly 10 meters, Lu Chang paused near the central staircase, where a woman in a white coat emerged. Though ostensibly a physician, her figure was slender and graceful. Her features exuded quiet allure. Lu Jiangli frowned. Lu Mier, the very doctor he'd seen earlier that day in the lobby speaking on the phone. A general practitioner, she routinely handled Lu Zixi's examinations at this people's hospital. What puzzled Lu Jiangli was their clandestine midnight rendezvous. Was it truly about Lu Zixi's condition? Unaware of his presence, the two exchanged brief nods and entered the stairwell. Lu Jiangli slipped silently after them. From now on, watch yourself better. Look what you've done to Shear's face. My heart aches. What good are you really? It was Lu Mier's voice. Lu Chang stammered, yes, I'll be more careful. That wretched boy Lu Jiangli refuses all discipline. This won't happen again. If I hear he strikes my son again, I'll show him no mercy. Understood, my darling. Shear is your son, but isn't he mine too? We haven't been together in ages. Don't you miss me at all? Of course I do, but will your fierce tigress of a wife let you out? Fear not, I'll pretend to go fishing tomorrow and we'll steal a private moment together. You rascal, shameless. Lu Jiangli listened and recorded only half the exchange. Footsteps approached from afar. Fearing discovery, Lu Jiangli withdrew swiftly. All the way back his mood danced with quiet exhilaration. Having lived twice, he already knew Lu Zixi was Lu Chang and Lu Mier's illegitimate child, but proof had long eluded him. Tonight, however, fortune had delivered it effortlessly, like finding a needle in a haystack without even searching. Clutching his phone tightly, Lu Jiangli felt a sudden electric anticipation. How he wondered would the Lu family react upon learning Lu Zixi's true parentage. The identity of Lu Zixi as an illegitimate child will eventually be exposed by Lu Jiangli. But not now. Lu Jiangli intends to deliver the most brutal and deadly blow when the Lu family trusts Lu Zixi the most. So when exactly will that be? Of course it will be when Lu Zixi inherits the Lu family business. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about that scene excited Lu Jiangli. His mother Zhou Yan could never have imagined that despite believing she loved her family and her husband, he would be unfaithful and seek a mistress. And what about the 5 sisters? They too would be unable to comprehend that the brother they cherished as their own was actually the son of their father and his mistress. Ha 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 ha. It's ironic just to think about it. Lu Jiangli cheered inwardly, eagerly awaiting that day. I wonder if the Lu family will be filled with whales falling apart at that time. However, even if that happens, what does it have to do with me? Lu Jiangli returned to the hospital room. His adoptive mother He Lian was sleeping while receiving in 4 drip. Yang Duo was sleeping soundly. Her mouth was making smacking sounds as she spoke in her dreams. Brother, this is really delicious. Brother, I want to eat that. Brother, I want more, I want more. Lu Jiangli looked fondly at the sleeping Yang Duo, her round face soft and tender. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Unable to resist, he gently stroked her little face, vowing in his heart to ensure that she lives a better life in this lifetime. He looked up at Yi Yu, who was watching him intently. Lu Jiangli ruffled her hair, saying, Yu, if you're sleepy you can lean against the bed and rest for a while. Yi Yu shook her head. I'm not sleepy. Don't worry, I don't stay up late every day. I'll hire a caregiver tomorrow. Lu Jiangli nodded. Soon dawn broke. Lu Jiangli found a caregiver for He Lian, costing 80 yuan a day for round-the-clock care. The minimum wage for an ordinary worker in Magic City is only about 1,400 to 1,600 yuan a month. The 80 yuan caregiver fee was considered high. Other caregivers only earned around 50 yuan, but Lu Jiangli intentionally added 30 yuan to ensure that his adoptive mother received better care. Today is Sunday. Yi Yuyu went home to take a shower, change clothes and catch up on sleep. Lu Jiangli also planned to go home to change clothes, shower and take Yang Duo out to eat. With caregivers in the hospital and Huang Long supervising, Lu Jiangli noticed that Huang Long hadn't slept a wink all night and still couldn't rest. He resolved that once he had money he would hire several bodyguards to take turns resting. Back at his rented room, Lu Jiangli cooked a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a stir-fried green pepper and potato and a bowl of cabbage soup. After the siblings finished their meal, Lu Jiangli went downstairs to the supermarket to buy Yang Duo a pile of building blocks, letting her play with them on the tatami mat. Lu Jiangli took a nap. He set an alarm for 2 hours, intending to wake up and go to the hospital to replace Huang Long. After sleeping for about an hour and a half, his phone rang. Despite ringing several times, Lu Jiangli did not wake up. Yang Duo got up from the floor and nudged Lu Jiangli. "Brother, your phone is ringing." Lu Jiangli picked up the phone and saw it was Jiangli, the head of Huayu Audio and Video Calling. "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. The song Little Apple has become a huge hit and we expect to exceed revenue targets. The finance department has transferred 2 million yuan to you as an advance payment. The subsequent earnings will be split 7030, with the company getting 70 and you 30. After all, the company needs to invest a lot of manpower, resources and finances for various promotions. The after-tax 2 million has been transferred to your card, please check. If there are no issues, can we schedule a time this afternoon to shoot the MV for the Lone Brave? What do you think? Are you available this afternoon?" Lu Jiangli, with his good looks, exceptional singing ability and songwriting skills, has always been treated politely by Jiang Liang. After all, he is a cash cow and they cannot afford to offend him easily. "I'm not free this week, how about next Saturday?" Lu Jiangli did not inform Jiang Liang of his specific plans. Jiang Liang did not ask further. Even company artists have their private lives. Moreover, Lu Jiangli was about to face the college entrance examination and had no intention of fully committing to being an artist. When he signed the contract, it was already agreed that everything would be based on Lu Jiangli's schedule. After hanging up, Lu Jiangli found it hard to go back to sleep and simply got out of bed. Duo was still playing with the building blocks on the floor. A 4-year-old child is easy to entertain, just giving her a toy can keep her occupied for half a day. Lu Jiangli took Duo back to the hospital. Having only slept for an hour and a half, although not fully rested, Huang Long had already gone a day and a half without sleep, so he needed to go to the hospital to let Huang Long rest for a while. At the Municipal People's Hospital. As soon as Lu Jiangli entered the elevator, he saw the Lu family's sisters coming up from the basement floor. The eldest sister Lu Shuyu, the second sister Lu Shinian and the third sister Lu Qing. Seeing them in the elevator, Lu Jiangli initially had no intention of getting in, but the lively and adorable Duo rushed in first. Lu Jiangli had no choice but to follow. He stood in the elevator with his back to the three. Lu Shinian treated him as a stranger, not saying a word. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, both Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing felt uneasy. Lu Qing spoke first. "Jiangli, what are you doing here?" Lu Jiangli did not respond. Lu Shuyu, noticing that he was ignoring them, asked, "Jiangli, your third sister is asking you what are you doing at the hospital?" Lu Jiangli remained silent. Standing next to them, Lu Shinian couldn't take it anymore. She sarcastically remarked, "Eldest sister Qinger, look at him acting all high and mighty. You both are just making a fool of yourselves. Isn't he just a country bumpkin? What's so great about him to act like this? They were merely curious about why you came here. Why take yourself so seriously?" "Ha!" Lu Jiangli turned around and glanced at the exquisitely dressed Lu Shinian. Which dog ran out of its house barking non-stop? "You're quite the chatterbox, aren't you?" Lu Jiangli's words successfully enraged Lu Shinian. She immediately snapped, "Lu Jiangli, who are you insulting?" Lu Jiangli looked at her coldly and replied bluntly, "You chattering dog. Jiangli, how can you talk like that? She's your second sister." The eldest sister Lu Shuyu couldn't help but shout. Lu Jiangli scoffed, self-mocking, "Second sister. No, the threshold of the Lu family is too high. I'm not worthy. Don't forget that we have severed our ties. I don't recognize you." Lu Qing sighed. "Jiangli, don't be so petty, okay?" Lu Jiangli did not want to respond to her. The elevator soon stopped at the orthopedic floor. Lu Jiangli took Yang Duo out of the elevator. He thought Lu Qing and the others would go up to the upper floor before coming down. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing followed him out. Yang Duo turned around and saw Lu Qing behind her. She said to Lu Jiangli, "Brother, that pretty sister is following us." Lu Jiangli didn't look back. "Dwodwa, ignore her, she's a bad person." Lu Qing took several big steps to catch up. Lu Jiangli, feeling impatient, turned around and coldly stared at Lu Qing. "Miss Lu San, could you please stop following me?" Lu Qing did not reply to Lu Jiangli. Instead, she crouched down and asked Yang Dwodwa, "Pretty baby, what are you doing here?" Yang Duo puffed up her cheeks angrily, declaring, "Humph. Brother says you're a bad person. That's why I'm not telling you that my mom is in the hospital." "Humph." Yang Duo's words made Lu Qing frown. "Little darling, why is your mother hospitalized? What does it matter to you? Please stop following us." Lu Jiangli shouted at Lu Qing without any courtesy, pulling Yang Duo forward. Lu Qing squatted on the ground watching Lu Jiangli's receding figure. All that was left was helplessness. However, Lu Qing clearly saw which ward Lu Jiangli entered. Inside the ward, Lu Jiangli said to Huang Long, "You haven't slept for a day and a half. They'll keep watch here, you should go down and rest for a while." Huang Long nodded and left. Lu Jiangli sat on the stool beside the hospital bed holding Yang Duo in front of him. The siblings watched the nurse take care of Helian. Helian suddenly said to the nurse, "Sister, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to my son about something." The nurse nodded and opened the door to leave. Lu Jiangli put Yang Duo down, walked to the bedside and sat closely beside Helian. "Mom, what do you want to tell me?" Helian hinted for Lu Jiangli to lean in closer and whispered in his ear, "Son, I know that staying in the hospital these days costs quite a bit. Don't spend all your money or you'll end up with no living expenses. Let me tell you, when you go back to our young family later, I hid 600 yuan in a cloth shoe under the bed. Go and get that money to use together." Lu Jiangli thought there was something important to discuss. It turned out to be about money. He quickly shook his head, softly comforting Helian. "Mom, you don't need to worry. Didn't I sell songs in the park recently? I earn over 1000 yuan every day. I still have tens of thousands in my bank account. And let me tell you, have you heard my song Little Apple? It earned quite a bit too. You can rest assured here in the hospital you don't need to skimp on food and necessities. Money can be earned again, but if you're gone, that's it." Hearing Lu Jiangli say this, Helian was somewhat skeptical. "Son, I know you're comforting me, but if I need a lot of money for further treatment, then I might as well not treat it. Having money is not as good as using it to let you study." Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "Mom, what are you saying? Not treating you? What if you're gone? What will Duo and I do? What will I do? You can't just leave us behind." Helian fell silent. Lu Jiangli knew she couldn't bear to leave Duo or him. While the mother and son were talking, Yu arrived carrying a large food box. "Lu Jiangli, this is the old hen soup I made at home, specially prepared without oil, very light. The doctor said Auntie can't eat greasy food, so this soup is just right. Hurry and feed Auntie while it's hot." Lu Jiangli nodded, looking at Yu with gratitude, making her blush. Seeing her shy, he stopped teasing her. He took the food box from her. The box was divided into 3 layers. The top layer contained chicken soup, while the other 2 layers held rice and greens. Yu also brought 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from home. Lu Jiangli opened the food box and scooped half a bowl of rice into one of the bowls. He added a few pieces of chicken and poured half a bowl of chicken soup into the rice bowl. Once it cooled down a bit, Lu Jiangli raised Helian's bed, letting her lean against the headboard. He then sat on the chair by the bed, feeding Helian bite by bite. Yang Duo was also hungry, staring eagerly at the bowl in Lu Jiangli's hand. Seeing her like this, Yu smiled and said, "Duo, are you hungry?" Yang Duo nodded vigorously. "Gulyalu," she swallowed hard. "Duo, wait until sister serves you some food, okay? I brought an extra set of bowls and chopsticks just in case you wanted to eat too, so it would be easier to feed you." Yang Duo nodded eagerly. "Thank you, beautiful sister." Yu served Yang Duo some rice and added meat. Originally she intended to feed Yang Duo. But Yang Duo said she had grown up and was no longer a toddler, she could eat by herself. Yu handed her the bowl, letting her eat by herself. Wife, how are you?" Suddenly a figure burst into the ward. Lu Jiangli looked up in surprise to find it was his adoptive father, Yang Mingquan. His adoptive mother had been hospitalized since yesterday, yet he only showed up today. Moreover, he reeked of alcohol. It was clear he had drunk quite a bit. Such a man had no sense of responsibility. Lu Jiangli looked at him with a hint of disdain and coldness. Yang Mingquan ignored Lu Jiangli's gaze. He walked straight to the bedside and asked Helian, "Who the hell did this to you?" Helian frowned at his drunken appearance. "What does it have to do with you? Who did it? You're drunk, go home and rest. Don't make a scene here and embarrass yourself." Yang Mingquan burped loudly, his whole body swaying. He asked again, "Who the hell did this to you?" Helian knew his impatient nature and that he had no other skills. He only knew how to yell and curse. So she didn't dare tell him the truth, only saying she fell while working. Yang Mingquan clearly didn't believe her. Helian emphasized, "I told you I fell while working, it has nothing to do with anyone else." Why don't you believe me? Yang Minquan fell silent. Suddenly he leaned forward and fell to the ground. Lu Jiangli was startled. In his previous life Yang Minquan died from alcohol poisoning. He wouldn't die here today, would he? He rushed forward to check, finding that he was still breathing through his nose. Lu Jiangli hurriedly shouted for the doctor. Doctor! Quickly! Half a minute later the doctor rushed in and they hurriedly carried Yang Minquan out for emergency treatment. He Lian thought he had died and struggled to get out of bed to see him. Lu Jiangli stopped her. Mom, he's just a reckless drunkard with a bad temper. Why do you care about him? Sigh. He Lian sighed, son, you don't understand your dad. He's not as bad as you think, he just. He Lian didn't continue. Yang Duo was already scared and was crying loudly. Daddy, daddy. Is daddy dead? Brother, is daddy dead? Lu Jiangli was also worried. He followed the doctor closely. As a result, after various checks, it was revealed that Yang Minquan was fine. He was just drunk. Lu Jiangli was speechless. At 10:30 at night, Yang Minquan woke up from his drunken state. He came to Lian's ward and sat beside her bed. Wife, who brought you here after you fell while working on the construction site? The workers on the site brought me here. Then where are they? Why is no one here? He Lian, don't you have several thousand yuan in wages with the foreman? Did you collect it? He Lian thought he wanted to use the money to gamble again. She quickly shook her head. I haven't collected it yet. Yang Minquan didn't say anything more and sat for another 10 minutes. Then he stood up to leave. Lu Jiangli watched him leave without saying a word. He didn't care whether he stayed or left. In the evening, Huan Long arrived to take care of Lu Jiangli's foster mother along with the nurse. Lu Jiangli said to Yi, let me take a taxi to send you home. Tomorrow is Monday and you need to get up early for class. Yi was worried that Lu Jiangli would learn about her family's true financial situation and refused to let him take her home. In Modu there are 3 prominent families, all of which are billionaires. The first is the mysterious Yi family, whose business spans the globe and involves various industries. It is said that the Yi family has only one daughter who is talented in both academics and martial arts and is set to take over the family business after graduating from university. However, no one has ever seen what she looks like and the media knows nothing about her. Naturally, no one dares to pry into their affairs. Anyone with a bit of sense understands the consequences of offending the Yi family. The second is the Zhang family, which focuses on real estate and gold. The third is the Wang family, which specializes in restaurant and hotel chains. The Lu family is considered prestigious in Modu and possesses billions but ranks after the top 10. No need, Lu Jiangli, you don't have to send me. I don't want my parents to see you downstairs and get angry. I can just take a taxi myself. Lu Jiangli was a bit uneasy. It's not safe at night. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? We each take a taxi. Yours can go ahead and he'll follow behind to keep an eye on you. When the taxi arrives at your home, he'll watch you get in safely before leaving, okay? No way. Yi firmly refused. I don't need you to send me, just let me take a taxi myself. I can just call you while I'm in the car. Lu Jiangli couldn't argue with her and had to give up. Who would have thought that such a well-behaved and shy girl could be so stubborn when she wanted to be? However, she might have her own concerns. All right. Lu Jiangli watched as Yi got into the taxi with Yang Duo. Lu Jiangli also hailed a taxi to return to his place. As soon as he got in, he called Yi, keeping the line open. After more than 10 minutes, Yi said on the phone, I've arrived home, let's hang up. Lu Jiangli then ended the call. When he returned to his rented room, it was already past midnight and Yang Duo had fallen asleep in the car. Lu Jiangli placed her on the bed and tucked her in. The little one was sleeping soundly. Originally, Lu Jiangli had intended to leave her at the hospital, but she insisted on following him. He doted on her and brought her along. The next morning, after getting everything ready, Lu Jiangli woke Yang Duo up. He first took her to the hospital to be with He Lian and then he went to class. During the 10-minute break, Lu Jiangli was playing Go with his deskmate. Su Qinglu came over to find him. Lu Jiangli, are you alright after yesterday? Su Qinglu walked directly to Lu Jiangli's desk. He continued to play chess without glancing at her, ignoring her completely. The campus beauty Su Qinglu was displeased. Lu Jiangli, what's wrong with you? I came to ask out of concern, yet you won't even acknowledge me, Su Qinglu said, confused. Previously, Lu Jiangli had always listened to her. Why had he suddenly ignored her for a month? Could it be because he saw her with that blonde guy Song Yu Yang yesterday and was angry? But even if they couldn't be together, couldn't they at least be friends? Let me tell you, Song Yu Yang is pursuing me, but I haven't agreed to him, Su Qinglu wanted to explain to Lu Jiangli. Moreover, just because we can't be lovers doesn't mean we can't be friends, right? Lu Jiangli, why aren't you saying anything? Lu Jiangli was irritated by her questioning. Turning his head, he noticed that all the classmates were staring at him. It made him feel quite annoyed. He stood up and looked down at Su Qinglu. I thought a dog had run out from somewhere barking beside me all the time. Get lost. Su Qinglu's tears were already welling up in her eyes. Lu Jiangli, you've changed. You used to be so good to me, but ever since I got together with Lu Zixi you have become a stranger. Can't we have a normal friendship? Ha! Lu Jiangli scoffed. Su Qinglu, your skin is really thick. Every time we meet in the past month you've been yelled at by me more than once. Every time I yell at you doesn't hurt you and you just become bolder. The thickness of your skin is beyond measure, isn't it? How can you say that about me? Su Qinglu stubbornly bit her lower lip, trying to hold back the tears that were swirling in her eyes. Yet the tears ultimately fell helplessly. Big drops fell, eventually forming a stream. Lu Jiangli, do you really hate me this much now? I came to warn you to be careful of Song Yuyang. If you offend him, he said he would take revenge on you. I was just concerned about you coming to bring you a message. Since you no longer care, please keep your distance from me in the future. Lu Jiangli was stunned. Wasn't it you who kept coming to cling to me? Keep your distance from me. Miss Su Qinglu, please recognize your current position. This is class 23. I didn't come looking for you. You insisted on coming to me and now you want me to keep my distance. How shameless are you? Su Qinglu was left speechless. Wiping her tears angrily, she said, I already told you I was trying to help you. Su Qinglu's friend Guoqian was dissatisfied. Lu Jiangli, Qinglu is kind-hearted. You should know what happens to those who offend Song Yuyang, the school bully. She just wants to help you, that's why I came with her to remind you. You don't need to be so harsh with her. You're really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. Ha! Lu Jiangli sneered, my business doesn't require the two of you to meddle. Get lost. Lu Jiangli. You are truly going too far. From now on I will no longer care about your matters, don't regret it. Su Qinglu blared angrily, storming off. At the moment she turned, a tear fell onto Lu Jiangli's shoe. Lu Jiangli clicked his tongue a few times and quickly asked a female classmate for a tissue, wiping his shoe repeatedly as if it had been tainted by something disgusting. Yi Yuyu sat at the back watching Lu Jiangli, who seemed to be avoiding Su Qinglu. Though she felt puzzled inside, as the one who used to be so devoted to Su Qinglu and ran around for her without complaint, how could he suddenly ignore her? But no matter whether he was with her to irritate Su Qinglu or if he had suddenly seen through her vile nature, it didn't matter. All she wanted was for him to be with her. In his youth he had been her salvation. Thus in the remaining years of her life let her also be his warmest redemption. Yi Yuyu recalled that stormy night when she was 6 years old. At the time her father was merely an ordinary billionaire. Due to insufficient safety awareness she had been kidnapped. Later, seizing the moment while her captors slept, Yi Yuyu narrowly escaped. Terrified and trembling she hid behind a brick shack in the slums, only to be discovered and rescued by Lu Jiangli as he stepped outside to relieve himself. When the kidnappers pursued her, Lu Jiangli concealed Yi Yuyu inside his family's chicken coop, covering her with dry hay feathers and droppings, thus shielding her from discovery. Thereafter, whenever his adoptive parents were distracted, Lu Jiangli secretly brought food to Yi Yuyu and even slept beside her in the chicken coop until her biological parents finally arrived to take her home. To protect the safety of her savior, Yi Yuyu's parents chose not to disclose Lu Jiangli's heroic act publicly. Though they offered money to both him and his adoptive mother, the pair firmly refused it. After Yi Yuyu returned home, her family hired a world champion in Sanda to train her in martial arts. Grateful and unwavering in her devotion, Yi Yuyu would occasionally visit the slums, escorted by bodyguards, to catch a quiet, distant glimpse of Lu Jiangli. Her father cautioned her, do not draw too close to your benefactor, such proximity may bring him danger or burden him with unintended complications. Years passed and Lu Jiangli had long since forgotten that rain-lashed night and the little girl he once saved. Not until Lu Jiangli returned to the Lu family and enrolled at Moduno One high school did their paths cross again. Yi Yuyu successfully transferred into the same class, but she arrived late, for by then Lu Jiangli had already become Su Qinglu's devoted admirer. He obeyed her every command without question, eastward if she said east, action if she demanded it. And the tale of the rain-soaked girl faded deep into Yi Yuyu's heart, carefully sealed away. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Let's play a round of Gomoku. Lu Jiangli's voice gently pulled Yi Yuyu back to the present. Yi Yuyu smiled shyly and murmured softly, but my skills are truly terrible. Lu Jiangli ruffled her hair and laughed, don't worry, I'll go easy on you. She nodded. All right. They played 5 rounds, she lost 3, and the final 2 were deliberately conceded by Lu Jiangli. The young girl burst into unrestrained laughter. The last afternoon class was physical education. Their PE teacher had urgent business and entrusted the class monitor to oversee free activity. Lu Jiangli sat for a moment on the football field before turning to Yi Yu. Since there's nothing pressing this period I won't attend, I'm heading to the hospital to care for my mother. If the monitor asks where I am, just say I've got stomach pain and went to the restroom. Yi Yu nodded sweetly. Okay, you go ahead. Auntie, this is our humble token of appreciation, please accept it. Yes, Auntie. You've cared for our Jiangli all these years, it's only right we pay you a visit. There's no need for your concern. Jiangli is no longer a child of the Lu family, he is now a son of the Yang household. We kindly ask you not to disturb him again. Hospital. Just outside the ward door, Lu Jiangli overheard familiar voices speaking within, and his expression hardened instantly as he strode inside. There stood Lu Cheng and Lu Shuyu laden with gift bags standing beside He Lian's hospital bed. Upon seeing Lu Jiangli, their faces flickered with momentary discomfort. Yet it lasted only a heartbeat. Lu Cheng swiftly composed himself, offering an awkward smile. Jiangli, you're already out of school. We came to visit your mother. Lu Shuyu chimed in. Yes, Jiangli, when we heard your mother fell ill I came with your third elder sister to check on her. Lu Jiangli stared at them icily and scoffed. I'll tend to my mother myself, your concern is neither needed nor welcome. If you have spare time, devote it instead to your so-called heir, the one you truly cherish. After all, he is your beloved treasure. With a glacial glare, Lu Jiangli dismissed them without mercy. Gather your gifts and leave, this place does not welcome you. Lu Cheng and Lu Shuyu exchanged glances, awkwardness deepening. Lu Cheng spoke up. Jiangli, don't misunderstand, we bear no ill intent. We simply wished to see your mother. Yes, Jiangli, Zixi was discharged today and we came to fetch him home. On our way we thought to stop by and see your mother, and you too. See me. Lu Jiangli advanced slowly toward Lu Shuyu. What do you wish to see? My humiliation? Or the Yang family's disgrace? Jiangli, you're mistaken, how can you speak so harshly to your elder sister? Hoof. Elder sister. What kind of sisters are you? Blindly trusting slander, willfully ignorant. You don't deserve the title. Go, find your precious younger brother. Don't stand here polluting my sight and souring my mood. As Lu Jiangli spoke, he physically ushered them toward the door. They set their gifts down on the floor and turned to Yi Lian in her bed. Auntie, we'll visit again when we have time. Get out, get out, get out. My mother needs no hollow gestures from people like you. After shoving them out, Lu Jiangli snatched up their abandoned parcels and hurled them down the corridor with sharp echoing clatters. Lu Shuyu frowned. Jiangli, what are you doing? Even if you won't let us stay, we'd simply leave. Why throw away our heartfelt offerings? Besides, everything we brought for Auntie is premium imported health supplement worth hundreds of thousands and unavailable domestically. Pa! Lu Jiangli sneered. If your gifts are so extraordinary, don't waste them, take them home and nourish those foolish heads of yours. Jiangli, you! Lu Jiangli shot them both a disdainful glance and slammed the ward door shut behind him. Bang! The sound reverberated sharply. Worried he disturbed the other two families sharing the ward, Lu Jiangli quickly apologized. Sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you just now. Fortunately, they were understanding and held no grudge. No trouble at all, hospitals are bustling places, we're quite used to it. Exactly, we're used to it. It's perfectly fine. Yang Duodua, freshly awakened from her nap, spotted Lu Jiangli and cooed, demanding to be held. Lu Jiangli walked over and lifted her into his arms. Little chubby one, so dependent on your big brother are you? Yang Duodua wrapped her tiny arms around his neck and lisped adoringly, of course. Because you're my very, very, very best big brother. Ha ha ha. Alright, your big brother will spoil you forever, okay? Duo loves brother most of all. Moi. Moi mua. Lu Jiangli found his face drenched in toddler saliva. Mom, are you feeling hungry yet? I'll go grab something from outside the hospital. I think I am getting a bit hungry. Then I'll get you a bowl of nourishing chicken soup from the shop near the entrance. Brother, I'm coming too. Yang Duo clung tightly to his neck. Lu Jiangli tapped her tiny forehead with a chuckle. Alright, I'll take you along. He carried Yang Duo to the herbal soup shop just outside the hospital gates. While waiting for the owner to reheat their order, he overheard patrons discussing a crisis downtown, the city government building, where a construction worker was threatening to jump off the roof while demanding unpaid wages. The municipal building was only 3 minutes away. Curious, Lu Jiangli turned to the shop owner. Boss, I'll step out for a quick look, I'll be back in 10 minutes for my soup. The owner nodded. Sure thing. Lu Jiangli took Yang Duodua's hand and followed the crowd toward the municipal plaza, then looked up stunned to see his adoptive father Yang Mingchuan standing alone on the edge of the 15th floor ledge. Ah! How can he be a drunkard? Lu Jiangli looked up at Yang Mingchuan, who was standing on the edge of the 15th floor shouting loudly about jumping down if he wasn't paid. He knew yesterday when he left the hospital that Yang would cause trouble. However, he thought it would just be some shouting at the construction site. He never expected it to escalate to this. Downstairs a large air cushion had been laid out. The police set up a perimeter around the area. The door to the rooftop was locked by Yang Mingchuan, preventing negotiators from going up. There was a crowd below, all watching the commotion. A police officer was shouting through a megaphone addressing Yang Mingquan on the roof. "Sir, let's talk this over, don't do anything rash. Think of your wife and children at home. If something happens to you, what will they do? Nothing in this world is more important than life. As long as there's life, there's hope for a future." Unexpectedly, Yang Mingquan also took a megaphone. "Officer, if I wasn't pushed to the edge, who would risk their life? My wife works at the Kaishan construction site and was forced by the foreman Song Rongdui to climb a scaffold, falling and sustaining serious injuries. She is now in the hospital and no one from the site has come to see her. The foreman still owes my wife over 9,000 yuan in wages, and to this day not a cent has been paid. No one is covering her medical expenses, and I'm making it clear here today. If my wages aren't settled, I will jump down from this 15th floor. Let's see how you explain this to the citizens. Please don't do anything foolish. I will call Song Rongdui immediately and tell him to pay your wife. Please just give us some time to handle this, all right?" Yang Mingquan nodded, saying, "Okay, I will trust you this time." Lu Jiangli held Yang Duoduo's hand as they stood in the crowd. When 4-year-old Yang Duoduo saw her father on the rooftop, she didn't understand what he was doing up there. Yang Duoduo jumped up and down in front of Lu Jiangli, waving her little hands and shouting, "Daddy, Daddy! Daddy! Why are you up there? Are you playing Spider-Man?" Lu Jiangli picked up Yang Duoduo and whispered in her ear, "Sweetheart, Daddy is playing a game of cat and mouse with the police officers." "Wow! Daddy is so cool. Is Daddy the cat or the mouse?" Lu Jiangli felt a twinge of concern. What if Song Rongdui doesn't come? Yang Mingquan wouldn't really jump, would he? Jumping in front of Duoduo would leave her with a lifelong shadow. "Duodua, your brother doesn't even know what role Daddy is playing. Why don't we go home for now and ask Daddy later, okay?" No. I want to stay here and watch Daddy." Yang Duoduo refused to leave. "Brother, why does it look like Daddy is not happy?" Lu Jiangli was worried that Yang Mingquan might actually jump. "Duodua, let's go buy you a lollipop. We can come back later, okay?" No. Brother, I want to play the cat and mouse game with Daddy." Sigh. Lu Jiangli sighed, holding Yang Duoduo tightly as he pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Don't push. Don't push." A police officer saw him pushing through the crowd and shouted sharply. Lu Jiangli quickly explained, "Officer, I'm the jumper's son. Can you give me the megaphone? I want to talk to him." The officer thought that anything that could alleviate the current situation would be welcome. "Young man, don't say anything that might provoke him. Be gentle in your approach." "Okay, I understand, officer." Lu Jiangli took the megaphone from the officer but didn't speak to Yang Mingquan. Instead, he held the megaphone in front of Yang Duoduo's mouth. A sweet high-pitched voice came out of the megaphone. "Daddy, Daddy, it's me, Duoduo. Can you see me?" Yang Mingquan was startled when he heard Yang Duoduo's voice and bent down to look through the crowd. Finally, he spotted Yang Duoduo in Lu Jiangli's arms and felt a wave of relief. "Daddy, my brother said you are playing a cat and mouse game with the police, right?" Yang Mingquan didn't respond, turning his head away in silence, cursing inwardly. "This little brat, I'm over here acting and he's making a mess of it." Seeing that Yang Mingquan wasn't looking at Yang Duoduo and wasn't responding, Lu Jiangli felt a bit anxious. While Yang Duoduo was talking to Yang Mingchuan, an idea suddenly came to him. He set Yang Duoduo down and took the megaphone, crying out to the crowd, "Hello everyone, I'm the son of the intended jumper. The reason my father is considering jumping is also out of desperation. My mom works at the Kaishan construction site and unfortunately she fell and got seriously injured. After being sent to the hospital, everyone at the site ran away. Kaishan Company's actions are truly inhumane. Please help my father and mother. I hope Kaishan Company settles the wages and pays for medical expenses, lost work and all other costs." On the rooftop, Yang Mingquan thought, good, this is the son of Yang Mingquan. Clever enough. To make the emotional appeal even stronger, Lu Jiangli began singing the song, "The Lonely Warrior." The police were momentarily stunned before rushing over to grab the megaphone. "Kid, you can persuade him, but why are you singing?" "My dad likes to hear me sing. It's the only way to calm his emotions." The megaphone was ultimately taken away by the police. What was supposed to be a jumping incident almost turned into a concert. Among the crowd, countless reporters noticed Lu Jiangli singing. This was precisely Lu Jiangli's intention. If there was going to be a ruckus, it had to be a big one, leaving no chance for those behind the scenes to intervene. Lu Jiangli had gained some fame from singing Little Apple. Reporters initially had no idea of his relationship with the jumper, and this incident would never have been linked to him. Now he was actively shouting into the megaphone declaring himself the jumper's son while singing the recently popular Lonely Warrior. The reporter's eyes began to light up. The jumper was already a hot topic and now it turned out the jumper was the adoptive father of the new rising star Lu Jiangli. What a story. The cameras started clicking away at Lu Jiangli. Naturally, the police tried to prevent the reporters from filming, but the reporters invited Lu Jiangli outside to explain the whole situation. Lu Jiangli painted a particularly pitiful picture of his adoptive mother and father, emphasizing how inhumane Kaishan Company was. Live reporters reported on the scene and the police's attempts to stop them were unsuccessful. More and more reporters surged forward. Yang Minquan simply sat down smoking one cigarette after another. This scene under the reporter's lens became a portrayal of a pained man's helplessness and sense of responsibility. Eventually the foreman Song Ronggui was brought to the scene. To everyone's surprise, standing beside him was the young man Song Yuyang whom Lu Jiangli had beaten up earlier. Behind Song Yuyang stood a group of yellow-haired youths smoking and looking incredibly cocky. Song Yuyang had two of his front teeth replaced with gold ones after being beaten by Lu Jiangli. Young and looking rather inappropriate, a policeman with a loudspeaker turned to face Song Ronggui and shouted, "How much do you owe others? Hurry up and pay them back. And for the medical expenses, if you don't settle it quickly, just wait to get taken in. Hey, speak nicely, why are you shouting?" Hearing his father being yelled at, Song Yuyang straightened his neck, his cocky demeanor returning. The policeman with the loudspeaker shot him a glare and scolded, "What? You think you're tough just because you have yellow hair?" Several other policemen closed in on them. Song Yuyang was immediately frightened and shrank back his neck. Hiding behind his father Song Ronggui, he had originally pretended to be brave to stand up for him, but now facing the police heat, he was terrified. "Song Ronggui, you owe my wife 9,000 yuan in wages. If you don't pay me today, I will jump down from here." Yang Minquan shouted loudly into the loudspeaker from the 15th floor. Lu Jiangli found it surprising, didn't his mom say the foreman only owed him over 6,000? This drunken fool wanted to earn an extra 3,000. Song Ronggui was just a small foreman and the person in charge of Kaishan Company was his cousin Lu Laowa, the eldest son of his maternal aunt. Before he came, Lu Laowa had already warned him that no matter how much the upper management demanded, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he should pay it first. Stabilize the situation before discussing further. "All right. Don't get too worked up, it's just 9,000 yuan, I'll settle it for you right away," Song Ronggui replied loudly. Yang Minquan nodded. 9,000 yuan is just for wages, there are also my wife's hospital fees, nutrition supplements, etc. At least give me 1,000,000. "What? 1,000,000? You motherf." Song Ronggui opened his mouth to curse but stopped upon seeing the police glaring at him. He recalled Lu Laoya's warning not to let the situation escalate, otherwise if the higher-ups investigated Kaishan Company it would be disastrous for everyone. He quickly suppressed his anger, saying, "As for the medical expenses, the exact amount can only be settled after your wife is discharged. How about this, I'll give you 3,000 yuan first, and when your wife is discharged I'll pay you the rest, okay?" Yang Minquan was not satisfied. "Song, just give me a definite answer, are you going to pay or not? If you don't pay I'll jump right away." Okay, I'll pay." Song Ronggui hurriedly nodded. Yang Minquan was worried that after he came down from the building Song Ronggui would go back on his word. So he shouted through the loudspeaker, "Now transfer the 1,090,000 yuan to my son's card." Lu Jiangli stepped forward and took out his bank card from his pocket. He asked Song Ronggui to transfer the money. Song Ronggui called his cousin Lu Laowa and transferred 5,900 yuan to Lu Jiangli's card. He told Yang Minquan upstairs, "I have transferred 5,900 yuan to your son, which counts as half. I still owe you 5,000, let me borrow it for you. If you don't believe me, I can write a promissory note on the spot." Song Yuyang shouted from the side, "Dad, why are we giving them so much money?" Song Ronggui kicked him and whispered, "Don't you see the reporters are broadcasting live? We need to stabilize Yang first. Once this is over, I'll deal with him. At that time not only will I get all the money back, but I'll also give him a good beating." "Good idea, Dad." Song Yuyang grinned darkly. His smirk, insincere yet menacing, was strikingly similar to that of his father Song Ronggui. Truly a mouse raised by a rat. Someone in the crowd handed over a water-based pen. Song Ronggui then wrote a promissory note for 5,000 yuan. Seeing his goal achieved, Yang Minquan obediently came down from the 15th floor. However, he did not receive any good treatment upon coming down. The police arrested him for disturbing public order. Meanwhile, Song Ronggui was also taken away for defaulting on wages and endangering the safety of others. Song Yuyang held a grudge against Lu Jiangli, but now his father had just been taken away by the police. He was very frightened and did not dare to confront Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli took Yang Duoduo back to the soup shop, retrieving his chicken soup to return to the hospital. In the hospital, He Lian was lying down resting her eyes. She was unaware of Yang Mingquan's incident. Yang Duo described Mom today Dad was playing a game of cat and mouse with the policeman. He Lian Lu Jiangli did not want her to worry but also did not want to deceive her. In any case, the outcome of the jumping incident was already quite satisfactory. He told He Lian the whole story and transferred the 59000 yuan from his card to her. Lu family mansion. Lu Xinian saw the news about Yang Mingquan's jump and also watched Lu Jiangli crying out and singing Lonely Warrior beneath the building. The reporters wrote the true young master of the Lu family Lu Jiangli left the Lu family due to the exclusion of his fake brother. His adoptive mother was severely injured on the construction site and his adoptive father jumped off to demand wages. Lu Jiangli cried out online for fairness, seeking help. On platforms like Tencent Video, Weibo, and various other sites, this incident had already become a hot topic. Jumping off for his wife's wages, a heartfelt love that is touching. The true young master, a lonely warrior shedding tears for his adoptive mother. A new rising singer crying out online begging for help for his mother's medical treatment, and some people even brought up how Lu Jiangli was expelled from the Lu family. Crazy. Crazy. Every day is filled with nonsense shamelessly seeking fame. This will affect our Lu family's reputation. This is truly detestable. Lu Xinian cursed Lu Jiangli while scrolling through the news. Lu Shuyu, who had been busy in her room, finally found time to come to the living room and sit for a while. Hearing Lu Xinian cursing, Lu Shuyu curiously asked, "What's the matter, Xinian?" Lu Xinian handed over her phone. Sister, look at Lu Jiangli shamelessly instigating his adoptive father to jump off to demand wages just for fame. Jumping off to demand wages. Lu Shuyu took the phone and indeed saw the video of Lu Jiangli singing loudly under the city government building. However, her thoughts were different from Lu Xinian's. Lu Shuyu felt distressed. "Shinian, this isn't fake, it's real. Jiangli's adoptive mother is still lying in the hospital." "What? Is there really such a thing?" Lu Xinian was also somewhat surprised. However, she immediately dismissed it. So what if it's real? Does he really need to make such a fool of himself in public? It's just a hospital stay, how much can it cost? Lu Xinian, you're a big star, you have money, so of course you don't care about small amounts. But you know the situation of Jiangli's adoptive parents. The hospital fees aren't a big deal for you, but for them it's all their income. Lu Qing walked in from outside and immediately started to confront Lu Xinian. Lu Xinian said, "Are these two out of their minds? Recently they keep defending that country bumpkin." Lu Xinian coldly laughed. "You two don't really think he can become a big star, do you?" Lu Chang plopped down on the sofa, arms crossed, displaying a cold attitude. "Lu Xinian, do you really think he can become a big star? Don't you have any awareness of it?" Lu Xinian replied coldly, "Even if he could become a big star, so what? Aren't we all stars? Should I still beg him?" Lu Qing huffed disdainfully and fell silent. Lu Xinian, displeased, said, "Lu Qing, don't forget that I wasn't the only one who bullied Lu Jiangli back then. What attitude are you showing now? Are you seeing that he is about to become famous and trying to curry favor with him, right? Do you think our Lu family is so wealthy that we need to flatter a country bumpkin who grew up in a slum? Let me tell you, even if he becomes a domestic star or even an international superstar, I wouldn't care." Lu Qing mocked, "What if he becomes a top international director? By then you won't even have a role to play." Lu Xinian replied, "You." On Saturday, Lu Jiangli shot the MV Fourth the Brave. The company selected a beautiful girl as the lead for the MV. Lu Jiangli refused and directly invited Yi Yuyu. The content of the MV also included designs of Lu Jiangli's own. For example, his lonely silhouette leaving on a stormy night. Later, in a place where spring blossoms, he met a girl as beautiful as a flower. She shone like a beautiful angel with golden radiance. It was she who gave him hope to live on. The two embraced each other while butterflies danced around them. The MV unfolded alongside Lu Jiangli's song. It conveyed a sense of loneliness and helplessness, followed by the rise after despair. After the storm, one sees the rainbow. After finalizing the MV, Lu Jiangli returned to his normal study life. His adoptive mother He Lian had not yet been discharged from the hospital. According to the doctor, her recovery was relatively fast, but she would need to stay in the hospital for at least another half-month before being discharged. Lu Jiangli continued to visit He Lian every day after school. Yang Duo also accompanied him at the hospital. With the caregiver and bodyguard Huan Long around, Lu Jiangli felt quite at ease. Yang Mingquan was later released and learned that the previous 59000 yuan was with He Lian. He insisted on getting 20000 yuan from her. Lu Jiangli was very angry to see him asking He Lian for money, thinking he was going to gamble again. Unexpectedly, Yang Mingquan actually called Lu Jiangli out of the ward. In a harsh tone, he said, "Kid, take this 17000 yuan for living expenses. You've already left our young family and I don't want to owe you a favor. As for this 3000 yuan, just forget it, that's my earnings. Lu Jiangli was determined not to take his money. Yang Minquan sneered, oh, playing the high ground, huh? You've eaten my food and lived off me for 13 years and I never saw you act polite. What are you blanking out for? Just one question, yes or no. If you don't want it, I'll go gamble with it and you won't get a single cent. Having said that, Lu Jiangli certainly wouldn't refuse. Yang Minquan was a gambler, he wouldn't do anything good with the money. Lu Jiangli thought it would be better to keep the money for himself and buy nutritional supplements for his adoptive mother when she is discharged. All right. This is you willingly giving it to me, so you're not allowed to come ask me for gambling money in the future. Lu Jiangli made Yang Minquan promise first so the money wouldn't be sitting in his pocket only for him to lose it playing mahjong and then come asking for it. Although I'm not a real man, I keep my word. If I say I give it to you, then it's yours. Don't think I care about your life or death. Let me tell you, I'm not interested in you, I just don't want to owe you a favor. Lu Jiangli took the money and turned to leave. From childhood to now he had never heard a kind word from Yang Minquan. They say kind words warm the coldest winter while harsh words can chill the hottest summer. He really couldn't understand, would it kill him to speak nicely just once, or was he always this prickly? Back in the ward, He Lian was quietly cursing Yang Mingxuan, that scoundrel. After finally getting this few tens of thousands of yuan, instead of keeping it for medical expenses, he wants 200,000 yuan to gamble. Why doesn't he just die? How can there be such a person? No sense of responsibility at all. I think he's just a deadbeat disguised as a man. Pa. He will never change. Lu Jiangli said, looks like I misunderstood. Mom, the drunk took 17,000 yuan and only asked for 3,000 to gamble. I'll return this 17,000 yuan to you. He Lian was so surprised by Lu Jiangli's words that she nearly dislocated her jaw. He actually was willing to give you so much. He really must be a gambler who has changed. No, Jiangli, that person has no shame. If he loses, he will definitely come back asking you for more. Next time he asks you, just say you've spent all the money. Mom, I'm saying I'll return this money to you. No need, no need. You have spent quite a bit on my hospitalization and living expenses during this time. Just keep it for now. Lu Jiangli nodded. That's fine. He considered it as giving his adoptive mother money to keep. May Day, the school had a 3-day holiday. He Lian had mostly recovered. The doctor said she could be discharged in just a week. There were caregivers watching in the ward. Yi Yuyu's parents returned from abroad and took her on a short trip. Lu Jiangli took Yang Duo to the park to play. At the park, Yang Duo was bouncing on a trampoline. While waiting, Lu Jiangli pondered over various matters. Currently, there were a few things he needed to accomplish. First, his adoptive mother would be discharged in just a week and their brick house was already leaning dangerously. Moreover, that environment was really bad. Lu Jiangli wanted to buy her a large house to move in with Duo. As for the drunkard adoptive father, he was quite odd and might not even move, so it was up to him. Second, Lu Jiangli had just turned 18 and could open a bank account and invest in stocks. In his previous life he was quite familiar with stocks, and in this life he definitely wanted to make a significant profit. Lu Jiangli felt conflicted. Buying a house would require a lot of money. Perhaps he should invest all the money into stocks first and then use the profits to buy a house. Yes, that's a plan. Then, while waiting to buy stocks after opening an account, he could first look for houses, and as soon as he got the money he would make the purchase. Brother, do you think I'm amazing? While Lu Jiangli was lost in thought, he heard Yang Duo calling him. Lu Jiangli nodded, intending to praise her. My Duo sister is the best. Looking up, he suddenly noticed several people rushing towards him. What is going on? Lu Jiangli felt a surge of vigilance in his heart and quickly got up from the chair. He strode up to Yang Duo, shielding her behind him. His first reaction was that those must be his enemies, since he had offended quite a few people recently. He had crossed paths with Lu Zixi, Suqing Lu, the small-haired Song Yuyang Song Rongui, and his behind-the-scenes boss. Who knows whether those people would seek revenge? It was hard to tell. Lu Jiangli wore a face of vigilance, pondering what to do if they made a move. He planned to call the police while vowing to protect Duo at all costs. To his surprise, those people rushed up to him. Yet they did not make any harmful actions. Instead, they were fawning over him, saying he was even more handsome in person than in the videos. They formed a circle around him, pleading, "Hello, Lu Jiangli. May I please have your autograph? Can we take a picture with you? Lu Jiangli, this is so awkward." At that moment, Lu Jiangli realized that his song Lonely Warrior had become a hit. An explosive success. It was even more popular than Little Apple. This led to him being recognized while taking his sister to the park. It was a star-chasing phenomenon. Regardless of gender. However, this feeling was rather frightening. He felt as if he had no privacy at all. No wonder those big stars are heavily disguised wherever they go, fearing being recognized by fans. It was probably the feeling he just had when he jumped up to protect Duo. Of course, Lu Jiangli did not refuse their requests. He was too lazy to explain or make excuses. He naturally stood in the crowd and took a picture with them. However, he did not give them an autograph. After the photo was taken, he said to everyone, "You can take pictures of me, but please don't photograph my sister." This group of people kept their word and didn't take any pictures of young Duo. However, it was not a suitable place to linger. Lu Jiangli took off his outer shirt to cover his face and hurriedly carried young Duo away, taking a taxi back to their rented apartment. Back home, Lu Jiangli finally opened his phone to check. He discovered that his single On Pants Dog music had reached a staggering 300 million plays with likes and comments totaling in the millions. Moreover, various platforms were filled with the MV of him singing. Even the videos recorded by classmates during the school graduation ceremony where he sang Lonely Warrior had become viral on major platforms. He knew that singing Lonely Warrior would be popular, but he had never anticipated it would explode beyond measure. Lu Jiangli suddenly felt a bit regretful for recording this MV, wishing he had waited until after the college entrance examination. Due to the popularity of this song, he wondered how much trouble he would face with people asking for autographs in the future. Of course, it would also bring troubles to the MV's female lead Yi Yu. It seemed that from now on both he and Yu would have to wear masks whenever they went out. While Lu Jiangli was browsing videos related to him online, Yi Yu's call came in. "Lu Jiangli, congratulations. Your musical dream has succeeded in one go." Lu Jiangli felt a bit embarrassed. He always felt indebted to this girl. "Yu, I'm sorry, having you as my MV female lead means you'll be recognized wherever you go." Yi Yu laughed sweetly on the other end of the line. "That's fine, I'll just wear a mask in the future." But her inner monologue was, "Lu Jiangli, as long as you like it, I'm willing to do anything for you. Even if it means being in the entertainment industry, so what? You can sing, so can I. I am willing to accompany you on every path you wish to take." "Yu," Lu Jiangli said, feeling touched, "you are so good to me. When I receive the payment for this song, can I give you half?" Yi Yu was startled. "Lu Jiangli, are you that distant?" Lu Jiangli replied, "I'm sorry, Yu, I just think this money might be a bit too much and I probably can't spend it all myself." Yi Yu shook her head. "Lu Jiangli, I don't want your money. If you can't spend it all, just save it. In the future you can use it to marry me." Lu Jiangli, he didn't expect shy Yi Yu would be so bold on the phone. She even suggested he marry her. How adorable. Without receiving a response from Lu Jiangli, Yi Yu felt a bit sad. "What's wrong, Lu Jiangli? You don't want to?" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "Silly girl, how could I not want to? I very much want to. 120,000% willing. After the college entrance exam I will give you an answer." Yi Yu's voice on the other end of the line brightened. "Okay, you better not lie." Lu Jiangli patted his chest and promised, "I won't lie to anyone, let alone you." They chatted a bit about everything and then hung up. Yang Duo was hungry, rubbing her belly while waiting for Lu Jiangli to prepare food. Lu Jiangli opened the fridge. There were not many leftovers, just some vegetables he had bought earlier and a bit of lean meat along with a few potatoes. He had been busy lately and even forgot to buy groceries. Lu Jiangli stir-fried a plate of bell pepper beef and a plate of shredded potatoes. The siblings sat down to eat. Ding 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 ding. Lu Jiangli's phone rang again. This call gave him a sense of anticipation, like waiting for a lottery result. Because the caller was none other than Zhang Liang. The first thing he said was, "Congratulations." It exploded. Lu Jiangli replied directly, "How much can I get based on the sales?" Zhang Liang was so excited that his hand holding the phone trembled. "Mr. Lu, this time you can get." Lu Jiangli was also excited, hanging on to the suspense, thinking this must be worth at least 10 million. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang said 30 million. Ah. 30 million. Lu Jiangli's astonishment sounded like disappointment in Zhang Liang's ears. "Mr. Lu, rest assured the income from this song will not be less than 200 million. The money will be transferred to your account gradually." "That 30 million has already been transferred to your account, please check." Sure enough, the next second the heavenly sound of a transfer notification rang. The bowl of rice in Lu Jiangli's hand suddenly tasted even more fragrant. An ordinary meal felt like a royal banquet. Duo. Brother has struck it rich. From now on brother will buy you all sorts of delicious food and fun stuff, okay? Yang Duo might not understand what Lu Jiangli meant by struck it rich, but she understood the latter half perfectly. Struck it rich means being able to buy all sorts of delicious food and fun things. This was really too exciting. Yang Duo finished her bowl of rice and grabbed a tissue to wipe her small mouth. She ran over and kissed Lu Jiangli on the cheek. "Brother, I love you." Lu Jiangli hugged young Duodua. "Baby brother loves you too." The siblings were in the midst of their affectionate moment when suddenly the doorbell rang. Lu Jiangli stared at the door, feeling strange. Since renting this apartment apart from his foster mother He Lian and sister Yang Duodua, no one else had ever come here. His sister was now with him and He Lian was still lying in the hospital. Who could be knocking on the door? The sound of knocking echoed one after another. Bang! 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 It stirred a sense of irritation in the heart. Duo, go into the inner room and close the door. Looking at young Duo entering the inner room and closing the door, Lu Jiangli grabbed a frying pan from the kitchen. If it were Lu Zixi or Huang Maosong Yuyang bringing people to take revenge, Lu Jiangli would use this frying pan to give them a good reception. Lu Jiangli shouted loudly towards the door, "Who is it?" At that moment the knocking stopped and someone outside started to speak. "It's me, the landlord. The circuit tripped and I'm here to check where the problem is." "Oh, you should have said so earlier. You've been knocking outside for so long." Lu Jiangli opened the door and indeed saw the landlord, a portly man standing at the entrance. Lu Jiangli was about to ask him which circuit had tripped when suddenly 5 or 6 people flashed out from behind the landlord, all of them taking pictures of Lu Jiangli with their phones. Lu Jiangli, wow. Boss Wu, I didn't expect your tenant to actually be a big star. The stout Boss Wu puffed out his belly and shouted in a loud voice that goes without saying. "I've been observing for a few days. Just so you know, don't forget the 200 yuan bet you made with me." A woman stepped forward and winked at Lu Jiangli. She said softly, "Wow, Lu Jiangli, you're so handsome. You're even more handsome than in the videos." Another woman also came over. "Lu Jiangli, I already know your background. I'm willing to be with you, please let me take a picture with you." What a bunch of crazies. Breaking into a private residence and harassing a handsome man. Lu Jiangli became angry and loudly questioned the landlord. Boss Wu, protecting the tenant's privacy should be your responsibility, yet I didn't expect you to bring people here to harass me. Your actions are already illegal. Do you believe I'll call the police right now?" Seeing that Lu Jiangli was very angry, Boss Wu quickly explained. "Mr. Lu, I apologize. I truly came to check the circuit issue. These people insisted on following me and I didn't consider it thoroughly." "Ha!" Lu Jiangli sneered, "You better leave immediately or I will use the excuse of breaking into a private residence to defend myself." Lu Jiangli raised the frying pan in his hand. Boss Wu was startled and hurriedly called the people beside him to leave. He also jogged away. After closing the door, Lu Jiangli sat on a stool pondering a question. Since becoming a celebrity, such troublesome matters are inevitable. Living in this rental place where people from all walks of life gather offers no guarantee of personal safety. I need to buy a better house, preferably a villa or a spacious apartment. The community management should be very strict, not allowing random people to enter. I should also hire a few better bodyguards. No, just hiring bodyguards isn't enough, I need to be strong myself. Lu Jiangli made a decision. After the college entrance examination, he would run to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts for 3 months. Learning some self-defense skills would help in case the bodyguards were not around. Duo, you can come out now," Lu Jiangli called for Yang Duo. Young Duo came out from the inner room and asked who had come. Lu Jiangli said it was the landlord. Young Duo seemed to understand and went to play with the building blocks on the floor. That evening the siblings did not go out. They had leftovers from lunch for dinner. The next morning Lu Jiangli got up early. He rummaged through the house trying to find a mask and some sunglasses. He was going to look at houses soon and if he found a suitable one he would buy it. After searching for a long time he couldn't find a single mask, and a pair of sunglasses was even more impossible to find. Lu Jiangli called Huang Long. Huang Long had been by He Lian's side supervising the caregiver. 15 minutes later Huang Long arrived with sunglasses and masks. He bought 3 pairs and even got a hat, one for Lu Jiangli, one for Yang Duo and one for himself. After the 3 of them were fully equipped they left the house. Lu Jiangli first went to a securities company to open a stock account. Just as he was preparing to check out the well-known real estate in the Magic City, Yu's call came in. She said her parents had urgent matters and had to return overseas, which ruined their travel plans. She was bored at home and wanted to come find Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli said he was preparing to buy a house. Yu laughed and said, "Then you found the right person. I have a relative who sells houses in the best Hatang Villa area in the Magic City. I can take you there to buy one." Lu Jiangli knew Yu's family was well off and her connections must be good too. With her leading the way to buy a villa, the price would naturally be much more favorable. He immediately smiled and said, "Okay, then you come and take me there." The group agreed to meet at the entrance of the Hatang Villa sales department. When Lu Jiangli, Huanglong and Yang Duo arrived at the entrance of the sales department, a handsome young man greeted them with a smile. "Hello, my name is Yang Shuai and I am a relative of Miss Yi. Yang Shuai led the three of them into the sales department serving tea and water. The service was simply of super VIP level. After Yi arrived at the sales department, Yang Shuai took them to see the houses. The houses were naturally beyond reproach. Any one of them was of the type Lu Jiangli liked. They were all standalone villas with expansive gardens. The basement also had 4 parking spaces. It was now 2013 and the price of Hutong villas was around 400,000 per square meter. However, Yang Shuai said they currently had a bare second-hand house for sale because the landlord couple was moving to the U.S. And this house was in urgent need of sale. A 400 square meter house was now only 8 million. But it had to be paid in cash, no mortgage was supported. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangli thought that such a great house for only 8 million would be foolish not to buy. Moreover, Lu Jiangli had been reborn and knew that these villas would rise to over 700,000 per square meter in 3 years, and in 5 years it would reach 11,000 per square meter. Buying it would be a surefire profit. He hurried to see the house. "What do you think, Mr. Lu?" Yang Shuai asked. Lu Jiangli clapped his hands and agreed to buy it in a minute. After all, he had over 30 million in savings. He could use 8 million to buy the house first. Yang Shuai said he needed to contact the couple to handle the transfer and let Lu Jiangli pay a little deposit first. No need to pay much, just 200,000. Lu Jiangli immediately paid the deposit. After leaving the sales department, Yang Duo covered her stomach and said in a childish voice, "Brother, we haven't had breakfast yet." Lu Jiangli then realized. "Oh right, I was so busy this morning that I forgot we hadn't eaten breakfast. I'm sorry, Duo darling, I'll take you to eat something right away." "What does Duo want to eat?" "Brother, I want to eat hay de leo." Lu Jiangli laughed and said, "You want to eat hay de leo again?" Duo opened her big eyes and nodded to. Lu Jiangli hailed a taxi and went to the hay de leo restaurant where he had celebrated his birthday before. He intended to enjoy a good meal, but unexpectedly as soon as he entered he ran into an old acquaintance. It was Su Qinglu and her close friend Guo Qian. The two of them sat on the same long bench, occasionally emitting exaggerated laughter. Opposite them sat 2 men. They appeared to be in their 30s, adorned in ornate clothing, and it was evident they were not good people. However, whether they were good or bad had nothing to do with Lu Jiangli. Worried about being disturbed during their meal, Lu Jiangli approached the cashier and said to the owner, "Please give us a more secluded private room." The owner nodded and arranged for Lu Jiangli and his companions to sit in the southernmost private room. After entering the private room, Guo Qian suddenly lowered her head and whispered in Su Qinglu's ear, "Qinglu, don't you think those people who just came in look a bit familiar?" "Familiar? Who?" Su Qinglu looked up, glancing at Lu Jiangli and the others, who were all wearing hats, glasses and masks. Yi wasn't wearing a hat, but she also had glasses and a mask. Ever since the song The Lone Warrior became a sensation, it was easy for Yi to be recognized wherever she went. Guo Qian lowered her voice and said, "I think they somewhat resemble Lu Zixi and his sister." Lu Zixi? Su Qinglu was startled, nearly dropping her chopsticks. She stretched her neck and stared intently in the direction of Lu Jiangli's private room. Lu Zixi was a long-term benefactor. If he saw her eating here with 2 unsavory men, it would surely infuriate him. What if he ignored her and stopped buying her things? "Guo Qian, you stay here, I'm going to the restroom." To find out if Lu Zixi was indeed in that private room, Su Qinglu pretended to go to the restroom and intentionally passed by the entrance of Lu Jiangli's private room. She peeked in and happened to see Lu Jiangli taking off his glasses and mask. Their eyes met and Lu Jiangli's expression immediately turned to one of disgust. In contrast, Su Qinglu's gaze transformed into one of delight. "Ah, it's you, Jiangli. Are you here to eat too?" Su Qinglu said, moving awkwardly as she entered the private room. At that moment, Yi also removed her face coverings. Although she found Su Qinglu annoying, she didn't show it in front of Lu Jiangli. She maintained a compliant and charming demeanor, waiting to see how Lu Jiangli would handle the situation. Su Qinglu casually walked over and sat next to Lu Jiangli. She wore a low-cut bodycon dress and had a strong scent of perfume, looking nothing like an 18-year-old high school student. She resembled more of a wayward person adrift in society. Noticing that Lu Jiangli was ignoring her, Su Qinglu continued, "Jiangli, your song The Lone Warrior is so popular now, I hear people singing it everywhere. I'm truly happy for you. You finally escaped the clutches of the Lu family and achieved a breakthrough in your life. I hope we can still be good friends in the future." Su Qinglu intentionally sat very close to Lu Jiangli, leaning forward to make her neckline even lower. At that moment, a different song was playing on the hay de leo broadcast. Coincidentally, just as Su Qinglu finished speaking, the song switched to Lu Jiangli's The Lone Warrior. Su Qinglu excitedly exclaimed, "Hey Jiangli, listen. I told you right, the broadcast is playing your song." Lu Jiangli kept a cold expression throughout, glaring at Su Qinglu with unfriendly eyes and coldly said, Su Qinglu, are you done talking? If so, you can leave. Jiangli, I genuinely complimented you. Why do you have to act like this? Lu Jiangli ignored her and shouted loudly, waiter. The waiter came over. This private room has a strange smell, please help us change to another room. The waiter sniffed a few times and aside from the strong scent of perfume detected nothing else. However, since it was a request from a guest and the hot pot had not yet been served, the waiter moved Lu Jiangli's group to the adjacent room. Lu Jiangli held Yang Duoduo's hand. Come on, Duoduo brother, we'll take you to eat next door, this place has a smell. Yang Duoduo looked up innocently and asked, brother, what smell is it? Lu Jiangli held Yi Yuyu's hand with his other hand, casting a mocking glance at Su Qinglu and laughed, the smell of the world. Yang Duoduo asked, brother, what does the smell of the world smell like? It's the kind of smell that is annoying, stinky and disgusting. Yang Duoduo pointed at Su Qinglu and said, are you talking about this big sister? She smells so bad. Su Qinglu was furious, her face turning red as she stormed out of the private room. Back at her seat, Su Qinglu couldn't understand what was going on. The dog she once looked down upon had now become a well-known new singer. Yi Yuyu, an ordinary girl, had suddenly become so beautiful. Why was that? Why did she have to work so hard while having to beg men for money while Yi Yuyu could gain Lu Jiangli's affection without doing anything? Her relationship with Lu Jiangli must have been instigated by that Yi Yuyu. Su Qinglu knew that Yi Yuyu was skilled, her underlings had been beaten by her before and she could never be her opponent. But time was on her side, sooner or later she would take her revenge and claim Lu Jiangli for herself. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangli's food was already served. Huang Long stood still and Lu Jiangli smiled. Huang Long, just sit down and eat with us, you can't wait until we've finished before you go out to eat. Huang Long glanced at Yi Yuyu, who nodded in agreement. Yeah, just sit down and eat with us. Huang Long then sat down at ease. 3 adults and 1 child began to eat. After finishing, they resumed their fully armed appearance. After leaving Heidileo, Lu Jiangli and the others went to the hospital to visit He Lian. They bought her favorite black-bone chicken soup across the hospital. Jiangli, the doctor said I can be discharged tomorrow. He Lian was very happy. I felt anxious during my time in the hospital. If I can be discharged tomorrow, I can go back to work and earn money. Mom, why are you in such a hurry to earn money? Lu Jiangli asked. He Lian sighed, silly child, you're about to go to university. I need to raise some tuition for you. He Lian's words touched Lu Jiangli deeply. He shook his head and smiled. Mom, your health is not good. After being discharged, you need to rest for a while. What money? I have plenty. He Lian didn't believe him. You silly child, what are you talking about? The money you earned singing in the park all went to my medical expenses. But I still have the more than 100,000 yuan Dad gave me, right? The expenses for university are much higher. What can your 100,000 yuan do? Sitting on the hospital bed, Lu Jiangli wrapped one arm around He Lian's shoulder. Don't worry, there are scholarships and grants in university. As long as your grades are good, you won't have to spend any money on education. He Lian was half convinced. Really? Lu Jiangli smiled. Mom, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask this classmate of mine. Lu Jiangli pointed at Yi Yuyu. Yi Yuyu blushed and shyly nodded. Yes, auntie. If your grades are good, not only do you not have to pay for school, but you can also earn money. He Lian laughed heartily. That's wonderful. I was still worried you wouldn't have money for school. Speaking of university, I suddenly remembered something. Yi Yuyu asked with concern, what happened? Lu Jiangli sighed. I was so focused on severing ties with the Lu family that I forgot my household registration hasn't been transferred yet. What should we do? You still have to go back to the Lu family to transfer your household registration. Yes, I must get it transferred. I don't want any ties with the Lu family. But you're not sure where you'll attend university. If you transfer now, where will you go since you don't have a fixed property? Yi Yuyu said worriedly. Lu Jiangli thought for a moment. That's a problem. I'll wait until my house transfer is complete before deciding. I'll transfer it directly to that house then. He Lian listened to their conversation, not understanding what Lu Jiangli meant by his house. Jiangli, why don't you transfer your household registration back to our Yang family? Wherever I in Duo are, you should be there too. Lu Jiangli nodded. All right, let's see then. Thank you, Mom. He decided not to tell his adoptive mother about purchasing a villa for now. He planned to surprise her after the renovation was complete. He spent over an hour at the hospital with He Lian. She could now move freely without needing assistance. However, she was still cautious with her movements. Jiangli, I'm doing much better now. You have your college entrance exams coming up, so hurry back to study. You don't need to come to the hospital today. When you're discharged tomorrow, just come and help me with a few things. Lu Jiangli nodded. He Lian said to young Dua, your brother needs to go back to study. You shouldn't follow him around today. Stay here with mom and your brother will take you and mom out after his exams, okay? Yang Duo nodded, responding cutely okay. Lu Jiangli had originally wanted to take Yang Duo with him. But since Yi Yu had rare free time to seek him out, he felt he should spend some time with her. Both were very important people to him, he couldn't favor one over the other. Dua, be good and stay with mom here. Your brother will come to pick you and mom up from the hospital tomorrow. Then I'll take you to eat something delicious, alright? Yang Duo exclaimed joyfully okay. To ensure He Lian and Duo's safety, Lu Jiangli left Huang Long in the hospital room. After leaving the room, Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu put on sunglasses and masks. Lu Jiangli asked Yi Yu, where do you want to go for fun? Yi Yu shyly smiled, I don't know. I rarely go out to play. Her obedient demeanor made Lu Jiangli's heart race. He gently ran his fingers through her hair and said with a smile, then let's go watch a movie. Yi Yu nodded, okay, I'll follow your lead. Lu Jiangli hailed a cab taking Yi Yu to the cinema. Since they both wore sunglasses and masks, no one could recognize them. Inside the cinema they ate popcorn and drank cola while watching a movie. It was a romantic film about a childhood love story. During the exciting moments of the movie there were inevitably some intimate scenes. At those times Yi Yu felt too embarrassed to look. Lu Jiangli leaned closer to her ear, teasing, what's wrong? Are you shy? Yi Yu covered her face with her hands. Lu Jiangli quickly pulled her hands away, whispering, if you cover your face the story won't flow properly. Yi Yu then continued watching. They tugged at each other playfully and finally finished the movie. They left the cinema around 4 in the afternoon. Lu Jiangli's phone buzzed. Upon checking he saw a financial transfer message, Little Apple earnings transfer of 4 million. This is too easy. He had thought that the song Little Apple would only earn him 2 million, but unexpectedly there was another 4 million to be had. Lu Jiangli was very excited inside. Seeing him excited, Yi Yu asked what was going on. Lu Jiangli showed her the transfer record. He didn't want to hide anything from the woman he would marry. Yi Yu was also very happy to see it. You're amazing. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily, thank you. Do you want some ice cream? Let's get one. Lu Jiangli bought 2 large ice creams from a nearby convenience store. Just as he tore open the ice cream and put it in his mouth, his phone rang. It was Zhang Liang. Mr. Lu, next week there's an entertainment interview on Magic City TV. The interview fee is 3 million. Would you like to participate? Lu Jiangli was shocked. He hadn't expected to receive an interview from the TV station. When next week? Is it cash? Zhang Liang replied, your schedule is tight. How about Saturday? It's cash. Lu Jiangli thought for a moment it was just an interview. After the last interview he would become even more popular. The songs Solitary Brave and Little Apple would bring him even more value. And he could immediately receive 3 million. Why not agree? He readily accepted the offer. While eating ice cream and chatting with Yi Yu, they unknowingly walked a great distance. Later the two reluctantly said goodbye. The next day Lu Jiangli called a private car to pick up He Lian from the hospital. The private car was reasonably priced, costing only 150 yuan. The driver even helped carry things. Since Lu Jiangli's villa was still undecided, he could only take He Lian back to her previous residence. He also bought a lot of food and drinks for the fridge. Lu Jiangli repeatedly urged He Lian not to do heavy work. If she wore herself out it wouldn't be worth it. He Lian nodded. Lu Jiangli worried she might not take it to heart. He kindly threatened, Mom, you have to take good care of your health. If you fall I won't need to trouble you now that I'm grown, but Duo is still so small and no one will take care of her. I'm afraid that drunkard will find another young wife and beat Duo every day. I wonder how you would feel then. How could that be? My Duo is so cute, I would never let her be given to another woman to be beaten. Lu Jiangli bought toys and snacks for Yang Duo and prepared to head back. He hesitated whether to leave Huang Long here or take him back. If left here he feared young Mingquan would return and throw a fit. If not left here he worried that the contractor Song Ronggui's men might come for revenge. Especially his son, that Huang Mao Song Yuyan was simply an obnoxious lunatic. Song Ronggui had caused He Lian to be injured and hospitalized and had previously owed her 3 months of wages. He had taken 59000 yuan from her but had not taken much more. During He Lian's hospitalization she had spent nearly 50000 yuan. The more than 3000 yuan left was used for living expenses, which was not excessive at all. Moreover, that 3000 yuan had been taken away by young Mingquan and he hadn't been seen for days. It was unclear where he was gambling. Logically, Song Rongui should have supplemented He Lian's living expenses for a while as well as her subsequent medical expenses. He had written a debt note for 500,000 yuan, but it was uncertain whether the money would ever be received. What Lu Jiangli feared was that the people from Song Ronggui's side would not only find his actions shameful but would instead come for revenge. While Lu Jiangli was hesitating, He Lian spoke up. Jiangli, just take Huan Long with you. Mom and Duo can continue to stay here, it's alright. Lu Jiangli hesitated. I heard that Song Rongui has been released. I'm afraid he might come for revenge. Just as he finished speaking, He Lian's phone rang. Lu Jiangli was very worried beside her. Mom, who called? Who hit the drunkard? He Lian didn't even have time to hang up the phone, grabbing her cane and rushing outside. Stumbling and staggering. With a loud crash, she fell to the ground. Son, hurry. Your dad has been beaten at the mahjong hall. Those people are still hitting him now. Lu Jiangli didn't have time to help He Lian up, quickly saying, Mom, in your current state it will take longer to get there. How about Huan Long and I go ahead to see what the situation is first? He Lian nodded, her face full of anxiety. Yan Duo ran over to support He Lian. Lu Jiangli led Huan Long towards the mahjong hall in the neighboring village, the one Yang Minquan frequently visited. The mahjong hall was in a 3-story brick building deep in the neighboring village. Before Lu Jiangli and Huan Long could reach the mahjong hall, they heard a chaotic sound of cursing. Rushing to the entrance of the mahjong hall, Lu Jiangli saw a group of young delinquents cursing and kicking a person lying on the ground. That person was none other than his foster father, Yang Minquan. At this moment, Yang Minquan was already howling in pain. Someone nearby was trying to mediate, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. But none of the assailants stopped. Instead, they were hitting him even harder. Ha ha ha. This is what you get for playing with fake cards, for cheating me out of my money. You bastard, weren't you so arrogant a few days ago? How come you're so scared now? Keep being arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Seeing them beat Yang Minquan, Lu Jiangli was enraged. He shouted at the delinquents who were hitting, stop. What are you doing? The group glanced at him and one of them cursed, none of your business, and continued to hit. Lu Jiangli didn't waste any more words, charging forward and shoving the nearest delinquent aside. A brawl ensued. Mr. Lu, step aside, I'll handle this. Huan Long called out to Lu Jiangli, who was engaged in the fight. I can take them down in no time. With that, Huan Long started swinging, and in less than a minute all 9 individuals present were knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Injuries to internal organs and fractured ribs. One by one they lay on the ground groaning in pain. The patrons in the mahjong hall screamed in fear. They had already begun screaming when Yang Minquan was beaten. Now their screams grew louder. Lu Jiangli helped Yang Minquan up from the ground. Yang Minquan was also injured, all over, blood still dripping from his mouth. Dad, how do you feel now? Lu Jiangli asked. Yang Minquan shook his head. It's none of your business. Lu Jiangli replied, well, I'm going to take care of it. The person who had been mediating and had called He Lian was He Dingxiang from their village. He Dingxiang came over to help support Yang Minquan, and other villagers also joined in to help. Lu Jiangli nodded at them. Turning around, he glared sharply at the group of delinquents who had just attacked. At this moment, the delinquents were getting up from the ground and preparing to flee. Lu Jiangli squatted down and grabbed one of them by the collar, demanding angrily, who are you? Why did you beat my dad? The delinquent, mouth full of blood, mumbled, we were playing cards, he cheated. Lu Jiangli continued, cheated? How could someone who loses 90 of the time cheat? Which of your eyes saw it? The man replied, he saw it. Lu Jiangli looked up and followed the direction the man was pointing. Among the crowd stood a person who, upon seeing Lu Jiangli looking over, turned and fled. Huan Long was quick and caught up in a few steps, kicking that person to the ground from behind. Then he dragged him back to Lu Jiangli. Is it you? Lu Jiangli was shocked to see that the person was Su Chang, Su Qinglu's father. When Lu Jiangli had previously been infatuated with Su Qinglu, he knew that her father Su Chang was a notorious gambler, just like his drunkard foster father. Moreover, they often played mahjong together. Although their relationship wasn't particularly close, they would greet each other when they met. Lu Jiangli never expected Su Chang to accuse Yang Minquan of cheating and conspire with a few delinquents to bully him. Su Chang naturally recognized Lu Jiangli. He had seen this person many times, as Lu Jiangli was one of his daughter's many admirers who often waited downstairs for her. Previously, he thought Lu Jiangli was the true young master of the Lu family, so he encouraged Su Qinglu to get closer to him. But he didn't expect Lu Jiangli to be looked down upon in the Lu family, so Su Chang told Su Qinglu to ignore him. Jiangli, it's really not my fault, your dad is indeed cheating. Su Chang insisted it was Yang Minquan's fault. Lu Jiangli found it somewhat amusing with Yang Minquan's straightforward personality. If he had the ability to cheat, would he have remained impoverished for so many years? The money his foster mother earned over the years had all been stolen by him for gambling. Clearly this incident was just a pretext for revenge due to previous grievances with Song Rongui and the others. However, since Yang Minquan was a chronic gambler, him getting beaten today was also somewhat deserved. Oh, why don't you tell me how my dad cheated? Lu Jiangli stood above Su Chang, his expression icy, making Su Chang's heart tremble. He quickly began to explain while pulling out his phone to message Su Qinglu right in front of Lu Jiangli. Seeing him send a message, Lu Jiangli did not stop him. Su Chang thought that if Su Qinglu arrived he could avoid a beating. What a dream. Are you done explaining? Just because a few tiles fell from his hand you concluded he was cheating. Su Chang, don't think I don't know what you've done. Last time you tried to extort Lu Qing and Lu Yueshu, and now that you lost the money you extorted, are you trying to make money this way? Speak. Did you take money from these delinquents and then frame Yang Minquan for cheating? Su Chang was hit right on the mark but would never admit it. Because if he admitted it he wouldn't get any money from the delinquents. He tried to stall Jiangli. I didn't ask them for any money. I just misspoke. Is that so? You didn't ask them for money. Lu Jiangli said to Huang Long, then this group of delinquents is really despicable. Just because of a word they randomly beat someone. Huang Long beat them hard. As soon as Lu Jiangli finished speaking, all 9 delinquents ran away in an instant. Even with their severe injuries they still fled desperately and quickly. Huang Long caught the last 2. Without any introduction he slapped them hard across the face. Tell me what happened. Huang Long's gaze was piercing, staring the 2 delinquents to tremble all over. Several of the delinquents knew they couldn't offend Song Rongui. They could not reveal their identities. But Su Chang, this worthless gambler who only beats his wife, could serve as their scapegoat. The 2 delinquents exchanged glances and said in unison, Big brother, it really wasn't us, we just came here to play cards. It was Su Chang who said Yang Minquan cheated and took our money, that's why we acted. Su Chang became furious upon hearing this. He had originally planned to keep the truth hidden and wait to collect money. Now he saw he wouldn't get anything. Angrily he said, how can you say that? It was clearly you who offered me 2,000 yuan to frame Yang Minquan. How can you go back on your word? Ha ha. You really are despicable. Lu Jiangli grabbed Su Chang by the collar and punched him in the face. Ah! Su Chang screamed, covering his bleeding nose, looking at Lu Jiangli in disbelief. He had always been good to Qinglu and there was no way he would attack his own father. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Su Chang fought back fiercely with a sudden shove. Lu Jiangli was caught off guard and nearly toppled over by the burly Su Chang. Huang Long executed a swift maneuver, kicking Su Chang to the ground. Ouch! Su Chang fell heavily, hitting the ground face first and scraping a large patch of skin off. Lu Jiangli. Su Chang clumsily got up from the ground, saying, let me tell you, if you treat me like this you'll never be able to marry my daughter. Ha! Lu Jiangli sneered. He kicked Su Chang in the stomach, causing him to sit heavily on the ground. His tailbone nearly snapped from the impact. Just as Lu Jiangli was about to mock him further, suddenly a voice called out, Dad. Su Qinglu arrived, rushing in with her good friend Guo Qian to help Su Chang. Upon seeing the blood on Su Chang's face, Su Qinglu became furious. Dad, what happened? Who hit you? She had just arrived and hadn't seen Lu Jiangli attack Su Chang. She only saw them confronting each other. Su Chang spat and glared at Lu Jiangli sarcastically, saying, isn't it this coward who did it? What? Su Qinglu exclaimed. Lu Jiangli, you actually hit my dad. Seeing Lu Jiangli remain silent, Su Qinglu became even angrier. What do you mean? Just because you couldn't pursue me you even hate my dad? Lu Jiangli, are you still human? You are truly shameless. Lu Jiangli looked at the arrogant girl in front of him with indifference. Once he thought she was a pure and beautiful goddess, a campus belle for whom he would sacrifice everything. In reality she had long been rotten to the core. Other girls were goddesses, but she was probably just a woman by now. Su Qinglu, I warn you, don't make a fuss in front of me. Su Chang set a trap for my dad and even had him beaten. If I hit him a few times, that's called tit for tat. Su Qinglu looked up and saw several people supporting Yang Minquan. Yang Minquan was bruised and weak. Su Qinglu whispered to Su Chang, Dad, is what he said true? Su Chang nodded. Su Qinglu felt a bit helpless but raised her head and argued, Lu Jiangli, Yang Minquan is not your real dad. Why do you help him when he gets beaten? He spends every day drinking or playing mahjong and even beats your adoptive mother. My dad is just teaching him a lesson. Don't be ungrateful and repay kindness with hatred. Ha! Lu Jiangli genuinely admired how such shameless words could be uttered. He coldly replied, spending all day drinking and playing mahjong, he indeed deserves a beating. However, Lu Jiangli then slapped Su Chang's face. Your scumbag of a father isn't good either, cheating and playing mahjong and even hitting your mother will teach him a lesson too. Su Chang shouted, damn it, this idiot hit me again. Su Qinglu yelled, ah. Lu Jiangli, why did you hit my dad again? I'll fight you. Su Qinglu jumped up to hit Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli grabbed her hand and forcefully pushed her back. After taking a few steps back, Su Qinglu fell to the ground. Ah! She uttered a painful groan. Qinglu! Su Chang was furious upon seeing Su Qinglu fall. He got up from the ground wanting to fight Lu Jiangli. Huang Long kicked him 3 meters away. Lu Jiangli coldly watched the father-daughter duo. He warned, I warn you both, if you dare to hurt my family again I will make you regret it. After saying that, Lu Jiangli walked over to support Yang Minquan along with Huang Long. After leaving the village, Lu Jiangli took a cab and brought Yang Minquan to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, it was just superficial injuries and some soft tissue damage. It wasn't particularly serious. After getting some medicine at the hospital, Yang Minquan insisted on going home. Lu Jiangli had no choice but to take him back. When they returned home, He Lian saw the bloodstains on Yang Minquan and felt both heartache and anger. Why do you have to be like this? Every time you have a little money you rush off to gamble. Look where this has gotten you, almost beaten to death. If it weren't for Jiangli and Huang Long, would you even be alive today? You need to tone it down, don't gamble until you lose everything and ruin the family before you're happy. You have no idea who you're dealing with. If you go gamble again, they might find other ways to deal with you. By the time Jiangli goes off to college, no one will be there to save you. He Lian continued to fuss over Yang Minquan while helping him lie down. Yang Minquan retorted, mind your own business. You're so annoying with your constant nagging. Even if you beat me to death, what does it have to do with you? Lu Jiangli could no longer bear it. Yang Minquan, can you shut up? My mom is also injured and can't take care of you. You need to rest and recover properly. If you dare to bully my mom again, I'll hit you too. Lu Jiangli knew Yang Minquan was stubborn. He wouldn't actually hit him, it was just to scare him. After all, he was the one who raised him for 13 years. Although during those 13 years he had either beaten or scolded him. But his adoptive mother treated him exceptionally well, so he shouldn't hit him out of respect for her. Moreover, he was also Dodo's biological father. Surprisingly, Yang Minquan actually fell silent. Lu Jiangli was quite pleased with this outcome. He personally prepared a meal to care for these 2 patients, considering that he would be going to school soon and there would be no one at home to look after them. Lu Jiangli called the nurse who was taking care of He Lian in the hospital. He promised her 100 yuan a day to come to his house and take care of the 2 patients for a month, including food and lodging. The nurse was naturally eager to accept. An hour after the call, she arrived at his adoptive mother's house to care for them. Lu Jiangli took Dodo and left in a taxi with Huang Long. On the way, Yang Shui from Hutong Villa called saying the seller agreed to sell the house and asked Lu Jiangli to come and sign the documents. Mr. Lu, I will handle the entire house sale process for the Tom couple. Once the paperwork is completed, I can hand over the keys to you. Lu Jiangli nodded. Yang Shui led several people to handle the property transfer procedures. After leaving the sales office, Lu Jiangli stood by the road preparing to hail a cab when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It's so inconvenient to keep taking taxis back and forth every day. Why not buy a car? Lu Jiangli expressed his thoughts to Huang Long, who nodded in agreement. Mr. Lu, I think this proposal is wonderful. Having your own car would certainly make things more convenient. Without further ado, Lu Jiangli flagged down a taxi and headed towards the car dealership. Although it was his first time buying a car during his 4 years in the Lu family, his sisters drove luxury cars worth millions. However, Lu Jiangli currently did not plan to buy an expensive car. Although he had over 36 million in total, 8 million was meant for a house and 2 million was for renovations. The remaining money was to be invested in stocks to earn big profits. As for the car, Lu Jiangli only bought a BMW X6. It was 2013 and the X6 cost him 600,000. Lu Jiangli paid the money and agreed to pick up the car in 3 days. He did not have a driver's license yet, so he asked Huang Long to drive it for him. After the college entrance examination, he planned to learn to drive during the vacation. Back at his rented apartment, Lu Jiangli casually prepared some food. Although Huang Long was skilled in martial arts, his cooking was not impressive. According to him, the meals he prepared were not even fit for dogs. Lu Jiangli takes someone else's BMW to school every day. Lu Xinian asked Lu Zixi in confusion, did you see it with your own eyes? Lu Zixi nodded. Second sister, I know that brother Jiangli dislikes me and I shouldn't meddle in his affairs, but I still feel that taking someone else's car every day is not good for the reputation of our Lu family. Lu Xinian snorted coldly and said someone like him with no manners or upbringing, it wouldn't matter if he just borrowed a car. Even begging for food and drinks fits his character. Zixi, there are only 20 days left until the college entrance examination. Focus on your studies and don't worry about him, he is not worth our attention. Lu Zixi nodded. Got it, second sister, I will study hard. Lu Xinian nodded. The image of Lu Jiangli's annoying face unconsciously appeared in her mind. Pa. Annoying. Lu Jiangli had already picked up the car and every day Huan Long drove him to and from school. The BMW X6 stopped at the school gate where Lu Yushu arrived in a Rolls-Royce along with Lu Zixi getting out of the car. Lu Jiangli could not be bothered and walked past them like a stranger, not even glancing in their direction. Lu Yushu was displeased with his behavior and muttered under her breath as he walked by, no manners. Lu Jiangli sneered, barking like a dog. Lu Yushu was furious. Lu Jiangli, how can you just insult people? Lu Jiangli said nothing and continued walking. Lu Zixi felt uncomfortable seeing Lu Jiangli's tall and handsome figure. After leaving the Lu family for over 2 months, she thought he would be living a miserable life like a dog. To her surprise, not only was he doing well, but he had also become a singer. He looked particularly charismatic. Lu Zixi felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. She helped Lu Yushu by saying, Brother Jiangli, how can you speak like this to fifth sister? As younger siblings, we should respect our elder sisters. Oh. Lu Jiangli turned around and raised one hand. This hand hasn't slapped anyone in a long time, do you want to try? Lu Zixi quickly shrank back in fright. However, Lu Jiangli had no intention of letting him off. He approached Lu Zixi and kicked him hard before walking away. Lu Zixi squatted on the ground howling in pain. It wasn't that painful, but he exaggerated it to sound like a woman giving birth. Lu Jiangli, are you going crazy? Why are you hitting people for no reason? Lu Yushu yelled angrily. Lu Jiangli grinned and replied, you just said I'm crazy, it's perfectly normal for a crazy person to hit someone. If you keep nagging, I'll hit you too. Lu Yushu fell silent. After all, Lu Jiangli was the kind of madman who could do anything. He was shameless, but he still cared about his own face. Lu Jiangli returned to the classroom. In the classroom, the students sat in their respective places, some quietly reciting their lessons while others were solving problems. Everyone was making the final push for their fate. Lu Jiangli walked to his seat. Seeing that Yi Yuyu had not arrived yet, he took out his phone and sent her a message. Where are you? Yi Yuyu's reply came back quickly. At the classroom door, I'll be there soon. Lu Jiangli looked up towards the classroom door and indeed saw Yi Yuyu entering with her long shiny black hair flowing like a waterfall, wearing her obedient school uniform. She had returned to her obedient girl appearance. However, the loose school uniform could not hide her stunning figure. She was perfectly proportioned with curves in all the right places. Yi Yuyu entered the classroom and gave Lu Jiangli a faint smile. The two did not interact much and focused on their studies, appearing like ordinary classmates. Until the afternoon, when school ended, the two walked side by side out of the school gates. Yi Yuyu asked Lu Jiangli, aren't you participating in the entertainment program at Magic City TV tomorrow? Have you prepared? Lu Jiangli smiled and replied, not much preparation needed, it's just singing a couple of songs. Yi Yuyu softly encouraged, good luck. Lu Jiangli pinched her smooth little face reminiscent of a goose egg and said with a smile, after the recording tomorrow, I'll treat you to a big meal. Yi Yuyu shyly turned her face away and said okay. Saturday. At Magic City TV, Lu Jiangli arrived at the recording site before 8 o'clock as per the station's schedule. At this time, the lighting engineers, cameramen and all staff and equipment were already prepared. The host had previously coordinated with Lu Jiangli regarding the process they were about to follow, including the questions to be asked and when Lu Jiangli would start singing along with the subsequent segments. Many celebrities were present today, not just Lu Jiangli. As it was an entertainment interview, the entertainment channel also invited several well-known stars from the film and television industry. One of them was Lu Jiangli's second sister, Lu Xinian. When Lu Jiangli saw Lu Xinian backstage, he was momentarily taken aback. Originally, he looked down upon sharing the stage with her, but thinking about how this entertainment event could make him famous and enhance the value of his 2 songs. Moreover, it would pave the way for him to earn big money from singing other songs in the future. After all, Magic City Entertainment Channel was currently a leader among all entertainment channels. However, sharing the stage did not mean interacting. Lu Jiangli made it clear to the program team that he would not have any interaction with Lu Xinian throughout the entire program. Meanwhile, Lu Xinian was also emphasizing to the program team that she would absolutely not speak or interact with Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli snorted, humph, who cares? Lu Xinian walked over and whispered to Lu Jiangli, I warn you, don't think about climbing up using my fame. Lu Jiangli spat, you think you're worthy? Did you not look in the mirror before leaving today? Lu Xinian yelled angrily, you country bumpkin, don't think that just because you can sing a few songs you become a star. Lu Jiangli sneered, did you smear some laxative on your mouth or something? You just keep babbling. Keep talking and I'll slap you, believe it or not. Only then did the two of them quiet down. The program recording is divided into 4 processes. The first is the guest introduction. Tonight there are a total of 5 stars present. The 4 are all very famous stars while Lu Jiangli is just a grassroots newcomer. The second is the interactive game segment where stars interact with each other as well as with the audience. The third is the singing segment where singers can perform songs by others or their own. Next comes the medley of songs. Although Lu Jiangli and Lu Xinian are siblings, there is no interaction between them throughout the entire program. After the show aired, just as Lu Jiangli had anticipated, he became even more popular. His relationship with the Lu family was once again discussed across the internet. The entire Lu family faced public criticism. Fans unanimously believed that the Lu family had bullied Lu Jiangli and now he finally had the chance to shine. Everyone felt very sorry for Lu Jiangli. In no time he gained countless fans across the internet. Naturally, the popularity of the songs Little Apple and The Brave One soared to new heights nationwide. Lu Jiangli also successfully received a post-tax payment of 3 million. Before the college entrance examination he had received several commercial performances. Each appearance fee ranged from 200,000 to 500,000. If it weren't for the homeroom teacher Gao Chang finding out and personally calling Lu Jiangli to advise him to prioritize his studies first, he would have continued to accept more commercial gigs. Lu Jiangli was not worried about the college entrance examination because he had just returned from his rebirth and discovered that he had an extraordinary memory. He had already gone through all the high school textbooks once. All the knowledge points were firmly stored in his mind. As long as he could integrate the knowledge in his mind during the exam, he would have no problem. Moreover, he was already a top student. Lu Jiangli calculated all the money he had earned during this period. He had 36 million before, received 3 million from recording the entertainment program, and earned a total of 2 million from commercial performances. In total, that adds up to 41 million. After deducting 8 million for buying a house and 2 million for renovations, Lu Jiangli's current assets amounted to 31 million. Aside from setting aside 200,000 for living expenses, Lu Jiangli invested all the remaining money in stocks. The stock investment would increase in value to 260 million in 3 months. Lu Jiangli had studied stocks in his previous life and knew which stocks to buy and how much to invest. He also knew which would yield high profits. In June, the college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. He Lian, who had already recovered well, and the adorable young duo specially wore matching parent-child outfits with split cheongsams waiting outside the examination room for Lu Jiangli, who was taking the exam. The split cheongsam symbolizes good fortune. He Lian was relatively sturdy and dark-skinned, embodying the image of a typical hard-working laborer. Having worked on construction sites for a long time, her skin was rough and calloused. Usually she wore loose pants and shirts and never donned a cheongsam. This time she wore the cheongsam solely for Lu Jiangli in the examination room. Her heartfelt intentions were driven by love. In the examination room, Lu Jiangli was soundly asleep at his desk. The supervising teacher saw him sleeping, shook his head with a sigh of resignation, and walked over to gently wake him up. To the supervising teacher, Lu Jiangli sang well, but his academic performance was not impressive. Indeed, he had fallen asleep just 30 minutes into the exam. Little did they know there was a reason for Lu Jiangli's slumber. It was now the Chinese language exam. Initially, Lu Jiangli felt a bit anxious, fearing that the paper would contain questions he couldn't answer. However, when the supervising teacher distributed the exam papers, Lu Jiangli nearly jumped for joy upon seeing it. He realized he remembered all the answers on the exam paper and he recalled them word for word. In his previous life, Lu Jiangli had failed before the college entrance examination, feeling unwilling. During that time, his soul had followed Lu Zixi. He watched as she printed the exam paper and verified the answers. Lu Jiangli remembered the answers for every subject clearly. Thus, Lu Jiangli spent 15 minutes answering the previous questions. He then used the last 15 minutes to break down and reorganize the essay content he had memorized. This was to avoid suspicion from the examiners, who might think he had seen the answers. Through Lu Jiangli's breakdown and reorganization combined with his own language transformation, he would likely score around 55 out of 60 on the essay. This way his Chinese language score would approximate 145. In the afternoon's mathematics exam, Lu Jiangli also completed the answers in just 20 minutes before lying down to sleep. The supervising teacher woke him several times during the exam, but unable to continue sleeping, Lu Jiangli could only sit in the examination room lost in thought. For the science and English exams, he also finished in about 20 minutes. After the supervising teacher collected the papers and returned to the examination room, the teachers were discussing the remarkable Lu Jiangli. I originally thought Lu Jiangli was just a pretty face who could sing a little but had no other skills and poor grades. Unexpectedly, the reason he was sleeping in the exam room was that he had completed the entire Chinese language paper in just 30 minutes. What do you think? He took at least 30 minutes for the Chinese exam, but for the science exam he finished all the answers in less than 20 minutes. During his English exam we noticed he only spent 12 minutes answering questions from start to finish. Did he just guess or was he serious? No one knows who can tell. The answers haven't come out yet. But from the way he answered everything looked neat and tidy, his score shouldn't be low. After the last English exam, Lu Jiangli joyfully walked out of the examination room, being the first candidate to leave. A reporter from a television station had been waiting outside. "Hello student, may we interview you?" As Lu Jiangli nodded, the reporter asked, as the first person to exit the examination room, "How do you think you performed?" His adoptive mother and sister Yang Duo rushed over, standing to Lu Jiangli's right. "I think I should do quite well." Lu Jiangli smiled at the interviewing reporter. The reporter continued to press, "Can I ask how many points you estimate you scored?" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily, saying, "More than 200 points, ha 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 ha." The reporter. Those present were. Ignoring the astonished expressions of everyone, Lu Jiangli took He Lian and Yang Duo by the hand and walked out of the crowd, heading straight for the roadside. He got into a BMW X6 that was waiting on the roadside. Along the way many people followed Lu Jiangli with cameras. At the same moment, outside the examination hall of Moduno 2 High School, Yi Yuyu was the first candidate to step out of the school gate. Her parents immediately approached her. Yi Yuyu's father stood tall and exuded refined charisma. Her mother possessed a graceful figure, undoubtedly a peerless beauty. Yet both wore oversized sunglasses, concealing their true identities from onlookers. The moment she drew near, Yi Yuyu's mother swept her into a warm, enveloping embrace, without asking how the exam had gone. She only asked, "Darling, what would you like to do next?" "Mom will take you wherever you wish." Yi Yuyu laughed brightly, "The realm of magic." "Ha ha ha ha. Agreed, let's form a squad and dominate." Her father remained silent, gazing tenderly at his exceptional only daughter through his thick dark lenses. A reporter swiftly stepped forward. "Miss, you're the very first student to exit the examination hall. May we conduct a brief interview? How would you rate the difficulty of today's test?" "Pretty average, not particularly challenging," Yi Yuyu chuckled. "Then may we ask for your estimated score?" "Madam Reporter," Yi Yuyu's father interjected gently but firmly, his tone laced with quiet disapproval. "The child has just emerged, please refrain from inquiring about scores. How well she did matters little, it is merely a small station along life's long journey." Yi Yuyu's mother smiled warmly indeed. "My daughter has just stepped out of the exam hall, her results are irrelevant. What truly matters is her joy." Before the camera, Yi Yuyu appeared radiant, confident, poised, and breathtakingly beautiful. She had no intention of answering the reporter's questions. After all, as the sole heiress of the Yi family, she could effortlessly surpass 999 of humanity. Exams were utterly unnecessary for her. Yet the moment she recalled Lu Jiangli's handsome sunlit smile, she responded with uncharacteristic warmth and grace, "I believe scoring above 700 points should be no trouble at all, huh?" That self-assured demeanor stood in stark contrast to the shy, soft-spoken girl she became in Lu Jiangli's presence, almost as if they were two different people. Meanwhile, Lu Zixi emerged from his own examination hall. He was not, however, the first to exit. Lu Jiangli sat his exam at No. 1 High School, whereas Lu Zixi's venue was No. 4 High School. Lu Zixi felt reasonably confident about his performance. 660 points seemed assured. No sooner had he stepped outside than he spotted Zhou Yan, Lu Chang, and his 5 elder sisters waiting for him. 6 stunning women stood together, one per entrance, each clad in an exquisitely tailored cheongsam, symbolizing triumphant success. The Lu Shilin wore sunglasses and a face mask. Her presence among the Lu sisters left no doubt she was the celebrated actress Lu Shilin. "Zixi. My son." Zhou Yan broke into a joyful sprint the moment she saw him and wrapped him tightly in her arms. "Mom." Lu Zixi embraced her in return. His 5 sisters gathered around him, voices overlapping in affectionate chatter. Elder sister Lu Shuyu asked, "Zixi, how difficult did you find the questions?" "Oh, elder sister." Lu Shilin chimed in playfully, "Must you grill him the instant he walks out? He's just finished his exams, surely he deserves a moment to unwind." "Exactly." Lu Xiaolin nodded eagerly. "Sister, let's set aside exam talk for now, first we'll treat Zixi to something delicious." "Absolutely," Lu Qing added, "Zixi must be exhausted. Let's head straight for food." 5th sister Lu Yueshu slipped an arm around Lu Zixi's shoulders and grinned, "Zixi, tonight we're throwing you a grand celebration party to mark your glorious liberation from high school." Lu Zixi beamed and nodded obediently. "Thank you, 5th sister, and thank you, Mom, and all my beautiful sisters." "Ha ha ha. Family doesn't need thanks. Let's go, your drivers are already waiting by the roadside. Time to relax." The group strode confidently through the crowd, drawing every eye with their extraordinary beauty and impeccable attire. Lu Zixi walked forward alongside his parents and sisters, but just before vanishing into the throng he glanced back across the street. There standing amid the crowd was a woman in a cheongsam, elegant, alluring, and subtly magnetic. Upon meeting Lu Zixi's gaze she shook her head silently. It was Lu Meyer, the physician Lu Jiangli had met at People's Hospital. Meanwhile at No. 3 high school's examination site, Su Qinglu and her best friend Guoqian emerged listlessly from the hall, blending into the dispersing crowd. "Qinglu, how did you do?" Guoqian asked. "Don't even ask, I bombed it. It's maddening." "Same here. I'll never get into a decent university, and my dad will absolutely kill me when he finds out. Tell me about it, I doubt I'll even clear 500 points. Might as well just game instead." "Yes. Blue Universe Internet Cafe." Su Qinglu. Su Qinglu. "I'm calling you, have you gone deaf?" Song Yuyang, the gangly blonde-haired classmate, had just exited the hall himself. Hands tucked lazily into his pockets, flanked by several loyal followers. Spotting Su Qinglu ahead, he bellowed across the crowd. "Qinglu, Song Yuyang's calling you," Guoqian reminded her quietly. Su Qinglu snorted coldly. "Last time they manipulated my father to get him beaten and then refused to pay the promised 2,000 yuan. I won't speak to them." "Su Qinglu. I'm talking to you, did you lose your hearing or what?" Song Yuyang roared, growing louder upon receiving no reply. A patrolling officer shot him a sharp glance, prompting him to shrink back instantly. Only after walking over 10 meters beyond the examination zone, beyond the officer's line of sight, did Song Yuyang surge forward and see Su Qinglu's collar from behind. "Where are you rushing off to? Big brother, where are you taking us?" "Sweetheart, close your eyes for now, you'll know soon enough." "Okay." The car advanced slowly, deliberately so, because the streets teemed with people. Today marked the end of the national college entrance examinations, and countless parents had gathered to collect their children. And many students, the moment they stepped out of school gates, immediately arranged all-night gaming sessions at nearby internet cafes. The most popular game at the time was The Realm of Magic. Lu Jiangli had dabbled in it, but his level remained modest, hovering around 60, while many peers easily surpassed 100. Under normal conditions, the drive from here to Hatong Villa District took only 20 minutes, yet today traffic stretched it to a full hour before they finally arrived. Along the way, young Duo couldn't resist asking repeatedly, "Big brother, can I open my eyes yet?" "Are we there?" "Yes, Duo, you may open them now. But close them again when I tell you to." "Okay, big brother, where are we going?" "How much longer?" "Just wait a little longer, Duo, would you like me to sing you a song?" "Yes. I want to hear The Lone Brave." "Alright, I'll sing it for you." As soon as Lu Jiangli began, young Duo joined in, belting the lyrics with unrestrained joy. "I love you walking alone through shadowed alleys, I love you standing defiant against despair, refusing to shed a single tear." The BMW X6 came to a smooth halt in the underground parking garage. Lu Jiangli retrieved 2 small scarves and waved them playfully before Lian and young Duo. "Mom, Duo, cover your eyes first. I'm taking you somewhere special." Lian laughed heartily. "Oh my, you're being so mysterious. Just hurry up, we need to get home for dinner. I've slow-cooked pig trotters in the pressure cooker just for you." "Mom, almost there, just hold my hand." Lu Jiangli carried young Duo while Huang Long supported Lian as they rode the elevator upward. "Mom, you can remove your scarf now." As Lu Jiangli spoke, he gently lifted the scarf from young Duo's face. Wow. Mother and daughter stood utterly transfixed, stunned speechless by the breathtaking scene before them. Mother and daughter stood frozen in awe before the scene unfolding before them, a 3-story detached villa rising gracefully before their eyes while they themselves stood within a vast serene garden. The garden bloomed with a dazzling array of flowers vying for attention in radiant splendor. Lush emerald lawns encircled the blossoms and the air shimmered with the delicate fragrance of petals mingled with the crisp green scent of freshly cut grass. The courtyard was thoughtfully tiered, some sections paved with warm wooden planks, others with smooth rounded river stones. At the far left stood a spacious pergola. Beneath the pergola rested a sturdy table flanked by 5 elegant chairs accompanied by a pristine tea set. A few meters away, swaying gently in the breeze, hung a swing. The golden swing drifted lazily back and forth in the wind. "Jiangli, whose house is this?" "It's absolutely stunning," Lian murmured, puzzled. "But why did you bring us here?" "Big brother, look, a swing. Can I sit on it?" Young Duo, whatever the child at heart, paid no mind to purpose or protocol. The mere sight of the swing ignited an irresistible urge to glide through the air. Lu Jiangli bent down, tenderly stroking Duo's cheek, his voice soft and reassuring. "Of course you may, my dear, go ahead and enjoy it." "Duo, don't sit on it, don't touch anything that belongs to others. If it breaks we'll have to pay for it," Lian hurriedly interjected. Lu Jiangli burst into hearty laughter. Mom, even if it broke there'd be no need to pay, we own this house outright. He Lian didn't catch it clearly. What? Mom, I mean this house, it's ours now permanently. Son, she replied skeptically, a property this grand with such an expansive garden must span at least 700 or 800 square meters, how could it possibly belong to us? Lu Jiangli took He Lian's hand gently. Mom, I bought it myself. Absolutely true. Your son would never lie to you. Impossible. She shook her head again. You silly boy, you must have rented a place just to make me happy. This house alone costs over 10 million yuan, where on earth did you get that kind of money? It's true. Lu Jiangli knew she wouldn't believe him, so he laughed warmly. Just wait, I'll fetch the property deed for you to see. He Lian's skepticism softened into hesitant wonder. Holding her hand, Lu Jiangli led her through every corner of the garden, then called Duo over to explore the interior together. The ground floor featured a spacious living room and an open-concept kitchen, 1 bathroom and a guest bedroom. Upstairs, the second floor held 3 bedrooms and a compact study. The third floor housed 2 more bedrooms, another study, and a dedicated audiovisual room. A large pergola crowned the rooftop terrace, perfect for sipping tea or coffee in quiet repose. There one could relax in the cool breeze while gazing out over the garden's tranquil beauty. Mom, here's the property deed. See how prominently Lu Jiangli is printed across the top. Isn't that your son's name? And here's the ID number. Convinced yet? From now on you and Duo will live here. No more laboring on construction sites. I'll take care of you both. And if that old drunkard wishes to join us, he's welcome, but no pressure if he doesn't. We'll leave it to him. He Lian stood speechless, stunned into silence. Big brother, is this house really ours? Then can I swing on the swing every single day? Lu Jiangli nodded. Yes, every day as much as you like. I've been swamped lately, but in a couple of days I'll bring more toys and games into the garden for you. Yay! That's amazing, thank you, big brother. As Lu Jiangli chatted with Duo, he glanced up and froze. He Lian's face was streaked with tears, her body trembling faintly. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine. I'm just overwhelmed. You rascal, you've moved me so deeply. Her voice dissolved into unrestrained sobs. Lu Jiangli pulled her close, holding her gently. Mom, you bore so much hardship before. Rest easy now, the best days are still ahead. She wept softly, sob. My son has truly made something of himself. He bought his mother a grand home. Once her tears subsided, she asked him, Son, now that we have a home and a car, please don't push yourself so hard to earn money. I worry you'll ruin your health. Lu Jiangli shook his head. Mom, don't worry, I'm not trading my body for wealth. I'm a celebrity now with a towering market value. Just 1 or 2 songs can earn me hundreds of thousands, or even millions. He Lian, unfamiliar with such things, frowned. Truly? Lu Jiangli smiled. Absolutely, don't you remember? I appeared on national television and that single appearance earned me 3 million yuan. He Lian gasped. Really? My son is extraordinary, I raised you well. As mother and son spoke, Huan Long approached, escorting 2 elderly women. Upon seeing Lu Jiangli, both women bowed respectfully. Young master. Lu Jiangli nodded, turning to introduce them to his mother. Mom, this is Sister Wang, she'll prepare our meals. She was once the head chef at a 5-star hotel. And this is Sister Lu, she'll maintain the household and tend the garden. Perceptive and poised, the 2 women instantly recognized He Lian as the matriarch and bowed deeply. Madam, greetings. He Lian startled. Oh please, no need for such formality. Lu Jiangli chuckled. Mom, from now on you and Duo need do nothing at home, just plant flowers, nurture herbs and live exactly as you wish. He Lian drew Lu Jiangli aside, anxious. Jiangli, tell me honestly, how much does it cost each month to hire these 2? He answered candidly. Sister Wang receives 30,000 yuan per month, Sister Lu 20,000. Ah. He Lian winced at the figure, her heart ached. Why spend so much on domestic help? What for? I can cook. I can clean. Send them away immediately, this is far too extravagant. You're still just a young man, your hard-earned money must be spent wisely, do you understand? Lu Jiangli patted her hand, smiling. Mom, rest assured, my monthly income now exceeds several million yuan. Just sit back and savor life. Unable to counter his logic, she yielded. Mother and son sat beneath the garden's pergola sipping tea peacefully while Duo continued swinging joyfully. Huang Long stood guard at a discreet distance. Chef Wang busied herself preparing dinner in the kitchen while Sister Lu pruned and tended the garden's blossoms with practiced care. Though the villa had been completed in just over a month, its interior was fully outfitted, only the garden remained slightly unfinished. Only premium materials were used. The original renovation budget had been 2 million yuan, but the final expenditure exceeded 3 million. Fortunately, Jiangli later transferred an additional 20 million yuan to Lu Jiangli, otherwise with all his funds tied up in stock investments he would have lacked the final 1 million needed to complete the renovation. An hour later, Sister Wang served a warm, fragrant and deeply comforting meal, the family's first shared dinner in their new home. That evening Yi Yu called Lu Jiangli. My parents have returned home, tonight I'm completely free. Would you like to stay over and play all night? Yes, I'm coming. Lu Jiangli bid farewell to Yi Lian and Yang Duo before stepping out. The security in this community is robust and dedicated, ensuring the safety of Yi Lian and Yang Duo. The reason Huang Long stayed behind was that the college entrance examination had ended and Lu Jiangli wanted to have some private time with Yi Yu, which was difficult with an extra person around. You're here. Yi Yu waited for Lu Jiangli in a private room at Heidileo. I'm here, silly girl, you've already ordered the dishes. Yi Yu smiled and said, I wanted you to have something to eat as soon as you arrived. Lu Jiangli wanted to mention that he had already eaten at the villa before and didn't want to dampen Yi Yu's spirits. He smiled and said, You're so kind to me, Yu. Yi Yu shyly smiled, a pink blush adorning her fair face. Let's eat. Yi Yu served rice to Lu Jiangli. As Lu Jiangli took the rice, he seized the opportunity to touch her small hand. What are you doing? Yi Yu became even more bashful. All right, silly girl, I'm not teasing you anymore. Okay. The two began to eat. While eating, they discussed the college entrance examination results. Yi Yu asked Lu Jiangli, what score do you think he'll get? Lu Jiangli replied with a smile, I might lose some points on the subjective questions for Chinese and maybe a bit on the English essay, but barring any surprises I should score over 730. So high. Yi Yu felt a little inferior. Then I might only score around 700. Seeing her a bit downcast, Lu Jiangli quickly reassured her, silly girl, it doesn't matter what score you get. What's important is that regardless of your score I will always be by your side. Really? Yi Yu was somewhat incredulous. Though she was also quite excellent, Lu Jiangli was now both a top student and a singer. In love one often tends to downplay their worth when deeply in love. Silly girl, of course it's true, now let's eat. The two genuinely enjoyed eating at Heidileo. They had been there several times this month. Lu Jiangli went to the restroom midway. Unexpectedly he encountered the person he disliked the most. And not just one. Su Qing Lu Guiqian. The yellow-haired Song Yuyang. Song Yuyang's lackey Luo Yingjiang. The four were smoking in the public area of the restroom. The smoke-filled area was even worse than the restroom itself. Su Qinglu initially didn't want to pay attention to Song Yuyang, but he had dragged her here to eat and later she had to sleep out with him. She didn't dare to run away. Upon seeing Lu Jiangli, it was like seeing a savior. She hurried a few steps forward and forced a smile, saying, Lu Jiangli, what a coincidence. Are you here to eat too? Lu Jiangli acted as if he hadn't heard her and walked into the restroom on his own. After using the toilet and coming out, he stood in front of the group to wash his hands. Song Yuyang and Luo Yingjiang exchanged glances. With cigarettes in their mouths, they stared at Lu Jiangli. When enemies meet, their eyes are particularly fierce. What, you want to fight? Lu Jiangli, being taller, looked down at the two standing in front of him. Neither of them was over 1.75 meters tall and they were as thin as two ribs. Their heads were topped with fluffy yellow hair, making them look particularly silly. Fight. Song Yuyang nudged Lu Jiangli's arm and said sharply, bro, you seem really arrogant. Let me tell you, half of the people eating at Heidileo tonight are my brothers. If you don't want to die later, I'll be in the lobby, and when I call you, you can crawl through my legs and I'll stop bothering you from then on. How about that? Silly idiot, dream on. Lu Jiangli looked at Song Yuyang with a half-smile, making Song Yuyang feel uneasy. Suddenly realizing he was treating tonight and that half of the people at Heidileo were his brothers, he felt emboldened. With this realization, Song Yuyang's chest puffed up again. Su Qinglu had witnessed how Lu Jiangli had taught Song Yuyang a lesson last time and hoped he would take her away. Lu Jiangli, did you come here alone to eat? Su Qinglu tried to make conversation. Lu Jiangli shot her a cold glare and replied, none of your business. In front of so many people, Su Qinglu felt her pride was severely hurt. Her face instantly turned red and she angrily said, Lu Jiangli, why do you speak so harshly? Worried that Yi Yu would be waiting too long, Lu Jiangli couldn't be bothered with them and walked straight out of the restroom towards the private room where he and Yi Yu were having hot pot. Lu Jiangli hadn't intended to fight with these people. At least not now. Because it was rare to be out with Yi Yu today, he wanted to enjoy a meal with her, then go out for a walk and have some fun, spending an unforgettable night. He didn't want these people to ruin his cheerful mood. However, Lu Jiangli's unwillingness to engage with them made it seem to them like he was scared and didn't dare to provoke them. As soon as Lu Jiangli stepped into the private room, Song Yuyang and Luo Yingjiang chased after him. What, now that you know my brother Huang Mao has many friends, are you scared? Song Yuyang stood by the door blowing a big smoke ring, acting arrogantly. Yi Yu frowned upon seeing the few people outside. She hurriedly approached and grabbed Lu Jiangli's hand, looking worried. Jiangli, did they do anything to you? Lu Jiangli shook his head, just a bunch of rabble, ignore them. All right. Yi Yuyu and Lu Jiangli sat down facing each other and continued eating. Song Yuyang was cursing beside them. The waiter saw this and approached saying, "Hello sir, is there something you need?" Song Yuyang kicked the waiter's knee and said, "Go to hell, stop yapping here." "Ah. How can you hit people like that?" The waiter's voice was filled with anger and a hint of crying. "I'm hitting you, so what? Have you eaten well, Yuyu?" Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu remained calm, continuing to eat regardless of the commotion between Huang Mao and the waiter. "I'm full." Yi Yuyu smiled sweetly. "All right, let's settle the bill." Lu Jiangli took Yi Yuyu's hand and together they walked to the cashier to pay. After settling the bill they walked out of Heidileo. Song Yuyang and his lackeys followed them. It wasn't suitable to fight inside Heidileo. The last time they fought in Heidileo he had to compensate the restaurant a lot of money. Now that they were outside, who would care? "What you want to run?" Huang Mao blew another smoke ring, his two golden teeth shining brightly as if hinting at the humiliation from last time. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "Run you wish. I initially intended to enjoy my day and not bother with you, but since you insist on pushing my buttons I have no choice." As soon as Lu Jiangli finished speaking he raised his hand to hit Song Yuyang. Unexpectedly Yi Yuyu, who was standing next to him, suddenly intervened. "Jiangli, leave this sissy to me." Lu Jiangli thought he must have misheard. How could such a delicate and lovely girl like Yuyu say she could handle Song Yuyang herself? Could she actually fight? "Yi Yuyu, considering how pretty you are, if you agree to be my girlfriend I'll let him off the hook." Song Yuyang provoked. Yi Yuyu laughed and said, "Sure, but let's see if you're worthy of that." The next moment, with a loud bang, Song Yuyang flew several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Song Yuyang crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape. Especially Lu Jiangli, who never imagined that the delicate girl before him could possess such immense strength. She could kick Song Yuyang several meters away. Ah! Song Yuyang lay on the ground howling like a ghost. His little brothers had yet to react. Yi Yuyu took a few steps forward, squatting in front of Song Yuyang, and laughed heartily. "Kid, I used to tolerate you, but now that the college entrance examination is over I won't hold back anymore. If you dare to provoke me again I will hit you every time I see you. Your brothers come at me." Song Yuyang touched his back, but which felt like they were about to fall apart, still sputtering as he spoke. Yi Yuyu quickly stepped aside to avoid being sprayed by his saliva. His little brothers surged forward, wanting to beat up Yi Yuyu. Lu Jiangli quickly blocked Yi Yuyu behind himself as a group surrounded the two of them. He. A bunch of delusional fools. Yi Yuyu laughed heartily. However, she was still moved by Lu Jiangli's willingness to protect her despite facing so many people. Yi Yuyu was genuinely touched. This was already the second time Lu Jiangli had protected her like this. "Lu Jiangli, step aside, let me handle them." Yi Yuyu tried to push Lu Jiangli aside. Even though he knew she was capable of fighting, he still couldn't bear to let her go, fearing that these men might accidentally hit her. "No, you move away, I will fight them." Lu Jiangli insisted on keeping Yi Yuyu protected behind him. Yi Yuyu suddenly smiled and said, "How about this, let's not fight at all." Yi Yuyu raised her hands above her head and clapped a few times. Suddenly 2 men in black suits charged out from the crowd. Standing in front of Yi Yuyu they respectfully said, "Miss." Yi Yuyu nodded and the 2 bodyguards rushed in, engaging in a brawl with Song Yuyang's little brothers. Yi Yuyu whispered to Lu Jiangli, "These are my bodyguards, let them handle it, let's leave." Lu Jiangli nodded. They walked out of the crowd one after the other. Behind them the cries of the beaten little thugs echoed as Yi Yuyu turned and shouted, "Just give them a lesson, don't kill them." The 2 bodyguards replied in unison, "Yes, miss." Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu took a taxi to the northern edge of the Magic City district near Mo Bay Lake. After just finishing a meal they wanted to stroll by the lake to digest. Yi Yuyu was the daughter of a wealthy family and she had bodyguards protecting her, which Lu Jiangli was aware of. However, he had no idea that Yi Yuyu practiced martial arts. Even in his past life Lu Jiangli had never seen her display such skills. Perhaps it was because he had never truly looked at her before. Seeing the puzzled look in Lu Jiangli's eyes, Yi Yuyu was afraid he would think that her previous image was a deliberate facade to deceive him. In fact, it was indeed a facade. But she would never admit it. Yi Yuyu nervously said, "Lu Jiangli, do you think I've deceived you?" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "Deceived me about what?" "About just now, that blonde guy fool. You were just too nervous earlier, that's why you performed exceptionally well, right?" Lu Jiangli didn't expose her but instead offered her an excuse. Yi Yuyu thought for a moment. She originally wanted to agree with Lu Jiangli, saying that she had indeed performed exceptionally due to her nerves. But then she realized that they had already graduated from high school and they would have to interact in their true states from now on. Yi Yu shook her head and said, Jiangli, actually I've been practicing martial arts since I was young and even the national champion in free fighting is no match for me. Really? That's incredible. This time Lu Jiangli was genuinely shocked. Yi Yu nodded, feeling anxious inside, worried that Lu Jiangli would get angry, be scared, or think she was pretending and then ignore her. If she had known, she wouldn't have personally dealt with that blonde guy just now. How could she have been so impulsive? To her surprise, Lu Jiangli patted her shoulder and laughed heartily. Great. This is wonderful, Yu, you're so strong that no one will bully me wherever we go, ha ha ha. Yi Yu, really? Lu Jiangli, absolutely. By the lake a gentle breeze blew. The two sat on the grass by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water under the tranquil night light. The city lights cast mottled shadows here. Lu Jiangli took out a small box from his bag and handed it to Yi Yu, saying, here, this is for you. Yi Yu was somewhat surprised, asking, what is this? She wondered if it might be a ring. Lu Jiangli looked at her tenderly. Open it and see. Okay. Yi Yu opened the box. Quack. A frog suddenly jumped out from inside. It wobbled and shook. Ah. Yi Yu was startled and immediately tossed the frog away, diving into Lu Jiangli's embrace. Whoa, why did you scare me? Yi Yu's body was still trembling for a long time. Lu Jiangli had intended to play a joke on her, but he ended up scaring her to tears. Feeling guilty, Lu Jiangli hugged Yi Yu, gently patting her back to soothe her. Yi Yu nestled close to him. As Lu Jiangli held her, he suddenly felt something was off and quickly pushed Yi Yu away. Yi Yu had a stunning figure, too alluring. If he held her any longer, Lu Jiangli wouldn't be able to help himself. Yu, I scared you just now, so let me make it up to you with a gift. Lu Jiangli took out another box from a different bag about the same size as the previous one. He held Yi Yu's hand and placed the box in her palm. Yi Yu, however, was too scared to open it. Pouting her cherry-like lips, she refused to open it no matter what. Lu Jiangli softly said, I promise this time I definitely won't trick you. Yi Yu reached out, ready to lift the lid. She hesitated again. She was too timid. Lu Jiangli gently held her hand and placed it on the lid, saying, don't be afraid, I really won't scare you this time. With Lu Jiangli holding her hand, she felt it was particularly warm, making her a bit shy. She tugged at her hand a few times but didn't pull it away. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lu Jiangli deliberately held on tightly. Yi Yu helpless went to open the lid of the box, and this time there truly was no scare. A beautiful rose sprang out from inside. Like the frog before, it trembled a few times because of the steel base. Lu Jiangli raised his chin at Yi Yu and laughed, so this time I didn't trick you, right? Yi Yu pursed her lips and nodded slightly, feeling a bit shy. Lu Jiangli took the box containing the rose from her hands. Pushing the rose aside, he revealed two rings lying quietly inside. Lu Jiangli took out the rings, putting the larger one on himself and the smaller one on Yi Yu. Looking into Yi Yu's blushing eyes, he earnestly asked, Yu, will you agree to be my girlfriend? Yi Yu felt somewhat incredulous. Although she had liked Lu Jiangli for a long time, she knew that he had inexplicably stopped paying attention to Su Qinglu in recent months, instead choosing to be with her. Perhaps it was a form of revenge against Su Qinglu. But she accepted it. While together, Lu Jiangli had not made any inappropriate moves. Yi Yu had always thought that Lu Jiangli might have suddenly recognized her good qualities and considered her merely a friend. She never expected him to confess to her tonight. Yi Yu was extremely excited, so much so that she momentarily did not know how to express her feelings. Lu Jiangli thought she was shy and grasped her hand once more. He said earnestly, Yu, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Let's see your performance. Yi Yu finally suppressed her excitement. Though she did not agree on the surface, she had already assented countless times in her heart. Tears welled in her eyes and could not help but flow down. Heaven knows how long she had waited for those words, I like you. She had once thought that Lu Jiangli's heart was solely occupied by Su Qinglu. He would never glance back at her, just like he sat in the front row of the classroom while she was in the last row. During the years as classmates, he had never looked back at her. It was not until 3 months ago that he suddenly changed his temperament. Fool, why are you crying? Lu Jiangli did not understand why she had suddenly started crying when just moments ago she had been smiling. Whoa. Don't cry, be good. Lu Jiangli pulled Yi Yu back into his embrace. Yu, thank you for always being with me. Yi Yu's body felt soft and warm, exuding a faint fragrance. Just like that, she was obediently held in Lu Jiangli's arms. She had not yet fully enjoyed the warmth of her boyfriend's embrace when Lu Jiangli pushed her away again. Yi Yu, Lu Jiangli, Yu. What's wrong? You smell too good. As a man who has just turned 18, it's a bit hard for me to handle, if you know what I mean. What? Yi Yu did not quite understand. What does this have to do with anything? Lu Jiangli stammered. Well, you know men can have some reactions. That kind of reaction, haha. Yu finally understood what Lu Jiangli was saying and her face turned crimson. Her fair skin blushed deeply to her ears. Oh dear Lu Jiangli, what are you talking about? Yu bashfully slapped Lu Jiangli a few times. Lu Jiangli felt a bit embarrassed too. After all, he had never experienced such things before. When he was busy being a sycophant for Su Qinglu, he not only never got to hold her but even had not held hands. He had been longing for her with his heart fully occupied by her, yet he chose to be a sycophant for someone else. In his previous life he truly was blind. They sat by the lake for a while longer before heading to the internet cafe for an all-night gaming session in the game of Magic Domain. Lu Jiangli and Yu rampaged through the Magic Domain. It was not until the next morning that they finally left the internet cafe. Lu Jiangli worried that it would not be safe for Yu to go home alone, especially since there was no one at her home. So he said to her, Yu, why don't you rest at my place for a bit and then you can go home later? Yu refused, afraid that Lu Jiangli's foster mother might misunderstand her. After all, they weren't officially together yet and it wouldn't look good for her to stay over at the boy's house. Lu Jiangli smiled and said, all right, I didn't think it through. Then I'll take you home. Okay, Yu nodded. Lu Jiangli called a taxi and took her all the way to the hillside villa area. Wow, you live in the hillside villa area? Yes, my family bought this house with a loan my dad took out before and the mortgage still hasn't been paid off yet. It's fine, once I have money I'll buy you a set. Jiangli, are you serious? You're so nice to me. Silly girl, of course I'm serious. Yu was very touched. Regardless of whether Lu Jiangli could afford the 1.2 billion villa in the future, his words now were truly heartwarming. Lu Jiangli returned to the Lotus Pond Villa area. He was utterly exhausted, so after washing up and having breakfast he went to sleep on the 3rd floor. His room was on the 3rd floor, where there was a large terrace perfect for sitting and sipping tea. His foster mother and Duo's room were on the 2nd floor. The chef's sister Wang and the cleaner's sister Lu lived in the guest room on the 1st floor. Lu Jiangli slept until it was dark before waking up. When he came downstairs for dinner, he opened his phone to see various apps, Weibo and QQ, all playing the news of him coming out of the examination room yesterday. A reporter asked, "Can I boldly ask how many points do you estimate for yourself?" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "More than 200 points, ha." "Brother, how are you on the phone?" Yang Duo sat next to Lu Jiangli looking at him in the video, puzzled about how he was on the phone. "Aha, Duo brother is on TV." "Really? Brother is amazing, yay." In the Lu family mansion, the family sat together for dinner while the television was playing news related to the college entrance examination. The scene of parents waiting outside the examination room, the excitement of students coming out, students' evaluations of the exam papers and discussions about this year's examination situation. When the Lu family saw Lu Jiangli laughing on camera saying he could probably score over 200 points, the entire family wore expressions of disdain. Father Lu Chang snorted coldly, "I worked so hard to support him in school and he only scores 200 points. What nonsense." Mother Zhou Yan glanced at Lu Jiangli on TV and then at her son Lu Zixi beside her, gently stroking his head. She smiled and said, "Fortunately I have Zixi. Our Zixi should easily score 600 or 700 points without a problem." "That's good. Our Zixi is the best, truly, my good son." Second sister Lu Xinian saw Lu Jiangli on TV and sarcastically said, "Ha. Only able to score over 200 points and he dares to say it in front of the whole nation. How shameless." Fifth sister Lu Yueshu followed up with a sarcastic remark, "Just seeking attention, he just sang 2 songs and thinks he's a big star saying such things to get everyone's attention." Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin interjected, "I wonder how Lu Jiangli's results will be, how many points can he score specifically?" Eldest sister Lu Shuyu was not at home, rumored to be dating, busy going out with her boyfriend. Third sister Lu Qing sat on the sofa watching Lu Jiangli on TV, laughing heartily, and for some reason felt very sad inside. She always felt that the family had never really cared for this younger brother. "You all only know how to mock him, but have you thought about it? Who knows how many points he means by saying over 200? Lu Xinian shot her a glare but did not speak. Recently Lu Qing did not know what was wrong with her helping Lu Jiangli speak up every day. Is she out of her mind? After sleeping for 2 days at home and dissipating all the fatigue from his body, Lu Jiangli began to prepare for serious matters. There was quite a bit to accomplish during this 3-month vacation. He needed to plan his time wisely. First, he would move his household registration from the Lu family. Second, he would learn martial arts for self-defense and fitness. Third, he would learn swimming and obtain a driver's license. Fourth, he would prepare new songs and other investments to make money during the vacation. He pulled back the curtains and the lazy afternoon sun shone in. It fell upon Lu Jiangli. He walked out onto the terrace and observed young Duo playing in the yard. Her silver bell-like laughter echoed throughout the yard. The days were so joyful, so tranquil and beautiful. It was only by living again that he could see how foolish he was in his past life. In truth, only by leaving the Lu family could he truly live a happy life. The Lu family members only knew how to belittle and suppress others, making one feel like the worst person in the world. In this lifetime, Lu Jiangli was determined to live with dignity, making them regret their actions. He also wanted to expose Lu Zixi's true identity, making it difficult for them. Just thinking about that scene filled Lu Jiangli with delight. Early the next morning, Lu Jiangli had Huang Long drive him to the Lu family. Unfortunately, only Lu Zixi, Lu Yushu and some servants were present that day. Coincidentally, Lu Yushu was in the restroom. The servants were very happy to see Lu Jiangli return, all calling out, "Young master, you're back." When Lu Jiangli was in the Lu family before, he never looked down on these servants, so every time he was bullied they felt sympathetic. However, when Master Lu Chang ordered them to do things unfavorable to Lu Jiangli, they had no choice but to comply, though they still felt pity for him in their hearts. Lu Zixi saw Lu Jiangli walking in with a powerful aura and felt flustered inside, fearing he would come back to compete for the identity of the young master of the Lu family. In terms of appearance, Lu Jiangli outshone Lu Zixi by several streets. In terms of talent, Lu Zixi could never compare to Lu Jiangli. The only thing Lu Zixi could be proud of was the unconditional favoritism from the Lu family. Secondly, his grades were much better than Lu Jiangli's. After all, how could someone who could only score over 200 points possibly compare with him? Thinking of this, Lu Zixi suddenly felt more confident. He raised his chest and looked at Lu Jiangli, yet spoke in a tone that was almost flattering. "Ah, isn't this brother Jiangli? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to come back to live with the Lu family?" Lu Jiangli stepped in, directly ignoring his presence. This was exactly the effect Lu Zixi wanted. "Brother Jiangli." Lu Zixi deliberately rushed over to grab Lu Jiangli's hand, and after being immediately pushed away by Lu Jiangli, he still stubbornly came back to grab him. "I'm really happy that you've come to your senses and returned. No matter how tough life is outside, how could it compare to our family being together happily?" Lu Jiangli had initially wanted to push Lu Zixi away and slap him a few times on the face. But upon reconsideration, wouldn't that just play into Lu Zixi's hands? He was now afraid that Lu Jiangli would return and threaten his position in the Lu family. Thus he knew Lu Jiangli was reluctant to come back, but still intentionally approached him, just to provoke Lu Jiangli into hitting him, which would cause the Lu family to dislike Lu Jiangli and not accept him back. Lu Jiangli deliberately teased Lu Zixi. "All right, Lu Zixi, since you like me so much, I'll come back." Seeing Lu Zixi's instantly darkened face, Lu Jiangli decided to scare him a little more. "I originally didn't want to come back, but seeing how much you like me and how you don't hold our past against me truly shows your broad-mindedness. I suddenly feel like coming back." Lu Zixi panicked, quickly falling to the ground. "Brother Jiangli, didn't you just say you were coming back? Why did you push me down again? Are you deliberately messing with me?" Lu Jiangli put away the phone he had used to record the incident and laughed heartily. "Lu Zixi, put away your poor acting. I heard I was coming back and scared you, so you fell to the ground on purpose, trying to con me, right?" "Zixi, who's here?" Lu Yushu had just been in the restroom and hadn't seen the little interactions between Lu Jiangli and Lu Zixi. "Fifth sister, I." Lu Zixi lay on the ground with a pained expression, his voice very weak. Lu Yushu washed her hands and came out immediately, seeing Lu Zixi lying on the floor in the living room. She also saw Lu Jiangli standing beside Lu Zixi, and her face immediately turned serious. "Zixi, what happened? Lu Jiangli, what are you doing at our house?" Before Lu Jiangli could speak, Lu Zixi struggled to get up from the ground. While covering his waist, he helped Lu Jiangli speak. "Fifth sister, brother Jiangli must have missed home, so he wants to move back in." "What?" Lu Yushu exclaimed angrily. "You want to move back? Lu Jiangli, do you think our Lu family is a tea house or hotel that you can come and go as you please?" Lu Jiangli looked at Lu Yushu with disdain and mocked. "Lu Yushu, you think too highly of your Lu family. Even if I wanted to come back, I wouldn't. Even if you begged me, I absolutely would not return." "Oh." Lu Yushu clearly did not believe him, looking down on our Lu family being so tough. "What does it mean to come back now?" "What does it mean to come back? Of course it means to completely cut ties with you all. Please go get the household registration book from home for me. I want to move my household registration out so that I can sever all ties with you Lu family completely." "You wish?" Lu Yushu scoffed. "But the household registration is with my mother and I don't know where she put it. She's not home now. Come tomorrow to get it. It's best if you move your registration out early to avoid any trouble with us." "Hoof." Lu Jiangli sneered. "Lu Yushu, put away your disgusting facade. Don't think I care about your Lu family, I spit. Tell your mother to wait for me at home tomorrow. I'll come over in the morning to get the household registration book." Lu Yushu impatiently replied. "Fine, tomorrow as you wish." Lu Jiangli turned and left. In the evening when the Lu family returned, they heard Lu Zixi say that Lu Jiangli had come and mentioned wanting to move his household registration out. The family erupted in fury. Some said he was deliberately causing trouble. Others speculated that he was trying to attract the Lu family's attention through feigned weakness. Suddenly Lu Zixi sitting beside Lu Zixi tugged at his mouth and let out a low groan of pain. Lu Zixi exclaimed, "Zixi, what's wrong? Is it the place Lu Jiangli hit you that still hurts?" Lu Zixi shook his head. "It's fine, I don't blame brother Jiangli. Although he hit me today and said I wasn't the biological son of the Lu family and that the family assets wouldn't go to me, that he was coming back to compete for the inheritance. But those things originally belonged to him and I think he's right. Let brother Jiangli come back. I finished the college entrance examination and it's no longer suitable for me to stay in this family. Dad, Mom, a few sisters, you don't have to worry about me. After I leave the Lu family I should be able to work and support myself. That scoundrel Lu Jiangli. He's gone too far." Dad Lu Chang shouted angrily, "If he wants to completely sever ties with the Lu family, then let him have his wish. Give him the household registration book tomorrow. From now on let him stay far away, I don't want to see him again." Early the next morning Lu Jiangli arrived at the Lu residence to retrieve the household registration booklet. Lu Chang tossed it onto the floor without hesitation. Unfazed, Lu Jiangli calmly bent down and picked it up. Lu Chang, just how long do you think your arrogance will last? The day you weep is coming." Mother Zhou Yan couldn't resist a barred Jiangli. "Why must you insist on this? You've been estranged from the family for 3 months, surely that's enough. Apologize to your father, to your elder sisters, and to your younger brother Zixi. Move back home and we'll be a united family once more. Wouldn't that be ideal? Must you stubbornly cling to this grudge and live elsewhere? You'd rather abandon the Lu family's luxurious mansion than endure it, yet somehow you manage to dwell in your adoptive parents' shantytown. How on earth do you bear it?" Lu Jiangli scoffed coldly. "Madam Zhou, kindly mind your own affairs. I suggest you devote more attention to your own. Many matters appear tranquil on the surface yet churn with violent undercurrents beneath." Zhou Yan failed to grasp his meaning. Lu Xinian sneered, "Mom, why bother with him? He's sung 2 songs and suddenly fancies himself a superstar. Of course he looks down on our Lu family." Zhou Yan held Lu Zixi on her lap and lamented with exasperated disappointment. "You child, you retort the moment adults speak a word. You always feel we treat you unfairly, yet look at how obedient Zixi is. Does he ever talk back when we reprimand him?" Lu Zixi obligingly displayed his docility. "Mother, rest assured, I'll never talk back to you. I'll honor and cherish you forever." Lu Jiangli chuckled at the picture of maternal tenderness and filial devotion. With a frosty smile toward Zhou Yan he said, "Ha! Yes, your Zixi is indeed obedient. Dote on him all you like, after all he is the Lu family's heir apparent. Ha 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 ha." Stung by his mockery, Zhou Yan grew even angrier. "Lu Jiangli, if you're determined to transfer your household registration, then do it quickly, and leave before you provoke me further. How could I have given birth to such a wretch as you?" Lu Shuyu stepped in to intervene. "Jiangli, how dare you speak to mother like that? You must respect both father and mother no matter what." Lu Jiangli dismissed her words with contempt. Lu Xinian particularly despised his arrogant, disdainful demeanor. "Lu Jiangli, don't imagine yourself so extraordinary. Within the Lu family no one holds you in esteem." "Precisely. None of you esteem me, and I hold none of you in esteem either." As Lu Jiangli held the household booklet and prepared to depart, he encountered Lu Xiaolin, also heading out. As a tutor at a training institute, Lu Xiaolin habitually addressed him with the condescending tone reserved for students. "Jiangli, we tolerate your behavior at home because we regard you as family, but outside you must exercise restraint. Now that you're a public figure, even the smallest misstep will be magnified and sensationalized, jeopardizing your future entirely." "Get lost," Lu Jiangli snapped, irritated. "Don't pretend to care." Lu Chang, long exhausted by their squabbling, slammed the table and roared, "Take the booklet and get out now." Lu Jiangli said nothing more and left the Lu residence directly for the local police station. He carried his ID card, the property deed for his villa in Hutong residential district, and the Lu family's household registration booklet. The household registration transfer proceeded swiftly, and soon he held his new booklet in hand. His gaze lingered on the household head field where his name, Lu Jiangli, blazed in bold, unmistakable characters. A profound sense of autonomy surged within him. Ha ha ha, yes, precisely that, the exhilarating sensation of being master of one's own life. Only by severing ties with the Lu family could he truly become his own sovereign. With his registration now transferred, Lu Jiangli was ready to undertake something momentous. According to memories from his past life, the Lu family would gradually immerse Lu Zixi in their business affairs during his university years, and upon graduation install him directly as head of the family enterprise. Though Lu Jiangli had already obtained photographic evidence of Dr. Lu Meyer from Runman Hospital clandestinely meeting Lu Chang, definitive proof was still required to confirm whether Lu Zixi was truly their biological child or merely an illegitimate offspring. Lu Jiangli resolved to obtain a formal parentage verification report for both individuals. After completing the registration transfer, he returned once more to the Lu residence, ostensibly to return the household booklet. Yet before departing, he deliberately provoked a scuffle with Lu Zixi and seized a substantial handful of his hair. When Lu Chang rushed to assist his son, Lu Jiangli yanked a fistful of his hair as well. Amid the Lu family's ensuing chaos, Lu Jiangli swiftly made his way back to Runmin Hospital. As he brushed past Dr. Lu Meyer, he surreptitiously plucked a strand of her hair, then feigned mistaken identity and profusely apologized. Though security guards soon escorted him out of the hospital, Lu Jiangli had successfully collected hair samples from all three individuals and promptly submitted them for DNA analysis. A week later, the paternity report arrived. Lu Zixi was indeed Lu Meyer's biological child, but emphatically not Lu Chang's. Clutching the report, Lu Jiangli nearly laughed until tears streamed down his face. What expressions would Mother Zhou Yan and the 5 elder sisters wear upon seeing this document? And Lu Chang, unaware he had been betrayed, was raising another man's son. The irony thrilled Lu Jiangli beyond measure. To deepen the devastation, Lu Jiangli resolved to arrange a private encounter with Lu Zixi to extract even more explosive revelations from his own lips. He would then send the recorded confession to the 5 sisters, while settling in to watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, while awaiting the DNA results, he accepted several commercial performances earning millions and filmed music videos for 2 new songs. One was titled Liang Liang Chill Chill, the other Yan Yuan the Actor. He also enrolled in a driver's license course, his schedule packed to capacity. Martial arts training would begin only after his Gokao scores were released and university applications submitted. Though Lu Zixi's true parentage was now confirmed, the time for public revelation had not yet come. June 23, the day Gokao scores were announced. The Lu family remained utterly unaware of Lu Jiangli's recent maneuvers. That morning they gathered before the computer, collectively awaiting Lu Zixi's results. Lu Chang, Zhou Yan and all 5 elder sisters were present, a testament to the family's collective investment in Lu Zixi's success. Lu Zixi silently prayed thousands of times for a high score and for Lu Jiangli's to be as low as possible. Thus his standing within the Lu family would ascend ever higher, while Lu Jiangli, the unloved outcast, would remain forever banished from their hearts. Second by second, time ticked away. Amid their fervent anticipation, Lu Zixi's score appeared 675 points, 15 points higher than his most optimistic self-estimate. Lu Zixi leapt into the air elated. His elder sisters erupted in jubilation. Yes. Brother Zixi, you're incredible. With this score, Tsinghua or Peking University is absolutely within reach. I told you he'd excel. My dear obedient son, you've truly outdone yourself, Zixi. Indeed, he is remarkable, Lu Chang added, unable to suppress his pride. The entire Lu family celebrated, their spacious living room ringing with unrestrained joy and laughter. Here Lu Jiangli was also checking his scores. Unfortunately, when he opened the score query page, he found that his score was hidden. A small line at the bottom displayed, your rank has entered the top 50 in the province, please check the specific details on the 27th. Lu Jiangli stared blankly at this line for a moment. But he quickly thought that it must mean he performed exceptionally well, which is why his score was hidden. Just as he was sitting in front of the computer, Yi Yuyu's call came in. Lu Jiangli, my score is hidden, can you see yours? Lu Jiangli shook his head, I can't see mine either. Yi Yuyu was a bit worried, what should we do then? We don't even know how many points we scored now. Lu Jiangli reassured her, don't worry, look at that line below. It indicates our scores are in the top 50 in the province, so they're temporarily not being released. Yi Yuyu nodded, alright then let's wait until the 27th to check. Jiangli, what score did you get? He Lian heard Wang Jia and Lu Jia talking about today being the day to check scores and hurriedly ran upstairs urging Lu Jiangli to check how many points he scored. Lu Jiangli smiled, Mom, I can't check the scores yet, we can only check on the 27th. However, being in the top 50 in the province should be a certainty. He Lian leaned closer to the computer and carefully confirmed the small line of text on the score-checking page. Although she only had a 6th grade education, she understood the importance of education for a child. Even if Lu Jiangli was very popular for singing now, she still believed that he should focus on his studies first. Reading more books is always a good thing. The Lu family. Because Lu Zixi scored 675 points, the Lu family celebrated as if they had won the lottery, each person cheering and jumping with joy. They even called various relatives and friends to share the good news. Lu Zixi's family status changed from that of a prince to an emperor level. He became the treasurer of the Lu family. Lu Chang waved his hand grandly, throwing out a black card containing 20 million renminbi. Son, this card has 20 million in it. Buy whatever luxury car you like tomorrow, and if the price exceeds 20 million, I'll transfer you more money. Zhou Yan happily said, Zixi, once you fill out your application, I'll take you to see some houses and buy you one to keep. Lu Zixi was so excited that his eyes sparkled. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Zhou Yan hugged Lu Zixi, a warm smile on her face. My Zixi, you're such a good child who comes back to repay kindness. Lu Zixi's expression remained unchanged as he gently kissed Zhou Yan on the cheek. I wonder how many points brother Jiangli scored. Lu Zixi pretended to be very concerned about Lu Jiangli, saying, even though we brothers have never gotten along, I still hope he can score a bit higher. Sitting nearby, Lu Xinian scoffed, Zixi, just forget about him. Didn't he say in the news that if he scores over 200 points it would probably be just 200 or 300? Lu Yueshu laughed heartily. If it were me I would be too embarrassed to say I could only score 200 points, ha ha. The eldest sister Lu Shuyu and the third sister Lu Qing sat quietly without speaking. The fourth sister Lu Xiaolin said with a smile, how about we call Lu Jiangli and ask how many points he got? Lu Xinian clicked his tongue. I want to ask him, why should I care how well he does? Lu Yueshu also disagreed. Fourth sister, I'm not calling. If you want to call you do it yourself. Lu Xiaolin took out her phone and dialed a number. It was Lu Jiangli's number, which she had saved later. After Lu Jiangli cut ties with the Lu family, she dialed several times but found it was completely unreachable. Lu Yueshu laughed so hard she bent over. I told you, fourth sister, what's the point? He's already blocked you. Lu Xinian joined in the laughter. Lu Zixi also wanted to laugh, but he was sitting next to Zhou Yan. He needed to maintain his good image. It was impossible for him to laugh. He could only think of the most tragic things he had seen throughout his life to suppress his laughter. For the next few days the Lu family was immersed in joy. They even found professional teachers to help Lu Zixi analyze his college application. Lu Zixi took the money given by Lu Chang and bought a luxurious supercar, deliberately installing a subwoofer cruising around the city. He couldn't wait to run into Lu Jiangli to give him a good satire. However, Lu Jiangli was busy learning to drive at the driving school every day and had no time to encounter him. On June 27th, Lu Jiangli sat in front of the computer. Although he had already anticipated how many points he might score when he saw the glaring 741 points on the computer screen, he couldn't hide his excitement. His adoptive mother He Lian, who was surrounding him, saw he scored 741 points and burst into tears on the spot. 741. That's fantastic, 741. Jiangli, you actually scored 741 points. Jiangli, mom knew you would be successful. You're truly remarkable. He Lian couldn't contain her excitement and picked up the phone to call Yang Minquan first. Yang Minquan, let me tell you, your son's college entrance exam score is out 741 points. What? Yang Minquan clearly didn't believe it. That little brat of his, how could he score so high? Impossible. You must have read it wrong. What is wrong with you? Can't you just speak normally? Why do you always have to curse? That 741 points is clearly displayed on the computer. How could I read it wrong? Impossible. Yang Minquan still didn't believe it. He Lian held the phone closer to the computer screen, confirmed it repeatedly, and said, I've checked it many times. It really is 741 points. Are you sure? Yang Minquan still didn't believe it. If you don't believe it, that's fine. He Lian got angry and hung up the phone. She prepared to call each of her relatives to tell them the news about Lu Jiangli's score. Lu Jiangli hurriedly stopped her. Mom, the score has just come out. Let's keep it a secret for now. Don't tell anyone. Although He Lian didn't understand why such great news should be kept secret, since her son said so, there must be a reason. Son, I'm just so happy. Wait a moment, I'll go cook you an egg. He Lian hummed a tune as she went downstairs, feeling exceptionally cheerful. In the past, whenever Lu Jiangli or Yang Duo had a birthday, her way of expressing happiness was to boil an egg for the other. According to the old generation saying, boiling an egg was both a celebration and a symbol of completeness. Yang Duo didn't understand what the college entrance exam score was. Hearing her mother say she was going to cook an egg for her brother, she shouted and chased after her, saying she wanted to eat too. Lu Jiangli sat in front of the computer, closed the score-checking page and re-entered. He refreshed it twice more. He confirmed that he really scored 741 points and that the system had no bugs. Only then did he happily pick up the phone and dial Yu's number. Yu, what score did you get? On the other end of the phone, Yu's voice carried a hint of tension. Wait a moment, I'm still waiting for the page to refresh. Lu Jiangli was also a bit anxious, not knowing how many points she could score. 712. Yu suddenly shouted, Lu Jiangli, I scored 712. Lu Jiangli was very happy to hear her score, and they talked on the phone about filling out their applications together. They chatted for a while longer. Just as they hung up, their homeroom teacher Gao Chan called. Hey classmate Lu Jiangli, the school has asked me to collect everyone's college entrance exam scores. How many points did you get? Hello, teacher Gao. I scored 741 points. What? Gao Chang nearly dropped his phone in shock. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat your score, classmate Lu Jiangli? Teacher Gao, 741 points. What? Wait, hold on. Gao Chang spun around and shouted across the faculty office, "Quick, notify the principal. Our student Lu Jiangli has scored 741 points. Ah. 741 points, that's astonishingly high. Is that even real? Ask the student to send a photo right away." In that instant Gao Chang felt an overwhelming surge of pride. He pressed the phone back to his ear. "Classmate Lu Jiangli, please send me a screenshot immediately." Lu Jiangli nodded. "Yes. But teacher, could you please keep my name confidential for now? I'd like it announced 2 days from today." Gao Chang paused, momentarily stunned. Did this young man truly place no value on fame? Lu Jiangli snapped a photo of his scorecard, concealed his admission number, added teacher Gao's QQ in the class group, and sent the result privately. "Jiangli, the boiled eggs are ready, come eat them while they're hot," He Lian said, placing 2 steaming eggs on the table, one for Yang Duoduo, one for Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli washed his hands and peeled the egg. On the evening of June 27, thunderous fireworks erupted across the sky above Mashu No. 1 High School. A dazzling cascade of pyrotechnics burst forth, morphing into breathtaking, ever-shifting forms. Mashu No. 1 High School celebrating its highest-ever college entrance exam score in its history. And celebrating the emergence of Mashu City's top-scoring science candidate, though the faculty carefully withheld the student's identity. Rumors claimed the student's name would not be revealed until 2 days later. Meanwhile, Lu Zixi reclined on his luxurious bed, speaking on the phone with a classmate. He had scored 675 points, a notably high mark among peers, and had grown accustomed to flowers, applause, and praise. From June 23 to 27, admiration followed him everywhere he went. In that tide of adulation he gradually lost himself, while Lu Jiangli, branded as a mere 200-point student, became his tragic foil. Each time the Lu family praised Lu Zixi, they disparaged Lu Jiangli in equal measure. The person on the call was Gu Hao, one of Lu Zixi's loyal followers. "Zixi, have you heard? Someone at our school scored 741 points." "What? 741? Damn, it's absolutely extraordinary." "Exactly. Unbelievably impressive. Who would have imagined such a prodigy existed right here at our school? Right now the campus is ablaze with celebratory fireworks. The spectacle is truly magnificent. Holy hell, who is this person? Total score is 750. They missed only 9 points across all subjects. What does that even mean?" "It means genius," Gu Hao exclaimed, breathless with excitement. "Yet the teachers are keeping it under wraps, saying the name won't be revealed for 2 more days. So who could it possibly be?" "No idea. I'm dying to know who this genius is. I've never in my life encountered anyone so astonishing." Lu Zixi too wore an eager, intrigued expression, eager to discover who within his own school had achieved such unparalleled brilliance. Oh, by the way, Gu Hao suddenly remembered Zixi. Suqing Lu only scored 420 points. Lu Zixi replied coldly, "That contemptible girl spends every day primping and flirting, never cracking a book. Scoring 420 was nothing short of miraculous luck for her." "Zixi, do you still have feelings for her?" Lu Zixi lowered his voice not a shred. "Never did. I pursued her solely to torment Lu Jiangli, to seize everything he cherished." "Ha ha ha." Gu Hao roared with unrestrained laughter down the line. "You're truly a cut above the rest." Lu Zixi smirked, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Worship me yet?" "Absolutely, I worship you, big brother, more than anything." That evening, shortly after 10 o'clock, class president Xiao Xiaomi posted in the class group, "Everyone please come to school tomorrow afternoon for a counseling session." Specialized teachers would guide students through the university application process. Lu Jiangli had initially planned not to attend. He knew with such an exceptional score he would inevitably enroll at Tsinghua or Peking University. As for his major, upon returning to this life he'd first considered music at Tsinghua or Peking, aiming to cultivate a distinguished musical career. But now unexpectedly he abandoned that path, opting instead for computer science. In 2016, short video platforms like Douyin were beginning their meteoric rise. Lu Jiangli intended to master computer science, not merely to join the trend but to preemptively shape it. The financial returns from such an app would dwarf those of any musical pursuit by thousands, even millions of times. There were 2 reasons he chose to attend the session nonetheless. First, he hadn't seen Yi Yu in days, and he missed her deeply. Lately he'd been preoccupied, obtaining his driver's license, attending events, catching up on sleep, his contact with her limited to messages. They hadn't laid eyes on each other in days. Second, Lu Jiangli intended to meet Lu Zixi alone, to gather evidence that could undermine him. The next afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Lu Jiangli arrived at school as scheduled. The session was held in the school's grand auditorium, filled almost entirely with graduating seniors, seated row by row, organized by class. Yi Yu sat beside Lu Jiangli, her hair swept into a high ponytail, wearing invisible contact lenses. Her complexion glowed with delicate translucence, her lips naturally crimson. She was radiant, every angle, every detail exquisite. You've been so busy lately, I see you now and you look utterly worn out, she murmured tenderly, taking his hand in hers. Lu Jiangli shook his head. Just a flurry of activities and studying for my license under the scorching sun. It has been exhausting. Take care of yourself or I'll worry endlessly. Yi Yu gazed at him with large dewy eyes, brimming with unreserved concern and tenderness. Lu Jiangli gently patted her hand and smiled. Don't fret. I'm perfectly fine. Yu, after the session ends, go home first. I need to handle something urgent. All right. At 4:30 p.m. The session concluded. Lu Jiangli intercepted Lu Zixi at the school gate. Lu Zixi, buoyed by his 675-point score and knowing Lu Jiangli had told classmates he'd barely scraped 300, felt supremely confident. Lu Zixi stood tall. What do you want, Lu Jiangli? Don't try anything foolish. Lu Jiangli chuckled softly. Lu Zixi, I'm in a good mood today. I won't hit you. Though brimming with bravado, Lu Zixi remained guarded, eyes narrowed, posture tense. Then what do you want? What should I do? Lu Jiangli cast a sweeping glance over the crowd streaming in and out of the school gate, then spoke solemnly. Lu Zixi, I have a world-shaking secret. Do you really expect me to reveal it right here at the school entrance? Ha ha. Lu Zixi scoffed dismissively. Lu Jiangli, stop putting on airs. Just because you're not favored by the elder sisters doesn't mean you can seek validation from me. Hoof. Lu Jiangli sneered coldly. Not favored by the elder sisters. That's entirely your doing. If you hadn't constantly slandered me and sowed discord between me and them, would our rift with the Lu family have grown so irreparable? Lu Zixi feigned complete ignorance. Lu Jiangli, don't falsely accuse an innocent person. When exactly have I ever slandered you? It's plainly you who's simply unwelcome among others. Lu Zixi, normally you may play the part all you like, but now that not a single member of the Lu family is present, surely you needn't pretend any longer, not while you stand alone with me. At these words, Lu Zixi finally dropped his mask. His frail demeanor vanished entirely. His slender phoenix eyes gleamed with venomous malice. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother Lumiere. Lu Jiangli continued calmly. Lu Zixi, the cooperation proposal from Lu Shuyu was deleted by you, the computer was sabotaged by you. Lu Yueshu's wallet was slashed by you, and her money stolen. Lu Shernyan's necklace was pilfered by you. Lu Xiaolin's gown deliberately cut to shreds. Lu Qing's necklace also taken by you. Even your mother Zhou Yan's diamond ring was lifted by you. Every one of these acts bears your hand, yet why, Lu Zixi, did you go to such lengths to frame me? Lu Zixi listened to this torrent of accusations as if hearing nothing more than a student venting frustration over poor exam results. So what? Lu Jiangli, who besides yourself would believe a word of this? The unloved are mere trash. And trash talk is never believed, ha 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 ha. Though perhaps it's partly your own fault, you're simply incompetent. You scored only 300 points, why would anyone respect you? Look at me, I scored 675. Such an outstanding score earned me 20 million from father, freely spendable. TSK. Lu Jiangli applauded mockingly. 675. Truly astonishing. Impressive, truly impressive. Lu Zixi puffed out his chest with immense pride. Of course. Mother even said she'll buy me an apartment soon. Envious yet. With no Lu family members nearby, Lu Zixi abandoned all pretense of weakness. His gaze and speech alike bristled with provocation toward Lu Jiangli. He knew Lu Jiangli was now a public figure, and if he dared strike him here at the school gate, Lu Zixi would exaggerate the incident, mercilessly tarnishing Lu Jiangli's public image. Lu Jiangli, fully aware of his cousin's calculations, had carefully steered every sentence to provoke precisely this response. Lu Zixi, this is your true face, isn't it? When the Lu family is present, you cower and whimper all day, making it seem as though I am the bully. But look at you now, do you truly appear the sort who could be bullied? Lu Jiangli, how naive you are. Lu Zixi laughed heartily. If I didn't feign gentleness, why would anyone believe my words? Lu Jiangli adopted an expression of profound anguish, pained, grief-stricken, yet barely containing a storm about to erupt. Lu Zixi, we've never wronged each other. Why do you relentlessly target me? Lu Zixi sneered contemptuously. If I don't drive you out of the Lu family, won't you compete with me for its inheritance? Ah, I see. So it was the Lu family fortune you coveted. Well then, I've already severed ties with the Lu family. Your wish has been granted. Lu Zixi smirked coldly, naturally. And since the Lu family rejects you, you ought to vanish, far and fast. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiangli laughed, a chilling, unsettling laugh. Lu Zixi, still basking in self-satisfaction, suddenly felt his scalp prickle with dread. Lu Jiangli, what are you laughing at? Let me warn you, lay a hand on me and I'll scream loud enough to ruin your public image. Moreover, father, mother, and all 5 elder sisters will despise you even more. Lu Jiangli's laughter ceased instantly, his mouth snapping shut. Lu Zixi mistook his silence for fear and hurriedly added, "You understand well enough, Lu Jiangli, step aside. I'm going home." Lu Jiangli deliberately stepped aside, letting Lu Zixi take several paces forward, then whispered darkly from behind. "Lu Zixi, if I revealed your relationship with Lu Mir, do you think the elder sisters would still adore you?" Lu Jiangli knew Lu Zixi would never linger long in private with him, he feared harm. So from the moment Lu Jiangli approached him, his phone had been silently recording. The school entrance bustled with passers-by and noise, yet the two stood close enough for every word to be heard with crystalline clarity. Lu Zixi visibly froze, then feigned confusion as he turned. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Lu Jiangli seized Lu Zixi's collar. "Hey, Lu Jiangli. Speak if you must, but why grab me?" Lu Zixi struggled to break free, but failed. Raised in luxury and burdened with asthma, he stood no chance against Lu Jiangli's raw strength. Though Lu Jiangli had endured 4 years of hardship in the Lu household, poor food, threadbare clothes, and a lean appearance. He'd spent his childhood hauling bricks alongside his foster mother on construction sites. Even then, his broad frame concealed formidable power. Over the past 4 months since leaving the Lu residence, Lu Jiangli had steadily rebuilt his physique, no longer gaunt but solid and robust. Indeed, he now exuded unmistakable physical strength. "What am I doing?" Lu Jiangli shoved Lu Zixi hard against the wall beside the school gate, voice glacial. "Lu Zixi, Lu Mir is your birth mother, isn't she?" A flicker of unease crossed Lu Zixi's face, but he denied it instantly. "Lu Jiangli Dr. Lu is my personal physician, diligent, responsible, kind. Do not slander her." Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiangli withdrew a document from his bag and waved it teasingly before smiling. "Lu Zixi, if I sent this paternity report to the elder sisters, whom would they believe, you or the evidence?" Lu Zixi's composure shattered. "Madman. Failing exams doesn't give you license to babble nonsense. I'm done speaking with you, I'm going home to mother." Lu Zixi fled in panic. This time Lu Jiangli made no move to stop him, nor had he ever intended to. His aim wasn't confrontation but calculated intimidation, to accelerate Lu Zixi's ruthless pursuit of the Lu family inheritance. Once Lu Zixi secured formal inheritance rights, Lu Jiangli would publicly expose his illegitimate lineage, revealing him as the secret son of Lu Chang and Lu Mir. Chaos would erupt, the Lu family would fracture irrevocably from Lu Chang. Then Lu Jiangli would drop his final bombshell: Lu Zixi was not Lu Chang's biological son at all, but the child of Lu Mir and another man. Ha 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 ha. At this vision Lu Jiangli's spirit soared. Gazing at Lu Zixi's retreating back, he murmured inwardly, "First I'll dismantle the Lu family, then I'll deal with you." Lu Jiangli. Lost in thought, Lu Jiangli was startled by a voice calling his name. Lu Jiangli turned his head to see Su Qinglu and her friend Guo Qian. Su Qinglu appeared to be in a wilted state. When Lu Jiangli looked at her, she forced a smile. She slowly walked towards Lu Jiangli. Today she wore a low-cut black bodycon dress with a light denim jacket over it. In the past, whenever Lu Jiangli saw her in such a pure yet alluring outfit, his eyes would light up. But now Lu Jiangli paid her no mind. His indifference caused a deep sense of disappointment to rise within Su Qinglu. Over the past 4 months Lu Jiangli had been too cold towards her. At first she thought he was just sulking. But now she clearly understood that Lu Jiangli would never acknowledge her again. The cute gestures he once made to make her smile those silly days were ultimately gone forever. Lu Jiangli. Su Qinglu took a few steps forward, standing in front of Lu Jiangli, her voice trying to sound as gentle as possible. "I heard from classmates that you only scored over 300 points. I just wanted to tell you not to be too upset." "So what?" Lu Jiangli coldly looked at her heavily made-up face, mocking, "What does my score have to do with you?" Su Qinglu replied, "I just wanted to show concern for you. I meant no harm. Why are you always so hostile towards me?" Guo Qian, standing behind Su Qinglu, stepped forward to defend her. Lu Jiangli, "Qinglu just wanted to care about you. How can you hurt her like this?" Lu Jiangli scoffed, "Miss Guo, do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much?" Guo Qian retorted, "You." Lu Jiangli ignored the two of them, humming a tune as he walked away. Huang Long was waiting for him around the corner in a BMW, and Lu Jiangli got in the car in a good mood. The car sped away. Su Qinglu stood at the school gate watching the direction in which Lu Jiangli's car had left, feeling extremely sad. Today Lu Zixi had broken up with her, saying he was tired of her. Huang Maosong Yuyang also had a new girlfriend. Now she had nothing left and had even lost Lu Jiangli, who once loved her the most. Her exam score was low as well. Su Qinglu had never felt so dejected. "Qinglu, don't be too upset," Guo Qian comforted her. Tears streamed down Su Qinglu's cheeks. Without saying a word, she quickly left the school gate. Guo Qian chased after her. "Hey Qinglu, where are you going?" "Wait for me." After leaving the first high school, Lu Zixi did not return to the Lu family but took a taxi directly to the People's Hospital. There he took the opportunity of a medical visit to meet Lu Mir. Lu Zixi told Lu Meyer everything Lu Jiangli had said to him before, including the paternity test report. Lu Meyer was taken aback. "Oh no, how could he get your paternity test report? What should we do?" Lu Zixi shook his head. "I don't know. He was waving a report around today and I saw that the content on it was 100 a paternity test report." Lu Meyer was shocked and scolded. "How could you be so foolish? If he took out the report you should have snatched it away and ripped it up." Lu Zixi shook his head. "Mom, what's the use of that? Since he dared to take this thing out he must have a backup, maybe even multiple copies at home. Even if I tear up the one he has it won't matter." Lu Meyer thought for a moment and indeed realized this was true. "Zixi, didn't you say Zhouyan was going to take you to buy a house? You should hurry back home and tell her you want to buy a house today. It's better to secure the Lu family's assets as soon as possible to avoid any long-term troubles." Lu Zixi nodded. Lu Meyer continued. "Also, your 5 sisters promised to give you gifts, right? You should hurry and get those gifts over the next few days. The gifts they give must be quite valuable." Lu Zixi nodded. "Mom, I understand. I will figure out a way to get the house and the gifts first. It's just that Lu Jiangli is a bit tricky. What if he sends the paternity test report to the several sisters of the Lu family later?" Lu Meyer sighed, also feeling that the situation was complicated. "Zixi, you go back first. I'll think of a way regarding Lu Jiangli." "Okay, got it, Mom." Lu Zixi left the hospital and Lu Meyer immediately picked up her phone and dialed Lu Chang's number. Lu Jiangli returned to the Hutong Villa area. Yang Duo was swinging in the yard and upon seeing Lu Jiangli return she happily ran over and hugged his leg. Brother, where have you been? Duo has missed you so much." Lu Jiangli gently stroked Yang Duo's forehead and smiled. "My dear Duo, brother had some things to do at school. Did you really miss me?" Yang Duo blinked her big watery eyes and sweetly said, "I really did. Duo misses you so much. Come on, let's play on the swing together, okay?" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "All right, brother, we'll push you." Yang Duo nodded and skipped joyfully to the swing. Helian came out of the living room and saw Yang Duo clinging to Lu Jiangli. Helian smiled. "Duo, your brother is busy, don't disturb him all day." Lu Jiangli shook his head. "Mom, I'm fine." After playing with Yang Duo for a while, Lu Jiangli suddenly remembered that he had promised Yang Duo to install more play equipment in the yard, which he had forgotten all along. He quickly had Huanglong contact the manufacturer to have them deliver slides, inflatable castles, roller coasters, and bounce houses the next morning. Lu Jiangli truly loved Duo and only wanted to provide her with a joyful life and play environment. In the evening, Lu Jiangli sat on the third-floor terrace enjoying the cool breeze. The computer was placed on the table in front of him. The stocks he bought over 3 months ago had earned him 260 million. Along with the 40 million that Zhang Liang from Huayu Audio Video had transferred to him during this period and the 4 million he earned from attending various events. Lu Jiangli's personal assets now exceeded 300 million. For Helian, Lu Jiangli transferred 20 million to her card for her to use freely. Yang Mingquan would rather live in a slum than move in with them. Lu Jiangli had persuaded him several times but gave up on him. Lu Jiangli reviewed the things he needed to do recently. First, continue to learn to drive. Second, fill out college entrance examination applications. Third, learn martial arts. Speaking of learning martial arts, Lu Jiangli suddenly thought of someone. He quickly picked up his phone to call Yi Yuyu. Yi Yuyu knew he wanted to learn martial arts and gently laughed. "Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? I can ask my master to teach you." Lu Jiangli laughed. "I hadn't thought of it before. Don't worry, I'll arrange this for you soon. My master is someone who generally can't be invited, but my dad saved his life so he won't refuse my invitation." Lu Jiangli happily said, "That's great." The two chatted for a while and agreed on a meeting time for the next day. Lu Jiangli hung up the phone. Huang Long walked in. Respectfully standing in front of him, he said, "Young master, the person you were looking for has been brought here." Lu Jiangli nodded. "Let them in." Huang Long went out and returned with 4 young men following him. They appeared to be around 30 with strong physiques and handsome looks. Lu Jiangli stood up from his chair and walked around the 4 men. Huang Long introduced them from left to right: Zhao Feng, Wang Diao, Li Ning, Dao Zhan. They are all graduates of martial arts schools and members who ranked in the top 4 nationally in Sanda for 3 consecutive years. Miss Yuyu personally selected them for you. Miss Yuyu said you can use these people with confidence. Lu Jiangli nodded. Huang Long arranged their rooms. Huang Long led the group out. Lu Jiangli sat back down in his chair gazing at the dimly lit garden downstairs. Yang Duo was still playing in the garden. The little one was already 4 years old, full of energy and constantly making noise. Soon she would be sent to kindergarten. He wondered if the children there would still be as happy. Lu Jiangli returned to his bedroom, washed up, and lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. His current villa was only over 400 square meters. In the future it would be him, his adoptive mother He Lian and Yang Duodua along with a bodyguard, chef and cleaner all living together, which felt a bit cramped. Lu Jiangli planned to continue investing in stocks and then buy a larger house. The next morning after finishing breakfast Yi Yu called. She said her master would be visiting her home on Saturday and asked Lu Jiangli to come over then. Lu Jiangli nodded. Today is Thursday, there are still 2 days. Don't worry Yu, will come over early that day. Just after hanging up Lu Jiangli received a call from an unfamiliar number, a landline ringing continuously. He pressed the answer button. Since it was a crucial period for filling in college applications, it might be his homeroom teacher or a school staff member calling. Sure enough, it was a teacher from Baidu University. The purpose of the call was simple: to recruit him, urging Lu Jiangli to apply to their school. The admissions officer was quite persuasive, continuously promoting the benefits of applying to Baidu University, stating that if he enrolled, the school would provide a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Baidu University here is equivalent to Peking University on Earth. Qingbei University is comparable to Tsinghua University. Lu Jiangli's goal had always been Qingbei University, as it was truly a paradise for science students. He did not directly reject the admissions officer, but rather politely said he would discuss it with his family. As soon as he hung up, the Qingbei University admissions office called as well. They too promoted the benefits of entering Qingbei University, offering a 100,000 yuan bonus for applicants. Lu Jiangli chuckled. Baidu University also promised me a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Since both schools offer the same bonus, I'll consider which one to choose. The admissions officer from Qingbei panicked and immediately stated, student, just apply to Qingbei University directly. We will add an extra 30,000 yuan to your bonus and promise to cover all your accommodation and living expenses for 4 years at Qingbei. Lu Jiangli laughed. Haha, although I'm not short on money, this feeling of being valued is too delightful. I'll discuss it with my family later. Thank you for your kindness, teacher. After hanging up, a big smile crept onto Lu Jiangli's face, not because of the money from Qingbei but due to the attention he received from 2 prestigious universities. In the Lu family he had always been suppressed and subjected to various forms of emotional manipulation. Now receiving respect from others felt truly wonderful. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. It was indeed a busy morning. Lu Jiangli didn't pay attention to who was calling, thinking it was another admissions office. However, upon answering the call he heard a familiar yet utterly annoying voice. Lu Chang. It was Lu Chang calling, his scoundrel of a father. Lu Chang had never called Lu Jiangli before. This was the first time ever. Lu Jiangli guessed it must be regarding Lu Zixi. Only matters concerning Lu Zixi could make him so attentive. Sure enough, Lu Chang's voice was deep, laced with an unusual gentleness. Hello Jiangli, my son, where are you now? Upon hearing him call him son, Lu Jiangli felt a chill run down his spine. He scoffed, son. He thinks he's worthy. Not receiving a response from Lu Jiangli, Lu Chang continued to speak in a calming tone. Jiangli, where are you? Dad needs to talk to you. Oh. Lu Jiangli suppressed the sorrow and sarcasm in his heart and deliberately said, don't be so familiar, we're not that close. Raising his voice he said, Mr. Lu Chang, the biological father of Lu Zixi, go ahead, what do you want? 4 years ago, after Lu Jiangli was brought back by Lu Chang, he had not cared for him ever since. Every direct interaction with Lu Jiangli occurred only when Lu Zixi framed him, and Lu Chang would step in merely as Lu Zixi's enforcer. After being reborn, when his biological father came to flatter him over someone else's matter, Lu Jiangli didn't feel saddened. Having lived another life, he had learned not to be sad anymore. Yet an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within him. Jiangli, I know you have grievances against me, but you have been away from home for so long. You should have figured things out by now. The main reason I called today is that I want to see you. The Lu family's wealth ultimately belongs to you siblings. I know you didn't perform well in your exams, but don't worry, I will support you for a retake until you get into the university you desire. Lu Jiangli found Lu Chang's false declarations amusing, intentionally guiding him to speak while pressing the recording key on his phone. Lu Chang, don't be so disingenuous. Just say it directly. Did you call because of Lu Zixi's paternity test report? Lu Chang replied, Jiangli, what report? Don't talk nonsense. Where are you? Tell Dad. Didn't I buy a car for Zixi recently? I'll buy you one too, I'll bring you the car keys later. Lu Jiangli thought for a moment. He knew Lu Chang would certainly not admit that Lu Zixi was his and Lu Meyer's illegitimate child over the phone. No risk, no gain. He needed to meet Lu Chang in person to get the recording. With this in mind, Lu Jiangli asked, did you really buy me a car? Good, where are you? I'll come right over. All right. Lu Chang's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Jiangli, you don't need to go anywhere, just tell me where you are and I'll send a driver to pick you up right away. Lu Jiangli shook his head. No need, just tell me where you are, I'll come to you. Lu Chang said, let's meet at Yixiang Tea House. Yishang Tea House is a quiet place and motive for drinking tea and reading. Lu Jiangli nodded. All right, I'll be there soon. After hanging up he made arrangements for Huang Long and the 4 bodyguards. Then he set off. Lu Jiangli understood that Lu Chang was a billionaire surrounded by formidable bodyguards. To be cautious in addition to arranging for Huang Long to stay by his side. Zhao Feng and Wang Biao waited outside. The other 2 bodyguards Li Ning and Gao Zhan with fair skin were instructed by Lu Jiangli to wear wigs and women's clothing disguising themselves as ordinary tea patrons to blend into Yishang Tea House. In the VIP top suite of Yishang Tea House, Lu Chang dismissed his bodyguards and asked Lu Jiangli to call Huang Long out. Only Lu Chang and Lu Jiangli remained in the suite. As he entered, Lu Jiangli hid a small recording device in the ear of his mesh shoes. It was a tiny device that no one would notice. Lu Chang greeted him warmly, pulling Lu Jiangli to sit beside him. Lu Jiangli did not resist and cooperated with his performance. He wanted to see what kind of spectacular performance this scoundrel would put on. Jiangli had said that there are no overnight grudges between fathers and sons. When you severed ties with the family and left, I didn't let you return to actually train your survival skills. Ha ha ha. Lu Jiangli found it somewhat amusing but held back his laughter. Lu Chang wore a solemn expression, patting Lu Jiangli's shoulder. It turns out my son is indeed very capable, not only surviving well but also becoming a very famous singer in the country. As your father I am genuinely happy for you, truly you have surpassed your predecessors. Lu Jiangli remained silent, continuing to watch his scoundrel father perform. A few days ago didn't I give Zixi 20 million? I asked him to buy a sports car. I also wasn't sure what you liked, but based on young people's preferences I bought you a Bentley supercar worth 22 million which is parked on the roadside downstairs. You can take it away later. Lu Chang deliberately mentioned a price 2 million higher than that given to Lu Zixi. Lu Jiangli couldn't help but want to applaud him. This scoundrel was truly scheming. I hope we can mend our relationship and I hope you and Zixi can get along well. Son, come back to the Lu family. In the future all of our family's assets will belong to you. Lu Jiangli understood now. Lu Chang's tactic was to first give you some sweetness, draw out your secrets and then deal with you. Lu Jiangli brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder, creating a distance of 1 meter, and returned to the crux of the issue. You've been talking for a while to get to the paternity test report, right? Lu Chang suppressed the urge to lash out upon hearing Lu Jiangli address him by his full name. Trying to keep his expression mild, he feigned ignorance and said, Son, you've been talking about the paternity test report all day. What paternity test report? Lu Jiangli scoffed. Lu Chang, there are only the 2 of us here, so stop pretending. Lu Zixi is your and Lu Meyer's illegitimate child. I've known it for a long time. Lu Jiangli initially thought Lu Chang would refute or deny it in various ways. Unexpectedly, Lu Chang suddenly fell silent. After several minutes, when Lu Chang raised his head, there were actually tears glistening in his eyes. Jiangli, let me tell you the truth. Zixi is indeed the child of your Aunt Lu and me. Jiangli, who hasn't made mistakes when they were young. But I as your father have now realized my mistakes and hope you can keep this secret for me, not telling anyone else. You know, if this matter gets out, our family will surely be in chaos and it will also affect our family business. Lu Chang spoke rapidly. Lu Jiangli remained silent countless times, wanting to applaud him. Truly he was a cunning businessman doing things in reverse. He didn't directly question Lu Jiangli about the paternity test report nor demand him to present it. Instead he sought sympathy through bribery and playing the victim. One must admit his methods were indeed clever. However, this tactic could only be used on the Lu Jiangli from before his rebirth. Back then he was soft-hearted and kind, putting the Lu family first, allowing them to mold him as they wished. But now Lu Jiangli was impervious to any emotional manipulation. In this life, if he didn't seek revenge for his murder, he would truly be the biggest fool in the world. All right. Lu Jiangli took the Bentley supercar key handed over by Lu Chang and said, let's do it this way. He stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Chang did not receive a clear response. He found Lu Jiangli's words ambiguous and did not understand what he meant. Seeing Lu Jiangli about to leave, Lu Chang hurried after him. Jiangli, when are you moving back to the Lu family? Lu Jiangli was momentarily stunned and replied in confusion, why would I move back to the Lu family? Lu Chang, suppressing his anger, smiled and said, Jiangli, our Lu family has a spacious yard and is quite comfortable to live in. You can bring your adoptive mother and your sister to live with you. Your sister is 4 years old, right? I caught a glimpse of her the other day from a distance. She's quite adorable. Lu Chang's words were a blatant threat, implying that if Lu Jiangli dared to expose the matter, he would take action against Yang Duo and Lu Jiangli's adoptive mother He Lian. Lu Chang. Lu Jiangli said seriously, I won't speak of this matter for now, but if you dare to lay a finger on Yang Duo, I guarantee that every member of the Lu family will wish they were dead. Lu Chang quickly nodded. Why should we be so distant in our conversation? Your sister is so cute, how could I bear to harm her? I even like her. I believe my son is a reasonable person. Lu Jiangli snorted coldly and left Yishang tea house. He wasn't afraid of Lu Chang's threats, he simply wouldn't disclose the matter at this point. He wanted to wait until Lu Chang had given the Lu family fortune to Lu Zixi before revealing it. That would be the real fun. He wanted to see the crazed expressions on his sisters' faces. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After coming down, Lu Jiangli tossed the Bentley supercar key to Huang Long, pointing at the super cool sports car parked by the roadside, smiling. "Do you like this car?" Huang Long walked around the car exclaiming in admiration, "Cool." Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "It's a gift for you." "Ha." Huang Long was taken aback. "Young master, why are you giving this to me?" Lu Jiangli smiled. "You like it, so it's yours." Huang Long nodded. "Okay." Back at the Hutong Villa area, Lu Jiangli arranged for Zhao Feng, Wang Biao, Li Ning and Gao Zhan with 2 rotating shifts to protect Yang Duo and his adoptive mother He Lian. "Chang, how did it go?" "I'm really scared." After Lu Jiangli left, Lu Meyer emerged from behind the partition in the booth. Wearing a super low-cut bodycon dress, she walked toward Lu Chang with a sway, nestling into his arms like a little bird. Her captivating phoenix eyes were filled with worry and tears sparkled in her eyes. Lu Chang wrapped one arm around her slender waist and gently patted her back. "Don't be afraid, I will handle this." Lu Meyer raised her misty-eyed gaze and asked, "How will you handle it?" "If this matter gets out, we will all be finished." Lu Chang sighed. "It seems we can only take action in advance." Saturday. Lu Jiangli, accompanied by Huang Long and Yang Duodua, headed to Yi Yuyu's hillside villa. He had previously dropped Yi Yuyu off there but hadn't entered, only pausing at the gate to admire it from afar. Even then, the villa had struck him as magnificent. According to Yi Yuyu, the villa covered approximately 4,000 square meters, so vast it resembled a park. Beyond the standalone residence, the garden featured an array of permanent installations: a swimming pool, running track and basketball court. There was also an open-air music restaurant, pavilions and tents, every conceivable amenity for leisure and entertainment. Inside the villa, security guards and domestic staff were innumerable. Lu Jiangli had always known Yi Yuyu came from a well-off family, but he never imagined such opulence. Noticing his stunned expression, Yi Yuyu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't be deceived by appearances, this house was bought on loan by my parents." Lu Jiangli was even more astonished. With a house this large, how much must they pay each month? Yi Yuyu shook her head. "I'm not sure, probably several million yuan." Following Yi Yuyu into the villa, they descended to the basement, where a spacious chamber had been specially designated for her martial arts training. The moment Lu Jiangli stepped inside, he saw a man in his 50s standing calmly in the center of the room, dressed in casual attire. "Jiangli, this is my master, Long Yin. Former commander of the country special forces, 5-time consecutive world Sanda champion and 10-time consecutive national Sanda champion after returning home. A master of real-world combat who triumphs through both strength and finesse. He withdrew from the martial world 8 years ago and has not competed since." Lu Jiangli listened, utterly spellbound. His master was truly extraordinary. Yi Yuyu introduced Lu Jiangli to Long Yin, who circled him once, then patted his chest and shoulders with practiced hands. After a keen appraising gaze, Long Yin nodded. "Solid constitution, not destined for greatness perhaps, but certainly capable of holding his own in minor skirmishes." Lu Jiangli stood bewildered. Yi Yuyu murmured softly beside him, "He's praising you, he means you're suited for martial cultivation. He rarely compliments anyone, not even me." Hearing this, Lu Jiangli relaxed. He'd feared his potential might go unrecognized, or worse, that Long Yin would refuse to teach him altogether. "Young man, come here, let's test your limbs and reflexes." Long Yin beckoned. Lu Jiangli hurried forward and immediately performed a deep, respectful bow. "Master, please accept this disciple's humble obeisance." With that, he presented a fine caddy of premium Westlake Longjing tea. Yi Yuyu had told him over the phone that Master Long Yin cared little for wealth or beauty, but cherished martial virtue and tea above all else. Especially premium Westlake Longjing. So Lu Jiangli had entrusted Huang Long to procure the finest available. Long Yin accepted the tea with a wry smile. "How did you know I favor tea?" Lu Jiangli improvised smoothly. "Master's martial prowess is legendary. You withdrew from the world not out of weakness, but because you cherish tranquility. A soul so refined cannot resist the subtle elegance of fine tea, and I dared hope this offering might earn a rare smile from you." Long Yin nodded, a faint softening visible upon his stern features. As Lu Jiangli spoke with Long Yin, Yang Duo timidly approached, boldly took Long Yin's hand and sweetly called him master. Long Yin adored little girls. His own daughter was only 3.5. Seeing Yang Duoduo's plump porcelain-cheek charm, he was instantly smitten. Gently he asked, "Whose precious little one is this?" Lu Jiangli replied respectfully, "Master, she is my younger sister. I brought her along in hopes that while you train me she might learn some fundamentals too, for self-defense of course. Every young woman should carry that safeguard." In high spirits, Long Yin readily agreed. Thus began the siblings' martial training, starting from the most fundamental stances and forms, progressing slowly, deliberately. Lu Zixi returned to the Lu residence and instructed Zhou Yan to help him purchase property. Doting and deeply proud, especially after learning he had scored 675 on the National College entrance exam, Zhou Yan was in excellent spirits. That very day she took him to view luxury homes across the city. Lu Zixi showed no restraint, selecting only the most expensive residences, ultimately settling on a villa in the city's prestigious central district. The purchase price totaled 220 million yuan. For the affluent Lu family, such a sum was effortlessly accessible to Zhou Yan. Still, parting with the funds stirred a pang of hesitation. After all, the boy had just turned 18 and the villa would remain unoccupied for the foreseeable future. Yet Lu Zixi possessed a gift for persuasion. He said, "Mother, I hadn't planned to buy something so grand, but I envision bringing my future wife and children to live here with you and father. I wish to honor you both with filial devotion, and thus the larger the home the better. Also, we have many elder sisters. When they visit home, they'll need comfortable accommodations, and their husbands won't feel diminished visiting their brother-in-law's estate." Zhou Yan, moved by his thoughtfulness, obedience, and maturity, abandoned all reservations and sealed the purchase of the multi-million-dollar mansion without delay. That evening the family gathered for dinner, though Lu Chang had yet to return. Zhou Yan called him. He replied that he remained in an out-of-town meeting and wouldn't be home until the next day. Lu Zixi announced to his sisters that Zhou Yan had purchased his house and added with a playful grin, "Sister's mother's gift has been delivered. Any presents from you?" Elder sister Lu Shuyu laughed heartily. "Just a gift. Trivial. Brother Zixi, what would you like me to give you?" Lu Zixi tilted his chin upward, lips puckered, radiating innocent charm. He pondered for minutes, yet no answer emerged. "I already own a house, a car, bags, jewelry, gems. I have everything. So what truly should I ask for?" Lu Zixi faltered, caught in indecision. Just then, ding ding ding, Lu Shuyu's phone rang. It was her boyfriend calling. She rushed to answer, leaving Lu Zixi still undecided. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Shuyu tossed him a card. "Brother Zixi, 5 million yuan. Buy whatever gift you desire." Lu Zixi beamed with delight. He had feigned indifference precisely to secure tangible cash, and now his quiet strategy had succeeded. Seeing elder sister Lu Shuyu hand over money outright, second sister Lu Shinian, fourth sister Lu Xiaolin, and fifth sister Lu Yueshu quickly followed suit. "Brother Zixi, I'm unsure what to choose, so here's 5 million yuan. Spend it freely on anything you wish." "Yes, Brother Zixi, fourth sister gives you money too. Buy whatever catches your eye, don't hold back." Fifth sister does the same. "Choose something you truly love." Cash was exactly what Lu Zixi sought. His sister's generosity left him thoroughly satisfied. Suppressing his elation, he profusely thanked each one in turn. Only third sister Lu Qing sat silently on the sofa, saying nothing. Lu Yueshu frowned. "Third sister, you've been sullen lately. Speak plainly, what grievances do you hold against Brother Zixi?" Lu Qing shook his head, looking at the smug Lu Zixi, and said, "I just feel that everyone here is concerned about Zixi, yet no one cares about Lu Jiangli." Lu Yueshu indignantly replied, "Third sister, what kind of soul-destroying drug did Lu Jiangli give you? You used to dislike him so much, but now you speak up for him at every turn. Do you think he has become a celebrity, so you want to curry favor with him, right?" Lu Cheng became angry. "Lu Yueshu, please don't speak to me in that tone. I simply believe that as an older sister one should treat everyone equally. While caring for Zixi, we should also care for Jiangli." Zhou Yan saw the two arguing and said sternly, "You two, why are you fighting? Yueshu, you should say less. Xinger, as the elder sister, can't you be accommodating to your younger sister?" Lu Yueshu retorted, "Mom, you saw it too. Can this be blamed on me? Everyone is here congratulating Zixi, yet Lu Qing is the only one frowning, ruining the atmosphere for no reason." Lu Qing did not back down and stood up from the sofa, addressing everyone. "Yes, I am ruining the atmosphere. I shouldn't be in a situation where all of you are congratulating Zixi while I have neither a gift to give nor a kind word to say. I merely thought of Lu Jiangli, who once sang alone in the park, earning less than 1,000 yuan every day, when I saw such a warm atmosphere. Regardless of the harshness of the seasons, he had to go to that park to survive. He only scored a little over 300 points, but can he be blamed for that? Zixi has a tutor, but what about Lu Jiangli? Everything depends on him. Other students preparing for the college entrance exam race against time, studying fervently. But what about Lu Jiangli? He has no time to study because he has to set up a stall to make money to sustain his own life. That's why his studies were delayed, leading to low scores. But don't you all bear some responsibility for this? For over 4 months away from home, who among you has cared for him? His existence is truly pitiful, with a father who does not care, a mother who does not love, and even 5 sisters who do not show him affection. He ventures out alone back to the slums that once terrified him. You must know his foster father used to beat him every day, and returning now he is bound to be beaten again. Are your hearts made of stone?" Lu Qing's words seemed to accuse others, yet also seemed to condemn her past self. Overcome with emotion, she couldn't help but cry. However, no one from the Lu family showed any empathy. After a brief silence, Zhou Yan impatient said, "Chinger, it's not that we don't care about him. After we brought him back to the Lu family, we have been quite concerned about him. But look at him, he constantly causes trouble. He often gets into petty mischief to attract our attention and even breaks things at home. It's good for him to experience the outside world a bit. Without the harsh lessons of society, he will never learn to grow up." Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin disdainfully remarked, "Indeed, third sister, you feel sympathy for him, but look at his disrespectful attitude towards us sisters. He grew up in the slums, lacking upbringing and manners, completely unaware of the sisters' good intentions." Lu Qing, hearing Lu Xiaolin mention good intentions, sarcastically replied, "Lu Xiaolin, what good intentions do the sisters have? Is it an unequal treatment or the various bullying he faces daily? Where are the good intentions?" Lu Xiaolin retorted confidently, "Third sister, there's no need to make it so awkward. He causes all kinds of trouble at home. Letting him suffer a bit is good. As the saying goes, he who is entrusted with a great task must first suffer hardships and toil. This is also a form of training for him." Lu Qing coldly laughed, "Then why don't you all go train yourselves? Why not let Zixi undergo some training? You all act so hypocritically." Lu Xinian could not stand what Lu Qing said. "Lu Qing, I don't understand what benefits Lu Jiangli has given you for you to side with him and oppose us at every turn. Lu Jiangli's current situation is not because our Lu family abandoned him, but because he brought it upon himself. Also, Zixi is so well behaved, please just speak normally and don't target him." Lu Qing glanced around the room. Not a single person spoke in defense of Lu Jiangli. Lu Zixi watched Lu Qing's expressions and movements from start to finish. Thinking about the person she is supporting now is Lu Jiangli, Lu Zixi felt particularly restless. A vicious light flashed in her eyes. However, in the next second she immediately feigned weakness, crying and saying, "Sisters, please don't argue anymore. This is all because of me. Third sister, everything started because of me. If I hadn't occupied brother Jiangli's affection for so many years, he wouldn't dislike me so much. Third sister, it's not that I can't accept brother Jiangli, but when he came back that day to get the household register, I begged him not to sever our relationship, yet he not only ignored me but also beat me. I truly feel helpless. I don't know how to make amends so that brother Jiangli won't dislike me so much." Lu Qing saw Lu Zixi crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Thinking that he had done nothing wrong and no one can choose their own background. Moreover, he grew up in the Lu family and shared a deep bond with her. Lu Qing's heart softened in an instant. "Zixi, I'm sorry. Third sister isn't blaming you, I just feel that Lu Jiangli is rather pitiable. Don't take third sister's words to heart." Lu Zixi shook her head. "Third sister, you have always been the one I admire and respect the most. How could I have any negative thoughts about you?" Lu Qing ruffled Lu Zixi's hair, and for a moment it felt like a heavy stone pressed against her heart, making it hard to breathe. After a night of passion, Lu Chang and Lu Meyer returned to the Lu family. Gathering the whole family together, they held a meeting to discuss inheritance issues. Everyone was puzzled as to why Lu Chang suddenly brought up the topic of inheritance. Lu Chang explained, "Zixi is clever and understanding and he has the ability. I want him to enter the company early for training." Lu Yushu did not understand. "Dad, letting Zixi enter the company for training is fine, but how does this relate to inheritance?" Lu Chang sighed and said, "Since ancient times, wealthy families have arranged for the distribution of their assets. This way, if one day the parents are too old to move, their children won't fight over it. So I have decided to distribute the family assets first, making it easier to arrange for Zixi to manage a part of the business." Lu Chang said to everyone, "I will take some time to have a lawyer come over to settle our family's estate to see how much there is in total and then draft an agreement for a reasonable distribution." Everyone remained silent. Lu Chang continued, "I will let Zixi manage the real estate business for now and give him 5 billion to exercise his skills. Once the estate is settled, we will distribute it. If everyone has no objections, let's finalize it this way." Lu Shuyu was still on the phone with her boyfriend, engaged in sweet talk, and did not come out to listen to what Lu Chang was saying. Lu Shernyan was a big star and very wealthy. She did not know the exact amount of the Lu family's assets and had little concept of money. Therefore, she did not oppose Lu Chang's words. Lu Xiaolin ran a training institution with thousands of chain stores across the country, and she herself was quite wealthy. Although she thought giving Lu Zixi so much money at once was a bit premature. In her heart, she believed that Lu Zixi was clever and kind. Even if he used the money given by Lu Chang to earn even more, he would still share it with the family. Therefore, Lu Xiaolin also did not object. Lu Yushu had the best relationship with Lu Zixi. Every time they faced Lu Jiangli, Lu Yushu was the first to stand up and help Lu Zixi. Regarding the distribution of assets, she not only did not oppose it but hoped their father would give Lu Zixi a bit more since he was the most beloved younger brother. Only Lu Qing stood up to oppose. "Dad, I have no objections to giving Zixi the real estate, and I have no objections to giving him 5 billion. Zixi is clever and sensible, he deserves this. However, I believe the distribution of assets should also consider Lu Jiangli, as from a legal perspective he is also one of the heirs." Lu Chang nodded. Chinger, you are right. In these days contact Lu Jiangli and tell him that if he is willing to obediently return to the Lu family he will not receive less of the family assets that he is entitled to. Lu Qing was very happy, feeling that her father seemed to have become enlightened. She hurriedly said, "Okay, I understand, Dad." Lu Jiangli took Yang Duo to Yu's mountainside villa to learn martial arts every morning, and in the afternoon he practiced driving at the driving school. On the 27th he filled out his university application, directly applying to Tsinghua and Beta in the early batch. He made 260 million from stocks, which he divided into two parts. 130 million continued to buy potential stocks and the other 130 million was used to buy Bitcoin. It was now 2013 and the price of Bitcoin was 80 each. According to the current exchange rate it was about 536 yuan each. Lu Jiangli bought 242537 Bitcoins. He planned to hold on to these Bitcoins without selling them, waiting until March 2021 when the price per Bitcoin increased to 50000 before selling. In just 8 years Lu Jiangli's assets would increase to 12.2 billion. And this was absolutely going to become a reality, as Lu Jiangli was now investing 130 million. Even if he did nothing after 8 years he would definitely be a billionaire. However, Lu Jiangli had no intention of doing nothing. He would continue to invest in stocks. During the 2014 World Cup he made a considerable profit. On June 29 in the evening Lu Jiangli sat on the terrace of the third floor sipping tea while watching the sunset. Lu Qing called from an unfamiliar number. When Lu Jiangli answered the phone and heard Lu Qing's voice he instinctively wanted to hang up. But he was curious about Lu Zixi's progress in seizing power in the Lu family, so he patiently waited for Lu Qing to finish speaking. "Jiangli, I hope you can come home tomorrow so that Dad can finalize the distribution of the assets." Lu Jiangli laughed on the phone. "Lu Qing, I do not want a single cent of the Lu family's assets. You can record our conversation as evidence. Since I, Lu Jiangli, have severed ties with your Lu family, I will not take a penny from you. All the assets that belong to me should be given entirely to Lu Zixi." "Jiangli, you," Lu Qing was very angry. "I just talked to you for so long and you don't understand at all. The assets that belong to you in the Lu family are not just a few thousand or 2,000 but tens of billions. Although you earned a bit of money from singing a few songs, it shouldn't be much. You are about to go to university and you will need money everywhere. Your adoptive mother is not in good health and your younger sister Yang Duo is still small. Do you want them to suffer with you for a lifetime? Jiangli, listen to your third sister. Our family's wealth has accumulated over several generations to reach today. You are only 18 years old, essentially still a child. How easy is it to earn so much money from our family? Do not let go of the ready-made glory. Take this opportunity to quickly return to our Lu family, otherwise when everyone regrets you will not get any money. When you are older you will understand that society is very realistic and making money is hard work." Lu Qing spoke while Lu Jiangli was on speakerphone. He did not reply at all. He waited until she finished speaking before saying, "Lu Qing, I still say the same thing. All the assets that belong to me are entirely given to Lu Zixi." Lu Qing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to hang up the phone. Lu Chang asked Lu Qing, "What did Lu Jiangli say?" Lu Qing shook her head. "He said all the assets that belong to him will be given entirely to Lu Zixi." What? Except for Lu Chang, whose face was heavy and thought Lu Jiangli was playing tricks, the other members of the Lu family were all shocked. Including Lu Zixi himself. Lu Jiangli actually did not hate him. He wanted to give his share of the assets entirely to him. This was inexplicable. It was impossible. Since he knew he was an illegitimate child, what was the purpose of doing this? Did he have a bigger scheme? For a moment Lu Zixi was bewildered. He did not even dare to speak. Lu Chang remained composed. This matter needed to be resolved quickly. Unfilial son. Since he looks down on our Lu family's things, then do not give him anything, just directly give his share to Zixi. Lu Chang thought this way. Once most of the family assets were given to Lu Zixi, even if Lu Zixi's identity was made public, it would not matter to him. Zixi, I have already instructed the lawyer to draft a contract. All of the Lu family's real estate chain hotels and supermarket businesses will be transferred to you. Additionally, Lu Jiangli's 5 billion will also be given to you. Lu Zixi nodded, forcibly suppressing the excitement within him. He had already heard from his biological mother Lu Meyer about Lu Chang's actions in the past few days. It was to prevent Lu Jiangli from exposing his identity as an illegitimate child, so he transferred the assets in advance. Lu Chang's actions were noticed by the 5 sisters, who could see that their father had a clear favoritism towards Lu Zixi. However, they did not oppose it, as he was their most beloved younger brother. Even if their father gave him half of the family assets or even all of it, they would have no objections. After all, he was the one who loved them the most and would always be good to them. If Lu Jiangli had not been brought back, the Lu family's assets would originally have been inherited by their younger brother Zixi. Moreover, except for Lu Yushu, who was still in university, the others all had their own careers and would not compete with their younger brother Zixi. Lu Chang's speed was indeed remarkable. Soon the legal representatives of his real estate chain hotels and supermarkets were changed to Lu Zixi's name. Half of the Lu family's assets were swiftly transferred to Lu Zixi. Lu Meyer, upon hearing the news, specially prepared red wine and candles to spend a joyful evening with Lu Chang. Lu Chang reveled in her lavish flattery, completely intoxicated in her tender embrace. Lu Meyer and Zhou Yan had entirely different personalities. Zhou Yan was a business partner of Lu Chang, and after decades of ups and downs she possessed an inherent resilience typical of entrepreneurs. However, between men and women she lacked a certain gentleness and charm. She could be a competent wife, but she could not be the warm harbor a man seeks. This is why Lu Chang had maintained a stable home while enjoying flirtations outside. Lu Meyer exhibited her feminine tenderness to the fullest. This was precisely what he desired. After the dust settled, Lu Chang was already prepared for the scandal to be exposed. Lu Qing felt exasperated with Lu Jiangli. However, after several calls, Lu Jiangli refused the assets. Lu Qing felt pain inside but was helpless against his stubborn younger brother. However, Lu Qing held no objections against Lu Zixi. Though he was not his biological brother, he had lived with everyone for 18 years. He was obedient, sensible, and smart, winning the affection of their parents and sisters. Especially during this time, even when Lu Qing inadvertently spoke up for Lu Jiangli, Zixi showed no complaints and treated him even better. This made Lu Qing feel guilty towards him. It was true that Lu Jiangli was his biological brother, but Zixi was also wonderful. Sometimes it was truly difficult to choose. Why couldn't the two of them get along well? That night Lu Shuyu entered Lu Qing's room. She saw Lu Qing staring blankly at the family portrait in his hands. That was the family photo taken when Lu Jiangli had just returned to the Lu family, the only one that included him. At that time Lu Jiangli was only 13, standing beside him looking youthful but with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Unlike now, his gaze was cold, distant, and detached. Lu Shuyu pulled up a chair and sat beside Lu Qing. Lu Qing turned to look at his elder sister, his eyes filled with deep helplessness. "Elder sister, you've noticed the strange aspects of the problem, haven't you?" Lu Shuyu nodded. "Qinger, I think we've all misunderstood Lu Jiangli. In the past we always thought that his arrival at our Lu family was for a purpose, certainly to vie for the Lu family's assets. When he had conflicts with Zixi, we always thought he was being malicious, wanting to drive Zixi away so that no one would compete with him for the assets. So after he severed ties and left, we still believed he was merely playing hard to get, attempting to attract our attention. It wouldn't be long before he would come back, tail between his legs. Upon returning he would curry favor with us like before. No matter how much we scolded or struck him, he would never retort, and the next day he would still treat us well. Now thinking back, we all misunderstood him. Those incidents at home, the missing bags and money, perhaps Zixi really wronged him." "Ha!" Lu Qing smiled helplessly. "Elder sister, I've long noticed this issue. However, I was thinking to myself that all of this was because Zixi feared Lu Jiangli's arrival would make him lose our love. Thus I tacitly allowed Zixi to wrong him. Zixi has always been obedient and sensible. He did this because he loved us too much. So I really find it hard to choose. Deep down I just hope they can get along well and be the loving brothers they ought to be." Lu Shuyu sighed and said, "Yes, we've raised Zixi for 18 years. Even raising a dog would elicit feelings, let alone a sensible and obedient living person. So in the past I also turned a blind eye, except for truly being difficult. I indeed had preconceived notions against Lu Jiangli. I always felt he came from the slums, poor and unrefined, and was only after our family's money. I was so annoyed by him back then. I never expected that now, having transferred the assets to him, he would refuse them. Qinger, why does my heart feel so blocked?" Lu Qing shook his head. "I don't know either." The two were discussing Lu Jiangli when suddenly they heard a few notifications. Lu Qing's WeChat messages came in. Lu Qing didn't pay attention and continued chatting with Lu Shuyu while holding the family portrait. Beep. 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 The WeChat notification sound rang incessantly. Lu Qing picked up the phone from the table, opened it, and looked up at Lu Shuyu in shock. "Elder sister, guess who added me on WeChat?" Lu Shuyu shook her head. "I don't know. How could I guess? You're a lawyer. The number of people adding you on WeChat can't be small." Lu Qing replied earnestly, "It's not those clients." "Elder sister, think again carefully." Lu Shuyu shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Lu Qing said, "Isn't there a saying that goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear?" Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Lu Shuyu had already guessed who it was, her eyes lighting up. "Qinger, it wouldn't be Lu Jiangli adding you as a friend, would it?" Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully, "Elder sister, it's indeed brother Jiangli. Look." Lu Shuyu leaned in and sure enough the contact section displayed, "I am Lu Jiangli and I have a surprise to share with you." Surprise? What surprise could he possibly give us? Lu Shuyu was a bit puzzled, then suddenly became excited. Could it be that he is returning to our Lu family? That would be wonderful. Lu Qing accepted the friend request. In fact, Lu Jiangli had added Lu Qing on WeChat 2 years ago, chatting with her daily, asking about her well-being and sometimes asking various questions. Lu Qing found it annoying and blocked him. Now Lu Jiangli was using another WeChat account to add him, one that hadn't been blocked by Lu Qing. Jiangli. Lu Qing sent a message. Lu Shuyu craned her neck beside him, watching closely to see if Lu Jiangli would reply. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without receiving any reply from Lu Jiangli, Lu Qing sent a question mark. Again they waited several minutes. Lu Qing sighed, could this be someone's prank? Lu Shuyu shook her head, who knows? Just then beep. 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 A series of messages popped up, including photos and videos. At the end was a message from Lu Jiangli. Lu family's sisters, enjoy the surprise I sent you, haha. Lu Qing, Lu Shuyu. As they zoomed in on the photos and saw what Lu Jiangli had sent, both of their faces instantly turned pale. What's going on? How could this be? Lu Qing and Lu Shuyu cried out almost simultaneously, disbelief dawning upon them in the next instant. Lu Qing scrutinized the magnified photograph once more, then shrank it back, her trembling fingers re-enlarging it to examine it again. Lu Shuyu sat beside her, eyes riveted to the photograph. Lu Qing was poring over a paternity test report. The report confirmed that Lu Meyer and Lu Zixi shared a biological mother-son relationship. Lu Qing exited the image, then, with shaking hands, tapped open the video Lu Jiangli had sent. The video had been recorded during Lu Zixi's comingifage ceremony, shortly after he was hospitalized from injuries inflicted by Lu Jiangli, and while Lu Jiangli's adoptive mother He Lian was also hospitalized. It showed footage from the orthopedic ward of a hospital, Lu Chang and Lu Meyer speaking and embracing in a stairwell. You'd better keep a closer eye on things next time. He came home with bruises all over his face. It broke my heart. What good are you really? Lu Meyer spoke these words. Yes, you'll be more careful from now on. That rotten boy Lu Jiangli refuses to obey discipline. This won't happen again. If I ever find out he lifts a hand against my son again, I won't show him any mercy. Understood, my dear. Zixi is your son, but isn't he mine too? We haven't been together in so long, don't you miss me at all? Of course I do, but will your tiger of a wife let you slip away? Don't worry, he'll pretend to go fishing tomorrow and we'll meet privately. You rascal. Shameless. Neither sister knew what emotions gripped them as they watched the photograph and that video to its end. Lu Shuyu's face turned ashen in an instant, her limbs grew weak and numb. Lu Qing gasped for breath, her entire body trembling violently, her hands shaking so badly she could no longer hold her phone. The device wobbled precariously in her grasp before clattering to the floor. A moment later, fat tears began rolling down Lu Qing's cheeks. Like a soul adrift, Lu Qing stared blankly ahead, murmuring hollowly, this can't be real, it can't be real. Lu Shuyu had already begun sobbing softly. In their hearts, Lu Chang had always embodied the ideal father and husband, so much so that the 5 sisters had taken him as their role model, each vowing to grow up just like him. At home he cared deeply for his wife, doted tenderly on his children, and bore unwavering responsibility toward his family. Outside he acted decisively, ran a vast enterprise, and upheld strong social conscience. He was their father, their lifelong faith. Yet in this very moment that faith crumbled into dust. The emotional fortress they had built brick by tender brick since childhood shattered utterly in an instant. What staggering shock! What searing anguish! What profound sorrow! The sound of broken hearts filled the room, echoing like a demon's cruel mocking laughter at their innocence. Behold! This is the father you revered most from childhood, yet behind your mother's back he kept another woman, even siring a son with her and bringing him home to be raised by his lawful wife. Behold! This is the father who, worse than beast or brute, claimed the mistress child was a pitiful orphan found on the street, then brought him home to receive the family's boundless affection. Meanwhile his own flesh and blood son endured relentless mistreatment from the entire household. How bitterly ironic. Tears streamed unceasingly, beyond all restraint. After roughly 5 minutes readied, Lu Shuyu bent down and retrieved Lu Qing's phone from the floor. Lu Jiangli had sent 1 photograph, 3 videos and 2 audio recordings. Lu Shuyu opened the second video, Lu Zixi visiting Lu Meyer at the hospital, where she lovingly stroked his head. Witnessing this tender mother-son tableau, Lu Shuyu felt her heart bleed. No wonder father had assigned Lu Meyer as Lu Zixi's VIP physician when he was still very young. He visited the hospital 2 or 3 times weekly for checkups, and sometimes Lu Meyer even came to their home to see Lu Zixi, treating him as if he were her own child. Everyone assumed such attention stemmed from a doctor's dedication to a privileged patient or merely the influence of wealth. They never imagined the examinations were mere pretexts designed solely to reunite mother and son and nurture their bond. Lu Qing's eyes remained bloodshot and tearful, yet she shifted her posture to watch the video alongside Lu Shuyu. The third video captured Lu Jiangli returning to the Lu residence to retrieve the household registration book and Lu Zixi deliberately approaching him to provoke a confrontation. The camera angle was slightly askew, intended to avoid detection. After watching all 3 videos, Lu Shuyu turned to the 2 audio files and with trembling fingers opened the first recording. A cacophony of noise filled the speaker. Upon closer listening, it was clearly outside a school gate. The voices belonged to Lu Jiangli and Lu Zixi. Lu Zixi, you deleted Lu Shuyu's collaboration proposal and you damaged the computer. So what? Lu Jiangli, who besides yourself would believe such claims? The unloved are nothing but trash. Trash is never believed, ha 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 ha. Lu Qing glanced toward the doorway. By now the rest of the Lu family had retired for the night. The soft click of the television being switched off echoed from their mother's room. Fearing their mother might overhear the recording, Lu Qing wiped her tears with a tissue, rose and quietly closed the bedroom door. The second audio recording captured a conversation between Lu Jiangli and Lu Chang at Yishan Tea Garden, where Lu Chang admitted Lu Zixi was his illegitimate son with Lu Meyer and begged Lu Jiangli to keep it secret. At the end, Lu Chang even invoked Lu Jiangli's younger sister Yang Duodua as leverage, suggesting with chilling condescension that Lu Jiangli was surely a considerate and understanding boy. After hearing the final recording, the sisters' tears surged anew. Indeed, they had not ceased flowing at all, only intensifying now with devastating force. Their hearts lay in ruins, grief and despair twisting inside them like knotted rope. Silence. An endless, suffocating silence. After a long pause, Lu Shuyu lifted her gaze, hoarse-voiced, toward Lu Qing. Qinger, what do we do now? Lu Qing shook her head. I don't know. She paused, then added, let's keep this to ourselves, for now. We mustn't tell the others, especially Mother. If she finds out, how utterly heartbroken she'd be. Her beloved husband, revealed as a despicable scoundrel who not only kept a mistress behind her back but also brought his mistress's son home to be raised as her own. How bitterly ironic. How utterly despairing. Lu Shuyu nodded wordlessly. Silence fell once more, leaving only the sisters' quiet sighs echoing through the room. After several more minutes, Lu Qing sighed heavily. No wonder father has been rushing to divide the family assets these past few days. He fears exposure and wants to ensure Lu Zixi inherits as much as possible before the truth emerges. Lu Shuyu gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Poof. How shameless, to grant half the estate to Lu Zixi. Her gaze hardened, sharpening like tempered steel. Though the revelation struck her with immense force and wounded her deeply, she was after all a lawyer. Brief shock and fury soon gave way to steely composure. Elder sister, grief is natural, but we cannot let this pass. We must protect Mother and fight for our own rightful interests. Yes. Lu Shuyu nodded emphatically. Tomorrow I'll dispatch investigators to dig into these people's backgrounds. After calming down, the 2 sisters devised a plan. Their immediate priority was to verify whether Lu Zixi was truly Lu Meyer's biological son. Although Lu Jiangli had sent over a paternity test report and it seemed implausible that it could be forged, as a lawyer one must ensure every factual claim is absolutely accurate. Additionally, they needed to gather concrete evidence of their father Lu Chang's marital infidelity. Under matrimonial law, the unfaithful party stands at high risk of forfeiting all shared assets if the aggrieved spouse files for divorce. Lu Chang and Lu Shuyu were determined to see Lu Chang leave the marriage with nothing. Though they had not yet disclosed his infidelity to their mother, Zhou Yan, divorce now appeared inevitable. They resolved to prepare meticulously lest they be caught off guard when the crisis erupted. And they vowed to win back Jiangli's affection. They had profoundly misjudged him before. After sending the WeChat message to Lu Qing, Lu Jiangli did not rush to block her. Why panic? Another paternity report would arrive in a few days. Let the bullet fly a while. Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight. The night lay still. Lu Jiangli set aside his phone and prepared for bed. Yang Duoduo dashed over in her Mickey Mouse pajamas, barefoot and breathless, scrambling onto Lu Jiangli's bed, clutching a lollipop in her tiny fist. Alarmed that the lollipop might smear sticky residue across the quilt, Lu Jiangli swiftly lifted her from the bed and placed her gently on the floor. He took the lollipop from her hand and led her to the bathroom to wash her plump little hands. Duodua, brother needs to sleep now, go back and sleep with mama, alright? He Lian came upstairs to call Duoduo away, urging her not to disturb brother Jiangli's rest. But Duoduo refused, clinging tightly to Lu Jiangli's legs. No. Duoduo wants to sleep with brother. Duoduo wants to sleep with brother. Her voice, soft and sweet as warm milk, was utterly enchanting. Lu Jiangli scooped her up from the floor and smiled. My precious Duoduo, why do you wish to sleep with brother? Giggle. Because I want brother to tell me a story. Lu Jiangli suddenly remembered earlier that day while practicing martial arts, Duoduo had been reluctant to train. So he'd coaxed her, good girl, if you practice just a little longer, brother will tell you a story tonight, okay? Okay, pinky promise. By afternoon, however, Lu Jiangli had completely forgotten the pledge upon returning home. That evening, while messaging Lu Qing, his thoughts were consumed by vengeance against the Lu family. What expressions would his elder sisters wear upon receiving his message? Of course, no matter their reactions, the more anguished the better. He was already waiting eager to witness the spectacle. Brother, what are you thinking about? Time to sleep. Lost in thoughts of the Lu family, Lu Jiangli drifted into reverie until Duodua, raising her chubby little hand, gently pinched his cheek and brought him back to the present. Such a good girl, Duo. Brother will tell you a story. He settled Duo comfortably in bed, tucked the small quilt around her and lay beside her to begin. Once upon a time there lived a beautiful queen who was expecting a child and wished for a daughter whose skin would be as white as snow. Brother, Duo doesn't want this one. This is Snow White, and you've told it to me so many times. Duo counted on her tiny fingers 1, 2, 5. Brother, you've told it 8 times. Lu Jiangli chuckled sheepishly. He truly had recounted that tale countless times. Time to choose a new one. Duo, shall we tell the story of the 3 little goats? Yes. Lu Jiangli began. Long ago there were 3 little goats. The first and second were diligent, but the third was lazy. Duo, are you listening? Receiving no reply, Lu Jiangli lifted his head and found Duo already fast asleep. Ah, children's drowsiness truly arrives without warning. The next morning after breakfast, Lu Jiangli checked his phone and saw 99 unread messages in his class group chat along with numerous mentions. He rarely scrolled through old messages, so he opened one at random only to find waves of congratulations from classmates. He recalled having asked the school to temporarily withhold the announcement that he was the student who scored 741 on the Gaokao. Now that the agreed-upon period had passed, the entire city knew Lu Jiangli of Shanghai No. 1 high school was the city's top-scoring science candidate. Private messages of praise flooded in. Reporters even called inviting him for feature interviews, offers he politely declined. Fame held no appeal for Lu Jiangli, not least because he could hardly cite his enhanced memory, a consequence of his rebirth, as a study method. Yet his refusal to grant interviews did not stop the media. Unable to reach him directly, reporters contacted his homeroom teacher Gao Chang at Shanghai No. 1 High, then approached the school principal. From the teacher they gathered biographical details. From the school bulletin board they photographed him. Now the whole city knew Lu Jiangli of class 23 senior year was a prodigy, excelling both in singing and academics. His university application remained confidential. Speculation swirled. Which institution had he chosen? Which major? Given his extraordinary vocal talent, many assumed he'd pursue a career in entertainment, perhaps studying vocal performance or acting. Lu Jiangli, seeing the reports, simply ignored them. Instead he took Duo to martial arts training and later that afternoon headed to the driving school. Once licensed, he planned to learn swimming. In his previous life his inability to swim had cost him his life. This time he would master it. Meanwhile the materials Lu Jiangli had sent the night before left Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing sleepless. Both woke the next morning with dark circles beneath their eyes. Elder sister. Third sister. Hurry, wash up and join us for breakfast. In the living room the family chef had already laid out breakfast. Lu Zixi, wearing an apron, personally carried dishes to the table, his attentive demeanor radiating dutiful charm. He knocked on Lu Shuyu's door only to find it ajar and the room empty. Then he knocked on Lu Qing's door and discovered the 2 sisters sleeping together. Lu Zixi frowned in confusion. Why would elder sister and third sister share a bed? Elder sister, third sister, why are you sleeping together? Standing in the doorway he offered them a sweet radiant smile, the very expression they'd once adored most in him. They'd always perceived him as pure and untainted. Yet now that same smile pierced their hearts like a needle. How bitterly ironic. The brother they'd cherished for years was in truth their father's illegitimate child, born of an affair with a mistress. His seemingly guileless demeanor had been nothing but a calculated facade, beneath it lurked malice and deceit. Yet neither wished to escalate matters prematurely. Forcing a smile they replied, Little brother Zixi, please go ahead and eat, we'll join you shortly. Lu Zixi nodded and returned to the dining table. Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing rose, washed and dressed. From the living room floated Lu Zixi's voice, Mother, please eat more. Zhou Yan replied tenderly, My precious Zixi, you're such a filial obedient child. Lu Chang and Lu Shuyu sat down at the table. Lu Chang sat beside Zhou Yan, gazing at her with unmistakable adoration. Wife, I have no pressing commitments today, I'll go night fishing with friends and return tomorrow. Zhou Yan laughed lightly, Go ahead. Everyone deserves a passion, fishing brings you joy and I won't stand in your way. Lu Chang gently stroked Zhou Yan's hair and murmured, My wife is truly wonderful. At the table Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing heard his words. And suddenly the breakfast before them seemed poisoned, unbearable to swallow even a single bite. Dad, would you like another serving of breakfast? Lu Zixi stood up promptly as he noticed his father Lu Chang was nearly finished. Lu Chang gazed affectionately at his son before him, refined in features bearing a subtle resemblance to Lu Meyer, gentle and thoughtful beyond his years, truly endearing. Zixi, I'm done eating, go ahead and finish yours. I'll be stepping out shortly. Lu Zixi nodded obediently. Lu Cheng and Lu Shuyu exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes they saw only profound despair and the searing pain of betrayal. It was just an ordinary morning, no different from countless others before it. The family sat down for breakfast. Lu Zixi moved about attentively, carefully tending to everyone's moods, asking this one, checking on that one, though he barely touched his own meal. In times past, Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing would have thought him utterly dutiful, a model younger brother, calling him brother Zixi fondly, even pinching his cheeks to express their sisterly affection. But now every gesture he made struck them as the practiced performance of a seasoned actor, artificial, hollow, insincere, and worst of all, staged before an audience of fools. A deep sorrow rose unbidden in their hearts. Their mother and 5 sisters had all been utterly deceived, manipulated, spun around by their despicable father and Lu Zixi. Worse still, half of the family's assets had already fallen into Lu Zixi's hands. They had to devise a way to reclaim them, even if full restitution proved impossible. A fair proportional division of shares would suffice. They would never let the child of a mistress inherit what rightfully belonged to the family. At the memory, both sisters' hearts tightened with grief. Back then, Lu Jiangli had still lived at home, loving and supporting the entire family unconditionally. Yet they had misread his devotion as ulterior motive, as a ploy to drive away brother Zixi to seize control of the Lu family fortune. How bitterly ironic that the true usurper had always been the very person they cherished and trusted most. Now Lu Jiangli, his heart broken, had left home. Would he ever return? After breakfast, Lu Chang picked up his fishing gear and departed, wearing a sun hat with theatrical precision. He played the part so convincingly one might believe he truly intended to fish. Zhou Yan, fearing sunburn, took his hand and insisted on applying sunscreen to his face. Ha ha. Darling, I'm no spring chicken, I hardly need sunscreen. If I tan, I tan. It won't dull my charm one bit. Oh, you're all talk, charming. Please. I just don't want you sunburnt and whining at me all day. All right, I know my wife loves me best. With that, Lu Chang planted a loud kiss on Zhou Yan's forehead in full view of all the children. This was how they always were. Zhou Yan flushed slightly. Oh dear, off you go then. Must you carry on like that in front of the children? Lu Chang strode out laughing. Lu Shuyu watched the charade unfold, her fists clenched tightly beneath the table, trembling with suppressed fury. Noticing her distress, Lu Qing nudged her subtly, silently urging calm. Once Lu Chang had left with his gear, Lu Shuyu drove straight to the office. En route, she hired a private investigator to tail Lu Chang's car. Meanwhile, Lu Qing resolved to find Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli had just returned from training in martial arts with Yu Yu, dropped Yang Duo off at Lotus Pond Villa and headed straight to the driving school. He had already passed both theory test subject 1 and basic maneuvers subject 2. He scored perfect marks on both. Now he was practicing road driving subject 3. Having regained his memories with photographic recall, he technically needed no further practice, but tomorrow's official exam demanded caution. To avoid retaking the test, he chose to rehearse on the actual examination vehicle alongside fellow students. Each circuit on the test course cost 100 yuan, with an instructor seated beside him. On his second lap, Lu Jiangli spotted Lu Qing waiting in the rest area. She wore a sharp-cropped hairstyle, gold-rimmed glasses, and a sleek black professional skirt suit, her figure elegant and poised like the heroine of a primetime drama. Stunning in beauty and grace, she drew glances from every trainee loitering nearby. Some even surreptitiously snapped photos and shared them in group chats, boasting of having met a breathtaking beauty that day. Lu Qing ignored them all, standing motionless, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Jiangli inside the instructor's car. When the vehicle pulled into the rest zone, he stepped down. Without glancing at her, he turned and walked briskly toward the driving school gate. Lu Qing hurried after him. Jiangli, wait. I need to speak with you. Lu Qing did not pause, she kept pace, quick-stepping behind him. Beyond the school gate, snack stalls lined both sides of the street. Lu Jiangli bought a bowl of fried potatoes and ate while walking. Lu Qing matched his stride, speaking in deliberately measured tones, lest she provoke his impatience. Jiangli, may I ask, when did you first sense something was wrong? He popped a generous piece into his mouth. Delicious. Jiangli, please stop evading me. I was wrong, truly wrong, as your third sister. I offer my sincere apology and beg your forgiveness. He shoved another bite into his mouth. Delicious indeed. Jiangli, did you know all along that Lu Zixi was illegitimate? Receiving no reply, she did not grow angry. She had aired, gravely. This tall, handsome young man before her was her true younger brother, bound by blood, born of the same mother. Jiangli, please tell me, third sister. At last he turned to look at her. Her face lit with hope, she removed her glasses, eyes wide with anticipation. What followed, however, was enough to make her speechless with rage. Miss Lu, allow me to state 2 things unequivocally. First, I have severed all ties, legal and emotional, with the Lu family. You are in name and in truth nothing to me. Cease pretending to be my sister, you are unworthy. Second, regarding Lu Zixi's illegitimacy, anyone with functioning eyes could see it. Tell me, are you all blind? Ha ha ha. Lu Jiangli laughed bitterly. Tell me, wasn't it thrilling? Wasn't it shocking? Your beloved younger brother, cherished for over a decade, is nothing but a bastard. You, Lu Qing, burst into tears. Lu Jiangli merely sneered and walked on. Lu Qing wiped her tears and hurried after him. Jiangli, come back to the Lu residence with me. We were wrong, deeply wrong, and I apologize here and now. We share blood thicker than water. Please return to stand with us against those who betrayed us. By then Lu Jiangli had reached his BMW. Huang Long waited inside. Seeing Lu Jiangli about to enter the car, Lu Qing seized his wrist. Jiangli, listen to me. He wrenched his arm free, sending her sprawling onto the pavement. The BMW roared away, leaving Lu Qing coated in dust. In the reflection, Lu Qing slowly crawled up from the ground covered in dust. Her knee was scraped and tears streamed down her face. Lu Jiangli looked at the scene in the reflection with no sympathy for her. In their past lives, when they would constantly poo at her and bully her, calling her a country bumpkin, rude and unrefined, they showed no sympathy. In the car, Huang Long asked, young master, where are we going now? Lu Jiangli replied, to the Emerald Pearl Hotel. During driving practice, the class monitor texted him that many students from various classes were gathering for dinner at the Emerald Pearl. He should go too. Lu Jiangli originally did not like attending these gatherings, but the class that included Lu Zixi was going. Since Lu Zixi was going, how could he not go? He enjoyed watching Lu Zixi perform, then slapping him in the face hard enough to make him stagger. At the Emerald Pearl, the large dining room was filled with people. They were eating in units of classes. The restaurant was so full that some were seated in private rooms. A total of 6 classes were gathering for dinner. Classes 1, 3, 4, 5, 23 and 24. This was not organized by the school, it was voluntarily arranged by the class monitors, and everyone was splitting the bill. In other classes, since they didn't organize as a unit, students wanting to join trickled in sparsely. When Lu Jiangli arrived, someone was singing on stage. Since it was a music restaurant, there were singers performing while eating, and students could also go up to sing if they wanted. Lu Jiangli, over here. Lu Jiangli walked into the restaurant and class monitor Xia Xiaomi was waving frantically at him. Yi Yuyu was already there, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, youthful and vibrant, sitting next to Xia Xiaomi. Lu Jiangli walked over and sat beside Yi Yuyu. Xia Xiaomi spoke across Yi Yuyu to Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli, you are just too outstanding, your singing is so good and your academic performance is excellent. You are simply a genius of our Moduno 1 high school. You are the most remarkable person since the establishment of Moduno 1 high school. Lu Jiangli shook his head. Class monitor, you flatter me. Xia Xiaomi, the class monitor, was also very beautiful. Many boys pursued her, but she seemed to have no one she liked. However, Lu Jiangli was not concerned about her love life. What Lu Jiangli was focused on was the stunning beauty sitting beside him, Yi Yuyu. Silly girl, why didn't you call me when you arrived? Lu Jiangli gently flicked Yi Yuyu's nose. Yi Yuyu pushed his hand away from her face, holding onto it with both hands. She laughed softly. I just got here, I might not have even been seated for a minute before you arrived. I thought since you have a subject 3 exam tomorrow, I'd let you practice a bit more today and tell you later. Anyway, we still have at least an hour before we eat. Lu Jiangli nodded and grasped her hand in return. Xia Xiaomi went to greet the other classmates arriving behind. Everyone, please be quiet. Now let us give a warm welcome to our genius student Lu Jiangli from Moduno 1 high school, who is a renowned singer with excellent academic performance, a model for us all to learn from. Lu Jiangli was taken aback when his name was suddenly called, staring blankly at the host on stage. What was going on? Why was he being asked to speak? A few classmates came over, urging and teasing Jiangli, hurry up and share your study methods, everyone wants to know. Yeah, Jiangli, please. In the next moment, Lu Jiangli spotted Lu Zixi sitting by the window and suddenly had an idea. No longer hesitating, he strode up to the stage. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Ah! He is so handsome. Really so handsome. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, high nose bridge and slightly parted thin lips, he must be the chosen male lead of a drama. So handsome, so handsome. What to do? I'm going to be mesmerized by him. Lu Jiangli stood on stage, cleared his throat and said, classmates, there are no true geniuses in this world. What we call geniuses are merely those who have accumulated through hard work. There are no shortcuts to studying, only effort matters. I have finished speaking, thank you all. Concise and to the point, he conveyed that learning relies solely on hard work. After Lu Jiangli finished, he stepped down from the stage, continuing to hold hands with Yi Yuyu. Sitting by the window, Lu Zixi's eyes were red as he stared at Lu Jiangli on stage until he finished speaking and came down. His gaze did not leave him. Inside he was filled with hatred, gritting his teeth. Just days ago he had thought that Lu Jiangli had only scored over 300 points. He had even deliberately boasted in front of the Lu family, making Lu Jiangli his comparison group. He had been smug, believing he was the best in the world. Little did he expect to be smacked in the face so quickly. Lu Jiangli had leaped up to become the top student in the city, a science prodigy. Lu Zixi felt an intense hatred, wishing he could gouge out Lu Jiangli's heart, eat his flesh and drink his blood. This class gathering, which he initially thought would just be about eating, drinking and having fun, had turned into another occasion for him to show off. Lu Zixi was extremely furious. He leaned over to whisper into the ear of his follower Gu Hao. Gu Hao understood instantly. Soon Gu Hao walked up to the stage and took the microphone from the host. "Hello everyone, good evening. Here I would like to introduce a fellow student who has just recently turned 18 and has already inherited half of his family's assets. Let's give a round of applause for this young entrepreneur to share his thoughts on inheriting the family business." "Wow. Who is it? So impressive. The college entrance exam just ended and he has already inherited the family business. What a life winner. Envy. Envy. I really want to know who it is." Under the gaze of hundreds of classmates, Lu Zixi walked to the center of the stage. With a stylish gesture he picked up the microphone. "Thank you for your attention. I am the student who inherited the family business. My name is Lu Zixi. Very nice to meet you all." Before Lu Zixi could finish his sentence, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Wow! It's the wealthy Lu family. Lu Zixi must be very rich. How about he treats us to tonight's dinner?" Someone immediately echoed, "Yes, yes. Since Zixi is so wealthy and looking at his appearance he seems generous, he probably won't refuse everyone's request." On stage Lu Zixi, although angry, still smiled and said, "This student's suggestion is excellent. Tonight all expenses will be on me. Everyone enjoy your food, drinks and have fun." Everyone immediately cheered. "Zixi is so good. Zixi is awesome." Lu Zixi was immersed in the praises, walking off the stage with his chest held high. The banquet began and the dishes that had been prepared were served. Everyone also voluntarily ordered many high-end dishes. Each table was filled with king crabs, and delicacies like bird's nest, shark's fin and abalone were all served. Students who usually did not drink also joined in for a bit. Even those who didn't drink took some alcohol to take home. They had even asked Lu Zixi if he wanted anything specific to eat or drink. They could even take some home. Lu Zixi waved his hand grandly. "Students, it's all small cases." He thought everyone hadn't seen much and wouldn't take anything valuable. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangli had taken over 20 bottles of wine and stuffed them into a big bag that Huang Long had just bought. He had taken bottles of at least 82 Lafite worth tens of thousands each. Yi Yu, taking advantage of the chaos, grabbed 10 bottles of Mao Tai. When it was time to settle the bill, Lu Zixi, like a proud rooster, walked towards the cashier surrounded by the crowd. He had thought that the total for the banquet would only be around 1 or 200,000. To him that was a small case. Little did he know the cashier informed him, "Good evening, sir. Your total consumption for tonight is 1547260. "What?" Lu Zixi was so shocked he could hardly speak. "What kind of meal costs this much?" Lu Jiangli, seeing his expression, was already laughing uncontrollably. Although Lu Chang had transferred half of the inheritance rights to him and promised him 5 billion, the actual money was still with Lu Chang and the finance department. Lu Zixi stood in front of the cashier, his face flushed, clearly having drunk a lot. According to Lu Jiangli, Lu Zixi had never drunk alcohol in the Lu family. If he hadn't already obtained half of the Lu family's inheritance, he would never have dared to drink, fearing being scolded by the Lu family. It would also affect the well-behaved persona he had maintained since childhood. But now inheriting the family fortune was a done deal, so he was no longer afraid of them. It was just that since it was his first time drinking and he didn't have a good tolerance, he ended up getting quite drunk. During a gathering with over 300 people from 6 classes, he had no idea what others ate or took. This led to the current situation where the bill amounted to over 10 million yuan. Lu Zixi still couldn't believe it. "No, it can't be. How could a meal cost over 10 million? The cashier printed out the menu for him to review and he was dazzled by the prices. Nearby whispers from his classmates began to surface. "It's over, look at him, he can't afford to pay, can he? Didn't he just say he inherited half of the Lu family's fortune? Could it be a lie? This guy is such a pretender, clearly broke but claiming to be wealthy. Now he can't even pay. What if he isn't even a Lu family son but just pretending? Who knows? If he really were from the Lu family, he wouldn't be short of this 1 or 2 million. Lu Zixi wanted to question the menu, but with so many classmates around he felt embarrassed to scrutinize it closely. Especially upon hearing others' discussions, if he didn't pay he would lose face. Lu Jiangli was watching here, he couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli was the abandoned child of the Lu family. Only Lu Zixi was qualified to inherit the fortune. He intended to spend extravagantly to make Lu Jiangli envious and resentful. Humph, abandoned child. Trash. However, knowing he didn't have that much money in his account, Lu Zixi could only pretend to burp as if he was about to vomit. He said to the cashier, "No, I need to vomit, let me use the restroom first." Lu Zixi sneaked into the restroom and secretly called Lu Yueshu. Lu Yueshu had always had the best relationship with him. "Fifth sister, I urgently need 6 million, can you transfer it to me right away?" Lu Yueshu replied in surprise over the phone, "Zixi, I just gave you 5 million a few days ago. I don't have that much money right now. Why do you need 6 million so urgently?" Lu Zixi didn't dare to tell Lu Yueshu that he was pretending and had been forced to treat people to dinner, spending over 10 million on a meal for more than 300 people. But asking for so much money without a good reason was baffling. He stammered on the phone for a long time without making sense. He could only say, "Oh, fifth sister, just lend me the money, I need it urgently." Without waiting for Lu Yueshu to ask, he hurriedly hung up. Lu Yueshu was currently playing games with her classmates and indeed didn't have that much money at the moment. Although her pocket money often reached several million, she had previously given Lu Jiangli 5 million and couldn't come up with that much money right away. She could only transfer the 1.41 million she had in her account to Lu Zixi. Then she quickly called Lu Xinian for help. When she called, Lu Xinian was already on another call. Lu Yueshu guessed it must be Lu Zixi, so she hung up and continued playing. When Lu Xinian received Lu Zixi's call, although she felt puzzled, she thought nothing of it since Lu Zixi had always been well-behaved and never asked her for money, so she transferred 5 million to him without hesitation. Lu Zixi stayed in the restroom for at least 10 minutes and finally received transfers from both of his sisters. He then called his mother Lu Meyer asking for 2 million. With the money he had along with the transfers, he had finally gathered enough to cover the meal. Some classmates who attended the gathering had left early, but most were still waiting in the lobby eager to see Lu Zixi pay. After standing in the stinking restroom stall for 10 minutes, Lu Zixi saw that his account balance was now sufficient to pay the bill. He adjusted his clothes, straightened his chest, and swaggered out of the restroom. There were people waiting for him at the restroom door. Lu Zixi waved his hand and self-deprecatingly said, "I drank too much today and just threw up. I'm feeling much better now." After saying that, he pretended to burp. He went to the cashier and settled the bill. As soon as he paid the bill, he was met with thunderous applause and various compliments. "Lu Zixi is truly the youngest entrepreneur in the city. How extravagant. Zixi, you truly are the young master of the Lu family. Every gesture exudes aristocratic elegance. Zixi, you're so handsome. Well, follow you from now on. Lu Zixi, do you need a girlfriend? I have a beautiful friend I want to introduce to you." Lu Zixi's face turned red as he slowly reveled in the attention. The alcohol he had just consumed began to take effect, making him walk unsteadily. His loyal follower Gu Hao tightly supported him, fearing he would fall if he let go. Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu stood together coldly watching the scene before them. His phone had long recorded everything from that night. He chuckled. "Want to pretend? Then let's make you lose money. Let the Lu family despise you, let you fight to the death among yourselves." Lu Jiangli opened the WeChat app on his phone and sent a video of Lu Zixi showing off on stage that night where classmates urged him to treat. He also sent the video of Lu Zixi paying 15 million at the cashier. After chatting with class monitor Xia Xiaomi, he prepared to leave with Yi Yuyu. Suddenly an argument erupted over at Lu Zixi's side. Lu Jiangli looked over and found Lu Zixi scolding Su Qinglu, "Get lost, you wretched person. I don't need your help. You're like a public bus that everyone rides. Now that I become the heir of the Lu family, you want to curry favor with me. Get lost." It seemed Su Qinglu had come to help Lu Zixi when she saw he was drunk. Unexpectedly, she was met with a torrent of foul insults in front of so many people. With tears streaming down her face, Su Qinglu pleaded, "Zixi, I only wanted to help you because I saw you were drunk. Why do we have to be so heartless to each other?" Lu Zixi laughed madly. "Su Qinglu, you said the same thing to Lu Jiangli back then, didn't you? Don't think I like you. You were just something I picked up and then threw away. Get lost." Su Qinglu had already started to cry. Lu Zixi squinted at Lu Jiangli, noticing that he was also looking in his direction. Suddenly he burst into laughter, pulling Su Qinglu into his embrace and shouting across the crowd, "Lu Jiangli, look. The woman you could never win over as a sycophant has been played by me and tossed aside in no time. How does that feel? Failed, right? Lu Jiangli, haha, this fool thinks he can find a sense of accomplishment through me." Everyone turned to look at Lu Jiangli. Lu Zixi had one arm around Su Qinglu's shoulder while the other was supported by Gu Hao, looking at Lu Jiangli with a gaze full of pride. Lu Jiangli let out a cold laugh and said loudly, "Lu Zixi, you really overestimate yourself. What woman do I want to lick but can't reach? Even if she were offered to me for free, I wouldn't want her." Only you would like to pick up someone else's broken shoes, treating them as new, thinking you've outdone others and feeling smug about it. Lu Zixi, feeling indignant, pulled Su Qinglu forward with force and laughed. I remember who used to bring breakfast to her every day, yet she wouldn't even acknowledge him. As the young master of the Lu family, one bag is enough to win her over. Aren't you jealous? Lu Zixi scanned the crowd and noticed everyone was watching him. Thinking about the over 10 million he had just spent on dinner, receiving everyone's respect, he stood tall. Unfortunately, the effects of alcohol made him straight-backed, but unable to stop his knees from trembling, swaying slightly with Gu Hao's support. Lu Jiangli shook his head, looking at Lu Zixi as if he were a clown. Tisk, this little man becomes arrogant once he gets some ambition. Before Lu Jiangli could speak, Lu Zixi grabbed Su Qinglu's chin and asked loudly, Su Qinglu, I'm asking you now, do you like Lu Jiangli or do you like me? Su Qinglu winced in pain, looking at Lu Jiangli for help. Seeing that Lu Jiangli wouldn't even spare her a glance, she anxiously pushed Lu Zixi away and began to cry softly. However, Lu Zixi persisted. Say it. Say you like me and I'll take you to buy a 5,000 yuan bag later. Su Qinglu shook her head and looked again at Lu Jiangli. Lu Zixi grew anxious, shouting, hurry up. Say it and I'll buy you the bag and give you 1,000 yuan. Ha 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 ha. Just when Lu Zixi thought she would bow down for money, Su Qinglu shouted at the top of her lungs, I like Lu Jiangli. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Jiangli to respond, Su Qinglu ran crying out of the crowd. Lu Zixi felt humiliated and angrily cursed. Wanting to chase after Su Qinglu, he stumbled forward with Gu Hao's help, nearly falling over. However, after just a few steps, he was only 2 or 3 meters away from Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli released his grip on Yi Yu and took a few steps forward towards Lu Zixi. Earlier, Lu Zixi had dared to shout at Lu Jiangli because there were many people in between. Now that Lu Jiangli was truly standing in front of him, he was so scared that he began to tremble all over. Lu Jiangli, let me tell you, I am now in control of the Lu family's assets. I am the rightful young master of the Lu family. What do you want to do? Lu Jiangli shook his head and laughed. I'm not doing anything. Ha, didn't you just say you are the young master of the Lu family? Ha 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 ha. Seeing him laugh made Lu Zixi feel a bit anxious. But then he remembered he was now the heir of the Lu family, so there was no need to panic. Lu Zixi encouraged himself inwardly and calmed down. He said loudly, Lu Jiangli, what are you laughing at? You are the discarded trash of the Lu family, an abandoned child. What is there to laugh about? I am the legitimate young master of the Lu family. Lu Jiangli stopped laughing and mocked, how legitimate are you as the young master of the Lu family? Is it because your mother Lu Meyer was the mistress who destroyed someone else's family and gave birth to you that you consider yourself legitimate? While Lu Jiangli spoke, his bodyguard Huanglong pulled out a thick stack of papers from his bag and began distributing them to the classmates at the gathering. There were at least 200 classmates present, and everyone watched the argument between Lu Jiangli and Lu Zixi. Some approached to mediate while others stood by as spectators. Some were filming the scene with their phones. Upon receiving the papers from Huanglong, the classmates exchanged confused looks. What is this? A survey. Are you handing out surveys for a fight? Ah, could this be a paternity test report? No way is this Lu Zixi's test report. Heavens! Lu Zixi is actually Lu Meyer's illegitimate child. Who is Lu Meyer? Lu Zixi suddenly recalled that he had been so focused on showing off that he thought he could slap Lu Jiangli in the face and make him see his place. Lu Jiangli was the discarded child of the Lu family trash, forever inferior to him. Yet he had forgotten about the paternity test report. Seeing that every classmate had a copy of the paternity test report, Lu Zixi was so frightened that he sobered up. He cursed Lu Jiangli, you madman, why did you do this? Do you think you can gain anything from this? The Lu family's assets are already mine. Huanglong squeezed through the crowd to the stage and grabbed a microphone. Lu Jiangli took the microphone and addressed all the classmates present. Everyone, I apologize for taking up your time. The Lu Zixi in front of you is not the biological son of the Lu family, but the illegitimate child of Lu Chang and a mistress, someone who cannot be seen in public. However, to protect the privacy of Dr. Lu Meyer from the People's Hospital and to save face for the Lu family, please forget about this matter. It would not be good for the Lu family if this got exposed. The classmates present were speechless. Isn't the purpose of issuing the paternity test report to expose the matter? One classmate shouted, this is the paternity test report. The report handed to us was indeed a paternity test report. Lu Zixi, fearing that the situation would escalate, dared not linger any longer. With Gu Hao's support, he staggered out of the Jade Pearl Hotel. Lu Jiangli pretended to be surprised and said, ah. What? A paternity test report. A classmate handed him the report to look at. Lu Jiangli quickly addressed the classmates, sorry everyone. Earlier my bodyguard intended to hand out surveys but mistakenly distributed the wrong papers. Please return the reports. He turned back to see Lu Zixi running away. Lu Jiangli smiled. Lu Zixi, at first I just wanted to send this to Lu Qing so that her family could start infighting. I also wanted to let the situation unfold a bit longer. Unexpectedly you intentionally provoked me in public, bringing this humiliation upon yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. When he arrived, Lu Jiangli had indeed come to slap Lu Zixi in the face. Therefore the paternity test report had already been copied in advance just in case. After all, someone like Lu Zixi, who had been deceiving others in the Lu family for so long, would undoubtedly become arrogant once he inherited the family assets. So by using the paternity test report to expose the matter between Lu Meyer and Lu Zixi, it would accelerate the conflict within the Lu family. Huang Long began to collect the paternity test reports from the classmates, but some eager classmates had already taken pictures of the reports with their phones. Lu Jiangli was in a good mood, holding Yi Yuyu's hand preparing to leave. Unexpectedly Lu Zixi, who had just run outside, returned. Blocking the entrance of the hall, he shouted loudly to everyone, "Classmates, please hand over the reports in your hands to me, 100 yuan each." Lu Zixi thought that by doing this he could obtain the paternity test reports distributed by Lu Jiangli without making the situation worse. As for Lu Jiangli, he would deal with him another day. The hall was in chaos. Everyone was immersed in the lingering aroma of the delicious food and the shock of the paternity test results. No one was listening to me. Lu Zixi shouted loudly again, "Classmates, the paternity test report you just received, give it to me and I'll pay you 100 yuan for each copy." Gu Hao, standing next to Lu Zixi, shouted at the top of his lungs to help him. Zixi said that the paternity report is 100 yuan each. As long as you hand the report over to him, you can get 100 yuan. The students exchanged glances. It's not that we don't want to hand it over, the report was taken away earlier. Yes, Lu Jiangli was supposed to distribute the survey report but mistakenly distributed the paternity report instead. He has already taken it back. I'm sorry, Lu Zixi. I appreciate your dinner, but I no longer have the paternity report in my hands. The students shrugged at Lu Zixi, filled with the excitement of the earlier gossip, and one by one walked out the door. It was now 10:30 p.m. Having eaten and drunk their fill, it was time to go home. Tomorrow the Magic City would surely be bustling with a segment of family secrets exposed under the glaring sun due to the testimony of these hundreds of students. Lu Jiangli also held Yi Yuyu's hand, moving forward with the crowd. However, he was stopped by Lu Zixi at the door. Although Lu Zixi had drunk a fair amount, he tried to remain sober. Tonight's events were too significant. If he didn't find a way to downplay them, he would surely face scolding from his father Lu Chang and his mother Lu Meyer. Lu Jiangli, give me all the paternity reports you have. Name your price, how much do you want? Also hand over the bottom line of the report. Be quick, name a price, how much will it take for you to keep quiet? Lu Jiangli stood motionless in front of Lu Zixi, coldly gazing at his number one enemy, someone who continuously targeted him, sabotaged him, and caused his demise in his past life. If killing were not illegal, Lu Jiangli would have charged at him in that moment and killed him directly. However, Lu Jiangli could not. Killing him would not exempt him from legal consequences. It was better to deal with him slowly, bit by bit. Make him sad, make him suffer, let him fall into an abyss of despair. Killing is less effective than destroying the heart, gradually eroding his will. Let him completely despair of life, allow him to die by his own hand, or have someone else do it for him. This is the most painful method of revenge. You want the paternity report in my hands? Lu Jiangli sneered. 100,000 yuan per copy, take it. I have as many as you want. If it's not enough, you can go get it copied. Lu Zixi's face flushed with anger. Lu Jiangli, you are just the abandoned child of the Lu family, worthless trash. I have inherited half of the Lu family's fortune now. You could never compete with me before, so what do you have to fight me with in the future? If you know what's good for you, just hand over all the paternity reports. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. Lu Zixi, put away that smug visage of yours, reveling in small victories. What if you've inherited the Lu family's assets? You are just an illegitimate child born from a mistress. Do you really think you can enjoy the same glory in the Lu family as before? Do you think I would let you have it easy? Lu Zixi arrogantly replied, soon the economic lifeline of the Lu family will be in my hands. Who can compete with me? You. Or a few sisters. Ha ha ha, even if they know I'm a love child, they will still love me and not you. Love. Lu Jiangli scoffed, I don't care for the love of those few. I shall wait and see how long your so-called love lasts. Lu Jiangli didn't want to continue speaking with Lu Zixi. Once Lu Zixi returns to the Lu family, the real show would begin. He must not let him return too late to avoid affecting the performance. Lu Jiangli, I have already called the bodyguards at home. If you don't return the paternity test report today, you won't be able to leave here. Oh really? Lu Jiangli laughed, too bad, by the time the bodyguards arrive you'll already be down. With that, Lu Jiangli lifted his right foot. Lu Zixi only saw a strange smile on his face. In the next moment, Lu Jiangli forcefully thrust his right foot forward and then stomped down. Bang! A kick landed right in Lu Zixi's groin. Ah! Lu Zixi immediately bent down, clutching himself in pain and rolling on the ground. Gu Hao stepped forward, wanting to help you. How can you hit people randomly? Lu Jiangli raised his right foot again, lifting his chin at Gu Hao and winking. Gu Hao was scared and quickly took a few steps back. It wasn't until Lu Jiangli left the hotel with Yi Yu followed by Huang Long that Gu Hao rushed over to help Lu Zixi up from the ground. Lu Zixi's groin was still throbbing with pain. He had drunk so much earlier that he didn't feel like vomiting, but after being kicked by Lu Jiangli he suddenly bent over and started to throw up. Gu Hao, looking somewhat worried, said, "Shigu, are you alright?" Lu Zixi shook his head, supported by Gu Hao, as they stood by the roadside at the base of the Emerald Pearl Hotel. By the time the Lu family's driver and 2 bodyguards arrived, Lu Jiangli and the others had already left. Lu Zixi, who had been drinking originally, didn't want to return to the Lu family, feeling a bit scared of breaking down in front of his sisters and mother Zhou Yan. But then he thought the Lu family's assets were now all his. Why should he be afraid of them? He had endured humiliation for 18 years just to be able to stand tall now. Upon returning home, Lu Zixi found that everyone except Lu Chang was present. Zhou Yan and his 5 sisters were all sitting in the living room. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder before a battle. Lu Shuyu coldly watched Lu Zixi stagger in from outside, a strong smell of alcohol emanating from him. Lu Shuyu had hired a private investigator, and today Lu Chang had not gone fishing. After leaving the Lu family, he had gone to a tea house to secretly meet with the mistress Lu Meyer. What happened in the VIP room of the tea house was unknown. They had been inside for several hours without coming out. Lu Shuyu instructed the private investigator to keep following and must obtain evidence of Lu Chang's infidelity, the more the better. Upon returning home, Lu Qing showed Lu Shuyu the message sent by Lu Jiangli, making Lu Shuyu furious. However, the matter could not be exposed yet. Until they had a foolproof plan, Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing did not want Zhou Yan to know about the illegitimate child to avoid causing her heartache. She had left behind a health issue when giving birth to Lu Jiangli, and now any slight change in the weather could cause her headaches and fevers. Lu Qing sat beside Lu Shuyu, also coldly watching Lu Zixi. If it weren't for the videos and recordings provided by Lu Jiangli, even if time could rewind, Lu Qing would never believe that Lu Zixi was such a hypocritical person. She had always thought he was well-behaved, understanding, and non-contentious, treating their parents and sisters well. Who knew it was truly knowing the face but not the heart? Lu Shernyan, Lu Xiaolin, and Lu Yushu were still unaware of the illegitimate child. When they saw Lu Zixi come back reeking of alcohol, Zhou Yan was taken aback. Lu Yushu quickly went over to support him, concerned. "Zixi, have you been drinking?" Lu Zixi pretended to be unconcerned, nodding and trying to brush it off. "Yes, I drank at a class gathering." Lu Xinian also walked over, puzzled. "Zixi, you never drink, what happened? Also, you asked me to transfer you 5 million, is there something going on?" Lu Zixi didn't know how to respond, racking his brain for a good excuse. He hesitated for a minute. Just when everyone thought he wouldn't speak, he suddenly lifted his head coldly and looked at Lu Xinian. At that moment, Lu Zixi cast a cold, icy gaze upon Lu Xinian. In the past, he had fawned over her, calling her second sister left and right, solely to secure the Lu family inheritance. Thus he had no choice but to feign maturity and obedience, playing the part of an utterly harmless, guileless youth at every turn. Now that the inheritance was secured, who still cared for them? Emboldened by alcohol, Lu Zixi's eyes turned frostier still as he spoke with palpable impatience. "Lu Shernyan, I'll repay your money, can you please stop chattering incessantly?" Lu Shernyan. Lu Yushu. Zhou Yan. Except for Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing, the 3 present were utterly stunned by Lu Zixi's words. How could he speak like this? How dared he speak like this? Was he still the gentle, obedient little brother Zixi they knew? Lu Shernyan, recovering from her shock, stammered in disbelief. "Zixi, what on earth are you saying? I said it's not even that much money, why berate me here when I've already promised repayment?" Lu Xinian recoiled as if struck. "Zixi, how can you speak to your second sister this way? You were never like this before." Zhou Yan, convinced she'd misheard, stepped forward and pressed a hand to Lu Zixi's forehead, her voice thick with concern. "My precious Zixi, my darling boy, how did you drink so much? You've never drunk before, surely you're intoxicated now." She turned to Lu Shernyan. "He's drunk, Xinian. Don't hold it against him, he's still young and inexperienced. As his elder sister, please bear with him. He's never behaved this way sober." Lu Xinian was deeply wounded and profoundly bewildered. Yet she chose to believe it was merely the first-time drinker's loss of inhibition, his tongue loosened by wine. After all, what elder sister would truly take offense? "Come, my precious Zixi, let mother help you sit on the sofa." Lu Zixi abruptly slapped Zhou Yan's hand away, straining to stay lucid even as the wine's delayed potency surged stronger. Though struck, Zhou Yan felt no anger, only the conviction that her beloved son would never act thus while sober. "Zixi, my precious boy, why did you drink? If you cannot hold your liquor, why force yourself? Seeing you like this breaks my heart." Tears welled in Zhou Yan's eyes as she spoke. Lu Zixi shook his head fiercely, yet the dizziness only deepened, confirming his intoxication. He shoved Zhou Yan aside and staggered forward directionless. Zhou Yan steadied him while calling out sharply to the servants. He quickly prepared some sweetened water for the young master. He rushed off to prepare the drink and returned with a cup. Zhou Yan took it and moved to feed it to Lu Zixi. Lu Zixi's intoxication worsened steadily. Though the wines served that evening were all fine vintages, they were wildly disparate, each sampled in turn. Even during his earlier verbal sparring with Jiangli, Lu Zixi, drinking for the first time, had felt no dizziness. Now, however, his head spun violently, the world tilted and whirled. Zhou Yan held the cup to his lips. "Here, my dear son, drink this sweet water." Lu Zixi, overwhelmed by irritation, swatted the cup from her hand. Clang! The cup shattered into jagged shards, scattering glass across the floor. One sharp fragment landed directly before Lu Shuyu's feet. Lu Shuyu clenched her fists, suppressing the fierce urge to strike Lu Zixi down. She rose from the sofa and strode to him, her voice glacial. "Lu Zixi, if you're drunk, go straight to your room and sleep. What is this drunken tantrum you're throwing here?" Lu Zixi glanced sideways at Lu Shuyu, his eyes half-lidded, then barked with raw impatience, "Who the hell are you, and who gave you the right to boss me around? Lu Zixi, one more word and I'll slap you across the face." Lu Shuyu raised her hand, ready to strike. Zhou Yan hurriedly pushed Lu Shuyu back, her tone edged with reproach. "Shuyu, what are you doing? Your brother has drunk for the first time, and now he's intoxicated. As the eldest sister, shouldn't you show concern instead of shouting at him?" Lu Shuyu fell silent. For an instant she burned to unmask Lu Zixi, to expose his hypocrisy, his flawless deception. Then she paused and restrained herself. The time for revelation had not yet come. She must safeguard her mother's well-being and secure maximum advantage for her sisters. Yet inwardly she worried, how would Zhou Yan bear the truth when the day arrived and the mask finally fell? The thought of that anguish choked her. Unable to endure watching Lu Zixi's drunken spectacle any longer, she turned and withdrew to her own room. Zhou Yan reached again to support Lu Zixi. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yueshu joined her. Lu Zixi shoved Zhou Yan's hands away. "Get away, I don't need you holding me up. You're not even my mother." Zhou Yan smiled tenderly. "My foolish child, am I not your mother? Then whose mother could I possibly be?" Lu Yueshu teased lightly. "Mother, you're not just little brother Zixi's mother, you're ours too." Zhou Yan patted Lu Yueshu's hand fondly. "You my clever girl, how can an elder sister compete with her younger brother for mother's affection?" Lu Yueshu burst into laughter, only for Lu Zixi to spit contemptuously in her direction, spraying saliva across her face. "What are you laughing at? Stop laughing." Lu Yueshu. Little brother Zixi's tolerance is truly abysmal, he's genuinely drunk. Lu Xinian sank back onto the sofa beside her fourth sister Lu Xiaolin, staring in utter astonishment. Lu Xiaolin murmured, "So this is how little brother Zixi behaves when drunk." Lu Xinian chuckled, "Tomorrow once he sobers up, we'll tease him mercilessly." Lu Xiaolin nodded, "Absolutely, the poor fool loses all sense of direction when intoxicated." Lu Qing stood apart, arms crossed, observing the entire scene with detached, frigid silence. He did not doubt Lu Zixi's genuine intoxication. After all, were he sober, he would never have betrayed the slightest crack in his facade within the household. Instead, he would have continued his Oscar-worthy performance, so masterful, so seamless, that the entire family remained utterly beguiled. Only now did Lu Qing fully grasp the profound helplessness Lu Jiangli must have felt in his dealings with Lu Zixi. Countless times Lu Jiangli had been falsely accused, blamed for deeds he never committed. Yet his sisters and parents had stood unwaveringly behind Lu Zixi. No matter how many justifications Lu Jiangli offered, no one believed him. This bias was neither new nor trivial, it ran deep and absolute. It was not a matter of minor favoritism, but of total unquestioning devotion. Consider tonight, had Lu Jiangli, who had yet to sever ties with the Lu family, been the one drunk, would anyone have shown such forbearance? The answer was unequivocally no. A wave of frustration washed over Lu Qing, and he turned sharply, retreating to his room. Meanwhile, Lu Zixi raged on in the living room. Zhou Yan patiently guided him, ordered the servants to clear the broken glass, and prepared another cup of sweetened water, only for Lu Zixi to thrash and resist relentlessly. "Lu Qing, are you asleep? I've come to borrow your earplugs. Little brother Zixi is far too loud, I can't fall asleep." Lu Qing, having just wept, sat dazed in his room when Lu Xinian knocked and entered. As she turned to leave with the earplug, she noticed tear tracks on Lu Qing's cheeks, and drew near, curious. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Lu Qing shook his head. "Nothing, I accidentally bumped my head on the bed frame. It hurt, so I cried." Lu Xinian laughed softly. "You really must be more careful." Just as she was about to step out, Lu Xinian paused and turned back. "Oh, there's something strange I've been wondering about. Tonight little brother Zixi asked me to transfer 5 million to him. I wonder what he needs it for. Just days ago each of us gave him 5 million, yet somehow he's already spent it all. Where could it possibly have gone?" By the way, besides me Yueshu also sent him over 1.4 million tonight. It's not the money I mind, it's the worry. Could he be entangled in some trouble he dares not reveal to the family? Lu Qing sighed deeply. Lu Zixi's hypocrisy was boundless. He would almost certainly continue extracting money from Lu Xinian and Lu Yueshu without pause. If left unchecked, he would drain the family's wealth entirely. After a moment's reflection, Lu Qing opened the video Lu Jiangli had sent him and handed his phone to Lu Xinian to watch for herself. At first Lu Xinian did not understand why Lu Qing suddenly passed her the phone to watch a video, chuckling as she said, "Hey, what kind of mysterious video is this?" The first video Lu Qing played was of Lu Zixi showing off on stage with classmates urging him to treat them to a meal. The next was a video of Lu Zixi returning from the restroom paying over 10 million at the cashier. With just these two videos they hadn't even reached the bombshell videos that Lu Jiangli had previously sent. Lu Xinian was already shocked, her mouth agape. Ah. Is this really Zixi? Lu Qing, please tell me this isn't true, this isn't the Zixi I know. No way, someone must have maliciously edited this. Our Zixi could never be that kind of person. Lu Xinian adamantly refused to believe it. Zixi was so well-behaved and considerate, respectful to their parents and sisters, and never extravagant with money. How could he possibly show off wealth in public and deliberately act pretentious? Seeing Lu Xinian's disbelief, Lu Qing helplessly said, "Second sister, if it were that easy to see through a person, how could there be a saying that you can know a person's face but not their heart?" Lu Xinian still didn't believe it. Lu Qing, I refuse to believe it. Zixi grew up under our watch, we know what kind of character he has, he can't be like the person in the video. Ha! Lu Qing scoffed sarcastically. "Second sister, the video is clear as day. Do you really think it could be fake? If you still don't believe it, let me ask you, weren't you left speechless by him tonight?" Lu Xinian recalled the way Lu Zixi had looked at her coldly that evening, and her gaze dimmed. Indeed, the way Lu Zixi had looked at her earlier was as if he wanted to devour her whole. She had never seen him like that from childhood to now. Lu Qing swiped up on the phone and said, "Don't rush to be sad, there's more heart-wrenching stuff coming. Look, there are more videos and recordings here, let's watch and listen to everything first." Lu Xinian took the phone. Lu Qing handed her, watching one video after another, listening to one recording after another. After finishing, she was left speechless. Her face lost all color, turning pale as a ghost. Her heart felt shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tasting bitter as they flowed into her mouth. This isn't real, this isn't real. The phone slipped from Lu Xinian's hand, falling to the ground with a clatter. Lu Qing shook his head, sighed, and picked it up. He blew off the dust and checked it. Luckily, it wasn't broken. Lu Xinian stood there looking dazed, lost, as if she were a replica of Lu Cheng and Lu Shuyu from back then. Whoa. Lu Xinian's shoulders shook as she began to cry. "Second sister," Lu Qing quickly grabbed her shoulder, urging, "Keep your voice down, don't let mom hear." Whoa. Lu Xinian squatted by Lu Qing's bed, crying even louder. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Whoa. Lu Xinian, shut up. Do you want mom to know about this? Lu Qing yelled, and Lu Xinian's crying finally quieted down. After crying for a while, Lu Xinian heard Lu Zixi still making a scene in the living room. A surge of anger rushed through her and she stood up, ready to charge into the living room. Lu Qing quickly pulled her back. "Lu Xinian, what are you trying to do?" Lu Xinian said fiercely, "I want to ask Lu Zixi if this is true. Is he really the child of a mistress?" Lu Qing pulled her back to sit on the bed, saying, "Is there even a need to ask? The videos and recordings are the facts, the evidence. Tonight the private investigator sent by eldest sister has already reported back that dad didn't go fishing at all but was secretly meeting Lu Zixi's biological mother, Lu Meyer. Lu Xinian, what we need to do now is to hold our ground and gather evidence against dad," Lu Qing said, momentarily disgusted by their father. "We need to collect all evidence of Lu Chang's affair with Lu Meyer first, then let mom file for divorce, allowing Lu Chang to leave with nothing. We need to protect whatever family assets we can." Lu Xinian said nothing, just nodded. Tears began to flow again. Lu Qing said to Lu Xinian, "You go call Lu Xiaolin and Lu Yueshu over. I'll show them the videos, they need to know the truth too. For mom, we can show her the video of Lu Zixi showing off, but we shouldn't show her the videos of the illegitimate child. I'm afraid she won't be able to take it all at once. Her health isn't good, what if she falls ill all of a sudden?" Lu Xinian nodded, realizing that there was no choice now. She wiped her tears with a tissue and went out to call Lu Xiaolin and Lu Yueshu in. Lu Shuyu also entered Lu Qing's room with the two of them. After experiencing the same shock, anger, and despair, the five sisters surprisingly agreed on their opinions. Lu Xiaolin exclaimed, "Originally each of us had our own careers and never thought of competing with Zixi for the inheritance, but now I don't agree with how dad is distributing it. He must redistribute it fairly and justly. We need to redefine each person's share." Lu Yueshu, who had the best relationship with Lu Zixi, could not accept the videos and recordings. Emotionally she still loved Lu Zixi very much, but she could not accept their father's betrayal of the family, nor could she accept that Lu Zixi had been with them for so many years and all the kindness had been an act. Thus Lu Yueshio cried the hardest, her heart aching the most. She wondered how their relationship with Lu Zixi would change after their parents divorced. The brother she had cared for over the years turned out to be an illegitimate child, the result of her father's betrayal of their mother. Lu Yueshio reminisced about her past with Lu Zixi, each memory cutting deep. Since her university was right next to his high school, she would have the driver take a detour every morning to drop him off at school, watching him enter before leaving herself. Now she suddenly felt that all her passionate efforts had gone to waste. Her heart felt like a huge piece had been carved out, leaving her utterly lost about the future. After sending Yi Yu home, Lu Jiangli returned to the Lotus Pond Villa. It was already past 11 at night and his adoptive mother He Lian and his sister Yang Duo were already asleep. After washing up, Lu Jiangli went to bed. The next day he arrived at the driving school by 9 o'clock. Today he would be taking the third subject exam. At 9:30 Yi Yu came to the driving school to find him, wanting to cheer him on for the exam. Lu Jiangli waited in line for over an hour and finally it was his turn to take the exam. Thankfully there were no obstacles and he passed with a perfect score of 100. To celebrate his successful exam, Lu Jiangli said to Yi Yu, "Time flies, it's almost 12. Come on, I'll take you out to eat something delicious and maybe catch a movie." Yi Yu nodded, acting like a well-behaved little wife, her petite hand letting Lu Jiangli lead her. The two happily walked out of the driving school. Unexpectedly, just as they exited the driving school, a van with no license plates deliberately swerved towards them. "Be careful. Be careful." Both of them reacted simultaneously, warning each other to be cautious. Lu Jiangli swiftly embraced Yi Yu and leaped to the right, narrowly avoiding danger. The van missed the two and crashed straight into the driving school's wall. Just before hitting the wall, it suddenly swerved left sharply, turning the steering wheel. With a thunderous crash, dust flew up, causing a nearby birch tree to sway a few times. Next to it, Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu were momentarily dazed but quickly regained their composure. The only people who could find an unlicensed van to collide with them were either those they had offended before, such as Huang Maosong Yuyang, or the current lure, or Lu Zixi. Or it could be Lu Chang, who disregards family ties. Although he didn't think Lu Chang was likely to directly murder him, there were countless historical instances of people harming their own children, so the possibility of Lu Chang taking action against Lu Jiangli couldn't be ruled out. In his past life, although Lu Chang did not directly cause Lu Jiangli's death, he always sided with Lu Zixi whenever conflicts arose between them. Thus he was also one of the indirect perpetrators of Lu Jiangli's demise. The van reversed slightly and roared back toward the two. Lu Jiangli glanced around. This was a relatively spacious concrete road. On both sides stood a neat row of birch trees. About 100 meters ahead there was a right turn leading into a landfill. There were usually very few people there. Lu Jiangli grabbed Yi Yu and ran in that direction. It was not out of fear of the van's threat, but a deliberate choice to run. The purpose of this was to lure out the people from the van to test how much progress he had made in his recent training with Yi Yu's master. Today was truly a coincidence. Lu Jiangli had let Huang Long go back early because he planned to take Yi Yu out for food and a movie. Little did he know that shortly after Huang Long left, the unlicensed van arrived. It seemed they were being monitored. The one monitoring them was naturally like the private detective sent by Lu Shuyu. Whoosh! Boom! Behind them the van roared again, sharply turning right to crash into the two. Lu Jiangli pulled Yi Yu behind another birch tree, and the next moment the van crashed into the birch. Clang! All four wheels emitted smoke. The tree was knocked askew and the front bumper of the van was damaged. The van could no longer move forward. The door swung open and 11 thugs armed with iron rods stepped out. One of them had a wound on his forehead which was slowly bleeding. It was likely that he was injured when the van crashed into the birch tree while sitting in the front passenger seat. Yet even with a bleeding forehead, he not only didn't go to the hospital but also walked at the front with his head held high, blood streaming down his face. He looked both tragic and comical. A group of people got out of the car cursing as they began to chase Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu. "Yo, you, there are cameras here, let's run toward the landfill." "Okay." Yi Yu replied gently yet decisively. Behind them footsteps were pounding. Someone shouted hoarsely, "Stop, don't run." "Stop, I said stop. Stop. I want that girl." Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu ran ahead. Behind them the group shouted wildly. Iron rods dragged across the ground, clanging and smoking. Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu ran about 100 meters before turning right into the landfill. They found a random spot to stand and waited for the pursuers to catch up. Once the thugs arrived, they shook their shoulders and legs. With cigarettes in their mouths, they looked at Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu with utter arrogance. The one with a bleeding forehead raised his chin, completely ignoring the blood flowing into his mouth, and arrogantly said, "Why aren't you running now?" Lu Jiangli held Ji Yuyu's hand and chuckled, "I can't run anymore, I'm just here to watch you act tough with your bleeding forehead." "Who are you calling foolish?" The one with the bleeding forehead got angry and swung his iron rod at him. The others surged forward as well. While fighting, Lu Jiangli whispered to Yi Yuyu, "You should step aside a bit, I want to see how well I've improved in my training lately." Yi Yuyu nodded. Then she hugged her head with both hands, pretending to be very scared. "A good man doesn't fight with a woman, you all better not hit me, I'm just a weak girl." Lu Jiangli found it somewhat amusing and tried hard to suppress his laughter. Indeed, who has ever seen a weak girl match a world champion? Probably no one. But there was no time for teasing her now, he had to handle the fight. Lu Jiangli barehandedly seized the iron rod from one of the attackers and forcefully pulled it into his hands. Wielding the iron rod like a pair of nunchakus, he began to strike. Ouch. That hurts. Ah. Ouch. Lu Jiangli wielded the iron rod like Sun Wukong's golden staff, knocking the thugs down one by one, who cried out in agony. Some had their legs broken, some had their arms dislocated. In short, they were in a miserable state. Lu Jiangli grabbed the one with the bleeding forehead and asked, "Who sent you?" The man not only had a bleeding forehead but also a bleeding nose and a few missing teeth. It was a lady. A lady. Lu Jiangli asked curiously, "Is it Zhou Yan or Lu Meyer?" The bleeding forehead thug replied, "That lady is particularly beautiful with a voluptuous figure and perfect curves." Lu Jiangli understood it was Lu Meyer. His expression instantly turned icy. "All right, Lu Meyer, I hadn't even started dealing with you yet, you've already come for me." Yi Yuyu, watching from the side, couldn't help but give Lu Jiangli a thumbs up. "In less than 5 minutes you've taken all of them down. Impressive." Lu Jiangli smiled. "That's also thanks to our master's good teaching." Yi Yuyu nodded. "That's true. The reason they chose to fight these people in the landfill was mainly to avoid the road surveillance. There were no cameras here as long as they didn't kill anyone they could injure or cripple them as they pleased. If they wanted to give others a warning, they would just need to exert a bit more strength." After dealing with the thugs severely, Lu Jiangli turned apologetically to Yi Yuyu and said, "Yuyu, I'm sorry today. I originally wanted to take you out for food and a movie, but it seems that's not going to be possible now." Yi Yuyu smiled gently. "It's okay, let's do what we need to do first." Lu Jiangli nodded and took out his phone to dial the police. "Hello, is this 110? Someone is plotting to murder here. Dr. Lu, the impact of this matter is too great. Our hospital's reputation has already suffered significant damage. I advise you to resign for multiple reasons." Lu Meyer held a paternity test report which the dean had just handed to her. When she woke up this morning, she received a call from the dean. He said that now the entire Weibo app's video platforms, QQ Space and WeChat Moments, are filled with rumors that she is Lu Chang's mistress and Lu Zixi's mother. Accompanying those rumors was a paternity test report. "Dean, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Lu Meyer was unwilling to be expelled just like that. Although she had acted as someone else's mistress, she genuinely liked the profession of a doctor and did not want to leave the hospital. "There's no other way, Dr. Lu. Every step taken in life counts. Whether right or wrong, one must be responsible for the path they have walked and the deeds they have done." Dean Wang was known for her iron fist integrity and could not stand people with distorted values. She had once been betrayed by her husband due to the involvement of a mistress, which led to the end of their 20-year marriage. Thus, whenever Dean Wang encountered such morally corrupt individuals, she would become extremely angry, wishing they could roll as far away as possible. Lu Meyer had a dubious reputation and Dean Wang already disliked her. She had hinted to Lu Meyer several times that being a doctor requires the virtues of a white-clad angel. Do not tarnish the dignity of doctors or damage the reputation of the hospital. Little did she know Lu Meyer treated her words as mere background noise and had never taken them to heart. She thought of Dean Wang as just an old woman who could not find comfort at home and had come to the hospital to meddle in others' affairs. Now Lu Meyer had caused such a huge mess for her, and although Dean Wang was secretly delighted, she maintained a serious demeanor while urging Lu Meyer to resign. Lu Meyer was not a formal employee of the hospital but had been recruited. When the dean told her to resign, she had no choice but to leave, feeling helpless despite her unwillingness. As she left the dean's office, tears streamed down Lu Meyer's face. Back in her dormitory, she called Lu Chang. After crying for half the day, Lu Chang reassured her not to worry. With his influence, the dean of the People's Hospital lacked the ability to expel her. He told her to relax and come find him in the afternoon. Lu Meyer felt a sense of relief and happily took a nap. When she woke up, she was lying in bed playing on her phone. Suddenly she heard someone knocking on the door. When she opened it, she was surprised to find the police. "Hello, ma'am. Someone reported you for suspected premeditated murder. Please come with us to the police station." Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu were waiting nearby. When the police arrived, the two were also bruised and battered with footprints all over them. They looked quite disheveled. As soon as the police arrived, Lu Jiangli began to cry out, "Officer, these people tried to murder me. They just hit me with a van at the driving school entrance and and I barely escaped. They chased us here with iron rods. We fought back to save our lives." The thugs cried out, "Officer, the footprints on us are from them forcing us to kick them. The dust on our bodies and faces is from us rolling on the ground ourselves. Officer, we were forced." The police swept their cold gazes across everyone present and took them all away. At the police station, the officers reviewed the surveillance footage from the incident to understand the whole event. After taking statements and going through various procedures, it was already 6 hours later. It was almost dark. The thugs were detained according to the law while Lu Jiangli and Yu were released, told to wait for the results. After leaving the police station, the two were so hungry their stomachs felt like they were touching their backs. Lu Jiangli checked the time and said, "Yu, it seems we can only go have dinner now, then we can go watch a movie afterward." Yu nodded. They first went to have a Chongqing hot pot, then went to watch a movie. In the cinema, each of them held a large box of popcorn. Like little hamsters, they munched loudly on the popcorn. After the movie, they walked out of the cinema. To their surprise, just outside the cinema, they ran into Lu Xiuyu, who was holding hands with her boyfriend, just having come out of the cinema as well. Seeing Lu Jiangli, Lu Xiuyu released her boyfriend and walked over. Lu Jiangli pretended not to see her and pulled Yuyu's hand to walk forward. "Jiangli." Lu Xiuyu, having seen Lu Jiangli's actions, called out to him as he was pulling Yuyu's hand forward. Lu Jiangli did not stop and continued walking. Who would have thought that the formerly hypocritical Lu Xiuyu was actually in a relationship? However, her boyfriend did not appear to be a good person. He looked more like a playboy, the kind that would flirt around. "Jiangli." Lu Xiuyu ran up and grabbed Lu Jiangli's arm. "Jiangli, I'm really sorry about what happened before. I know I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me, okay?" "Ha!" Lu Jiangli shook his head. "Miss Lu, please let go of my hand. I don't know you." With that, Lu Jiangli turned to leave. Lu Xiuyu, unwilling to accept this, chased after him again, now blocking his and Yuyu's path. "Jiangli, I already know about Lu Zixi. He's not a good person. After all these years in the Lu family, I realized that all his so-called goodness was just an act. Jiangli, I really want to earn your forgiveness. I hope you can understand and come back with me to the Lu family to deal with our common enemy. Mom has always pursued the perfect love, thinking she found the best person in your dad, who loves her, cares for her, and handles everything, never letting her worry. But who would have thought that for all these years Dad has been deceiving Mom and the family while Mom has been kept in the dark? I don't know how heartbroken and sad Mom will be when she learns the truth. Jiangli, when Mom gave birth to you, she developed health issues. Now whenever the weather is bad, she suffers from headaches and dizziness. Will you really bear to see her continue to suffer?" As Lu Xiuyu spoke, tears streamed down her face. "Ha ha." Lu Jiangli clapped for Lu Xiuyu and sarcastically said, "Miss Lu, you speak so eloquently. This deserves countless applause." Lu Jiangli continued, "When I was in the Lu family, you pawed me in various ways, saying I was rude, uncultured, and unrefined, calling me a country bumpkin. So now you suddenly think I'm polite, cultured, refined, and not a country bumpkin anymore." Lu Xiuyu. With a long sigh, Lu Xiuyu looked mournful. "Jiangli, I know I was wrong. I now realize that the one who truly cared for us, for our parents, and for the entire Lu family was you, not Lu Zixi." Lu Jiangli raised his chin towards Lu Xiuyu. "You think Lu Zixi is bad and then recall my goodness. Lu Xiuyu, tell me, where am I good?" Lu Xiuyu. "Jiangli, every time I came home from work you would make me a cup of hot tea. When I felt dizzy and unwell you would help me massage my temples. Whenever I needed any information you would help me search for a long time. When I was hungry you would personally cook for me. Jiangli, I knew everything you did for me." "Ha!" Lu Jiangli coldly laughed again. Lu Xiuyu put away that hypocritical expression. "If you hadn't discovered that Lu Zixi was an illegitimate child, you would still think Lu Zixi was perfect. Everything I did would not even be worthy of your attention. You would think I did it to please you, to seize your family's wealth." Lu Xiuyu fell silent, as she had indeed thought that way before. "Go away. Don't bother me anymore. If you want me to be your plan B, you truly are shameless." Lu Jiangli, satisfied with his outburst, pulled Yu away. After dropping Yu off, Lu Jiangli returned to his home in Hatang Villa. There was nothing planned for the evening. Lu Jiangli sat leisurely on his third-floor terrace sipping tea. Recently the stock returns had doubled and he now had a few $100 million in hand. Lu Jiangli planned to go buy a larger house at the hillside villa in a couple of days, since the house he was living in now was only a bit over 300 square meters. He now had 5 bodyguards, a chef and a cleaner, plus his adoptive mother He Lian and Yang Duo living together, which felt a bit cramped. He needed to buy a bigger house for everyone to live together. After all, he wasn't short on money. "Jiangli, your dad got into a fight again. You need to go check on him quickly." He Lian rushed upstairs saying Yang Minquan had gotten into a fight again. Lu Jiangli wondered in his heart, this drunkard, why does he get into so much trouble every day? But faced with He Lian's pleading eyes, Lu Jiangli couldn't bear to refuse. After all, his adoptive mother had treated him so well, he was her support. Lu Jiangli quickly took Huang Long and drove to the slums. Lu Jiangli let Huang Long drive the BMW, and of course He Lian and Yang Duo accompanied them. It was already past 10 p.m. and the lights in the slum were dim. From a distance, voices could be heard cursing while others were trying to mediate. Stop fighting, we're all relatives, there's no need to fight. Yes, don't fight Minquan Gu, you should give in a bit, Hoshue Gu, you take it easy. Lu Jiangli and He Lian walked to the doorway. Seeing He Lian, the neighbors hurriedly shouted, Sister He Lian, Minquan Gu and Hoshue Gu are fighting, you need to intervene quickly. We've been trying to mediate for a long time, and just when we managed to separate them, they started fighting again over a trivial matter. He Lian nodded, pushing through the crowd to see the two men fighting on the ground. One was her husband Yang Minquan and the other was her husband's cousin named Fan Hoshue, who lived in the neighboring village. Yang Minquan was pulling Fan Hoshue's hair while Fan Hoshue was trying to tear Yang Minquan's mouth. He Lian stepped in to pull them apart, but her strength was insufficient. It was only when Lu Jiangli and Huang Long intervened that they managed to separate the two men who were in the midst of a fierce fight. He Lian, bewildered, loudly advised, Oh dear, I really don't understand you two. You are close cousins, aunt and nephew, why are you fighting? Don't you feel foolish in front of others? Yang Minquan spat and shouted, Such relatives are not worth recognizing, I don't care about them. Fan Hoshue was also unyielding, Humph, if you don't want to recognize them, so be it. What's so great about it? You can't even have a son of your own, yet you want to take someone else's son as your own. Yang Minquan became even angrier. What does it matter if you have a son? What has your son achieved? He spends all day hauling bricks on the construction site, gets tanned like charcoal, and any day he could fall off and die. 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 Spit. Your son is the one who will die. Your whole family will die. Yang Minquan and Fan Hoshue exchanged insults, kicking and pointing at each other, looking like they were about to fight again. Stop arguing. You're all relatives, there's no need to speak so harshly. He Lian's pleas fell on deaf ears. Everyone stop it. Shut up. Lu Jiangli raised his voice and shouted. The loudness startled everyone present. Yang Minquan and Fan Hoshue also fell silent. Fan Hoshue was held back by Huang Long while Yang Minquan was held by Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli released Yang Minquan and walked up to Fan Hoshue and pointed at his forehead, saying, Fan Hoshue, having a son is something impressive, right? Does your son have any achievements? Can he score 741 points or become a renowned singer? Hoof. Yang Minquan remained defiant. What does it matter if you're impressive? You're just a discarded child of the Lu family. You're not even Yang Minquan's son. Yang Minquan raised you for nothing. I don't believe you'll take care of him in his old age. Lu Jiangli coldly looked at Fan Hoshue, waiting for him to finish before saying, Have you heard the saying, a dead camel is bigger than a horse? Even if I'm a discarded child of the Lu family, I'm still more handsome and successful than your son, and most importantly, I'm richer than your son. Moreover, even though I'm not Yang Minquan's biological son, I treat him as my real father. I will take care of him in his old age. How about that? This'll drive you crazy. Ha ha ha. Fan Hoshue seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Lu Jiangli, stop pretending. If you truly respected Yang Minquan, why didn't you take He Lian and Yang Duo to live in the big villa? Why not take him there? Yang Minquan brags all day long, but it's all just hot air. Raising a white-eyed wolf and being proud of it. And taking He Lian there isn't for her enjoyment, you just want her to be your maid, cooking for you and cleaning up after you. Cleaning such a large villa. Tisk, what a miserable life. He Lian was furious upon hearing this, shouting, Fan Hoshue, shut your filthy mouth. My Jiangli didn't take Yang Minquan to live there. You're talking nonsense. He previously asked Yang Minquan to go, but Yang Minquan didn't want to and insisted on staying here. As for me, am I going to clean? Ha ha ha. Why do you look down on others so much? My Jiangli has hired a housekeeper, a dedicated cleaner. I'm just going there to enjoy myself. If you don't believe it, I can take you to visit someday. You really are sour grapes. Yang Minquan was at a loss for words, but still didn't believe it, thinking they were all covering for each other and lying. Lu Jiangli, uninterested in arguing, said to He Lian, Mom, it's just a greeny dog, don't pay him any mind. He Lian nodded. Lu Jiangli said to Yang Minquan, look at you, when I asked you to live in the villa you didn't want to go. Now you're being talked about, do you want to go or not? Just give me an answer. It's not like I'm asking you to live there forever, you can still come back here anytime you want. Yang Minquan had never been to Lu Jiangli's big villa before. Although he didn't want to go initially, now he had to go just to spite Fan Hoshue. Go. Why wouldn't I go? I don't want that greeny dog to say you're unfilial. Poof. I don't believe it. Fan Hoshua remains skeptical. Let's wait and see Yang Mingquan. Let's wait and see who's afraid of whom. Lu Jiangli and Huang Long helped Yang Mingquan pack his things, get in the car and return together to the Hutong Villa. Yang Ningquan, visiting Hutong Villa for the first time, kept a stern face throughout, yet the astonishment in his eyes was evident. Lu Jiangli handed him over to Yilian for arrangements and returned to his room. It was a quiet night. The next morning Yilian came to wake Lu Jiangli for breakfast. Yang Mingquan, seeing a table full of delicious dishes, exclaimed in surprise to Yilian, "Yesterday I thought you were just saying there were chefs and cleaners at home to show off to Fan Hoshua, but I didn't expect it to be true." Yilian smiled and said, "Of course it's true. You didn't come when I called you before, and now you don't want to leave, right?" Yang Mingquan smiled awkwardly. Lu Jiangli came down from upstairs and everyone began to eat. Yang Mingquan couldn't stop praising the dishes made by the chef. After breakfast, Lu Jiangli took Yang Duo to Yi Yu's house to learn martial arts. Around 10 o'clock he suddenly received a call from the police asking him to come to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, Lu Jiangli learned that the mastermind behind the van incident yesterday was not Lu Meyer but someone else entirely. According to the police, the woman's name was Zhou Hongyun, Lu Meyer's cousin, who had grown up in Lu Meyer's home and had received many favors from her, feeling grateful. Worried that Lu Jiangli might compete with Lu Meyer's son Lu Zixi for the family fortune, she gathered a group of thugs to deal with Lu Jiangli using a van. Zhou Hongyun stated that the entire incident had nothing to do with Lu Meyer, it was all her own initiative. Lu Jiangli frowned, fearing that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Zhou Hongyun must be Lu Meyer's scapegoat. Yet for a grave crime such as attempted premeditated murder, Zhou Hongyun's willingness to shoulder the blame implies she has reaped the greatest reward. Either her most treasured possession lies entirely in Lu Meyer's grasp, or else such unwavering obedience would be unthinkable. Regardless of motive, however, this incident must never implicate Lu Meyer. Lu Jiangli emerged from the police station, followed closely by Lu Meyer. "Ha! They say a toad dreams of swallowing a swan, but you're merely a discarded pawn. What do you possibly have to compete with my son?" Lu Jiangli had no intention of engaging her until she launched into a venomous, cutting mockery. He turned sharply and fixed her with a cold, unblinking stare. Lu Meyer flinched, but then recalling that Lu Chang would arrive momentarily, she steadied herself. Her aim now was to provoke Lu Jiangli so that Chang'e would witness her injuries and feel even more protective and enraged. Simultaneously, it would underscore how much more refined and courteous her own son truly was. With a disdainful snort, she declared, "Lu Jiangli, what does it matter if you score well on exams? Or sing beautifully? My son need do nothing at all, and yet he inherits half the Lu family fortune. Even if you graduate from Tsinghua or Peking University, you'll likely land only a modest job paying a few thousand yuan per month. Do you honestly believe you'll ever earn that much? What does singing well even mean? How many songs would you have to perform just to reach the starting point my son was born into? Ha 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 ha. People's destinies differ, and when fate denies you something, striving for it is futile." Poof. Lu Jiangli laughed aloud. "Lu Meyer, I once thought you were merely a witless mistress who climbed the ladder solely on your body's allure. But you're not foolish at all, you know precisely how to find a scapegoat. And now you seek to enrage me, hoping I'll strike you. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Chang is already on his way here." Lu Meyer hadn't expected her scheme to be so easily unraveled. She smirked arrogantly. "So what if you know she's the scapegoat? The police won't believe you, so what can you possibly do? If you lay a hand on me now, Chang'e will see it and despise you even more." Lu Jiangli shook his head. "True, I cannot do much to you. I certainly cannot kill you. But the sound beating, that's perfectly permissible. And if Lu Chang sees it, well, ha ha ha, do you think I care?" Lu Meyer had been waiting for those very words. In the distance, Lu Chang's Rolls-Royce roared toward them. Lu Meyer deliberately lunged forward inches from Lu Jiangli's face and raised her hand to strike. "Lu Meyer!" Lu Jiangli barked sharply. "If you wish to speak, speak, but why resort to violence? You struck first. This is self-defense." With that, he delivered a thunderous slap across her cheek, then drove a precise kick into her abdomen, sending her flying backward 4 or 5 meters. Lu Jiangli carefully modulated his force. The precinct entrance was hardly the place to leave lasting injury. There would be ample opportunity later to teach her a proper lesson. And he would choose a location beyond surveillance, utterly unseen. Meyer. Just as Lu Meyer hit the ground, before even a whimper escaped her lips, Lu Chang's car screeched to a halt at the curb. He exploded from the vehicle and sprinted to her side. "You wretched son! How vile you are, to raise your hand against a woman." As he raged at Lu Jiangli, he lifted Lu Meyer tenderly into his arms. "Meyer, how are you?" Lu Chang saw her right cheek swollen high. Her other injuries remained hidden beneath her clothes. Changgu, I hurt, my waist hurts. Why, he hit me. Lu Jiangli struck me. Clutching her searing lower back, Lu Meyer wept bitterly to Lu Chang, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately her waterproof eyeliner held firm, otherwise she'd have resembled a panda. Don't cry, I'm right here. Lu Chang gently patted her back, soothing her like a child. This tenderness had surfaced before in his dealings with his former wife Zhou Yan, though never with such delicate, meticulous care. After consoling Lu Meyer, Lu Chang rose and charged toward Lu Jiangli like a rabid wolf, raising his right hand to strike. Lu Jiangli caught his wrist effortlessly and held it fast. Lu Chang strained violently but could not break free. You wretched son, what do you think you're doing? Do you dare strike your own father? Lu Jiangli shook his head. Keep your vulgar mistress in line. Next time she dares provoke me, I'll strike her, and you too. You dare. Lu Chang roared. Lu Jiangli released his wrist and laughed heartily. You'll find out soon enough whether I dare or not. Hoof. With what authority? Lu Chang whirled to his bodyguards. All of you, attack him. Beat this insolent son until he learns humility. The guards surged forward, surrounding Lu Jiangli. Seated on the ground, Lu Meyer's eyes blazed with malevolent glee. Hit him hard. Kill him if you can. Lu Jiangli bolted toward the police station, shouting desperately, help. Someone's trying to kill me. Officers rushed out immediately. Lu Jiangli, Lu Meyer and Lu Chang all re-entered the station along with the bodyguards. Inside, the three quarreled incessantly. In the end, Lu Jiangli was released, his actions ruled as lawful self-defense, while Lu Meyer and Lu Chang remained detained for assault. This can't be real, it can't be real. Zhou Yan lay hollowed on her hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably, her voice raw and nearly gone. She had always believed herself the happiest woman alive, beloved wife, dutiful children, flourishing career, harmonious home. Only when bombarded by torrents of online rumors did she learn of her husband's infidelity, not only an affair but one that had deceived her utterly. He had brought his illegitimate son, conceived with his mistress, into their home, presenting him as her own flesh and blood. For 18 years she had raised him with tireless devotion, pouring sweat and soul into his upbringing. That cherished child, whom she'd held as if he might melt in her mouth or shatter in her hands, was in truth her husband's and his mistress's secret offspring. The realization was devastating, crushing, agonizing, desolate. Overwhelmed by grief, Zhou Yan collapsed unconscious at home and was rushed to the hospital. She had just regained consciousness. Her 5 daughters had already gathered around her bedside. Lu Shuyu dialed Lu Chang's number only to hear him dismissively claim he was fishing, then hang up abruptly. A second call went straight to voicemail. Her first conscious utterance was a dazed whisper, why? Why did this happen? This isn't real, it can't be real. Chang loves me most, he would never betray me. Zixi is a good boy, my precious son, how could he possibly be the child of a mistress? Mom! Mom, what's wrong? Mother, please don't frighten us like this. Be strong, for you still have us, your 5 daughters. Grief had left Zhou Yan disoriented, almost delirious. Her 5 daughters wept together, a sea of shared sorrow. Lu Jiangli stepped out of the police station and called Yi Yuyu, recounting the entire incident, including how Zhou Hongyun had taken the fall. Yi Yuyu comforted him, urging him not to grieve. Dealing with a woman like Lu Meyer is simple. First let her spiral into obsession, let her lose herself in delusion for a few days. The more arrogantly she elevates herself, the more devastating her eventual fall will be. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. Yuyu, your thoughts mirror mine exactly. Not only Lu Meyer but Lu Chang as well must first be allowed to revel in unchecked triumph so that his ultimate ruin tastes all the more bitter. Yi Yuyu replied softly, no matter what choice you ultimately make, I will stand by your side. Lu Jiangli responded with equal tenderness, Yuyu, thank you, I'm truly blessed to have you. After hanging up, Lu Jiangli returned to the Lotus Pond Villa. The events of the past 2 days had left no trace upon his mood. His stock investments continued to grow, multiplying his wealth with astonishing speed. He also held Bitcoin, intending to sell it several years later. Each morning he practiced martial arts, each afternoon he studied for his driver's license. Only the final exam, Subject 4, remained, which he could prepare for entirely on his smartphone without visiting a driving school. With ample time on his hands, Lu Jiangli decided to take Yang Duoduo to enroll in swimming lessons that very day. After all, in his previous life his inability to swim had cost him dearly at the hands of Lu Zixi. This lifetime he resolved to master 3 essential skills: driving, swimming, and computer literacy. When he urged He Lian to join the swimming class, she refused, insisting she was far too old to learn such a thing. Standing by the pool in nothing but swim trunks. My face would be utterly ruined. Lu Jiangli chuckled at her words and replied, Mom, that's absurd, you're hardly alone. Plenty of people your age are learning to swim. What's there to fear? No, absolutely not. He Lian remained unmoved. Lu Jiangli gave up. Yang Minxuan, now residing at the Lotus Pond Villa, still found everything fresh. Only 1 day had passed. Lu Jiangli knew well that a man like Yang Mingchuan, long accustomed to freedom and disorder, would inevitably return to his humble origins sooner or later. Let him go if he wished, it was no concern of his. At the swimming center, Lu Jiangli hired 2 private instructors, one dedicated solely to teaching Yang Duodua, the other exclusively to him. After over an hour of rigorous instruction, both siblings emerged drenched in sweat. They arranged to return daily from 4 to 5 in the afternoon. Returning home to the Lotus Pond Villa, they shared dinner, after which Lu Jiangli retired to the 3rd floor to rest. Hardly had he reached the top of the stairs when Zhang Liang called. "Mr. Lu, we've just transferred another 50 million yuan in streaming royalties for your songs. Our company is producing a youth idol drama. Would you consider starring as the male lead?" "Acting? The male lead?" Lu Jiangli shook his head with a light laugh. "Mr. Zhang, singing I can manage, but acting? That's beyond me. I've never acted before. I'd hate to botch the performance and waste the investors' hard-earned capital." Zhang Liang insisted firmly. "Mr. Lu, your appearance is exceptionally striking. During the filming of the MV for The Lone Brave, you embodied the very essence of an idol drama protagonist, and countless fans are already clamoring for you to play the lead. Please give it serious consideration. The fee is 800,000 yuan per episode, for a total of 40 episodes. 800,000 per episode. 40 episodes in all." Lu Jiangli quickly calculated the sum in his mind. 800,000 per episode multiplied by 40 equaled 32 million yuan, a considerable fortune. Yet he had never acted a day in his life. Given the immense investment required to produce such a drama, he felt it unwise, and even irresponsible, to risk ruining it. He declined again, reiterating his complete lack of experience and unwillingness to jeopardize others' efforts. Zhang Liang was deeply moved by his humility. This drama, after all, was a coveted opportunity, fiercely contested by countless established actors. The chance had fallen effortlessly into Lu Jiangli's lap, yet he had turned it away. With the college entrance exams just concluded, youth idol dramas epitomized the dreams of an entire generation. Barring catastrophic mismanagement, this series was destined for success. Before hanging up, Zhang Liang said he would consult the investors and director for their opinions and suggestions. "Mr. Lu, I'll contact you again tomorrow afternoon." "Understood." Lu Jiangli sat on the rooftop terrace of the 3rd floor, listening to music and savoring fruit, reflecting with quiet contentment on how exquisite life could be. Meanwhile, the Lu family enjoyed no such serenity. At the People's Hospital in VIP Room 6, Zhou Yan reclined halfway on her bed, her face pale, her eyes swollen and dull, her gaze hollow and lifeless. Nearly a full day had passed, yet she still could not grasp the truth. How could her husband, the man who had treated her with unwavering devotion, have taken a mistress? And how could her own son, the boy she had cherished since birth, be the illegitimate child of that very mistress? Most bitterly ironic of all, half the Lu family fortune had already been seized by that illegitimate heir. Originally, Lu Chang had allocated far less equity to Lu Zixi. It was Zhou Yan herself who had pleaded on his behalf, persuading Lu Chang to grant him more. Back then she had been willing to hand over the entire Lu family fortune to him without hesitation. Now her own actions had struck her down deep into her soul. "Mom, don't cry over such a scoundrel." "Yes, Mom, you must rally yourself. We still have a long battle ahead to reclaim the Lu family fortune. You mustn't collapse before the fight even begins." Seeing Zhou Yan in such despair, her 5 daughters were shattered with grief. Tears streamed down their faces. Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing wept openly as they tried to console her. Lu Qing analyzed calmly. "Mom, the betrayal of that scoundrel and his mistress is irreversible. Grieving changes nothing. What matters now is ensuring he leaves with nothing but the clothes on his back. Half the Lu family fortune remains. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those despicable people. As for Lu Zixi, he infiltrated our family for years, deceiving us all with consummate skill. Even if an illegitimate child possesses legal inheritance rights, he certainly does not merit such a vast share. We must ensure equitable redistribution of shares, granting him only what he is lawfully entitled to." As Lu Qing spoke, Lu Zixi's name, Lu Xinian and Lu Yueshu, clung to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. From childhood they had adored Lu Zixi above all else, always offering him the finest food, clothing and amusements first. To them he was the most treasured younger brother. After Lu Jiangli's return to the Lu household, they repeatedly sided with Lu Zixi against him. Now Lu Zixi had revealed himself as irredeemable, and Lu Jiangli, estranged, had severed all ties and departed. What cruel karma was this? Had they only paid Lu Jiangli more attention earlier, he might never have left. And had they uncovered Lu Zixi's depravity sooner, the Lu family would not now be left without a single male heir, forced instead to rely solely on the 5 sisters to wage this war. "Mom, Lu Zixi is no longer human, but do not forget Lu Jiangli. He is your flesh and blood. You nearly sacrificed your health bearing him. Now the Lu family needs him, and I believe with certainty he will return." Lu Xinian comforted Zhou Yan. With Lu Qing and Lu Shuyu adding their gentle persuasion, Zhou Yan's expression gradually softened. Indeed, succumbing to despair would only serve the scoundrel and his mistress. Better to steel her resolve and fight to reclaim the Lu family fortune. After all, that fortune belonged not to Lu Chang alone but to the lifelong labor and sacrifice of both Lu Chang and Zhou Yan. I'm hungry. Zhou Yan had eaten nothing for an entire day. At her words, her 5 daughters instantly brightened. Mom, what would you like? We'll fetch it right away. Upon hearing her daughters say they would go buy her food, Zhou Yan shook her head and said, I want the chicken soup stewed at home. Lu Yushu raised her hand and declared, Mom, I'll go home and reheat the stewed chicken soup for you. Zhou Yan nodded. As Lu Yushu left the hospital, her sisters reminded her, Yushu, be careful on your way. Yes, I know. Lu Yushu departed the hospital in tears. At the Lu family's mansion, she found Lu Zixi lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, watching a movie. A pile of snacks sat on the coffee table alongside a can of cola. Lu Yushu bristled with fury. She strode forward in 3 quick steps and swept all the snacks off the table onto the floor. Pointing fiercely at Lu Zixi's nose, she shouted, Lu Zixi. Mom has collapsed from the stress of your affair with Lumir. She's hospitalized now and hasn't eaten all day. And yet you won't even visit her, you sit here idly snacking and watching films. Lu Zixi gave her a disdainful glance and sneered, her falling ill has nothing to do with me. She's not my birth mother, why on earth should I visit her? What did you just say? Lu Yushu stared at him, disbelief etched across her face. Even after seeing his arrogant videos, even after hearing his recorded confession that he sought only the Lu family fortune, even after witnessing his brazen disrespect toward Lu Shunyan, he had never truly lashed out at her. Deep down she still harbored a lingering trace of old affection. After all, they had lived together for 18 years. Even knowing he was a bastard child, even knowing he had been a consummate deceiver from the start, the bond ingrained in her bones could not be severed so easily. She was torn, conflicted and agonized, grieving how such a despicable man could be the offspring of scoundrels, yet mourning how all her devotion over the years had vanished into emptiness. Don't stare at me with that feigned innocence, I've already told you she isn't my birth mother. Why should I visit her? Whether she lives or dies is none of my concern. Would visiting her make her abandon her grudge and stop targeting my mother? Honestly, what on earth are you ranting about? Lu Zixi. Lu Yushu exploded. Back then Lu Jiangli called you hypocritical, said you were putting on an act, and I refused to believe it, thinking he was merely biased against you. Little did I know this was your true nature. You're truly vile, your cruelty surpasses anything I ever imagined. The last fragile thread of feeling she held for him snapped utterly, the final flicker of hope died without a whisper. She snatched up the fallen can from the floor and hurled it straight at Lu Zixi's forehead. Lu Zixi winced in pain, clutching his forehead as he rose from the sofa with venomous fury. He jabbed a finger toward Lu Yushu's face and roared, How dare you strike me? What do you think you are? Do you still take me for that weak, helpless Lu Zixi of the past? With that he delivered a thunderous slap across her cheek. The sudden violence left Lu Yushu stunned and speechless. Only when the sting registered did she spring forward, shrieking like a shrew, and grapple with him in furious close combat. All the while she spat, Lu Zixi, you ungrateful wretch. The Lu family raised you for 18 years, and yet you turn on us without hesitation. You're just as contemptible as your mistress mother. Lu Zixi seized her hair and slapped her repeatedly, left, right, across the face. You wretched woman, you dare insult my mother. Who do you think you are? Years ago your mother shattered my father's marriage to mine, yet clung to the title of Madame Lu. It was your mother who was the mistress, it was your mother who was the disgrace. Lu Yushu finally wrenched free, and with nails sharpened to points raked deep gashes across Lu Zixi's cheeks, drawing blood. Lu Zixi retaliated instantly, carving matching wounds across her face. They crashed from the sofa onto the coffee table, overturned it, and tumbled onto the floor. Just as the brawl reached its peak, Himant, the housekeeper, descended from upstairs where she'd been cleaning and froze in shock at the sight. She rushed forward to break it up. Fifth Miss, young master, what on earth is going on? Hima knew of the recent turmoil within the Lu household, yet the patriarch Lu Chang had issued no official statement, and Lu Zixi stubbornly refused to leave. Though she usually addressed him as young master, she had no choice but to continue doing so. Summoning every ounce of strength, she finally pried them apart. Both bore fresh injuries. Lu Yushu pointed at Lu Zixi and spat, You're nothing but a loathsome illegitimate bastard, clinging shamelessly to the Lu residence. Do you have any shame at all? Get out, now. Lu Zixi stuck out his tongue and made a mocking face. Why should I leave? Don't forget, I am Lu Chang's biological son. This is my home too. If anyone must leave, it's you. You're a married daughter cast beyond the threshold. Pa! Lu Yushu's chest heaved with rage. So you really are the spawn of scum, playing the part so flawlessly all these years, and now that the inheritance is secured you drop the mask. Lu Zixi flicked his tongue again. Yuck, why pretend anymore? The fortune's already mine. Lu Yushu trembled violently, then bellowed toward the doorway, Guards, come here. The guards rushed in only to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain what to do. Ordinarily, if Lu Yushu ordered them to remove Lu Jiangli, they would obey without hesitation. But now she demanded they drag away Lu Zixi, the cherished son of Patriarch Lu Chang and Madame Lu. Dare they? Lu Zixi turned to the guards himself and commanded, "Throw this wretched woman out, farther than you've ever thrown anyone." The guards shook their heads, baffled how had these siblings, once so tender and devoted, suddenly descended into such violent hatred. They had never even quarreled before, always caring for one another with quiet warmth. They knew nothing of Lu Chang's infidelity. Even if they had known both were children of the Lu family, one a daughter, one a son. The guards dared not lay a hand on either. They stood frozen, staring helplessly at one another. "Oof. Just wait, when I return from the hospital I'll deal with you properly." Remembering her mother's need for warm chicken soup, Lu Yushu quickly instructed Hima, "Please pack me a portion of this morning's stewed chicken soup and some ice. I'll bring it to Mom at the hospital." Hima hurried off to comply. Still seething, Lu Yushu snatched up her phone and dialed Lu Shuyu's number. "Elder sister, I've been struck by Lu Zixi. Lu Zixi hit me." "What?" Lu Shuyu gasped into the receiver, fury surging through her veins. "Yushu, you mean Lu Zixi struck you? Good. Wait for me, I'm coming home immediately." Lu Shuyu rushed back to the Lu residence with her bodyguards, only to discover that Lu Zixi was no longer at home. The moment Lu Yueshu saw her elder sister, she burst into tears and ran forward, clinging tightly to Lu Shuyu. "Elder sister, I've doted on him and loved him since childhood, yet the moment he seized control of our family fortune his true nature surfaced, he even struck me." Lu Shuyu suppressed her fury and comforted her younger sister. "Don't cry. Human hearts are inscrutable, none of us could have foreseen this." "Where is he now?" Lu Yueshu retorted bitterly. "After hitting me he overheard me calling you, and fearing you'd return with reinforcements to confront him he fled immediately." Utterly shameless. Lu Shuyu's face turned ashen with rage. She gently took Lu Yueshu's hand and examined her bruised, swollen cheek, still oozing blood from deep claw marks. Her molars ground together with a sharp grating sound as she ordered her bodyguards, "Jiu Yi, take food to mother at the hospital. Liang Luan, find Lu Zixi, by any means necessary, and bring him before me." An icy, commanding aura radiated from Lu Shuyu. Her two bodyguards bowed their heads in unison. "Yes, young mistress." Softening her tone, she gently grasped Lu Yueshu's hand and said, "Come, I'll take you to the hospital." Lu Yueshu nodded silently and followed Lu Shuyu out of the Lu family mansion. At the hospital, the physician cleaned her wounds and applied antiseptic ointment. He also administered a tetanus vaccine. The sisters then returned to their mother Zhou Yan's ward, where Zhou Yan, upon seeing Lu Yueshu's battered face, nearly fainted again from sheer indignation. "This is unforgivable. Unforgivable. We raised him for 18 years, as if he were our own flesh and blood, gave him the finest clothes, the best education, every privilege imaginable. How could he do this to us?" Lu Shuyu consoled her mother. "Mother, times change, and so do people. Mourning or lamenting will not undo what has happened. Now we must gather irrefutable evidence proving Lu Chang and Lu Zixi's deception and reclaim what is rightfully ours." Lu Qing interjected, "Yes, mother, you must rally your strength. From the very beginning, when Lu Chang brought Lu Zixi into our home, he concealed the truth that Lu Zixi was his illegitimate son. For years he maintained this deceitful relationship, exploiting it to claim inheritance, a practice wholly invalid under the law. Though an illegitimate child may possess limited inheritance rights, he certainly cannot claim such an overwhelming share. This betrayal has dealt us a crushing blow, leaving us heartbroken and grief-stricken. Yet now our sole imperative is to safeguard and maximize our legitimate interests." After hearing her elder sisters speak, Lu Yueshu added, "We should retrieve Lu Jiangli, he is the Lu family's rightful heirborn and acknowledged. He must help us stand against Lu Zixi. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the sharper the hatred." Merely uttering Lu Zixi's name now made Lu Yueshu clench her teeth in seething loathing. Lu Qing shook her head. "Lu Jiangli will never return to the Lu household. We wronged him repeatedly, framed him unjustly, treated him worse than a servant. Do you truly believe he would ever set foot here again?" Silence fell over the five sisters. Each knew deep in her heart how cruelly they had once treated Lu Jiangli. Zhou Yan frowned in confusion. "Why wouldn't Jiangli come home? Before we favored Lu Zixi because we believed he was our younger brother and assumed naturally that the elder brother should yield to the younger. Now that Lu Zixi's true identity is revealed, shouldn't Jiangli return? He is after all the Lu family's true heir." Lu Qing replied firmly, "Mother, Lu Jiangli has severed all ties with the Lu family." Zhou Yan shifted slightly on her hospital bed and sighed deeply. "Looking back, I see now how grievously we neglected that boy. You elder sisters must find a way to persuade him to return. If he comes home, we can rebuild our family, united, loving, and impervious to further deception." Lu Qing glanced at Lu Shuyu and let out a heavy, weary sigh. Of all present, only she and Lu Shuyu truly understood whether Lu Jiangli would ever return. Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin spoke sorrowfully. We never intended to favor one over the other, we simply assumed as elder sisters ourselves that the younger brother deserved deference and that the elder brother should naturally yield. Lu Xinian added fervently, yes, we acted wrongly then but only because we lacked the truth. Now that we know it we will never allow Jiangli brother to suffer harm again. We must all unite to bring him home. Lu Yueshu nodded resolutely. Sisters, tomorrow I'll go to the slums to plead with Jiangli brother to return. The next day after training with Yang Duodua, Lu Jiangli returned to Lotus Pond Villa. He Lian was playing with Yang Duoduo in the garden when she twisted her ankle. Lu Jiangli immediately instructed Huang Long to drive her to the People's Hospital Emergency Department. The physician ordered x-rays. After reviewing the results he administered basic treatment and prescribed herbal medicine for trauma and swelling. Lu Jiangli then carried He Lian out of the emergency room. To his surprise he encountered Lu Meyer wearing a white coat in the hospital corridor. For a fleeting instant he was startled, then swiftly pieced together the implications. Lu Chang, a billionaire, wielded influence across both legal and underworld spheres. Lu Meyer had previously been dismissed by the hospital's director, yet here she was again clearly reinstated through Lu Chang's intervention. Most likely the director had been coerced or pressured by someone even more formidable. Lu Jiangli had no intention of acknowledging Lu Meyer. A woman of such moral bankruptcy was fit only to serve as a pawn in his campaign against the Lu family. Well, what a touching portrait of maternal devotion and filial piety. Lu Jiangli's refusal to engage did not deter others from provoking him. Lu Meyer approached with languid grace, each step drawing her closer, her slender waist and curvaceous figure straining the fabric of her white coat. He Lian spat contemptuously. That doctor reeks of ill intent. Lu Jiangli handed her to Huang Long. Carry my mother to the car. Huang Long nodded and carried He Lian away. Lu Jiangli rubbed his palms slowly, eyes fixed on Lu Meyer as she drew near. For a heartbeat he longed to stride forward and kick her squarely in the abdomen, sending her flying 5 meters backward. Let her die on impact. But he restrained himself. The hospital bustled with people, and regardless of whether Lu Meyer was the third, fourth, fifth, or sixth mistress here, she wore the badge of a physician. As a patient's relative assaulting a doctor without cause would ignite a medical dispute, damaging his reputation both morally and legally. Lu Meyer counted on his public stature and on the crowd surrounding them to guarantee his restraint. With mocking sweetness she sneered, oh dear, now that the Lu family has cast you aside you've adopted a construction worker as your mother. Not half bad. Still better than growing up motherless. Poof. Lu Jiangli shot back, voice laced with icy scorn. A construction worker earns his keep through honest labor, self-reliant and upright. How infinitely more honorable than mistresses who trade their bodies for favors and exist solely to warm men's beds. You. What did you say? Lu Meyer exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger. What qualification do you have to speak to me, you a discarded pawn? Lu Jiangli chuckled and said, I think you've forgotten one thing. If I cared about everything related to the Lu family, being abandoned would indeed make me a discarded pawn, but I severed ties myself. If anyone is abandoning, it is I who is abandoning the Lu family. Unlike your son, who was a love child in someone else's home and doesn't even dare to acknowledge you. And you all these years have only been able to play the hidden mistress akin to a concubine in ancient times, unworthy even to carry the shoes of the rightful wife, forever living in darkness. Truly pathetic and sorrowful. You. Lu Meyer raised her hand intending to strike Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli deliberately lowered his voice provocatively and said, if you have the guts, hit me. Come on, if you don't hit me I will look down on you. Lu Meyer trembled with rage. Finally managing to calm herself she boasted to Lu Jiangli, let me tell you, I will definitely make Lu Chang marry me and seize all the assets of the Lu family. Then you will know who the truly pitiful one is. Lu Jiangli scoffed, shrugging his shoulders and fanning the flames. Stop just bragging here. Go ahead and make Lu Chang marry you. Let Zhou Yan be heartbroken, let the 5 sisters of the Lu family be furious. I can't wait. Let me tell you, if you don't have the ability to make Lu Chang marry you I will look down on you, useless wretch. After saying this Lu Jiangli brushed past Lu Meyer and strode forward. As he walked he glared at her from the corner of his eye, clicking his tongue as if he found being near her repulsive. You are the real wretch. Lu Meyer shouted angrily. After taking a few steps Lu Jiangli suddenly turned around and loudly said, oh, isn't this Lu Meyer the one trying to seduce the affluent Lu Chang? The whole city is buzzing about your scandals. Who are you angrily cursing at here? Lu Meyer said nothing. Lu Jiangli glanced around, noticing patients everywhere queuing for their turn. Hearing Lu Jiangli's voice everyone looked over. Some even walked closer to Lu Meyer. Lu Jiangli continued to speak loudly, oh my, this is the mistress. Isn't it dangerous to let an unethical mistress be a doctor? Will patients be treated properly? Everyone come and see, it is this person. Just then Huang Long returned after putting He Lian in the car and loudly echoed, oh my. Isn't this the shameless mistress? I heard she was expelled from the hospital, but relying on some connections she shamelessly came back. Everyone come see. This is the one. Look at how other doctors wear white coats with dignity. Look at her low-cut outfit, she seems eager to undress and seduce men. In a prestigious city hospital, how can they employ such an unethical doctor to treat patients? Patients, can you trust your illnesses to her? Huang Long shouted even louder. Lu Jiangli glanced at Huang Long and burst into laughter. One must admit Huang Long had a natural talent for humor. His loud shouts were even more attention-grabbing than market vendors, instantly attracting all the patients and surrounding Lu Meyer. Everyone pointed at Lu Meyer, starting with whispers which gradually grew louder into direct accusations. Look at her clothes. Is that what a doctor wears? A perfectly good white coat, and she turned it into a low-cut outfit. Is she preparing to seduce male patients while treating them? A few days ago I saw online that a woman from the city hospital seduced a billionaire and broke up someone else's family. Turns out it was her. She doesn't look that great, does she? She must have at least half a pound of makeup on her face. She looks like a vixen, it's obvious she's not a good person. Which department does she work in? I don't want her treating me, she's filthy. Where is the hospital's discipline department? I want to file a complaint. Allowing such an unethical person to treat patients could lead to disastrous consequences. Oh my, she works in the emergency room too, the very department I'm registered in. I want to find the director and get my money back. I don't want this woman treating me. Hey! You, the shameless vixen. I advise you to leave the hospital quickly and not tarnish the sacred profession of a doctor. Get lost. Get out of the people's hospital. Taking advantage of the patients attacking Lu Meyer, Lu Jiangli and Huang Long had already left the hospital. Lu Meyer felt utterly humiliated, stomped her foot and angrily ran into her office, locking the door. Fuming, she called Lu Chang. Lu Chang, I don't want to be a hidden mistress any longer. I want you to marry me. Outside the western suburbs of the city. In a dilapidated warehouse. Lu Zixi was flanked by bodyguards glaring angrily at Lu Shuyu, who was sitting on a plastic stool 4 to 5 meters away. Next to Lu Shuyu stood another person, Lu Shinian, who was equally furious. The bodyguards had searched all night but only found him coming out of a small community at noon. It was obvious that this was the hideout where Lu Meyer and Lu Chang had been secretly meeting. Lu Shuyu, Lu Shinian, what are you bringing me here for? Are you sick? Lu Zixi, abandoning his usual meek demeanor, shouted at Lu Shuyu and Lu Shinian like a prickly hedgehog. Lu Shuyu coldly looked at Lu Zixi as if trying to see through his true essence and dark heart. Lu Shuyu's fierce gaze only appeared during business conflicts, while he radiated an aura that discouraged approach. Lu Zixi felt a little guilty under her gaze but quickly remembered that half of the Lu family's assets were in his control, so he had nothing to fear. Lu Zixi snorted disdainfully, raised his head and locked eyes with Lu Shuyu. Lu Shuyu, don't look at me with that predatory gaze. What did you bring me here for? If you're sick, hurry up and get treated. What a waste of time being here. Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? I said if you're sick, go get treated. What did you bring me here for? Lu Shuyu merely curled her lips, remaining silent, allowing Lu Zixi to shout and scream. Lu Shinian, originally instructed to remain silent, couldn't help but intervene when Lu Zixi's insults became too harsh. She charged forward and slapped Lu Zixi hard across the right cheek. Lu Zixi, do you know who you are talking to? You are speaking to the eldest sister, watch your words. Lu Zixi spat and sneered, oh. Eldest sister. What eldest sister? Just a bunch of fools. Lu Shinian, enraged, slapped again. How can you speak like that? You are the fool. Shinian. Lu Shuyu exclaimed, rushing over to help Lu Shinian. She lunged forward to violently strike Lu Zixi, but after landing a powerful punch on Lu Zixi's chest, Lu Shuyu quickly pulled Lu Shinian away. Shinian, what did I just tell you? Now is not the time to attack Lu Zixi. The goal now is to deliberately provoke his arrogance, to drive him mad, to make him go insane so that he would reveal what we truly want. Lu Shinian is such an innocent person, lacking any cunning, nearly ruining everything. Upon hearing Lu Shuyu's hint, Lu Shinian hurriedly clutched her stomach and sat aside. Lu Shuyu was not anxious either, returning to sit back on the plastic stool. She slowly began scrolling through her phone. Lu Shuyu, what exactly do you want to do? Lu Zixi asked. Lu Shuyu acted as if she hadn't heard. As time passed, Lu Zixi was flanked by Lu Shuyu's bodyguards on both sides, his anger reaching its peak. He struggled fiercely but could not break free. He could only shout, Lu Shuyu, you shameless woman, don't pretend to be righteous, you are the most hypocritical one in the Lu family. Lu Shuyu, let me tell you, don't think you can scare me like this. My dad cares most about me, not you. You are just a bunch of daughters. Eventually you will all get married, and once the brides leave, the Lu family's wealth will all belong to me. Lu Shuyu, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me speaking? After Lu Shuyu let him rant enough, she finally put down her phone and slowly spoke. So Lu Zixi, you came to our Lu family at a young age. So when did you realize that you weren't an adopted son brought back from outside but rather the illegitimate child of Lu Chang and Lu Meyer? Lu Zixi snorted coldly and said, if I told you I actually knew about this since I was 5 years old, would you be surprised? Ha ha ha. Lu Shuyu feigned surprise. Impossible. A 5-year-old child is still so young. If you knew Lu Meyer was your biological mother back then, you couldn't have hidden it so well that none of us found out. That's because you all are foolish. A whole family hopelessly stupid. Back then my dad would always take me to see my mom under the pretext of a health checkup. On weekends he would also take me to see her. However, at that time my dad made me call her Dr. Lu, not mom, so you naturally didn't find out. But actually since I was 5 I had already suspected whether she was my biological mother. I just never said it in front of you all. Because to receive your affection I had to please you, do things that made you happy and say things that satisfied you. No wonder you were so clever. Now it turns out you were smart even as a child. Lu Shuyu intentionally flattered Lu Zixi to draw out the following conversation. Of course I'm much smarter than you all. So when did you validate your suspicion and realize that Lu Meyer was indeed your biological mother? Lu Shuyu asked again. Around 7 or 8 years old. I knew it back then. However, my mom told me that I must keep it a secret and only reveal my identity when I obtain your Lu family's inheritance. My mom also said that if we couldn't get your Lu family's wealth, both of us would starve to death. So since you were 7 or 8 you have always known your true identity, yet you have concealed it, deceiving us until now, right? Ha ha ha. Lu Zixi laughed wildly. Yes, I deceived you, so what? Isn't that because you all are foolish? When Lu Jiangli returned to the Lu family I felt a sense of crisis and desperately tried to frame him. In hindsight my methods weren't even clever, but you all are so foolish that you believed whatever I said. Ha ha. Lu Shuyu also laughed, her smile revealing endless helplessness. Lu Zixi, it's not that we are foolish, it's that we grew up with you. We all loved you too much and our feelings for you ran too deep, which is why we were deceived by you for so long. Hoof. Lu Zixi snorted coldly. Who cares for your love? What I want is the Lu family's wealth. Besides, the Lu family's wealth was originally mine. Zixi, I don't believe what you say. I believe you must still love us. Lu Shuyu deliberately played the emotional card, looking hurt. If you didn't love us, why didn't you ask for the Lu family's wealth all these years? Why are you only asking now? You must love us a lot. Your feelings for us must be deep. It was Lu Meyer who forced you to do this, right? Lu Zixi spat. Lu Shuyu, my mom's name is not something you can casually mention. I said you are foolish, and you really are foolish. Why didn't I ask for the Lu family's wealth before? I wasn't even 18 years old back then. Did I have the right to inherit? Foolish. Nearby Lu Xinian heard him scolding Lu Shuyu again and tried to suppress the impulse to rush over and hit him, retorting, you are the real fool. Lu Shuyu sighed, tears already welling up in her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, I understand you were just waiting until you turned 18 to inherit the Lu family fortune. You made Dad divide the shares and give the wealth to you from beginning to end. You have deceived us. Lu Zixi snorted, disdainful of speaking. Lu Shuyu continued, but aside from everything else, do you really feel no affection for Mom or for us 5 sisters? Lu Zixi fell silent. If he truly felt no affection at all, that would be impossible. Mom regards you as her own, always giving you the best. Our 5 sisters cared for you, treating you like a biological brother. Didn't you live in our family for 18 years? Don't you have any attachment to this home? Lu Zixi still said nothing. His mind raced, finally returning to the words that his biological mother Lu Meyer had told him. The Lu family members are not good people. Zhou Yan is a fake woman. She took your dad away from me, which is why my life is so bad. She became a wealthy wife while I had to live on a few thousand a month. Zixi. You must not show weakness. Learn to be hypocritical in the Lu family to please them. Otherwise, if they find out your identity, they will make things difficult for you and for me. Lu Shuyu, Lu Zixi said with his head held high, I admit I have feelings for the Lu family too, and I know you have treated me well. As long as you don't cause trouble for my mom and me, we can all live in peace. That's impossible. If you truly have feelings for the Lu family, then you should redistribute all the family wealth so that everyone gets their rightful share. Lu Zixi laughed. Do you think I'm foolish enough to just hand back what I've worked so hard to obtain over the years? Dream on. The wealth I have in my hands, not a single cent will I give to you. Ha! Lu Shuyu had led Lu Zixi into saying everything she wanted him to say, her expression gradually turning cold. She gave a signal to her bodyguards and said, hit him. Hit him hard. 2 bodyguards received the order, one arm holding Lu Zixi while the other punched him in the stomach. Lu Shuyu sneered, what am I doing? Can't you tell? I'm hitting you. Lu Zixi still spoke with an arrogant tone. Lu Shuyu, you bitch. How dare you hit me? If my dad and mom find out, they won't let you off. Hurry and let me go. Hurry up. Let me go. You are committing a crime by hitting people, Lu Zixi. You are committing a crime. Lu Zixi laughed. I know hitting people is against the law, but the problem is I didn't hit you, so how could I be guilty? Lu Zixi gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen and said, you ordered your bodyguards to hit me. You're the mastermind behind this. Lu Zixi shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. When did I tell my bodyguards to hit you? I've been at home sleeping, not even stepping out the door. The bodyguards threw a few punches but then switched tactics to pinching the flesh between their thumbs and forefingers, twisting it hard to cause intense pain. To heighten the pain, the two bodyguards tied Lu Zixi's hands and feet, laying him flat on the ground and specifically pinching the flesh on his thighs. The flesh on the thighs was tenderer than elsewhere with more pain receptors, and the pain was truly excruciating. A few minutes later, the once arrogant Lu Zixi was reduced to tears. It hurts. Stop pinching. Big sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have shouted at you, I'm sorry. Please tell them to stop. Big sister, please don't pinch me anymore. It's too painful. Seeing that Lu Zixi ignored him, Lu Zixi turned to Lu Shinian, who was sitting nearby. Second sister. We've always had a good relationship. Please persuade big sister to make her bodyguard stop. I'm in so much pain. Second sister, I beg you, you've always cared for me the most. Lu Zixi gestured and the bodyguard stopped. Lu Zixi had previously instructed them to just scare him and not to actually injure him. When it came time to face the law, if Lu Zixi said everything was a threat from Lu Zixi, it would be hard to explain. Lu Shinian stepped up and kicked Lu Zixi hard in retribution for the earlier kick. Lu Yueshu and Lu Qing walked out from behind a dilapidated cabinet in the warehouse. Upon seeing Lu Zixi curled up on the ground looking miserable, Lu Qing felt a pang of sympathy. No matter what, even if he was a scammer and disrespected several sisters, he had grown up with the Lu family for over a decade, and that was an undeniable fact. If one were to say that there was only hatred towards him and not a shred of affection, that would be a lie. Lu Yueshu saw Lu Zixi, who had been so arrogant, now reduced to a wilted state after getting hit, and scolded, serves you right. You dared to grab my face and hit me, you heartless dog. Lu Zixi still looked despondent and did not retort to Lu Yueshu. Curled up on the ground, he pitifully looked at the sisters. Lu Zixi sighed and waved her hand, and another bodyguard immediately ran out from the darkness. Lu Zixi whispered a few words to him and the bodyguard walked over, signaling to the two bodyguards who had just hit Lu Zixi. The three of them pulled Lu Zixi towards the warehouse exit. Lu Yueshu could not help but ask, big sister, where are you taking Lu Zixi? Don't throw him into the stinky ditch. He. Lu Zixi shook her head. Don't worry, we're just scaring him. Once we leave the warehouse, the bodyguards will let him go. Lu Zixi sighed and continued, although I hit him today, my heart is bleeding. Everyone knows he is an illegitimate child and it's despicable how he deceived us, but after all, he grew up with us and I can't bear to hurt him too badly. I can't just hate him completely, that would be a lie. Lu Yueshu nodded. Although she had been scratched by him and disliked his current demeanor, she still couldn't bear to hit him too hard. Lu Qing also felt sympathy, especially seeing him curled up on the ground just now looking quite pitiful. Lu Shinian had already started crying loudly. How did it end up like this? It would have been so much better if there hadn't been any deception. Even if he was really a child brought back, I could accept it, but I just can't accept that he is an illegitimate child who deceived my mom and us. Everyone fell silent, their moods greatly dampened. Tears hung on their faces. After a few minutes, Lu Zixi said, let's go, we can talk about it later. Everyone followed Lu Zixi out through another passage of the dilapidated warehouse. They boarded a nondescript van without license plates and drove to the city, getting off in an area without surveillance. They entered a busy pedestrian street through a small road, dispersing in 4 different directions, completely blending into the noisy crowd. Lu Zixi was dragged out of the dilapidated warehouse by 3 bodyguards and slapped a few times. The bodyguards untied the ropes binding his hands and feet, letting him leave. Lu Zixi was covered in dust, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, and his clothes were filthy. Stumbling and struggling, it took him a lot of effort to reach the roadside and hail a taxi. He returned in a sorry state to the hideout where Lu Chang and Lu Meyer had been meeting for years, the Bint community. From the surface, Bint community appeared to be a very dilapidated residential area. The people living here were not wealthy. The reason Lu Chang chose to live here was that high society people would not prefer to come here. Lu Chang was a billionaire and living in a villa community would expose his identity. But the people here were busy surviving daily and generally wouldn't pay attention to him. Thus this place was particularly suitable for secret meetings. However, despite its shabby appearance, inside it was quite different. The house was on the 5th floor of a walk-up building. The rooftop was suitable for growing flowers and vegetables, having tea and chatting. Each unit had 2 apartments, room 1 and room 2, and Lu Chang had bought both on the 5th floor, combining them into one spacious and comfortable space. Upon returning home, Lu Zixi cursed for a few minutes before calling Lu Meyer. "Mom, hurry over, I was beaten by those bastards from the Lu family." Lu Meyer panicked. "What? You were beaten? Zixi, where are you now?" Lu Zixi, exhausted and angry, replied, "I'm at Bint community." "Okay, wait there, Mom will be right back." Lu Meyer was currently blocked in her clinic by patients. Outside voices were hurling insults at her. A hospital shouldn't allow an undeserving person to see patients. A doctor without social responsibility, without shame, and with distorted values certainly wouldn't have good medical ethics. "Get lost, Lu Jiangli, you bastard. You are ruining my reputation and making me lose face. One day I will make you pay." Lu Meyer relentlessly cursed Lu Jiangli in the clinic. Originally, she didn't have the courage to step out of the clinic for fear of being drowned by the spittle of that group outside. But when Zixi called saying he was beaten, Lu Meyer couldn't hold back her concern any longer. Without thinking about anything else, she rushed out of the clinic and headed straight for the hospital parking lot. Behind her, the sound of curses rose and fell. Lu Meyer had left her post, and the patients were angrily cursing the hospital for allowing such an unethical doctor to treat them. At the same time, they shouted loudly, complaining that consultation room 2 was empty, that the doctors had all run off, and that no one was there to attend to them despite having paid their registration fees. Unable to do anything, the hospital had to send another doctor to see the patients due to the uproar. As long as it wasn't Lu Meyer treating them, they were willing to accept any other doctor. Lu Meyer drove back to Bint community in a panic. Along the way, she cursed Lu Jiangli and the few despicable members of the Lu family. Then she cursed that old man Lu Chang. As soon as Lu Meyer returned home, Lu Zixi rushed over and hugged her, crying loudly. Lu Meyer was terrified and spun Lu Zixi around, looking him over from head to toe to check for any injuries. "What happened? Aren't those few despicable girls always fond of you? How could they hit you?" Lu Zixi whimpered and cried some more. Frustrated, Lu Meyer said, "Zixi, can you stop acting like a wimp and just cry? Speak up, what exactly happened?" Lu Zixi then recounted how he had been hit, pulled, and threatened today. Lu Meyer's heart ached and she angrily cursed, saying that all the women in the Lu family deserved to die. "Lu Chang." Lu Meyer quickly called Lu Chang, "Your son has been beaten, you need to come over right away." Lu Chang was startled on the other end of the line, and after confirming where they were, hurriedly put down his work and rushed over. As soon as Lu Chang entered, Lu Zixi cried and recounted the incident of being beaten. He even took off his pants to show Lu Chang. Lu Chang felt very distressed upon seeing it. Frustrated, he grabbed a handful of his own hair and pulled out his phone to call Lu Shuyu. The phone was loud, and Lu Meyer and Lu Zixi next to him could hear everything being said. As soon as Lu Shuyu answered the phone, she began to mock, "Oh my dear father, earlier when I called you, you didn't answer, and later you hung up on me. What wind blew your phone back to me now?" Lu Chang, too lazy to waste time, directly asked Lu Shuyu, "You who are usually so understanding and kind, what on earth have you done to Zixi?" Lu Shuyu pretended to be confused. "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word." Lu Chang sneered. "Lu Shuyu, don't pretend to be confused. Zixi has told me everything. You and your friends locked him in a shabby warehouse and beat, pulled, and threatened him. As an older sister, is this how you act? How could you bear to do such a thing?" Lu Shuyu became anxious. "Hey Dad, what are you talking about? What shabby warehouse? I've been meeting clients all day and am still having dinner with them. How could it be? Oh dear, Zixi is really such a dear, how could I hit him?" Lu Shuyu. "You're lying. You clearly ordered your bodyguards to kidnap me and had them hit, pull, and threaten me. Why won't you admit it now? You're bold enough to do it, but not bold enough to take responsibility." Hearing Lu Shuyu deny her actions over the phone, Lu Zixi was so anxious he stomped his feet beside her. "You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to take responsibility, Lu Shuyu, you coward. Despicable. Lu Shuyu, you despicable girl. You're all despicable." Lu Chang shot Lu Zixi a glare and scolded, "You little brat, how can you insult your sister like that?" Lu Zixi huffed and defiantly retorted, "Who told her to deny hitting me?" Lu Shuyu hurriedly said on the other end, "Dad, I still have to entertain clients here, I'll hang up now. We can talk about this when I get home." Lu Chang hung up the phone. Lu Meyer was very dissatisfied with Lu Chang's actions. He neither blamed Lu Shuyu nor mentioned how he would deal with the situation. Lu Meyer's beautiful face turned red with anger, her chest heaving. She pointed at the bruises on Lu Zixi's thighs, both angry and pained, and said, "Lu Chang, look at what your daughters have done. Our Zixi is so well behaved and kind, why should he have to endure such bullying? Don't think that because Lu Shuyu denies it, it means she didn't do it. Zixi isn't a 3-year-old child, he knows who hit him." Lu Chang took out a cigarette from his bag and lit it. Sitting on the sofa, he fell silent, taking puff after puff and blowing out rings of smoke. Lu Meyer was infuriated by his demeanor. He clearly did not want to help Zixi seek justice. Lu Meyer picked up the phone and in anger called someone. She said find someone to teach a few people a lesson for me. I'll give you 20 million once it's done. Lu Chang hearing this became angry and seized Lu Meyer's phone shouting, "What are you doing? They are my daughters. How could you want to harm my daughters?" Lu Meyer was unhappy after her phone was taken away. She said to Lu Zixi, "Zixi, give me your phone." Lu Zixi handed over his phone. Lu Meyer dialed a number and said, "Since I can't let anyone deal with them, I'll just call the police. Let the police handle this matter fairly and justly." Lu Chang seized her phone again and angrily said, "Lu Meyer, what are you doing? They are girls each with their own careers. If you call the police, aren't you harming them? You can't let their lives be tainted." Lu Chang. You're forbidding this, and that do you still love Zhou Yan and not me at all? Are you allowing Zhou Yan to bully us mother and son? After saying that, Lu Meyer covered her face and began to cry. She was indeed very beautiful, and when she cried it made one feel pity for her. Changgu, you're biased. Your Lu family is wealthy and powerful, and those daughters are also arrogant while we are just a poor mother and son. You're helping them bully us. What is this? Lu Chang couldn't stand her crying. He sighed and pulled her into his arms saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean poor mother and son? I'm not dead. Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for Zixi." Lu Zixi seized the opportunity to exaggerate crying while advising Mom, "Please stop crying. Dad has so much to deal with every day, it's already tiring enough. Let's not make it harder for him with this matter. I only felt a lot of pain when I was hit, but now it doesn't hurt that much anymore. I'm fine, I can hold on HSS." Lu Meyer cried even louder upon hearing Lu Zixi say this. "Changgu, you listen, our Zixi is really so pitiful, woo 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 woo." Lu Chang looked up at Lu Zixi. His expression of pain yet restraint made Lu Chang feel very uncomfortable. Recently there had been a lot of online gossip claiming he was involved in extramarital affairs. The rumors greatly affected the Lu family's business and stocks. Holding the gentle and soft Lu Meyer in his arms, Lu Chang listened as Lu Meyer recounted how Lu Jiangli had called her a mistress in the hospital, causing the patients to surround and curse her. "Changgu, I'm really finding it very difficult right now. How about you marry me? I have never made this request in all these years. I really can't go on like this anymore." Lu Chang fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he realized yes. The public opinion was already pointing towards him. It would be better to go with the flow and sue Zhou Yan for divorce on the grounds of a broken marriage directly being with Lu Meyer. At that time he could still salvage some face. "Meyer, I promise you I will divorce Zhou Yan." "Really?" Lu Meyer, overcome with excitement, wrapped her arms around Lu Chang's neck and, heedless of Lu Zixi standing right there, planted several fervent kisses on his cheek. "Brother Chang, I knew you'd never abandon us, me and our son. You are our sky, our earth, our sole pillar of strength," she sobbed. Lu Meyer was shrewd. She would never ask whether Lu Chang truly intended to divorce Zhou Yan. Instead she lavished him with praise, declaring him heaven and earth, and subtly emphasized her own and her son's vulnerability. This approach maximized his sense of masculine pride, reinforcing the illusion of his invincibility and omnipotence. It affirmed his role as a woman's unwavering anchor. Lu Meyer curled herself into Lu Chang's embrace like a docile purring kitten, soft, warm, and intoxicatingly fragrant. Lu Zixi discreetly retreated to his room to play video games while Lu Chang and Lu Meyer lingered in tender intimacy before slipping quietly into the bedroom. Soon faint intimate sounds drifted from within. Lu Zixi slipped on his headphones and cranked the game's volume to its loudest. He had grown up hearing those sounds, so accustomed that as a child curiosity once led him to tiptoe to the bedroom door, pry it open just a sliver and peer inside, convinced his father was beating his mother. Once he'd even burst in to stop it. Now he understood fully, having long since crossed the threshold himself. They were all seasoned adults. His mother hadn't had it easy. It was precisely this bond that had kept Lu Chang tethered to her. He understood it all. His mother had done it all for him. After inciting patients to insult Lu Meyer at the hospital, Lu Jiangli returned to the Hatan villa with his adoptive mother He Lian. He Lian's ankle injury was minor. The doctor advised only a few days of rest. Yet Lu Jiangli, unwilling to take chances, dispatched a bodyguard to purchase a wheelchair from the mall, insisting she recline in it. Wherever she wished to go, a bodyguard would wheel her there. Though He Lian voiced no thanks, warmth bloomed quietly in her heart. Her adopted son might not be blood, yet their bond ran deep. After pacing through every room, Lu Jiangli noticed Yang Mingquan was nowhere to be found. He Lian sighed and said, "That man, so obsessed with saving face. He's probably gone back to the slums again, showing off before the neighbors." Lu Jiangli smiled faintly. "That's just his nature, let him be." True to her words, by evening Yang Mingquan arrived at the Hatan villa with a crowd of neighbors in tow. He even brought along Fan Hoshua, the cousin with whom he'd once fought. Fan Hoshua had always held Yang Mingquan in contempt, believing him a mere foster father whose son Lu Jiangli was an ungrateful ingrate who would never honor him. Yang Minquan had deliberately invited Fan Hoshuet to humiliate him publicly. Lu Jiangli understood his intentions perfectly and raised no objection. He let them tour freely and even hosted them for dinner, setting up 2 large tables in the courtyard. When the neighbors from the slum saw Australian rock lobsters and imperial crabs gracing the dining table alongside other exquisite delicacies, their jaws dropped in stunned awe. For the first time they grasped viscerally what it meant to live as the wealthy. Such luxuries were beyond anything they could ever afford in their lifetimes. Their gaze toward Yang Minquan shifted, no longer pitying the man raising an ungrateful son but filled instead with genuine heartfelt envy. Yang Minquan proudly declared to his neighbors, "You've always claimed my son is unfilial, but now you've seen for yourselves. Can any of you honestly say you've ever tasted such fare in your entire lives?" The neighbors murmured deferentially, "Brother Minchuan, we used to think your praise of Lu Jiangli was mere self-deception, a way to save face. But today we finally understand if he didn't cherish you and aunt he wouldn't house you in such splendor or feed you such extravagance. Indeed, Brother Minquan, you and aunt he are truly blessed to have such a remarkable son." Fan Hoshua rose, raised a glass and toasted Lu Jiangli. "Nephew Jiangli, I owe you an apology, I misjudged you utterly." Lu Jiangli shook his head. "Trifles, not worth mentioning." After seeing the neighbors off he called Yang Minquan, now radiant with pride, into the living room. He said, "Today I've granted you full dignity, both outward and inward. But henceforth please refrain from bringing them here again. And if they ask to borrow money, decline firmly. Human hearts are inscrutable, one must always remain guarded. How can you know who might seek to harm you?" Yang Minquan nodded. "Yes, I understand. Must you think me so foolish?" Lu Jiangli remained silent, then thought better of it. In truth, Yang Minquan had changed considerably these past days. He occasionally drank wine, but no longer gambled at mahjong parlors or wandered aimlessly. Instead, he spent his days sipping tea and admiring blossoms within the tranquil confines of the Hutong villa. Sometimes he ventured out to fish. Lu Jiangli had warned him plainly, should he relapse into gambling he would be cast out of the villa, left to die forgotten in the slums. Big brother, will you play Gamoku with me?" "Oh. My little duo already knows how to play." Lu Jiangli exclaimed in genuine surprise, unaware that his nearly 5-year-old cousin Yang Duo had already mastered the game. "Mum. Big brother Duo's skills are superb, even Mama can't beat me. So formidable. Then I must challenge you to several rounds." Yang Duo spread the Gamoku board across the coffee table. As the game began, Lu Jiangli played black and with his final piece completed a perfect line of 5. "Wah! Big brother, that doesn't count. Not fair. You're an adult, you should let me win." Lu Jiangli sighed inwardly. "Ah, I finally understand why you best your mother." Lu Jiangli feigned defeat. "Yay! Big brother lost. Duo's the champion, the champion." Lu Jiangli said nothing. From her wheelchair He Lian watched the siblings play and laughed until her eyes crinkled shut. "Duo big brother's lost so many times, he won't play anymore. Oh, poor big brother. Fine, Duo will let you win once." They'd lost count of how many rounds they'd played when Zhang Liang of Huayu Audiovisual rang. "Hello, Mr. Lu, do you happen to be free tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Yes, I have no commitments. After deliberation among the production team and investors, we've unanimously decided to cast you as the lead. Don't worry about acting experience, we'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow for a screen test." Lu Jiangli hesitated briefly, then accepted. After all, the role carried a fee of 32 million yuan. Yet a sudden thought struck him. "Mr. Zhang, if I'm cast as the male lead, I have one condition." Zhang Liang asked, "What are your requirements?" Lu Jiangli replied directly, "For the female lead, I would like to choose Yi Yu. What do you think?" Zhang Liang laughed heartily. "Mr. Lu, we are discussing the choice of the female lead today and we will invite Miss Yi Yu. The last MV you shot was incredibly popular. Many people believe that Miss Yu is the destined female lead. After I hang up with you, I will contact her." Lu Jiangli smiled and said, "That's wonderful." He did not refuse to act, but apart from Yi Yu he was unwilling to perform with any other woman, especially in scenes with intimate plots which he wanted to avoid even more. Lu Jiangli was a person with very pure and clean feelings, not allowing any impurities. Naturally, he did not wish to mislead Yu while acting intimately with any other girl. After Zhang Liang and Lu Jiangli hung up, he called Yi Yu. Upon hearing that Lu Jiangli was playing the male lead, Yi Yu happily agreed. Early the next morning, Lu Jiangli took Yang Duo to Yi Yu's house to practice martial arts as usual. Around 2 in the afternoon he asked Huang Long to take Yang Duo back to the Hutong villa while he went with Yi Yu to the Huayu audiovisual crew. After auditioning for a scene, the director was very satisfied with both their appearances, expressions and voices. He immediately decided to cast them in the show Reborn, choosing the childhood sweetheart over the cold school belle. When he heard the show's name, Lu Jiangli was stunned, feeling as if this role was tailor-made for him. For a moment a sense of melancholy enveloped him. After leaving the Huayu audiovisual studio, Yu Yu noticed he was unhappy and asked, "What's wrong? You seem a bit off." Lu Jiangli shook his head. Having experienced many things in his past life, he found it impossible to share them with anyone. Even facing Yu Yu, he could not reveal his rebirth. The grim events of his previous life were burdens he could only bear alone. Those past experiences had only made him stronger and braver. He also understood better who he should cherish in this life. "Jiangli, are you really okay?" Yu still felt a bit uneasy. Standing beside Lu Jiangli, she could fully perceive his sudden sense of desolation. Lu Jiangli gently patted Yu's hand, saying, "I just recalled some chaotic past events. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Yu nodded gently, okay. Her small face was tender and pale with a rosy glow. Like a big apple. Every time Lu Jiangli saw her face, he couldn't help but want to take a bite to see what it tasted like. At the Lu family's mansion. Around noon, the Lu sisters had just brought Zhou Yan back home from the hospital. After being comforted by her 5 daughters, Zhou Yan's emotions had stabilized significantly. The servant Mama he had prepared the meal and the family sat together to eat. Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing were originally busy with work at the company, but due to their mother's hospital discharge being a special situation, everyone returned home to accompany her. "Mom, try this perch. It's delicious and quite light," Lu Shuyu said as she served Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan nodded okay. A smile finally blossomed on her face. Lu Shunyan, Lu Qing, Lu Xiaolin and Lu Yuechu also encouraged Zhou Yan, saying, "Mom, don't be afraid. No matter what the final outcome is, we will always stand by your side." Zhou Yan nodded, not wanting to dampen her daughter's spirits. She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Tears sparkled in her eyes. Halfway through the meal, the door slammed open. Lu Chang returned. The family had no good expressions after Lu Chang's 3-day absence. Only Mama he stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Sir, you have returned. I will serve you food right away. No need, I've eaten outside." Lu Chang's expression was cold, showing no warmth. Zhou Yan took a bite of food, but it got stuck in her throat, unable to go down. Tears immediately welled up. The tears mixed with the food in her bowl. The 5 daughters exchanged glances, remaining silent. The atmosphere had turned tense. Lu Chang waited for everyone to finish their meal and for Mama he to clear the dishes. He said to his daughters, "You all go back to your rooms, I have something to discuss with your mother." The 5 daughters looked at Zhou Yan with concern. Zhou Yan shook her head, signaling her daughters to relax. "You can go to your rooms, Mom is fine." Lu Shuyu took the lead and the 5 sisters left the living room one by one. Lu Chang sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette and started smoking. Zhou Yan sat opposite him. Although she felt anger and hatred during these few days at that moment facing the person she had loved for so many years, she still hoped he could give her an explanation. However, Zhou Yan did not receive any explanation from Lu Chang. Not even a word of apology. Just a cold and indifferent statement. "Zhou Yan, let's get a divorce." "What?" Zhou Yan was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated he would deny it, ask for forgiveness, or even that they would divorce. But she never expected the word divorce would actually come from his mouth. In an instant, a wave of grief and anger surged up from the depths of her heart. In her heart, stomach, mouth, eyes, and even in every blood vessel and nerve in her body, there was only the taste of grief and anger. The next moment, Zhou Yan suddenly stood up from the sofa, trembling, pointing at Lu Chang. In the living room, her suppressed cries echoed, You heartless person, what do you mean?" Lu Chang remained seated on the sofa, crossing his legs, smoking, showing no change in posture. His expression was frighteningly cold. "I know you're in no position to accept this right now, but the situation is now set in stone. The online backlash against the Lu family is vigorous and our business is plummeting. Yan, rather than continuing to impact our family's business and stocks, it's better to go with the flow and directly get divorced. Let's see what those people have to say then." Zhou Yan's face turned pale, one hand propping herself up on the sofa as she struggled to maintain her trembling body. "Lu Chang, why be so hypocritical? Just say it plainly, is it for the Lu family's business or for that Lu Meyer?" Lu Chang lowered his head, remaining silent for half a minute before lifting it again, coldly stating both. You. Zhou Yan felt a sharp pain in her heart and suddenly burst into tears. Lu Chang threw the cigarette into the ashtray, stood up from the sofa and walked over to Zhou Yan, coldly saying, "I'll give you a day to think it over. If you agree to the divorce now, we can still meet as relatives in the future. But if you refuse to divorce, then don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Yan bit her lip, trembling all over. After a long while she managed to squeeze out a few words, "Divorce. How do we divide the assets?" Lu Chang looked coldly at Zhou Yan. "The family assets will naturally be divided according to shares. Zhou Yan instantly collapsed, the last shred of hope in her heart completely shattered. She thought he would say that after so many years of marriage because of his mistakes leading to divorce he would choose to give up the family assets. Unexpectedly he had the audacity to demand a division of assets after committing adultery and having an illegitimate child. How shameless. Lu Chang, do you even realize what you're saying? You have a mistress and an illegitimate child outside, and yet you have the nerve to talk about dividing our family assets. Who gave you the audacity? Was it that Lu Meyer? Or your illegitimate child Lu Zixi? Lu Chang snorted coldly. Zhou Yan, don't think that saying this will shake me even slightly. I tell you in Moda there are very few who can shake me, Lu Chang. Zhou Yan smiled, her face pale, feeling utterly drained. What she said was truly pitiful. Every word was a lament. After so many years as a couple you actually say such threatening words to me. How could you be so malicious? We have weathered storms together for decades, building our career and sustaining this family. They say that youthful couples share a deep bond. Do you really intend to abandon everything we've worked for just because of an extramarital affair? Our family business, our children, everything, are you truly willing to give it all up? Lu Chang said nothing, though he felt a conflict within. Men generally prefer to keep their families intact while having affairs outside. Unless absolutely necessary, no one truly wants to divorce their original partner. Lu Chang, don't just sulk, you need to speak up, Zhou Yan said, shaking his hand back and forth. Ah Yan, Lu Chang's tone softened a bit. I admit that over the years you have endured much hardship alongside me and you have made significant contributions to the Lu family business. But after so many years our love has long since turned into familial affection. My passion for you is faded. I truly love Meyer and hope you can bless us. Let's part amicably. If you ever face difficulties, come to me and I will certainly help you in any way I can. You have a strong personality and abilities. Our 5 daughters are all successful and can accompany and comfort you. But Meyer is different. She is so gentle and pitiable that she cannot survive without me. Lu Chang's words shattered Zhou Yan's heart. Lu Chang no longer hesitated and simply left a sentence. I'll give you a day to think it over. You can choose to agree to a divorce or sue for divorce, whichever you prefer. With that, Lu Chang walked away quickly, as if staying even a second longer would waste his time. Woo-woo. As soon as Lu Chang left, Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground, crying out loud. The 5 women rushed out of the room and surrounded Zhou Yan. They had all heard the conversation between Lu Chang and Zhou Yan. They had countless times thought of rushing out to scold Lu Chang, but they understood that although Zhou Yan appeared to hate Lu Chang on the surface, she still hoped he would return to the family. They say that those who have not been deeply hurt by a knife will never want to let go. Zhou Yan needed to experience the pain Lu Chang brought her before she could truly let go of this relationship. Lu Shuyu comforted her mom. Stop crying. You've seen clearly what kind of person Dad is. It's time to completely give up on him. His heart is no longer with this family. Yes, Mom, stop crying. What we need to do next is to sue him for betraying the family and having an illegitimate child before he sues for divorce, forcing him to leave with nothing. I think if we directly agree to the divorce it would be too easy for that dog couple. Even if we must divorce, we should first drag it out for a while to make that woman suffer. Yes, my dad likely came home to propose a divorce because that woman pressured him, or she pretended to be soft and pitiful in front of him. If Mom agrees to their divorce right away, won't that woman be overjoyed? Don't divorce yet, let's drag this out. Even if Dad wants to sue for divorce, the court requires us to be separated for over 2 years before they can force a ruling. Let's keep dragging it out, making that woman unable to sleep at night. Exactly. Let's infuriate that woman. We can harass her at any time, making her bear the stigma like a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to hit. She won't be able to withstand the pressure and will continually force my dad. Over time my dad will definitely become annoyed with her, and it's best if they turn against each other. The 5 sisters discussed back and forth, ultimately agreeing to divorce, but first dragging it out so that the 2 of them would grow tired of each other before separating. Lu Jiangli brought Yi Yuyu and went for another meal at Heidileo. Heaven knows how many times they have eaten there this month. It felt like they could never get tired of it. They specifically chose a private room, enjoying their meal while relishing their time alone together. After finishing their meal, Yi Yuyu received a call saying her parents had returned and asked her to come home. Lu Jiangli had Huang Long drive Yi Yuyu back. He sat in the car too. On the way back from Yi Yuyu's house, the car passed by Yida Plaza. Lu Jiangli suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since he bought clothes for He Lian and Yang Duo since they moved to Hatong Villa. He had Huang Long drive into the parking lot. The 2 of them took the elevator up to the shopping mall to prepare to buy a few sets of clothes for He Lian. He Lian had always been frugal. Even though Lu Jiangli gave her a lot of money, she was reluctant to spend it. She always said she wanted to save it for Lu Jiangli to marry a wife in the future. Since she was unwilling to spend money herself, Lu Jiangli would buy it for her. Yida Plaza has both ordinary clothing sections and high-end luxury sections. Lu Jiangli entered the high-end luxury section. Although the clothes here were expensive, the quality was good and wearing them would definitely be much more comfortable than ordinary clothes. If Lian had come along, she would definitely not have bought clothes from the luxury section but would have only gone to the ordinary area to buy some regular clothes priced at 50 to 60 yuan each. After a few washes they would be wrinkled and look completely unappealing. Lu Jiangli wasn't very good at picking clothes either. He just looked for stores that sold middle-aged and elderly clothing and asked the sales staff to help him put together a few outfits. They averaged over 2,000 yuan each. Ever since he had money he found it effortless to spend. After buying clothes for Lian he went to buy for young Duo. To get to the children's clothing section from the middle-aged clothing building they had to pass through the fashion women's clothing section. Huanglong was carrying a dozen bags of clothes in front while Lu Jiangli walked behind. Class monitor Xia Xiaomi sent a text message. Lu Jiangli opened it to see what she had sent. Suddenly Huanglong, who was walking in front, stopped. "Hey, why does that person over there look so familiar?" "Which person?" Lu Jiangli raised his head. In the distance he saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman holding hands shopping in the mall. He didn't recognize the woman. The man was the same one Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu had seen before in the cinema, Lu Shuyu's boyfriend. "Oh come on, just let me feel it. Has it grown yet?" "No. You're so naughty, how could it possibly grow overnight? Didn't you feel it last night?" "Oh darling, I'm craving it again right now." Lin Chen strolled hand in hand with a stunning woman with voluminous wavy hair, chatting animatedly as if no one else existed, until their conversation inevitably veered toward playful teasing. The two wandered together, fingers entwined, turning left into the fashion women's apparel building. Lu Jiangli instructed Huanglong, "That man is Lu Shuyu's boyfriend, follow them discreetly." Huanglong nodded. As Lu Jiangli pulled out his phone to record, he and Huanglong darted between pillars and shoppers tailing the couple. First they entered an intimate apparel boutique purchasing lavishly, then they moved on to buy stacks of high-end clothing. Once the footage was sufficiently captured, Lu Jiangli smiled and said, "Let's go, we're off to buy clothes for Duo." Who knew a casual mall stroll would yield such unexpected dividends? Lu Jiangli and Huanglong departed the area one after the other. In the children's fashion section they bought Duo an armful of outfits and an even greater pile of plush toys. They returned to Hitang Villa. The moment they arrived, Lu Jiangli received a WeChat message from Lu Qing, accompanied by a photo of Zhou Yin, her face pale and her eyes hollow. "Jiangli father came home today to file for divorce from mother. Her mental state is severely deteriorating, please come back and keep her company." Lu Jiangli glanced at the message and dismissed it without reply, slipping his phone back into his pocket. Yang Duo was playing on the lawn. The instant he spotted Lu Jiangli and Huanglong, arms laden with shopping bags, he dashed over. He tugged eagerly at the bags in Huanglong's hands and exclaimed, "Wow, so many clothes. Big brother, are these all for me?" Lu Jiangli ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. "Yes, they're for Duo and some are for mom too." Lian and the four other bodyguards stepped forward to take the bags from Huanglong. Lian remarked to Lu Jiangli, "You silly child, mother already has plenty of clothes. Buying so many is sheer waste." Lu Jiangli slipped an arm around his mother's shoulders and grinned. "Mom, wear them all, you've got nothing to worry about. Your son is wealthy, buy as much as you like, wear as much as you please." Lian feigned scolding him, "Silly boy, always squandering money." Yet her face bloomed with quiet, radiant joy. In the living room she settled onto the sofa and began opening each bag one by one. "Oh my, this fabric is exquisite. Jiangli, this must cost hundreds surely." She winced inwardly, imagining the total sum spent on dozens of garments, her frugal instincts flaring with reluctance. A lifetime of thrift had hardened her resolve. How could she bear wearing such luxurious attire? Lu Jiangli shot Huanglong a knowing glance and chuckled, "Mom, these are actually quite affordable, around 70 or 80 yuan per piece. The mall's running a promotion this week. Normally these would retail for 100 or 200 yuan, or even 300 in some cases." Huanglong quickly chimed in, "Absolutely madam, the discounts are exceptional right now. I bought several pieces myself today." "Really?" Lian beamed, stroking the fine fabric. At just 70 yuan per item, each garment felt worth its weight in gold. Duo, here are your toys. Look, pandas, puppies, Patrick Star. Wow. I'm over the moon, big brother." Young Duo erupted with delight, sprinting forward to plant smacking kisses across Lu Jiangli's cheeks. Lu Jiangli playfully wiped his face with the back of his hand. "Odd Duo, you've left saliva all over me, I'd better wipe it off." Duo puffed up his cheeks indignantly. "Big brother, you're rejecting me. You're rejecting me." As he spoke he lunged forward again, clutched Lu Jiangli's head and peppered his face with more exuberant wet kisses. Then with imperious charm he declared, "Big brother, this time you must not wipe off my spit. Or Duo will get very angry." Lu Jiangli burst into laughter. All right, I won't wipe." He lifted his hand as if to wipe again, only for Duo to dash over, bat his hand away and race back to his toys. Lu Jiangli raised his hand once more, prompting Duo to abandon his toys and sprint back instantly. This playful charade repeated several times, until finally Duo kept glancing up from his toy's eyes, flicking nervously toward Lu Jiangli, checking whether the kiss marks remained. His dewy white-set eyes and plump cherubic cheeks were utterly enchanting. Ding dong. Another WeChat notification chimed. Lu Jiangli opened it. It was another message from Lu Qing. Jiangli, I know past grievances still wound you, but your sisters have acknowledged their faults. Please come home. Also, Lu Zixi has been formally disowned from the Lu family. Return to us, and this time no one will slander, target, or scheme against you. You are the sole male heir officially recognized by the Lu clan. Once you return, all authority rests with you. Jiangli, hurry home, dear younger brother. Our family needs you. Mother needs you. Come be our strongest pillar, stand beside us as we weather this storm. Will you? Hoof. Lu Jiangli sneered coldly. How utterly hypocritical. When Head lived under the Lu family roof, Head served them selflessly, yet no one ever noticed his devotion. Everyone revolved solely around Lu Zixi. Now that the Lu family faced crisis, they suddenly remembered his worth. To think they expected him to return. A fantasy, pure and simple. His finger hovered, nearly blocking Lu Qing outright, yet he held back. Her WeChat account remained useful as a conduit for future gossip. Once Lu Chang ignited open conflict at home, once the divorce with Zhou Yan became irrevocable, he would deliver his final devastating revelation: Lu Chang's scandalous affair. He'd send it to Lu Qing, who'd relay it to the rest. Let the Lu family collapse anew. Deliver Lu Chang his ultimate fatal blow, then let him and Lu Meyer and Lu Zixi tear each other apart like rabid dogs. Meanwhile, He'd remain a silent, detached spectator, revenge delivered indirectly. The fiercer their war, the more vicious, irreconcilable, and lethal, the greater his satisfaction. Though Head resolved not to reply, fury compelled him to fire back with biting sarcasm. Oh, so now you remember me. Tell Zhou Yan to run straight to her precious Zixi baby, her obedient little son. What an extraordinary fellow he is, bending low, rising high, astonishingly capable. He's her pride and joy. And you fools, why don't you rush to your dear younger brother Zixi? He's so sweet, so considerate, so endlessly affectionate, big sister, this big sister, that go beg him to solve everything. Let him surrender the family fortune with both hands, let him summon Lu Chang home. Ha 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 ha. The moment Lu Jiangli sent the message, Lu Qing's tears spilled forth uncontrollably. Fearing Zhou Yan would see, she quickly turned aside and wiped her cheeks. Lu Jiangli was right, they were mindless fools. They'd neglected their own flesh and blood brother while doting obsessively on a bastard son, and even aided that illegitimate heir in tormenting their true sibling. Now retribution had arrived. Zhou Yan, watching Lu Qing, type, asked hopefully, Qinger, when will Jiangli be coming home? Lu Qing opened her mouth, but no words emerged. On Thursday, Lu Jiangli left for the driving school to take the 4th subject exam. He had never practiced the questions before, but this morning he completed 2 sets of papers on the app and reviewed the traffic police hand signals. Having returned with exceptional memory from his rebirth, he could answer any question he had seen before. As for those he had never encountered, he would rely on his understanding on sight. In the end, he passed with a score of 96, which was quite acceptable. After finishing the morning exam, he waited until past 2 in the afternoon, swearing in with the other students who had passed and received his driver's license. Huang Long was waiting on the road in his BMW from a distance. When Lu Jiangli walked out of the school gate, he encountered someone he particularly disliked, Su Qinglu. Today, Su Qinglu accompanied the blonde Song Yuyang to the driving school to sign up for a driver's license. Ever since Lu Zixi ignored her, she had been hanging around with Song Yuyang. Just as Lu Jiangli was about to pretend he didn't know her and walk away, Su Qinglu stepped forward cautiously and said, Lu Jiangli, what a coincidence to meet you here. Lu Jiangli looked up and glanced at Song Yuyang, who was standing with a hunched back at the second stall on the left, loudly buying pancakes. The school beauty with the blonde truly made a perfect match. Lu Jiangli had no intention of acknowledging Su Qinglu and directly strode away. However, Su Qinglu grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with complex emotions, her voice laced with pleading. Lu Jiangli, if I say I regret it now that it was wrong of me to lose you, will I still have a chance? Lu Jiangli let out a cold laugh, pushed her hand away and said in a tone that invited trouble, what do you think? Su Qinglu hurriedly pleaded, Jiangli, I know I'm wrong. I was with them out of necessity. You know my dad loves to gamble. If I don't bring back money, he will hit my mom and my 2 younger brothers, and he will hit me too. Lu Jiangli remained silent, quietly watching her performance. It was a fact that Su Qinglu came from a troubled family, and her father Su Yong loved to gamble. Whenever he lost, he would beat his wife and children. But was Su Qinglu herself truly innocent? No. She was a vain person just like her father. Her tragedy was not solely caused by her family. She herself enjoyed playing with men, fishing for compliments, and indulging in the pleasures provided by them. At such a young age, she was no longer a virgin. She had been with countless men. What good could she possibly be? So what? Lu Jiangli mocked. So what do you mean by telling me all this? Jiangli, I know that you still like me, you're just disappointed in me. If you can give me a chance to reconcile with you, I will cut off all ties with other boys and belong only to you in the future. Su Qinglu inched closer and lowered her voice. You can do whatever you want. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily, pretending to be very serious. Are you serious or just joking? Su Qinglu lowered her head, feeling a bit shy as she said, as long as you can be with me, I can immediately break up with Song Yuyang. Lu Jiangli crossed his arms and leisurely watched Su Qinglu, smiling. All right, break up with him right now. I'll wait here. Su Qinglu nodded, her previously cautious expression suddenly brightening as if a glimmer of light had appeared after a long time in darkness. She ran over and grabbed that light, refusing to let go. When Song Yuyang returned with the pancake, he trembled upon seeing Lu Jiangli. In the past, every encounter ended with Song Yuyang getting beaten up, and this time would likely be no exception. After all, the last time Song Yuyang and Su Qingle's father Su Yong deliberately set up Yang Mingquan, accusing him of cheating at cards, Yang Mingquan ended up getting beaten. Lu Jiangli had only taught Su Yong and a group of thugs a lesson. He hadn't yet had the chance to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes, Song Yuyang. This was a good opportunity, and he had to seize it. Lu Jiangli crossed his arms, leaning against the large iron gate of the driving school, staring intently at Song Yuyang. However, Song Yuyang avoided his gaze, walking up to Su Qinglu and abruptly placing the pancake in her hands. He yelled, "What the hell are you doing standing here? Let's go register." After saying that, he hurriedly moved forward. Su Qinglu looked up at Lu Jiangli, who returned her a determined gaze as if to say, "Go for it. Hurry up and break up with him so we can be together. A beautiful future awaits us." Su Qinglu gathered her courage and shouted at Song Yuyang's back, "Song Yuyang, I don't want to be with you anymore, I want to break up." "What?" Song Yuyang, with his messy blonde hair, turned around, staring at Su Qinglu as if he had seen a ghost. Just an hour ago this woman was beneath him, saying she would only love him in this lifetime, saying he was the best and most satisfying. What the hell was going on? Su Qinglu glanced at Lu Jiangli again, who returned her a determined look and nodded slightly, signaling her to hurry. In an instant Su Qinglu felt empowered. She stood tall, looking at the astonished Song Yuyang, and loudly declared, "Song Yuyang, let me tell you, don't come to bother me again. The person I like is not you." "What?" Song Yuyang was stunned. "What the hell? This woman has gone crazy." Fearing Lu Jiangli's dissatisfaction, Su Qinglu intensified her tone. "Song Yuyang, don't think you're something special. You're just a useless blonde punk, the scum of society. You don't deserve my looks. Our relationship was just a game. Get lost and don't let me see you again." Song Yuyang was furious and dumbfounded, looking between Lu Jiangli and Su Qinglu. Finally, too shocked and angry to care about Lu Jiangli, he stormed up to Su Qinglu and slapped her hard across the face. The force was so strong that it left Su Qingle's mouth crooked and her nose bleeding. She stumbled back, falling at Lu Jiangli's feet. "Damn it! Song Yuyang, why did you hit her? What do I have against you?" Lu Jiangli kicked Su Qingle's body aside, took a big step forward, and unleashed a flurry of punches at Song Yuyang. He attacked wildly, ignoring any explanations. Song Yuyang's nose was bloodied, his eyes bruised, and his face swollen. Su Qinglu thought Lu Jiangli was helping her and was immediately moved to tears. "Jiangli, you really want to accept me? Sob, sob, sob. Jiangli, you still love me. I knew you still loved me. Jiangli, I won't miss you again. Sob, sob, sob." After thoroughly beating Song Yuyang, Lu Jiangli stood up from him. After getting up, he didn't even glance at Su Qinglu. Huang Long had already driven the car to the gate, and he didn't intervene in the fight, silently cheering for Lu Jiangli. Lu Jiangli walked a few steps to the car and got in. "Jiangli! Jiangli!" Su Qinglu panicked, scrambling towards him. She grabbed Lu Jiangli's wrist. "Jiangli, don't leave me. You promised to be with me. You love me. You love me." "Ha!" Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. "When did I ever say I wanted to be with you? Your body is probably already filthy and rotten. Just a broken bus and you dare to say love? Get out of here." Lu Jiangli got into the car and it drove away. Behind him, Song Yuyang rushed up, grabbing Su Qingle's hair and returning all the pain Lu Jiangli had inflicted on him multiplied. Zhang Liang from Huayu Audio and Video arranged for someone to deliver the script to Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu. Lu Jiangli, possessing an extraordinary memory, became familiar with the script after just one reading. Yi Yuyu, on the other hand, took 3 days to familiarize herself with the script. Afterwards, the two went to the theater to get acquainted with various scene setups, the actors' duties, and other important matters. After paying respects to the heavens and the wealth god, the script, after rebirth, abandoning the cold beauty for the childhood sweetheart, officially began filming. Before filming officially commenced, Lu Jiangli asked Yi Yuyu, "Your choice to act with me, do your parents know? Will they oppose it?" Yi Yuyu shook her head, saying, "Since childhood my parents have raised me with freedom, they never interfere with what I want to do or not do." My dad said as long as I don't commit murder or arson he'll support me. My mom said I should choose what I like to do as long as I'm happy. Lu Jiangli envied her, saying, "Yu, it's wonderful to have such open-minded parents." Yu smiled gently at Lu Jiangli, comforting him. "You now have auntie and Dudwa. You are also very happy and I will always be by your side." Lu Jiangli nodded. "Yes, it's great to have you all." Since neither Lu Jiangli nor Yu were professional actors, they initially required guidance from the director, script design supervisor, action director, and script assistant. Gradually Lu Jiangli found his rhythm. The script felt as if it was written about his own story. Initially he was a bit awkward, but by the end he was performing in his true self. Yu, who already liked him, portrayed Lu Jiangli's childhood sweetheart. The way the childhood sweetheart looked at her crush in the script was both gentle and endearing. Outside of filming, Yu gazed at Lu Jiangli with eyes so tender they seemed to glisten with water. Director Feng Dagon clapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "This is truly the right casting. The way you two look at each other, aren't you already in love?" Lu Jiangli remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Yu. Yu quickly shook her head, saying, "Director, we are not, we are just classmates." Ha 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 ha. The director smiled knowingly. "I understand the matters of young people." Lu Jiangli and Yu fell silent. While it was unclear what the silence represented, it was evident that there was some emotional foundation between the two. This emotional foundation was precisely what was needed for acting. The director purposely had people hype up the online relationship between Lu Jiangli and Yu, igniting interest for the new drama's premiere. With the schedule set every morning from 7:00 to 9:00, Lu Jiangli took Yang Duo to Yu's home to learn martial arts. Filming occurred from noon until the afternoon. In the evenings when there were scenes to shoot, they filmed. If not, Lu Jiangli continued to take Yang Duo to learn swimming. This routine persisted for a week. Yu's master Longyin praised Lu Jiangli, believing he possessed an extraordinary memory. Most of his martial arts moves had already been learned by Lu Jiangli, who would only need to practice diligently in the future. There was no need to go to Yu's home anymore. Longyin had matters to attend to in Europe and might need to stay there for several months. He planned to return to spar with Lu Jiangli and see how much he had progressed. Lu Jiangli knelt to thank his master Longyin, promising to practice diligently and also supervise Yang Duo's training. When Longyin left, Lu Jiangli hosted a farewell banquet for him at the most luxurious hotel in Modu. He also presented Longyin with 100 million yuan to enjoy himself in Europe. Longyin laughed heartily, praising his disciple for being very thoughtful. Although he no longer went to Yu's home for training, Lu Jiangli still woke up every morning at 6:40 and practiced martial arts in his garden by 7 o'clock, continuing until 9. Yang Duo was also dragged out of her warm bed every day by Lu Jiangli, pouting with a round face, looking quite displeased to wake up. She would often ignore her brother, refusing to play with him, insisting her teddy bears wouldn't pay attention to him either. Lu Jiangli could only smile helplessly and continue to pull Yang Duo out of her warm bed the next day. Sometimes Lu Jiangli practiced alone, and other times he would train with Huang Long and a few other bodyguards, engaging in group combat. To everyone's surprise, aside from being unable to defeat Huang Long, the other 4 bodyguards, who were already quite formidable, were completely overpowered by Lu Jiangli. For against one they couldn't even match Lu Jiangli, showing that while hard work is necessary in martial arts, talent plays a significant role as well. "Zhou Yan, I originally gave you 2 days to consider, but now I've given you 10 days. What have you decided?" Two people without feelings staying together will only lead to mutual resentment, affecting everyone's mood. Lu Chang sat on the sofa looking at Zhou Yan with a face full of impatience. It had been 10 full days since he last left home. His words sounded grand, claiming to give Zhou Yan more time to think, but in reality he had spent those 10 days vacationing in Hawaii with Lu Meyer. The two of them indulged day and night, almost straining his back. He had taken plenty of pills as well. He genuinely worried about side effects. However, the thrill of being with Lu Meyer was too addictive. He decided to set aside concerns about side effects. Zhou Yan sneered, "Lu Chang, you heartless man, you haven't returned home for so many days and now you come back talking about divorce. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Lu Chang waved his hand, seeing Zhou Yan's haggard appearance compared to the delicate and charming Lu Meyer. There was truly no comparison. Initially, when he proposed divorce, he felt some hesitation and guilt. After all, they had been together for many years as young spouses. It was impossible to say he had no feelings for Zhou Yan or this family. But most men are creatures of instinct, and Lu Chang was no exception. Since agreeing to travel with Lu Meyer, Lu Chang was radiant, filled with the scent of hormones. Any lingering guilt towards Zhou Yan had long since vanished. As for Lu's 5 daughters, regardless of whether he divorced or not, they were still his children. "Zhou Yan, stop saying those irrelevant things. I've brought the divorce agreement, hurry up and sign it." Zhou Yan shook her head. "I won't sign." Lu Chang angrily said, "You will sign when I tell you to. Don't push your luck. I tell you, my mind is made up. I will definitely be with Meyer for the rest of my life. If you obstruct me, we will just tear apart our relationship." But what good does it do you to tear apart our relationship? Look at you now, unkempt and haggard, looking old and unattractive. You really can't hold your head up high. Lu Chang, what are you saying? Zhou Yan didn't expect such vicious words to come from him. You think I can't hold my head up high? I haven't been eating or sleeping well during this time. How can I have the mood to tidy up? Sign it. Sign it quickly. I don't want to waste time talking nonsense with you. Really, what a waste of my time. Lu Chang threw the divorce agreement at Zhou Yan's face. Zhou Yan felt a sharp pain in her face. Her heart shattered into pieces. Lu Chang, you are too much. Zhou Yan cried out, how can you just say you want a divorce after all these years? Is this how it ends for us? I have followed you since I was very young, endured so many hardships with you and built such a large family business together. Now you want to kick me out with one stroke. What capabilities does that vixen Lu Meyer have? She took over my years of hard work without a fight, and now she wants to take all your love as well. Tell me what is so good about her. Lu Chang was most unwilling to see Zhou Yan in such a state of fury. It was nothing compared to Lu Meyer's gentle and charming demeanor. He was now completely entranced by Lu Meyer's tenderness, her wild figure occupying his thoughts both awake and asleep. Zhou Yan's disheveled appearance only irritated him more. Lu Chang shouted at Zhou Yan, when I ask you to sign, just sign. Why do you have to keep babbling? Sign. Don't you understand? I'm telling you to sign. Zhou Yan was also enraged. She abruptly stood up from the sofa and threw the thick divorce agreement back at Lu Chang's lap. I won't sign. Lu Chang's face turned ashen with anger. Why won't you sign? A forced marriage is not sweet. What if you forcibly keep me by your side? My heart is not with you at all. Besides, you can't hold on to me. Let me tell you, I'm with Meyer every day. She is soft and lovely, and our intimacy is incredible. She occupies my mind completely now. Zhou Yan's tears flowed down instantly. Indeed, men are creatures that are sincerely good to you when they are good, but when they turn their backs they leave no mercy. Zhou Yan wiped her tears with the back of her hand. With a cold laugh, following the advice of her daughter, she said, if you want me to sign, you need to leave with nothing. Lu Chang had been waiting for these words. During their trip to Hawaii, Lu Chang had already discussed everything with Lu Meyer. Zhou Yan's reluctance to divorce was merely about the family assets. Anyway, half of the Lu family's assets were in Lu Zixi's hands. Whether Lu Chang got his share or not was not important. If Zhou Yan wanted it, then let her have it. It would be compensation for her years of dedication. If I leave with nothing, I do acknowledge you have contributed a lot to this family over the years. I don't want any of the family assets. I'll leave it to you and our 5 daughters. Yan. Lu Chang, fearing Zhou Yan might change her mind and refuse to sign, quickly softened his tone, saying, this is already my biggest concession. Think about it, if I give up all my assets, doesn't that mean I have nothing? I'll give all the money to you and the daughters so you all have some security. Zhou Yan felt very sad and helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Coincidentally, today all 5 daughters were not at home and Zhou Yan couldn't find anyone to discuss her thoughts with. Lu Chang's quick agreement was completely unexpected. Everyone had thought that if Lu Chang returned and demanded to leave with nothing, he would definitely refuse. Then Zhou Yan could use this as an excuse to delay the divorce. Unexpectedly, Lu Chang agreed so readily, which left Zhou Yan at a loss. No way. Who knows if you're trying to trick me? I need to wait for Qinger and the others to come back to discuss this with them. Zhou Yan said. Lu Chang was unwilling. If those 5 clever daughters returned, things might change. He needed Zhou Yan to sign right now. Lu Chang began to use various forms of psychological manipulation on Zhou Yan, trying to force her to sign through provocation. Zhou Yan, do you know what is most important between husband and wife? It's trust. Don't you understand? We have been married for so many years, yet you can't even give me this little trust. This is why our marriage is in trouble. Meyer would never doubt me like this. She would only support me unconditionally and trust me. Why can't you learn from her? Lu Chang's words successfully provoked Zhou Yan to tears. Lu Chang, can you not be so disgusting? You speak of cheating with such grandeur, implying that your infidelity is because I don't trust you. Lu Chang continued with his provocation. Look at you, look at how you are now. What's the difference between you and a shrew? A woman like you would embarrass a man. Only a gentle and graceful woman like Meyer brings comfort wherever she goes. Lu Chang, you keep mentioning Meyer. If she's so great, then go be with her. What are you doing here, acting crazy? Zhou Yan trembled with anger, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Lu Chang knew that Zhou Yan had a particularly fiery temper. If he continued to push, she might sign out of anger. What do you think I'm doing? Zhou Yan, hurry up and sign. You're really getting on my nerves. This sight is truly disgusting to me. Fine. If you want a divorce, then let it be. You think you're so impressive that I can't live without you? Zhou Yan exclaimed. Let me tell you, Lu Chang, they say those who wrong their wives will never prosper. A heartless person like you will meet a bad end sooner or later. In a fit of anger, Zhou Yan picked up the divorce agreement to read, discovering that Lu Chang truly intended to leave with nothing and was about to sign. Suddenly Lu Qing returned, took the divorce agreement from Zhou Yan's hands, read it, and said, "Mom, you can't sign this." Dad. Lu Qing suppressed the disgust of calling him dad. "If you want Mom to sign the divorce, then let Lu Zixi return the family assets. Divide them fairly according to the number of children there are. Otherwise, just delay it. Let that vixen Lu Meyer remain a shameful concubine forever, and let Lu Zixi never hold his head high. He could drown in spit alone. As for you, I will sue you for breach of trust, betrayal of marriage, and deceiving the family. By then you will still leave with nothing and lose Lu Zixi's family assets. You know my reputation in the industry. There has never been a case I, Lu Qing, couldn't win. Using my expertise to handle a case against my own family will be quite interesting." Lu Chang grew increasingly furious. The temperature around them dropped to freezing point. "Lu Qing, what are you saying? Have you grown wings to dare speak to me like this?" Lu Chang was enraged by Lu Qing's words and couldn't help but slap Lu Qing across the face. Lu Qing was struck and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He shouted loudly, "Lu Chang, you hit me. You actually hit me for those two vixens outside. Lu Qing, if you keep speaking recklessly, I won't kill you." "What vixens? In the future she will also be your mother, and Zixi is your biological brother." Lu Qing shook his head, crying and laughing. "You're talking nonsense. With her lewd nature, how can she deserve to be my mother? My real mother is here. She wouldn't even be worthy of licking her boots. She's just a shameless woman who knows how to seduce men. And my brother's name is not Lu Zixi, it's Lu Jiangli. I was wondering why you neglected your own son and favored an adopted one. It turns out that bastard is also your son. Your despicable creation is disgusting. Lu Qing." Lu Chang strode forward and slapped Lu Qing's face again. Lu Qing lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Lu Chang, how can you hit a child? How can you hit a child? You heartless beast." Zhou Yan saw Lu Qing being struck and was furious, rushing up to grapple with Lu Chang. Zhou Yan rushed forward and started grappling with Lu Chang. However, Lu Chang, standing at 185 meters tall and robust, was simply not a match for Zhou Yan. Lu Chang landed several resounding slaps on Zhou Yan's face. While hitting her, he cursed, "You crazy woman, in this state which man could possibly tolerate you? I won't let you off. I won't let you off." Zhou Yan, enduring the blows, reached out to grab Lu Chang's face but grasped at nothing, only to be forcefully pushed down to the ground by him. Her forehead collided with the edge of the coffee table. With a thud, blood began to flow from Zhou Yan's forehead. She let out a cry, covering her forehead with one hand as blood streamed through her fingers. Lu Chang, seemingly oblivious, became more enraged and grabbed Zhou Yan by her collar, slapping her hard across the face again. When Lu Qing witnessed this scene, her heart shattered. At that moment, a surge of furious rage erupted from within her. "Lu Chang, you've gone too far. You should die." Lu Qing gritted her teeth and charged at Lu Chang, forcefully shoving him aside. Lu Chang lost his balance, stumbling back and sitting down on the sofa. Lu Qing shouted, "Lu Chang, you beast. My mother is bleeding and you still hit her. Have you lost your mind? Do the women outside deserve for you to harm your own family like this?" "Hoof." Lu Chang finally snapped back to reality, noticing the blood trickling from Zhou Yan's forehead, but out of pride he merely scoffed. He got up, preparing to leave. Lu Qing held Zhou Yan tightly, pressing down on her bleeding forehead with all her might. The maid Ma was so frightened she froze, but quickly came to her senses and called for an ambulance. Lu Qing furiously yelled at Lu Chang, "Lu Chan, you will face retribution for this. Just wait, that cheap fox of yours will undoubtedly betray you and you will get what you deserve." As Lu Chang walked away, he continued to curse Lu Qing, "If you speak to me like that again, I will hit you too. You have no respect for your elders or love for the young. I am your father, do you not understand respect? You are not worthy." Lu Qing shot back angrily. Ignoring her, Lu Chang continued to berate Zhou Yan. "Zhou Yan, I warn you, I give you 3 more days. If you don't divorce me, I will never return, and after 2 years of separation I will sue you for divorce." Lu Chang cursed as he left. The maid Ma fetched some medical gauze from their supplies and Lu Qing placed it on Zhou Yan's forehead, pressing down hard to prevent further bleeding. The sound of an ambulance echoed at the entrance. The doctors rushed in, briefly stopping the bleeding before lifting Zhou Yan onto the stretcher. The ambulance sped off to the city hospital. At the hospital, Lu Qing first called the police, then contacted her 4 sisters. One by one they hurried to the hospital. When Lu Shuyu burst into the ward and saw the gauze wrapped around Zhou Yan's forehead, she couldn't help but cry uncontrollably. The family had been plagued by troubles recently, and this was Zhou Yan's 2nd trip to the hospital this month. "Mom, did that beast of my father do this to you?" Lu Shuyu asked her, heart aching. Zhou Yan nodded, tears streaming down her face. The most terrifying thing in life is realizing, even at over 50, that the person by your side is an unredeemable beast. Lu Zixi returned from the film crew leaning over the bedside and crying incessantly. How could my father be so cruel? A woman like Lumiere, a notorious seductress, was clearly not a good person. Was he blind, or did he not see Lumiere's true face? Lu Xiaolin also rushed back from her tutoring class. She had just conducted psychological training for over 2,000 students, teaching them how to handle marital relationships and make families happier. Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing the gauze on Zhou Yan's forehead, she noticed Lu Qing looking bruised and battered. Lu Xiaolin felt her head buzz and nearly fainted. It's easier to help others than to help oneself. Those students would come to her with problems and she could explain things clearly to them. Yet her own family was in chaos and she felt utterly helpless. Suddenly she felt that the knowledge she had acquired was mere theory, completely useless in practice. The more she thought about it, the more despondent she became. Though she didn't cry out loud, tears were flowing down her face like a river. Lu Yushu was particularly anxious. Upon hearing that her mother Zhou Yan was beaten, she nearly sprinted over. As she entered the ward, she tripped over the door and fell inside. Ouch, she cried, hitting her knee and wincing in pain. Lu Shuyu and Lu Zixi rushed to help her. Yushu, are you hurt? Quick, check if you're alright. Are you bleeding? Be careful, you are always so clumsy. Zhou Yan was startled by her fall and, disregarding everything, attempted to get out of bed. Lu Qing held her down, saying, Mom, Yushu is fine, you don't need to worry. Lu Yushu, ignoring the pain in her knee, rushed to Zhou Yan's bedside and cried loudly. Mom, wah. My dad is such a scum. A disgrace. A treacherous little man. That shameless fox Lumiere has gone too far. She only feels happy when she tears our family apart. Her conscience is so wretched. What a despicable creature. The daughters cried and Zhou Yan also wept. Just as they were crying heartily, the police arrived. Hey, who is Lu Qing? Lu Qing, with a bruised face, walked up to the police and said, Officer, I am Lu Qing, I called the police. The police nodded. Please tell us what happened. Lu Qing recounted the entire ordeal of Lu Chang's domestic violence, embellishing it as she went. The police took photographs for evidence, capturing Zhou Yan's injuries and Lu Qing's bruised face. After the police left, Lu Shuyu busied herself comforting Zhou Yan, while Lu Zixi suddenly wondered, hey, where's Yushu? Why haven't I seen her? Lu Xiaolin glanced around and noticed that Lu Yushu was not in the room. She opened the ward door and peered outside. Returning to the ward, she said, I don't know, she was just here. Forget her, she probably went out to clear her head. Everyone fell silent, feeling dreadful. At the entrance of the emergency room, Lu Yushu stormed in, kicking the door open. She shouted loudly, Lumiere, you shameless woman, you seductress, come out here. After the door was kicked open, the doctors inside were startled by her sudden entrance as they were attending to a patient. Lu Yushu, unfazed, yelled, where is that shameless Lumiere? Where has that wretched creature gone? The examining doctor immediately realized what was going on. Lumiere was like a rat crossing the street, infamous and universally despised. She must have seduced someone else's husband again. The examining doctor kindly directed Lu Yushu, Miss Dr. Lu is currently in the logistics department. Lu Yushu impatiently asked, where is the logistics department? The examining doctor replied with a smile, take the stairs to the second floor and it's a right turn after 100 meters. Lu Yushu said nothing and turned to leave. After Lu Yushu left, the examining doctor continued to treat patients, but every cell in her body was buzzing with excitement at the gossip. While attending to patients, she strained to hear any commotion from upstairs, even intentionally leaving the door ajar to listen. Lu Yushu hurried up the stairs to the second floor. Upon reaching the logistics department, she found no sign of Lumiere. Furious, she searched all over the hospital. After a few rounds without success, she returned to the first floor, planning to question the previous doctor in the emergency room. Look at that big butt wiggling as if it's about to spin around. It turns to the left, then to the right, intersecting back and forth. Lu Yushu's eyes reddened from watching. She wanted to rush over and kick those two big lumps, letting them bleed all over. But just from the back view, Lu Yushu wasn't quite sure if it was Lumiere. Before hitting someone, she had to confirm it was her. Just as the big lump was about to walk out, Lu Yushu chased after her, shouting, Lumiere. The big lump turned around. It really was Lumiere. With light makeup and fox-like upturned eyes, just one glance could captivate anyone. Indeed, a seductive vixen. Lu Yushu had already rushed in front of Lumiere, pointing at her and cursing, will you die if you act like a decent person? Why insist on being a mistress, ruining other people's families? Is the man you stole really that desirable? It's just someone else's worn-out shoe that has been used for decades, yet you treat it like a treasure here. You shameless wretch, I warn you, if you don't leave, my dad'll tear apart that thing below you and see how you serve men in the future. Lumiere recognized Lu Yushu. Lu Yushu was once very close to Lu Zixi, never apart from each other. Lumiere had told Lu Zixi to treat Lu Yushu well, as she would be the one to help with any future misdeeds. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's that brainless girl from back then who was once easily fooled by my son yet caused trouble for your own brother. Now you're here accusing me in a fit of madness. You. Lu Zixi was furious. You have a brain. The only thing your brain is filled with is the sperm of men. How despicable. Lu Meyer crossed her arms snickering. So what? Your dad loves me dearly. He gave half of his family fortune to my son and now your mom has been beaten. How satisfying. Ha ha ha. You shameless woman, let me laugh. Let me laugh. Lu Zixi could no longer hold back, rushing up and grabbing Lu Meyer's hair to start fighting. With hands grasping, mouths biting and feet kicking, everyone was on the move. Of course Lu Meyer was no pushover either. As Lu Zixi pulled her hair, she retaliated by pulling Lu Yixiu's hair. The two of them twirled together like twisted braids. They fought all the way from the hospital entrance back to the hospital lobby. Busy patients saw the fight and gathered around. Those waiting in line no longer felt rushed. The sick didn't feel their pain anymore. Everyone was filled with the thrill of watching the drama unfold. Dr. Lilan in consultation room 2 had her ears perked up listening to the commotion upstairs. However, there was no noise from upstairs, only the chaotic sounds coming from the lobby. Lilan followed the patients to the scene of Lu Meyer and Lu Yixiu's fight to watch. She even took a few pictures and sent them to the hospital group chat. Using a particularly kind and sympathetic tone, she said, "Colleagues, come help. Dr. Lu doesn't know why she was attacked. It's quite pitiful. Everyone come help her. I wonder if this is a medical dispute." Once Lilan's message was sent, many idle colleagues in the hospital rushed over. They all came to help to watch the show and discuss the art of fighting. The Lu sisters were taking care of their injured mother in the VIP ward when they suddenly heard chatter outside the door. "There's a fight in the first floor lobby. I heard it's about a husband cheating, a love dispute." "Who is fighting whom?" "From the looks of it, it seems like the legal wife is fighting the mistress, but the legal wife looks much younger and prettier than the mistress. I wonder if that man is blind to find such an old mistress." "Mistress may be a bit older, but if she has a good figure and looks good, it's normal for a man to be unable to resist." "Oh right, the one being beaten is that doctor, the one causing a stir online, named Lu something Meyer." The four sisters exchanged glances and instantly understood what was going on. Lu Shuyu was the first to rush out of the ward, followed closely by Lu Shunyan, Lu Qing and Lu Xiaolin. Zhou Yan also quickly got off the bed. She had only a slight head injury and felt a bit dizzy, but there was no serious issue. Her daughters insisted she stay in the hospital for a few days to get the police to catch Lu Chang and make the domestic violence incident more public. Lu Shuyu hurriedly took the elevator to the first floor lobby and indeed saw the place surrounded by people. Lu Shuyu pushed through the crowd, barely squeezing in, and nearly fainted at the sight. She saw her beautiful and adorable younger sister Lu Zixi tangled up with the seductive Lu Meyer. Their hair was a mess, looking like a bird's nest, and they each had bruises on their faces. The security guard shouted from the side, telling them to let go of each other. Yet neither was willing to release their grip. Lu Shuyu pretended to step in and mediate, saying, "Hey, what are you fighting about? Let's all take a step back." Meanwhile, she pinched Lu Meyer's thigh several times. Lu Meyer, feeling the sting, turned her anger towards Lu Shuyu, shouting, "Are you stupid? Why are you pinching me?" Lu Shuyu looked confused, loudly explaining, "Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm trying to mediate and now it's my fault." Having said that, Lu Shuyu slapped Lu Meyer hard across the face. "That's for wrongfully accusing me. What started as a duel turned into a brawl." Lu Shunyan, Lu Qing and Lu Xiaolin also rushed down, all three charging in to break up the fight. Lu Meyer was secretly slapped many times, pinched several times, and had several tufts of hair pulled out. Until Zhou Yan, injured, arrived at the scene, groggily saying, "Everyone let go of each other." Only then did the war cease. Lu Meyer was now disheveled, her makeup ruined, looking like a ghost. One eye was bruised and her face bore numerous scratches from fingernails. Lu Zixi was not much better off, hair in disarray and her face also marked. Seeing Zhou Yan approaching, Lu Meyer knew she had intentionally sent people to beat her up. Angrily she said, "Zhou Yan, so what if you sent your daughters to hit me? When I go back, Changgu will only feel more pity for me and hate you even more. You can never go back to how it was before. Look, you've got a wound on your forehead, you totally deserve it. You can't even manage your own man. But then again, it's normal. How could a woman who's aging rapidly have a man love her?" Lu Qing angrily said, "Lu Meyer, you're formidable, you're impressive, talking so much here. You're only a few years younger than my mom. Soon you'll also grow old and have no charm left. Let's see how long you can keep this up." The shouting continued. The security guard pushed them apart. "Stop shouting, you're disturbing the hospital's order. If this continues, I'll call the police right here. Everyone disperse, go back to what you were doing. It's just a few women fighting, don't let it affect your work." Zhou Yan called her 5 daughters back to the ward. Lu Meyer angrily left the hospital, dialing Lu Chang's number, crying, "Changgu, I was beaten by Zhou Yan's people." She thought she would receive comfort and pity from Lu Chang. But she heard Lu Chang's voice on the other end saying, "Go home first, I have no way right now, I'm in the police station for domestic violence." Lu Meyer was furious upon hearing Lu Chang say he was at the police station with no one to back her up. But then she remembered that Brother Chang had said he was arrested for domestic violence. That woman Zhou Yan was so arrogant she deserves to be abused every day. It's her fault if she gets hurt. A woman without skills who cannot keep her man from running off with another woman only blames other women for her own failures and never looks for the cause within herself. Such women are truly pathetic. Zhou Yan is one of them. Lu Meyer stood at the entrance of the hospital with disheveled hair waiting for a taxi. Not far away groups of people were discussing her. How shameless. Why do something bad? To be someone else's mistress now getting beaten up serves her right. Look at her hair all over the place like a ghost. I really don't know what Lu Chang sees in her. What does he see? She just has messy hair and a scratched face. You see how she can charm anyone with her beauty and her curvy figure. Not to mention Lu Chang, even I could have a go at her. Come on, stop it. She probably wouldn't even look at you. Wouldn't look at me. Besides her special face, she's still a mess down there. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Who doesn't have issues down there? Are you saying yours is fragrant? Mine is better. She's just trash. And she calls herself a white angel. She doesn't deserve it. Lu Meyer's ears were filled with the sounds of people cursing and discussing her. But now she couldn't care less about arguing with others. Just a moment ago Lu Zixi had called to say he burned his hand while cooking in the kitchen and she needed to go home to check on him. After waiting for what felt like ages, the taxi finally arrived and Lu Meyer got in amidst the jeers of the crowd. In the rearview mirror someone spat towards the direction her taxi had gone. Someone loudly declared, "Pfft. What bad luck." After finishing filming, Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu found it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The crew provided lunchboxes each containing an extra-large chicken leg. Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu ate with great enjoyment. For Yi Yuyu, who was accustomed to luxurious meals at home, eating these lunchboxes occasionally was not a hardship, instead it felt interesting. As for Lu Jiangli, having grown up in difficult conditions, he had tasted all sorts of hardships, so these lunchboxes were quite satisfying for him. "Yuyu, do you still want to go somewhere to have some fun later, or should we just head home?" Lu Jiangli asked Yi Yuyu. In fact, he himself was quite tired. Acting was truly not a job for humans. Although he played his part naturally and wouldn't encounter any issues, sometimes if the supporting role performed poorly he had to repeat the scene countless times. But he was tired. However, if Yi Yuyu didn't want to go home yet, he didn't mind accompanying her a bit longer. Yi Yuyu noticed the fatigue in his eyes and said compassionately, "Let's skip the fun. We're all so tired, let's just go home and get some good sleep." Lu Jiangli nodded, "Then see you tomorrow." Yi Yuyu replied, "Yes, see you tomorrow. Don't forget to think of me." They were driven home by their respective bodyguards. As soon as Lu Jiangli sat down on the sofa after arriving home, his WeChat notification chimed. He saw that it was a message from Lu Qing. First there were 2 photos followed by a message. Lu Jiangli opened the photos to take a look. One showed Zhou Yan bruised and bloody and the other was of Lu Qing, also with a swollen face. "Jiangli, today Lu Chang came back and forced Mom to sign the divorce papers. When she refused, he beat her up like this. Mom has always been kind-hearted, loving towards both family and children. I never expected that the person by her side could be so disgusting." When Lu Jiangli saw this message, he couldn't help but chuckle. If your mom were really that kind, she wouldn't have favored her adopted son and abandoned her own children. "Jiangli, I had a fight with Lu Chang today and I got beaten up too. In life we really make many mistakes, but it's good that we can stop the loss in time. Jiangli, through this incident we've seen through many people. We've seen through Dad. Don't be fooled by his usually dignified appearance, he's actually a despicable person who betrays his family. We've seen through Lu Zixi. In the past, whenever he had arguments with you, we thought he was just a child who didn't understand, believing you should give way to him as his older brother. But looking back, he's not just childish, he's manipulative, a villain. And that Lu Meyer, I used to think of her as Zixis attending doctor, always smiling sweetly, but I never expected she would be a wretched vixen who ruins other people's families." Lu Jiangli didn't reply, he was too lazy to respond. He simply cleared the chat history. His adoptive mother Helian saw Lu Jiangli had come back and sat beside him, asking with concern, "Son, have you been tired these days filming?" Lu Jiangli nodded, "A bit tired, Mom. I've already eaten at the set. You don't need to call me for dinner, I just want to go straight to bed." Helian said, "Son, I made a special chicken soup with cordyceps for you to nourish your body. Let me bring you a bowl, you can just drink the soup, no need to eat. After you finish you can go to sleep, okay?" Lu Jiangli nodded, "Okay, thanks, Mom. What about Duo? Helian smiled, "The little one played in the garden all day today and got too tired she just fell asleep. I carried her to bed. As He Lian spoke, she went into the kitchen to bring out the chicken soup. Here son, just drink this bowl of soup, it's not much. Lu Jiangli looked at the large bowl He Lian was holding, which was at least as big as a cooking pot from other homes. He instantly felt deflated. Mom, I really have eaten, I can't possibly finish such a big bowl. He Lian shook her head. Son, this isn't much. You're still growing, how can you not eat more? Lu Jiangli replied, no mom, I really can't eat that much. If I finish this bowl, I'll definitely throw up. Lu Jiangli took the bowl from He Lian and walked into the kitchen, pouring most of the soup and meat back into the pot. I'll just eat this much. He Lian had no choice but to go along with him. Lu Jiangli ate the chicken and drank the soup, then went upstairs to check on the sleeping young duo, kissing her chubby little face several times. He took a quick shower on the 3rd floor. Half lying on his bed, he took out his phone to check how his stocks had been performing over the past few days. He also reviewed his total income. He had bought billions in Bitcoin, planning to sell it in 2018. Now after selling the stocks he held, he had won 8 billion. Lu Jiangli planned to take 600 million to buy a larger villa in the semi-mountainous area where Yi Yu lived. The villa in Hatan was still quite cramped since the living area was only over 400 square meters. He currently had 5 bodyguards, a chef, a cleaner, and his mom and duo, making it hard to accommodate so many people. The bodyguards usually crammed into one room, and Lu Jiangli had long wanted to change houses. Saying it was time to act, he decided to go house hunting tomorrow. While pondering these matters, he unintentionally fell asleep. Just as he was deep in slumber, the ringing of a WeChat video call woke him up. He picked up his phone and saw that his expression darkened instantly. It's Lu Qing again. Shed called me on video, unanswered, then sent a message. Jiangli, mother is in terrible spirits right now. I need to see you. Sister 3, please, just answer the call. Talk to mother. Comfort her, won't you? Jiangli, please, mother has only us left now. Lu Jiangli muttered, is this never ending? And hung up. She reached to mute her phone and prepare for sleep, only for Lu Qing's video call to ring through again. Lu Jiangli glanced at the wall clock above her bed. It read 1130 p.m. Her hand trembled repeatedly, each tremor urging her to block Lu Qing, permanently severing all ties once and for all. But not yet. To exact revenge upon the Lu family, to ruin Lu Zixi and Lu Meyer, she needed to remain connected to them. How else could she savor their downfall? True, she could hire private investigators, but nothing compared to the raw, unfiltered drama Lu Qing delivered firsthand. Every report was a feast. The more they suffered, the sharper her satisfaction grew. How could she not rejoice when her former self had died in agony, every torment meticulously orchestrated by them? Lu Jiangli seethed with hatred, teeth clenched, knuckles white. She longed to end them herself. Especially Lu Zixi. In this life he would die utterly, irrevocably. Yet this was a society governed by law, not vengeance by blade. Better to sit atop the mountain and watch tigers tear each other apart than step forward to claim the spoils. That was the highest art of retribution. Her sole grievance. The disruption to her rest. So she muted her phone, only for Lu Qing's video call to flash across the screen once more. Lu Jiangli paused, then accepted the call. On screen, Zhou Yan lay in a hospital bed, her head swathed in gauze. After 3 unanswered calls, Zhou Yan had already resigned herself to despair. She hadn't expected Lu Jiangli to answer the 4th. Jiangli. Zhou Yan jolted upright, cradling the phone. Lu Qing held out, voice trembling with raw emotion. My son, you finally agreed to see your mother. Son, I was wrong, I truly was. I regret every cruelty I inflicted upon you. You are my flesh and blood, the only true child I have. Your love for me was sincere, unlike Zixi's, a lifetime of pretense. Jiangli, Zixi is no human being. I doted on him since birth, and still he turned on me without mercy. Lu Jiangli's head throbbed. She endured Zhou Yan's monologue only to deliver barbed mockery. Oh dear, what on earth happened to you? Who did this? Tisk tisk, Ms. Zhou, you look utterly wretched, beaten into such a state. Weren't you once so radiant? Head high, eyes aloof, never deigning to glance at this country bumpkin of yours. Did you tumble from the heavens? Crash straight into the mud. Tisk tsk, how pitiful. But tell me, why seek me now, Ms. Zhou? How does this provincial nobody ever merit your attention? Shouldn't you be rushing to your darling son, your precious Zixi? He's the one who commands your gaze, isn't he? Where is your beloved Zixi, by the way? You adored him so, held him close, kissed his cheeks, fed and clothed him before anyone else. Yet when you lie wounded, does he even visit? Lu Jiangli finished her scathing tirade and severed the call. Her phone, already muted, slipped silently onto the pillow beside her as she closed her eyes to sleep. Lu Meyer returned to Bingha Residential Complex and froze at the doorway. Lu Zixi sat weeping on the kitchen floor. Alarmed, she rushed over. What's wrong? Lu Zixi looked up, saw her disheveled hair, her bruised face, and burst into fresh tears. Mom, who did you fight? She ignored his question. Never mind me, tell me what's wrong with you. Lu Zixi wailed. Mom, I'm starving. I tried cooking myself, and burned my hands on hot oil. Lu Meyer hurried to inspect his hands, both backs blistered with angry swollen welts. She lifted him from the floor, guided him into the kitchen, and turned on the faucet, ordering him to hold both hands beneath the cold stream. Mom, why do I need to do this? He asked, bewildered, devoid of basic life knowledge. Lu Meyer sighed. This cools the skin, numbs the pain, minimizes tissue damage. Honestly, how did you pass biology? He shook his head. Mom, I only memorize facts for exams. Good grief, you're hopeless. Then a sudden realization hardened her expression into disgust. That wretched Zhou Yan. I left you in her care for years, and she taught you nothing. Turned you into a useless wreck. How utterly unforgivable. She did it deliberately, kept you ignorant, incapable of even boiling water, so you'd cling to her forever. What a vile, calculating woman. Lu Zixi nodded fervently. That evil old hag. She forbids me from doing anything, all to frame me, to make me look incompetent. Lu Meyer retreated to the bathroom, secured her hair with a clip, then strode into the kitchen, pan sizzling, oil crackling. Lu Zixi hovered nearby. Mom, was it those Lu family harpies who attacked you? She nodded grimly. They're monsters. Lu Yueshu yanked my hair, while the other four pretended to mediate, all the while pinching, slapping, even stealthily tearing at my scalp. Lu Zixi erupted. Bitches. They'll pay, mark my words. A venomous glint ignited in Lu Meyer's eyes. By the way, Mom, where's Dad? Lu Meyer's mood instantly brightened at the mention of Lu Chang. Your father. Ha ha ha, he's in the police station. For domestic violence. Lu Zixi frowned. Mom, if Dad's detained, why are you laughing? She doubled over, breathless with mirth. Son, you missed the point. Domestic violence. Think, who did he strike? He beat Zhou Yan and got arrested. Whether he stays jailed matters less than the fact that he struck her. Doesn't that taste like sweet justice? Understanding dawned, and Lu Zixi flung his arms around her from behind, beaming. Mom, that's perfect. That old witch deserved every blow. In the VIP ward of the hospital, the old witch Zhou Yan sat, curled face buried in her hands, silent sobs shaking her shoulders. Lu Jiangli's words from the video call still echoed, each syllable a precise surgical strike to her heart. Mom, don't cry. Jiangli was just speaking out of anger. I believe he will come back. He is so kind-hearted. How could he bear to see you suffer? Fourth sister Lu Xiaolin comforted Zhou Yan. Lu Xinian and Lu Yueshu also chimed in. Yes, Mom, Jiangli has always been very kind. He probably left the Lu family because of the severed ties, and since we haven't looked for him, he might be upset. Once he calms down, he will return. Lu Yueshu nodded in agreement with Lu Xinian. Jiangli is just soft-hearted. As long as we go find him, say a few kind words, and coax him a bit, he will definitely come back. Right, eldest sister. Lu Yueshu looked at Lu Shuyu. Lu Shuyu remained silent. She shared a similar sentiment with Lu Qing, believing that Lu Jiangli would not return, while Lu Shuyu thought he might still come back. Right, eldest sister. Lu Yueshu did not receive a positive response and asked Lu Shuyu again. Lu Shuyu shook her head. Jiangli was hurt too deeply in our family. He is left with nothing but profound disappointment towards us. I don't know if he will ever return. Lu Yueshu sighed and fell silent. When Lu Jiangli was with the Lu family, she was the one who bullied him the most. Zhou Yan's shoulders shook as she cried, her whole body trembling. Why am I so unfortunate? In this life I've always strived to be kind, never holding grudges against anyone. How did I end up like this? My husband betrayed me, my adopted son turned against me, and my biological son ignores me. Why do I feel so defeated? I might as well die, at least then I wouldn't have to endure so much sorrow and pain. Lu Xinian hurried to sit by Zhou Yan's bedside, comforting her. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by dying? That's so harsh to say. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Jiangli back. Our family is so wealthy, even if half of it was cheated away by Lu Zixi, we still have a lot. Jiangli isn't foolish. Would he really abandon all this wealth and not come back to inherit it? Zhou Yan also felt that Lu Jiangli could not possibly not return. She had heard that his adoptive father was not treating him well. His adoptive mother is just a migrant worker and has a 4-year-old daughter to support. Their living conditions must be terrible and certainly cannot provide Lu Jiangli with a good life. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The Lu family's living conditions are so good. Lu Jiangli lived with them for 4 years and must have become accustomed to it. The past few months living outside have been merely out of spite. Once he truly experiences hardship he will definitely return home. Except for Lu Chang and Lu Shuyu, everyone else felt confident that Lu Jiangli would come back. Lu Jiangli got up at 6:40 a.m., woke up Yang Duodua, and after getting ready began his daily martial arts training at 7 o'clock sharp. Today he was still sparring with the bodyguards. Lu Jiangli's skills were becoming increasingly strong. Yang Duodua was also quite good. Although she was only 4 years old, she could easily take down someone without any martial arts training. Of course she couldn't win against the bodyguards. After all, she started learning late, and being younger and smaller her strength was not on the same level. It was normal not to win. After training ended at 9 o'clock, Lu Jiangli casually had a light breakfast. Yi Yuyu called saying she was ready to leave. Lu Jiangli laughed on the phone. Yuyu, I'm about to head out too, let's meet at the theater entrance. Yi Yuyu replied softly, okay. Yi Yuyu was already waiting there wearing sunglasses and with her hair in a high ponytail. She wore a black high-waisted t-shirt on top and a white short skirt on the bottom along with white shoes. She looked very youthful and vibrant. It seems like you are missing a necklace, Lu Jiangli said, observing her neck thoughtfully. Seeing Lu Jiangli staring at her chest, Yi Yuyu thought it was because her chest was too big. She shyly covered her chest with her hands. What are you looking at? Lu Jiangli, realizing her meaning, flicked her forehead and laughed. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Yi Yuyu felt her face blush, quickly shook her head and said, nothing, I wasn't thinking about anything. The two of them walked side by side into the production team. Today went relatively smoothly. They filmed many scenes, most of which didn't require rework. At 5 in the afternoon, after finishing filming and coming out of the production team, Yi Yuyu's bodyguard took her back to the hillside villa. Huang Long took Lu Jiangli back to the Lotus Pond Villa. Lu Jiangli originally intended to go house hunting today, but after checking the time it was already too late, so he could only postpone it for another day. Or maybe he could ask Yi Yuyu to keep an eye out for any vacant houses at the hillside villa. As the car drove back to the Lotus Pond Villa, Lu Jiangli saw Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing at the entrance of the community. The two intercepted Huang Long's car. Huang Long turned to Lu Jiangli and asked, young master, should we stop? Lu Jiangli shook his head, just drive past. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shuyu stepped in front of the car while Lu Qing gently tapped on the passenger window. Lu Jiangli had no choice but to say, stop for now, let's see what they want. Huang Long stopped the car and the window rolled down. Lu Jiangli sat in the passenger seat, his expression extremely cold. He glanced at Lu Qing in front and Lu Shuyu, who had come around to the passenger side. The two sisters had always thought that Lu Jiangli lived in a slum, but when they went to the slum they found out that Yang Mingquan's family hadn't lived there for a long time. The neighbors told Lu Shuyu and Lu Qing that they had moved to the Lotus Pond Villa. The two of them hurried over. What do you want by finding us here? Lu Jiangli's tone was unfriendly. Lu Shuyu's tears flowed before she spoke. Jiangli, your mother was in poor health when she gave birth to you. She has faced too much these days and her emotions are very unstable, she could faint at any moment. Qing'er and I came here to plead with you to come home with us, okay? Lu Jiangli sneered, don't try to morally bind me. What it was like when she gave birth to me has nothing to do with me. If I had known returning to the Lu family would lead to being bullied like this, Zhou Yan should have just suffocated me at birth. Lu Shuyu shook her head. Jiangli, I really know I was wrong and Mom knows too. Give us a chance. If we return to the Lu family we can fight for our rightful inheritance together, alright? Lu Qing also added, yes, Jiangli, blood is thicker than water, we are family. Indeed, in the past we sisters wronged you, thinking Lu Zixi was too young and immature, always making you yield to him. Only now do we realize his true nature, and thinking back to what we did to you in the past we truly regret it. Jiangli, no one is perfect who can be without faults. Please give us sisters a chance to redeem ourselves and make amends, alright? As Lu Qing spoke she reached out to grab Lu Jiangli's right hand. Let go. Lu Jiangli forcefully shook off Lu Qing's hand. Lu Shuyu, Lu Qing, do you know why I had my bodyguard stop the car? I stopped the car not because I have any feelings for you, but because I only harbor hatred for you now. I wish you all would die one by one. The only reason I stopped is to mock you. To humiliate you. I advise you not to struggle. No matter how much you plead, I will never return to the Lu family. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, your current house is no longer called the Lu family. The male head of the Lu family has already shifted his focus away from you, and it's only a matter of time before he divorces Zhou Yan. Once the divorce happens, can it still be called the Lu family? It should be called the Zhou family, haha. Jiangli, are you really this heartless, not giving us even a chance for redemption? Lu Shuyu was in tears, her shoulders shaking as she cried. But we are your closest family. Mom gave birth to you, she didn't want to lose you. After losing you she cried until her eyes nearly went blind. The reason Mom is good to Lu Zixi is that during the time you were lost Lu Chang happened to bring Lu Zixi back. Lu Zixi is the same age as you, just a little baby, you both share some resemblance, which is why Mom poured all her love onto Lu Zixi. So what? Lu Jiangli said coldly, is this the reason I returned to the Lu family, that she is constantly targeting me? No, it should be that since the original product has returned, the substitute should step aside. Why is she treating the substitute so well? I understand now, because she is foolish, she cannot see clearly. After so many years apart, she has long lost her feelings for me. Since she has lost her feelings, why do you force me to return to continue flattering you, to see the contempt in your eyes? Lu Jiangli spat at the two of them. Do you think that so-called home of yours is some kind of golden nest where everyone must rush in? Let me tell you, I do not crave it. My current home is far happier than your so-called home. Lu Qing wore all her sadness on her face. She choked. Jiangli, I know, and he treats you well, and Yang Duo relies on you a lot, but have you ever thought about how much your closest family misses you while you happily live with your adoptive mother? Jiangli, my dearest younger brother, perhaps others might realize their regret when they discover Lu Zixi's true colors, but I am not one of them. Not long after you left the Lu family, I realized we were wrong. So when you sang in the park, I would stay late, always keeping you company. It's just that at that time I truly lacked the courage to seek your forgiveness. After all, every time Lu Zixi framed you, I was one of the accomplices. I just hope you live well, hope you are happy. Lu Jiangli listened to Lu Qing's words as if hearing some nonsense. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Qing, I severed ties with my family and left. You lacked the courage to seek my forgiveness, and now you have the courage. Who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru? Don't tell me you regret it now. Actually, you are not regretting it, but rather Lu Chang has betrayed the family and Lu Zixi is not what you imagine, so now that you have no support, you want to pull me to your side. Dream on. Let me tell you, don't ever come looking for me again. No matter what, I will not return to your disgusting and foul-smelling so-called home. That is not my home. The place where my adoptive mother and Yang Duo are is my true home. Don't think I will sympathize with your current situation. I tell you, not only do I not sympathize, but I also feel happy. The worse you are, the happier I am. Just get lost, don't show up at the entrance of our community again. Seeing you makes me sick. It affects my mood for the entire day. You don't want me to be in a bad mood, do you? What's there that can't be solved? Just go find Lu Zixi, your beloved Zixi brother. You used to protect him so much, you should continue to do so now. What now that he involves your interests, you turn against him? Oh, you really are heartless. Lu Jiangli ranted, not giving Lu Cheng and Lu Shuyu any chance to refute. With a gesture, Huang Long immediately rolled up the car window and drove into the community. Outside the community, the two sisters squatted on the ground, covering their faces and crying bitterly. After crying for several minutes, they supported each other and walked toward their luxury car, looking back multiple times. Lu Jiangli returned home and He Lian was in the garden pulling weeds. This was originally the work of a cleaner, but she couldn't sit still and was fiddling around nearby. Not seeing Yang Minchuan, he was probably off fishing somewhere, and Lu Jiangli usually wouldn't inquire about his matters. Yang Duo was sitting in the living room watching cartoons. Upon seeing Lu Jiangli return, she instantly felt the cartoon was no longer appealing and ran towards him barefoot. Brother, you're back. Duo missed you so much. Lu Jiangli took a piece of Dove chocolate from his pocket and smiled. Duo, do you miss your brother, or do you miss your brother's chocolate? Yang Duo giggled sweetly. Of course I miss my brother. No, I think I miss my brother's chocolate even more. Lu Jiangli rubbed her little head and smiled. You little rascal. In the following days, Lu Jiangli was busy filming. After filming for so long, they had finally completed more than half of the 40-episode script. On Friday afternoon, due to working overtime to rush the shoot, Lu Jiangli and Yi Yuyu usually left the theater around 5 o'clock, but today they didn't leave until 6 o'clock. Yi Yuyu felt a bit tired and had her bodyguard drive her home. Lu Jiangli also got into the car driven by Huang Long. At 6 o'clock in Magic City, it was rush hour and their usual route home was quite congested at this time. Lu Jiangli instructed Huang Long to take the route over Woling Bridge. It would take a longer detour, but it should be less congested than this side. The car sped along and finally arrived at Woling Bridge. On the bridge, the sidewalks were crowded with people enjoying the river view. Below the bridge was the Woling River with torrents of water surging and crashing. Lu Jiangli lowered the car window, admiring the scenery along the way. At that moment, the vehicles ahead came to a complete stop. Lu Jiangli felt a rush of panic. Is today really going to be this unlucky, getting stuck in traffic wherever I go? Huang Long got out to check ahead and quickly ran back, saying to Lu Jiangli, young master, you really guessed correctly, there was a car accident ahead and traffic is blocked. Sigh. Lu Jiangli sighed. What can be done? Just wait. The traffic had been congested since 6:20 and there was still no sign of moving by 7 o'clock. Just then Yang Duo called. Her sweet little voice on the phone asked, brother, why aren't you back yet? Did you forget? Today is my birthday. Ah. Duo, today is your birthday. Lu Jiangli suddenly remembered that today was August 13th, indeed Duoduo's birthday. He had been so busy lately that he completely forgot. Brother, you forgot today is my birthday, so you definitely didn't buy me lollipops and a magical fairy. I won't talk to you anymore, boo-hoo. Lu Jiangli, he hurriedly explained to young Duoduo's sweetheart, I didn't forget him on my way to buy lollipops and a magical fairy. You'll be home soon. Just wait for me, okay? Yang Duoduo's mood instantly brightened. I'll wait obediently for brother. After hanging up, Lu Jiangli said to Huan Long, today is Duoduo's birthday. If we keep getting stuck, I don't know when I'll get home. How about this, you stay here in traffic and when it clears up you head back. I'll get out and go over the bridge on foot, taking a shortcut home. Lu Jiangli got out of the car and walked through the crowded traffic to the side of the bridge railing. Continuing to walk east, preparing to cross the bridge and take a shortcut home. Just focused on walking. Suddenly, Lu Jiangli heard someone on the bridge shouting loudly, help! Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Lu Jiangli peeked over the edge of the river and without hesitation jumped in. Lu Jiangli noticed someone struggling in the river, desperately calling for help even though he did not recognize the person. In fact, due to the distance, he couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. He could only see the person's head and hands occasionally breaking the surface of the turbulent water, then disappearing again. The situation was extremely critical. In that moment, Lu Jiangli suddenly recalled the bitter experience of his last life when he had left this world in despair beneath the water. He had been unable to swim, dragged down by Lu Zixi, gasping for breath and struggling in vain. Water invaded his eyes, ears and mouth, and gradually he lost consciousness amid extreme pain and fear. He departed from a world he loved yet had always deceived himself about. Although saving someone was an impulsive act, since he had learned to swim in this life, he decided to give it a try as a way to accumulate virtue. The place where Lu Jiangli jumped was still quite far from the struggling person, at least 20 meters away. He swam forward with all his might. Today he was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts which didn't create much resistance in the water. However, the river was raging, if not for his 2 months of martial arts training and his robust physique from working at construction sites since childhood. It was no easy feat to save someone from the turbulent waters. Even moving forward was a struggle. As Lu Jiangli swam toward the person with a splash, another individual jumped into the river to help. This person had jumped in just a minute later than Lu Jiangli. He struggled to swim forward, and this was his first time in the water outside of the swimming pool since learning to swim with Yang Duo. He never expected that his first dive would turn into a moment of great virtue, saving someone. The Wuling Bridge was now crowded with onlookers. Some were regulars who walked by the river, while others had jumped out of their cars due to a traffic jam caused by an accident, rushing to see someone in distress. Everyone watched the situation in the river, anxiously waiting for Lu Jiangli to bring the person back. Some shouted encouragement, go for it. Keep going. The waves are too strong, be careful. Hero, be careful. Some took out their phones to record the scene. Coincidentally, a reporter from a television station was on the bridge filming a documentary and captured Lu Jiangli leap into the water. Lu Jiangli was still swimming with all his strength. He was unaware of what was happening on the bridge, and he couldn't hear the shouts of encouragement or warnings. All he heard was the rushing sound of water. His sole thought was to swim quickly and save that person so they wouldn't meet the same tragic fate he had in his previous life. Life is filled with regrets. Not everyone gets a chance at rebirth. If one cannot be reborn, they can only depart, leaving this beautiful world forever with regrets. Perhaps in this life, or perhaps for eternity, one might never return. Bang! A wave crashed over and Lu Jiangli vanished into the surging waters. The people on the bridge gasped in shock, thinking he had been swallowed by the river. Yet the next moment he surfaced from the water. You scared me. Hero, please be safe. I hope that young man can successfully rescue the person. The river is so turbulent, but that young man is quite strong. Young man, if you can save them, do so, but don't risk your life. Splash! Lu Jiangli tilted his head back, keeping it above water, and spat out the water from his mouth. Closer, closer. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Lu Jiangli finally reached the person. It was a girl. Her long hair was in disarray in the water. Fortunately, her vitality was strong enough. She was still thrashing about in the water. Lu Jiangli remembered what the swimming instructor said: do not approach a drowning person directly. Because in a panic, the drowning person would cling tightly to you and push you down, making it impossible to save them, and you might end up losing your own life. So Lu Jiangli calmly swam behind the girl, reaching his left arm under her armpit to hold her while his right arm paddled through the water, swimming back to shore. The girl was pulled along by Lu Jiangli, her mouth breaking the surface, allowing her to finally breathe in fresh air. Swim back quickly. The young man has rescued her. Hurry back. Come back quickly, big brother. Many on the bridge shouted to the older man who had jumped into the river after Lu Jiangli. It was unclear what the relationship was between the older man and the drowning girl, but after Lu Jiangli jumped in to save her, the older man rushed over without hesitation and jumped into the raging river. Lu Jiangli swam back to shore holding the girl, but the current was against him, which explained why the girl had been swept 20 meters away from the bank. Returning was not as easy as going out. Moreover, he was carrying someone. Thankfully, Lu Jiangli was truly strong. He exerted all his strength and finally managed to bring the girl back to the shore. Lu Jiangli placed the girl on the stones at the edge of the bank. He too collapsed onto the ground to rest from exhaustion. The people on the bridge erupted in cheers upon witnessing the scene. Desperately, they rushed down the spiral staircase from the bridge to the spot where Lu Jiangli was. The girl lay on her back, coughing violently several times, expelling water from her mouth. Fortunately, there was no need for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Just moments ago, Lu Jiangli had been worried about what to do if he needed to perform CPR. He hadn't kissed a girl before. He had only wanted this intimate contact with Yi Yuyu. "Are you all right?" Lu Jiangli turned his head and weakly asked the girl. The girl looked pale but was clearly beautiful with delicate features. She barely managed to sit up from the ground, too hurried to respond that she was fine, and coughed out a few more mouthfuls of water. She squeezed out 2 words, "Thank you." The older man who had jumped in earlier had already swum back. He hugged the girl sitting on the ground tightly and burst into tears. "You saved my daughter's life. If it weren't for you, my daughter would surely have died today. Thank you." After saying this, the older man took the girl's hand and both knelt before Lu Jiangli. He hurried to help them up, saying it was just a small effort, please don't mention it. The people on the bridge had also made their way down to the riverbank, crowding around Lu Jiangli. When they heard him say that saving someone was just a small effort, everyone erupted in astonishment. "Young man, your kindness knows no bounds. You risked so much to save a life and yet you consider it a small effort. This young man is strong and kind-hearted, truly remarkable." An older lady approached and asked seriously, "Young man, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend?" "My daughter is 20 years old and very beautiful. If you don't mind, I can introduce you." "Young man, my daughter is an intern at the broadcasting station and she is exceptionally pretty. You should meet her. A kind person must have a sense of family responsibility." Lu Jiangli shook his head, smiled at the crowd and did not reply. He was quite exhausted. A reporter from the television station handed him a microphone, preparing to interview him. However, Lu Jiangli refused the interview, stood up from the ground and walked away. The father of the girl who fell into the water called out from behind, "Hero, may I ask your name?" Lu Jiangli remained silent, waved his hand and left soaking wet. At that moment, the television journalist suddenly realized. "Isn't this the singer of Lonely Hero, Lu Jiangli?" Someone in the crowd recognized him as well and shouted loudly at his back, "Lonely Hero. Lu Jiangli. You're amazing." The father of the girl looked at Lu Jiangli's departing figure, lost in thought. "Lu Jiangli, our fate has only just begun." Lu Jiangli left gracefully and stepped onto the rolling bridge. The traffic was still congested on the bridge, making it impossible to take a car back. Who knows how long it would take. Lu Jiangli opted to walk quickly in the direction of home. He was drenched, and as he walked, water dripped from his wet hair. Water dripped onto the tip of his nose and he flicked it away with his hand. New droplets flowed down his face and ears, mixing with the moisture already on his t-shirt. Lu Jiangli couldn't think of anything else right now. He quickened his pace, passing through several intersections and commercial streets. Today is Duoduo's birthday. It must be around 8 o'clock by now. Duo must be anxiously waiting at home. What time is it? He checked the time on his phone. Fortunately, his pocket was deep enough and his pants had a zipper, otherwise his phone would have fallen into the river when he was saving someone. However, the phone had gotten wet, yet it still operated normally. He wondered if it would break in a few days. Previously, his adoptive mother He Lian had a phone that accidentally fell into a cesspool. After retrieving it and rinsing it with water, it worked for the first couple of days, but then it wouldn't turn on anymore. He hoped his phone would last a little longer. But it didn't matter if it had to break, so be it. Losing a phone was worth saving a life. There wasn't anything particularly valuable on his phone and he had very few photos. As for the contacts stored on it, Lu Jiangli didn't care. Those who wanted to contact you would reach out again and you wouldn't lose their contact information. Those who didn't want to contact you would never do so. What good was it to have their contacts? Although Lu Jiangli didn't care about the praise of those people, he felt a sense of accomplishment for having risked everything to save a life from the hands of the King of Hell. As he walked into a big mall drenched, he drew the attention of many people. Some even curiously asked, "Hey young man, why are you all wet? Did you fall into the water?" Lu Jiangli nodded and smiled it off. He bought a giant lollipop for Yang Duo and searched for a magic wand but couldn't find one. He ended up buying a bunch of girls' toys like teddy bears and dolls and hurriedly ran home. Upon arriving at Hatong Villa, he found young Duo Duo already waiting at the door, looking expectantly in the direction of the community entrance for her birthday gift. When she saw Lu Jiangli, she rushed up wanting a hug. Then she noticed he was all wet. Young Duo Duo curiously asked, "Brother, did you go swimming?" Lu Jiangli shook his head. "No, Duo Duo darling, I'm just really tired from running, this is all sweat." He Lian, standing by, didn't believe Lu Jiangli's claim that the water on him was just sweat. He Lian looked at Lu Jiangli with concern and said, "Son, tell mom what happened. Why are you so wet?" Lu Jiangli didn't want to hide anything from He Lian, so he honestly recounted how he had been stuck in traffic and jumped off the bridge to save someone. He described it casually, but it left He Lian startled and speechless. He Lian admonished him, "Son, I know you're kind-hearted, but while saving someone is important, your life is priceless. If anything were to happen to you, how could I live? Next time if you encounter such a situation, don't be so impulsive. If you see someone fall into the water, either call the police or find safe equipment like a life ring before attempting a rescue. The waters of Wuling River are too swift. If you're not careful, you might not only fail to save the person but also lose your own life. Son, I know it sounds selfish, but one must preserve one's own life to save others. I hope both you and Duo Duo live safely." Lu Jiangli nodded. He didn't feel that He Lian was being selfish. Reflecting on it now, he realized that upon seeing someone struggling in the water, he had jumped in without hesitation, which was indeed a bit impulsive. If his swimming skills had been a little worse, he might have repeated the tragic event from last time without saving the person today. "Mom, I understand. I don't know what got into me today. I just saw that person struggling in the water and jumped in without a second thought. I'll think more carefully next time." Seeing that he had taken her words to heart, He Lian didn't intend to continue criticizing him. A child with a kind heart saving someone is indeed a commendable act. However, one must also pay attention to their own safety, as everyone's life is unique. Yang Duo Duo enjoyed a delightful birthday party with the lollipop and other gifts Lu Jiangli had given her. She had long forgotten about the magic wand, and Lu Jiangli couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, a Faranda healthier-old child has a poor memory. Zhou Yan returned home from the hospital, where there were only her and her 5 daughters. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but she felt that without a male figure the house felt empty. Zhou Yan asked Lu Shuyu, "Is Jiangli still unwilling to come home?" Lu Shuyu shook her head. "Mom, he seems very disappointed in us and won't come back no matter what." Zhou Yan sighed, and in an instant 2 figures flashed through her mind. One was Lu Jiangli and the other was Lu Zixi. Lu Jiangli wouldn't come home and Lu Zixi had abandoned her. Zhou Yan felt a tightness in her heart. Suddenly a bold thought crossed her mind. If there were no Lu Meyer in this world and Lu Zixi stayed by her side, that wouldn't be so bad. But then she quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be? Lu Zixi had been deceiving her for so many years. How could he possibly be sincere? Woo-woo. Zhou Yan suddenly realized that she missed Lu Zixi, the illegitimate child of that vile Lu Meyer. What a despicable person. She felt even sadder, torn by conflicting emotions. On one hand, she had raised Lu Zixi for 18 years, investing so much love and care that it was hard to let go at once. On the other hand, he was the illegitimate child of a mistress, and his heart was never truly with her. He would only help that mistress. Xiaolin, your conflict with Jiangli isn't deep. Take some time to find him and coax him back, Zhou Yan instructed her 4th sister Lu Xiaolin. Lu Xiaolin nodded. Mom, I understand. I'll go find Lu Jiangli tomorrow and see what he's thinking to not come back. If he truly doesn't want to come back, just tell him that as long as he's willing to return, the remaining half of the Lu family's assets will be shared equally among him and you 5 sisters. Moreover, once we win the lawsuit against Lu Chang for the other half of the assets, it will also be distributed to him. Zhou Yan suddenly felt more assured when it came to the family assets. As long as they were normal people, it was impossible not to be greedy for money. Not to mention the Lu family's wealth wasn't just a trivial matter, it was often in the billions, a height that 99 of people in this world could never reach in their lifetime. She couldn't believe that Lu Jiangli wouldn't be tempted. The next day, Lu Jiangli practiced martial arts at home as usual in the morning, then went to the theater to shoot at 9 o'clock. He continued filming until 4:30 in the afternoon, when he finally came out of the theater with Yi Yuyu. As they reached the entrance of the theater, they spotted the stylish Lu Xinian and the more conservatively dressed Lu Xiaolin leaning against a car while playing on their phones. Both were stunning beauties, but one was flamboyant while the other was reserved. Jiangli. Younger brother Jiangli. Upon seeing Lu Jiangli, the two approached him warmly. Lu Jiangli felt quite annoyed by their private inquiries into his schedule. However, since they were at the theater, he did not want to argue with them here, fearing it might be exaggerated by onlookers. He chose to ignore them completely and took Yi Yuyu's hand to walk forward, turning left to find the 2 cars parked side by side. Inside the cars, their respective drivers were waiting for their bosses. The two had already discussed during their time at the theater that they would go to the snack street to eat after finishing filming. Seeing Lu Xiaolin and Lu Xinian approaching Lu Jiangli, Yi Yu worriedly sought his opinion. Jiangli, how about we skip the food today and go another day? Lu Jiangli patted her head and smiled. Why not go? Do you have something else to do? Yi Yu glanced back at Lu Xiaolin and Lu Xinian, who were standing not far behind them, and hesitated while pointing with her finger. But they. Lu Jiangli scoffed. Those two. Don't mind them. I have nothing to do with them and I don't plan to pay them any attention. Yi Yu gently smiled and said, all right. Uncle Chen. Yi Yu said to her driver Chen Zhonghui, you can go back first. Lu Jiangli will take me home later. Chen Zhonghui nodded and obediently left. Yi Yu got into Lu Jiangli's car. Inside the car, Huanglong asked, young master, are we going straight home or somewhere else? Lu Jiangli lightly pinched Yi Yu's cheek and said, let's go to the nearby snack street, have something to eat before heading back. Huanglong searched for the nearest snack street using the navigation. It was about a 5-minute drive from there. Upon arriving outside the snack street, Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu got out of the car, letting Huanglong find a place to park. The two entered the snack street hand in hand, trying various skewers and then having some ice powder. Lu Xiaolin and Lu Xinian were also brought by their driver to the snack street, leisurely following Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu. Lu Jiangli acted as if they did not exist, enjoying various snacks with Yi Yu. Upon seeing the two eat from the street stalls, Lu Xiaolin and Lu Xinian frowned in disdain. Lu Xinian whispered to Lu Xiaolin, Xiaolin, younger brother, Jiangli really does live a different lifestyle than ours. These things from the street stalls look unhygienic, how can he eat them? Lu Xiaolin also covered her nose tightly with a napkin, waving her hand and saying, ugh, it stinks, it stinks. It looks so dirty and messy here, how can anyone eat here? While they were talking, Lu Jiangli bought 2 skewers of grilled potato slices at a stall. He and Yi Yu shared the skewers, enjoying them immensely. Boss, 4 more please. Lu Jiangli bought 4 more skewers, holding them while walking forward. Lu Xinian's beautiful brows furrowed, as if what Lu Jiangli was eating was something disgusting. Merely smelling it made her feel nauseated. Once Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu walked a bit further away, Lu Xiaolin, curious about how good it could be, couldn't help but buy a skewer. As soon as it entered her mouth, she suddenly spat it out with a wow, exclaiming, it's both spicy and tasteless. Lu Xinian shook her head. I told you these things are dirty and smell bad, how could they possibly taste good? With our status, we simply can't eat these. Lu Xiaolin threw the remaining potato slices into a nearby trash can. Lu Jiangli and Yi Yu walked around the snack street eating their fill. On their way back, Lu Xiaolin called out to Lu Jiangli. She initially wanted to directly tell him about the family issues, but with Yi Yu beside him, it was inconvenient to discuss in front of outsiders. After all, family shame should not be aired. Lu Xiaolin then loudly said, Jiangli, can I talk to you privately for a moment? Lu Jiangli ignored her, pulling out his phone to call Huanglong, instructing him to bring the car to the place they had previously gotten out. Jiangli, please don't leave yet. 4th sister wants to talk to you for a moment. Can you ask this beautiful lady to wait for a bit? Lu Xinian followed up, pleading, younger brother Jiangli, we really have something to say to you. It's a request from 2nd sister. Don't worry, it won't take long, just a few minutes, can we? Lu Jiangli did not want to deal with these two from the beginning, but they were simply too annoying. Lu Jiangli turned around, rudely addressing the two, you don't need to waste your time. The Lu family and I have long severed ties, so it's impossible for me to go back. I warn you, stay away from me or I won't be polite. Lu Xiaolin, feeling reluctant, disregarded Yi Yu beside her. She advised younger brother Jiangli, what can we do to get you to come back with us? Or how can you forgive us? Lu Jiangli did not respond to her words, gently holding Yi Yu's hand as they continued walking. Lu Xiaolin rushed over and grabbed Lu Jiangli's arm. Younger brother Jiangli, blood ties are unbreakable. You've been away for half a year, it's time to come back home with your sisters, all right? Yes, younger brother Jiangli. Lu Xinian tried to keep her tone calm, fearing Lu Jiangli would despise her and never return home. Whatever misunderstandings we have, we can discuss them at home. Mom is unwell and often mentions you worried about your suffering outside. Please come home. Ha! Lu Jiangli scoffed. Zhou Yan worries about my suffering outside. Then why did she only start mentioning me after I left home for half a year? When I was at home, I was invisible to her. After I left for so long, not once did I see her show any concern. So has she suddenly had a change of heart? Lu Jiangli looked at his 2 sisters with a mocking gaze and coldly said, go back and tell Zhou Yan not to waste her effort. Someone like her ignoring her own son yet taking pride in raising someone else's son deserves to end up like this. Huanglong had parked the car where they had previously gotten out. Lu Jiangli let Yi Yu get in first before he joined her. Yu, the house at my Lotus Pond Villa is a bit cramped. I want to buy a larger villa. I plan to buy one in the Hillside Villa community so it will be more convenient for us to meet in the future. Yi Yu blushed a little upon hearing this, feeling warm inside. She didn't expect him to want to change houses. Besides solving the issue of cramped space, it was also to make it easier for them to meet. I've been very busy lately and haven't had time to look at houses. If you know anyone on your side, please help me keep an eye out for any available houses for sale. When you find one, contact me and I'll go buy it. Yi Yu nodded. Don't worry, you'll have Uncle Chen ask the property management later. Lu Jiangli nodded. Thank you, Yu. After dropping Yi Yu off at her home, Huan Long drove back to the Lotus Pond Villa. When Lu Jiangli returned home, he received a call from the postal service asking if he would be home tomorrow. Excuse me, may I ask what this is regarding? Lu Jiangli asked the delivery courier. Yes. So the admission letter had finally arrived. In his previous life, he had never even taken the National College entrance examination before passing away and had always dreamed of attending Tsinghua or Peking University. This lifetime at last offered him the chance to enter Tsinghua or Peking University, a blessing he owed to fate for granting him rebirth. Lu Jiangli arranged with the courier to deliver the letter at 4:30 p.m. the following day. The next day, Lu Jiangli filmed scenes at a theater until 4:10 p.m. Then requested early leave from the production team so he could return home to receive his admission letter. The 40-episode drama had already completed 28 episodes, only 12 remained. Filming would wrap up before long. Truth be told, acting was grueling physical labor, exhausting in every sense. Lu Jiangli returned to Lotus Pond Villa at precisely 4:30 p.m. The director of China Post personally delivered the admission letter and presented Lu Jiangli with a lavish bouquet of roses in celebration. Comrade Lu Jiangli, your academic excellence and extraordinary musical talent promise an illustrious future. Congratulations, heartfelt congratulations, praised the postal director. He then shook hands with He Lian and said, Elder sister, I truly envy you raising such an outstanding son. Already a public figure, yet never compromising his studies and embodying the spirit of selfless service, truly a celestial gift, a paragon of virtue. Selfless service. Lu Jiangli opened his phone and discovered that his heroic dive to save a drowning person had gone viral across the entire internet. He had risen at dawn to practice martial arts, then rushed to filming and hurried home afterward to collect his letter, leaving no time to check how the online world portrayed him. He Lian beamed radiantly. Oh, not at all, not due to my upbringing at all. It is simply that my son is inherently exceptional. Thank you for your kind words, please stay and join us for dinner before you go. No, I am already deeply honored merely to have stepped into such a scholarly cultured household. Once again, my sincerest congratulations. After the postal director departed, Lu Jiangli cradled the admission letter in his arms as though it were a sacred relic. This was the university he had yearned for across lifetimes, yet in his past life the dream had remained forever unfulfilled. Fortunately, rebirth had granted him this second chance to finally walk through the gates of Tsinghua or Peking University and realize the aspiration spanning 2 existences. Big brother, what is this? The adorable young Duodua, too young to grasp the meaning of university, tilted her head curiously. Lu Jiangli knelt down and pointed to the photograph of the Tsinghua Peking University gate on the letter. This is Big Brother's dream. I hope when you grow up you'll study here too. Yang Duo nodded earnestly, then asked wide-eyed, Big brother, what does a dream look like? Lu Jiangli led Yang Duo back into the living room, sat beside her on the sofa and slowly opened the envelope, drawing out the admission letter, turning its pages one by one, showing each to her. A dream, he explained gently, is something your heart longs for deeply, somewhere you ache to go or something you yearn to do. Look, Duo, this is what my dream looks like. I hope when you grow up you'll find your own dream too. Yang Duo nodded, innocent and sincere. As Lu Jiangli read the letter carefully, she piped up beside him, Big brother, I've decided, I want to be a little princess. Ha ha. Lu Jiangli ruffled her hair affectionately and smiled tenderly, my dear, you already are a little princess, your big brother will cherish you until you become the happiest little princess in the entire world. Lu Jiangli read the admission letter word for word, his pulse quickening with each line, his heart swelling with exhilaration as if he could scarcely wait for the semester to begin and embrace Tsinghua or Peking University at last. After reading it over several times, he carefully closed the letter, slipped it back into its envelope and carried it upstairs to lock it securely inside his personal cabinet on the 3rd floor. Downstairs, Chef Wang had prepared dinner. Yang Duo stood in the courtyard shouting up to the 3rd floor, Big brother, come down for dinner. Lu Jiangli descended and had barely taken his seat at the dining table when his phone rang. It was the school principal's office notifying him to attend an award ceremony at the Grand Auditorium the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. No sooner had Lu Jiangli ended the call than class president Xia Xiaomi dialed in. Lu Jiangli, did you get the call from the principal's office? They said you're to attend the award ceremony at the auditorium tomorrow morning at 9. What kind of award is it? Lu Jiangli asked. Xia Xiaomi shook her head over the line, I'm not sure, probably something for students who scored exceptionally well on the national exam. Who knows? We'll just have to go and see. That's fair enough, Lu Jiangli replied calmly. Xia Xiaomi hung up cheerfully, see you day after tomorrow, Lu Jiangli. Yes, see you then, he answered softly. Damn, blinding. Lu Chang stood outside the police station raising his right hand diagonally to shield his eyes from the sun's fierce glare. The midday light was harsh, searing his vision. Convicted of inflicting minor bodily injury through domestic violence, he had served 5 days in custody per standard procedure. Though he had connections within the department, connections that normally would have spared him detention, this time the complaint had been filed personally by Lu Qing, the most formidable lawyer in the industry. And since this was his second arrest, authorities had no choice but to detain him briefly. Otherwise, should Lu Qing escalate the matter publicly, the resulting backlash would have been impossible to contain. The first thing Lu Chang did upon release was confront Zhou Yan. He phoned his bodyguard, who arrived instantly to drive him home. Back at the ancestral residence, Zhou Yan was napping. The house held only Lu Yueshu and the servants. Everyone else was elsewhere. Lu Yueshu sat on the sofa watching a television drama. When she saw Lu Chang stride in, his face dark with fury, the word "dad" formed on her lips, then vanished swallowed whole. Her mouth twitched, but she uttered nothing. She turned her gaze resolutely back to the screen, pretending he didn't exist. Lu Chang bristled at her cold indifference. His temper burned white-hot. 5 days confined, his mood blackened, his pride wounded beyond measure. Lu Yueshu, have your wings grown so strong? You don't even greet me anymore. Enraged, he strode forward, snatched the remote from her hand and slammed it down, cutting the television to silence with a sharp crack. Lu Yueshu leapt up, incensed. What are you doing? Lu Chang raised his hand and struck her across the face. Look at the way you speak, just like your mother. Even though your mother and I divorced, I remain your father, and I doted on you since childhood. Yet now you show me no respect. Don't you deserve this slap? Lu Yueshu clutched her stinging cheek, jaw clenched, refusing to let tears fall. You say I disrespect you, but why shouldn't I? You betrayed my mother, betrayed our family, brought your illegitimate child into this very house, deceived us for years. And still you expect me to revere you as the perfect father I once believed you to be. Do you even deserve reverence? Deserve? What do you know of deserving? These are adult matters. You, a child, have no place inserting yourself. Lu Chang barked fiercely. Where's your mother? Bring her out now. Lu Chang called out loudly, asking Lu Yueshu to bring Zhou Yan out. Lu Yueshu, fearing a conflict between the two, lied, saying, My mom is not home. Lu Chang did not believe her. Your mom is not home. Someone like her, a yellow-faced woman, what else can she do other than revolve around the kitchen? As Lu Chang spoke, his words dripped with disdain for Zhou Yan. Lu Yueshu stared at him with wide eyes. What did you just say? My mom is a yellow-faced woman only capable of being in the kitchen. How can you be so heartless? My mom sacrificed herself for you and for this family, willingly becoming a full-time housewife to take care of everyone's needs. Yet you look down on her and say she is a yellow-faced woman. What right do you have to say that? How can you say such things, Lu Chang? You truly make me despise you. Lu Yueshu, I am your father. Who allowed you to speak to me like this without respect for your elders? If you want to earn respect from others, you must first do things that are worthy of respect. With the nonsense you do, you deserve to be scolded. That woman Lu Meyer, what kind of potion did she feed you to make you forsake your family? From now on you no longer have me, Lu Yueshu, as your daughter, nor do I have you as my father. Lu Yueshu's desperate roar woke Zhou Yan, who had been napping in the master bedroom. Zhou Yan listened carefully and realized it was Lu Chang, who had come back and was arguing with Lu Yueshu in the living room. She picked up the phone from the nightstand and quickly sent a message to Lu Qing. Qinger, Lu Chang is causing trouble at home, come back quickly. Zhou Yan put on her pajamas and walked out of the master bedroom just in time to see Lu Chang hitting Lu Yueshu. Zhou Yan looked coldly at Lu Chang. After some time she had calmed down and was no longer as hysterical as before. Lu Chang, don't forget the reason you went to jail. You just got out and are already acting so arrogantly. Do you want to go back for domestic violence? Zhou Yan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Chang's anger. He slowly lowered his hand that was about to hit Lu Yueshu. Lu Yueshu had already received a slap from him and a red palm print was still on her face. Lu Chang looked up at the newly installed surveillance camera at home, suppressing the anger inside him. Oof. Zhou Yan, don't think that just because there's a camera at home you can do anything to me. Let me tell you that divorce is an unchangeable fact. Whether you want it or not, it's happening. I'm here today to warn you, pack your things and get out. Bah! Zhou Yan retorted angrily, why should I pack my things and leave? Every brick and tile in this house was built with my sweat. If anyone should leave, it's you. You, a petty person who betrays marriage, will eventually face retribution. Lu Chang scoffed, don't talk nonsense. Since you were able to report me and have me locked up for 5 days, our marriage has already lost all affection. I'm truly baffled by a woman like you. You're really malicious. Am I malicious? No matter how malicious I might be, it can't compare to a third of what you've done. You brought the child of the mistress home and lied to me, saying it was a poor child you found outside, making me invest so much time and emotion. Your malice is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. If you had even a fraction of Lu Meyer's tenderness and charm, I wouldn't treat you like this. What's the point of clinging to me? If I were you, I'd hurry up and sign the divorce papers. There are no emotions left between us. Forcing it will be pointless. Moreover, you even called the police on me, you malicious woman. So malicious. Poof. I am malicious. I did report you, so what? I wish you would just die. Go to hell. Lu Chang rushed over, grabbing Zhou Yan by the collar and dragging her towards the bedroom. Let's see if I don't kill you. I'll kill you, you lowly woman. The living room had surveillance, so he didn't believe there would be cameras in the bedroom. What are you doing? Lu Chang, let go of me. Let go of me. Zhou Yan struggled with both hands, trying to break free from Lu Chang's grip. Lu Yushu also rushed over, grabbing Lu Chang's clothes. Let go of my mom. Let go of my mom. As the three of them struggled and argued, Lu Qing returned home. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing shouted, wow, just out of jail and already thinking about domestic violence, right? Okay, keep fighting him, calling the police now. Lu Qing indeed dialed the police and put it on speaker. Hearing that Lu Qing was calling the police, Lu Chang was startled. He quickly released Zhou Yan and rushed over to snatch Lu Qing's phone, slamming it on the ground. With a loud crash, the phone bounced on the ground. Lu Qing picked up the phone and examined it carefully, originally wanting to pin a charge of willfully damaging someone else's property on Lu Chang. Unfortunately, the phone was of such good quality that it showed no scratches from such a forceful slam. Tisk, how can my phone be of such good quality? Lu Qing sighed helplessly. Lu Qing, I've raised you with great difficulty. Have you grown wings now? Do you believe that with one call I can make your law firm disappear from this world? Lu Qing sneered. Sure. You would sacrifice everything for a flirt outside, right? Let's see who laughs last. Lu Chang glared at Lu Qing and suddenly raised his right hand, but then abruptly lowered it. Lu Chang was not afraid of anyone at home, but he was somewhat afraid of Lu Qing. Lu Qing was a lawyer with very strong professional skills. He originally came home intending to teach Zhou Yan a lesson and beat her up for causing him to be locked up for 5 days, losing face and dignity, feeling humiliated. Now seeing the surveillance cameras installed at home and with Lu Qing back, he feared being reported again for domestic violence and ending up back in jail. Lu Chang pretended to curse a few times and feigned making a phone call to leave. At home, Lu Qing's face turned pale with anger. Lu Chang is truly outrageous. Mom, as long as you think this through, we can delay a bit longer and then sue him for betrayal of marriage, domestic violence, and using deceitful means to seize assets, forcing him to leave with nothing and making Lu Zixi return the assets. Machem, let's delay a bit longer and then sue him. His heart is no longer at home, dragging it on is pointless. I've prepared most of the materials, just waiting to file the lawsuit. But first let's drag Lu Meyer along and infuriate her. As for Lu Chang, a man who publicly betrays marriage and commits domestic violence shouldn't expect good results. Lu Chang came out of the old house and dialed Lu Meyer's number. After dialing 4 or 5 times, the call finally connected. On the other end, Lu Meyer's breath was somewhat disordered. Chang Gu, you're out. Lu Chang responded with a soft HM and gently asked, baby, I've been in jail these past few days, have you been good? I'm so angry, where are you? Come quickly and help me cool down. Mum. Yes. Lu Meyer's voice came in fragmented, breathless murmurs as if she were preoccupied with something unseen. Meyer. What's wrong? Lu Chang felt a flicker of unease. I have terrible signal here. In the next instant, Lu Meyer ended the call. Lu Chang didn't dwell on it. The Bin residential complex where they lived was an aging, dilapidated neighborhood in poor reception. There was hardly surprising. Lu Chang instructed his bodyguard to drive to the Bin residential complex. He rushed up the stairs. Upon opening the door, he found neither Lu Zixi nor Lu Meyer inside. Lu Chang dialed Lu Meyer's number again. The line rang for an unervingly long time, then connected. Why did it take so long to answer? Her voice on the other end was soft, melodious, and utterly serene. Brother Chang, I was out jogging just now. Have you already arrived home? I'll be back shortly, just wait for me, darling. A moment earlier, Lu Chang had harbored quiet suspicion. Why had she seemed so unusually distant today? She always answered instantly. Why the delay this time? Yet the moment her warm, honeyed voice washed over him, all doubt dissolved like mist beneath morning sun. After 5 days at the bureau, his body reeked of stale sweat. While Lu Meyer was still away, Lu Chang slipped into the bathroom for a thorough shower. He scrubbed himself until his skin glowed clean and fragrant, ready to welcome her home with unrestrained passion. As he rinsed off, Lu Meyer returned carrying a paper bag of authentic Beijing roast duck. His absolute favorite. Wrapped in tender wheat crepes brushed with savory sauce layered with crisp scallions, it was nothing short of divine. Brother Chang. Brother Chang. The moment she stepped through the door, Lu Meyer called out, scanning the room eagerly. Here, I'm right here. Fresh from the shower, Lu Chang emerged wrapped only in a long snowy white towel slung low around his waist. Though well past 50, his frame remained powerfully built and taut with vitality. His gaze fell upon the bag in her hand. Curiously he asked, Meyer, where did you go just now? What's in that bag? She waved the roast duck playfully before his eyes and purred, I went jogging and made sure to bring back your favorite. Running back and forth wore me out completely. As she spoke, her chest rose and fell in delicate breathy sighs. Her cheeks flushed, rose-petal pink beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. She truly looked as though she just finished a brisk run. Lu Chang adored the dewy, vibrant allure of hers. He strode forward, slid one arm firmly around her waist and pulled her flush against him, skin to skin, heartbeat to heartbeat. Let's cool the flames first, then enjoy the duck later. With that he swept her effortlessly into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Brother Chang, wait, I just finished running and I'm drenched in sweat. Let me rinse off first, fresh and smooth, then I'll come find you in the bedroom. All right, hurry my love. Lu Chang suppressed his mounting urgency and set her down gently. Without hesitation, Lu Meyer vanished into the bathroom. The steady rush of water echoed from behind the closed door. Lu Chang retreated to the bedroom and lay down waiting. Moments later, Lu Meyer emerged fresh and radiant and entered the bedroom. Within minutes, indescribable sounds began to rise and swell, only to cease abruptly 6 or 7 minutes later. Lu Meyer concealed her irritation beneath a radiant smile, lavishing Lu Chang with effusive praise. Brother Chang, you lasted 2 minutes longer than last time, you're growing ever more formidable. You're still as breathtakingly handsome as the day we met, I can't help but surrender to you completely. I love you, truly, deeply. These past days without you I've ached for you beyond measure. Lu Chang drifted further into intoxication under her honeyed words. Seizing the moment, Lu Meyer pressed gently onward. Brother Chang, this place is crumbling, we should move into a grander home. Bare-chested Lu Chang drew her close, his fingers tenderly smoothing damp strands of hair from her temple. Agreed, tell me, where would you like to buy it? Anywhere is fine, so long as we never return to this shabby, outdated apartment. Lu Chang whispered softly, all right. Lu Meyer tilted her chin upward and planted a light, affectionate kiss on his cheek, cooing, thank you, Brother Chang, I love you. Lu Chang gazed at her with unguarded tenderness. What an enchanting little siren she was. Oh, Brother Chang, Lu Meyer suddenly recalled, she and I have become thorns in the side of Zhou Yan's entire family. Last time she was even bound and beaten on Lu Shuyu's orders. She paused, then turned to him with wide, vulnerable eyes. Brother Chang, I'm genuinely terrified. Who knows when they might snap again and come after us, mother and son alike. Could you arrange some bodyguards for our protection? At her words, Lu Chang's eyes hardened with cold fury. Dare they? Lu Meyer sighed softly. Brother Chang, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. After all, they are your own children. If they truly cross the line, you may hesitate, your heart may soften when it comes time to act. Just think, last time Lu Shuyu beat she so brutally, yet you couldn't bring yourself to lift a finger against her. Lu Chang gripped Lu Meyer's hand tightly, his voice resolute. Rest easy, Meyer, I will always stand by you. Once I divorce Zhou Yan, I'll marry you without delay. Then we'll be truly united, our bond sealed, irreversible. Even if they rage, they'll have no power to undo what's done. Time heals, even adults come to understand in the end. Yes, I believe you, Brother Chang. As long as I'm with you, I'll bear any hardship, any sorrow. Lu Chang shook his head, looking at her with deep compassion. I'll never let you suffer. By the way, where's she? I haven't seen him. He's gone out to play with classmates, he's grown now, needs his own space. No need to fret over him. Lu Chang nodded, and they shared another 5 minutes of quiet intimacy. Saturday, 8:30 a.m. The school auditorium. Lu Jiangli arrived to find the hall alive with chatter, a sea of familiar and unfamiliar faces filling the seats. Crews from local television stations had also arrived, cameras whirring as they filmed the animated crowd. Lu Jiangli scanned the rows, searching for an empty seat. Class monitor Xia Xiaomi waved enthusiastically. Over here. Lu Jiangli, come sit with us. He nodded and made his way to the seat beside her. I saved seats for you and Yi Yu specifically. Xia Xiaomi beamed. Lu Jiangli smiled and took the outermost seat. That seat left an empty space between him and Xia Xiaomi. She blinked, puzzled. Why leave that seat vacant? Lu Jiangli chuckled. It's for Yu, thank you, class monitor, for saving us spots. Xia Xiaomi waved dismissively. Oh please, we're all classmates. No need for formalities. Yi Yu arrived soon after. Lu Jiangli rose, immediately guiding her to sit in the empty space between himself and Xia Xiaomi. Class representative, what kind of ceremony is this? Lu Jiangli asked Xia Xiaomi. Xia Xiaomi smiled. I just found out it's an award ceremony honoring students who achieved outstanding scores on the National College Entrance Examination. Many entrepreneurs from across society have attended to express their support for these exceptional students. She paused, then added mysteriously in plain terms, they're handing out money to top-performing examinees. Money. Lu Jiangli laughed heartily. I quite like that idea, though I doubt it'll be much. At 9 o'clock sharp the award ceremony officially began. Everything proceeded as scheduled. First a speech by the Education Bureau director, then the school principal spoke. After him the vice principal took the podium. Once the vice principal concluded, the dean of studies delivered his address, and only after he finished did the entrepreneur representative step forward. Then came the student representative's speech. Lu Jiangli had nearly dozed off when at last the ceremony reached its climax. Next, please welcome Lu Jiangli, our city's top-scoring science examinee, to the stage to receive his award. Yi Yuyu was even more excited than Lu Jiangli. She gave him several firm nudges as he dozed. Jiangli, wake up. They've called your name, you're up to receive your award. Oh right. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Jiangli slowly ascended the stage, only to realize he stood alone upon it. He felt oddly self-conscious. The host lavished praise upon him. Lu Jiangli has secured admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University with an outstanding score of 741 on the National College Entrance Examination, the highest in the history of Moduno. One high school since its founding. To celebrate and encourage Lu Jiangli's extraordinary achievement, the Modu Municipal Education Bureau awards him RMB 120,000 Moduno. One high school grants him RMB 100,000. Shaoxiren Flooring presents RMB 50,000 and Shuerong Corporation contributes RMB 20,000. Now please welcome Director Zhao Quan of the Education Bureau, Principal Wang Mian of Moduno. One high school and entrepreneur representative Fan Sixian to present the awards to Lu Jiangli. Lively music swelled as Lu Jiangli, amid waves of envious glances from his peers, accepted award after award until his arms ached. He clutched a towering stack of certificates